In my childhood, I was inseparable from a little fox. Yet, as I grew older, it suddenly departed one day. During my desperate search for it, a stunning woman, claiming to be my wife, appeared in my home, as though she were the true mistress of the house, fully aware of all my daily habits. Chapter 1. Strange Occurrences in the Mountains. If I were to tell you that I was raised by a wild fox from the mountains, would you find it hard to believe? And if I were to further disclose that I witnessed the very fox that nurtured me transform into a breathtaking young woman, would you deem me insane? My name is Wei Qing, a name bestowed upon me by my father posthumously. To be frank, I, too, struggled to accept these revelations. Prior to this knowledge, I was merely known as the Ghost Child, a moniker given to me by the villagers due to my birth in a family that invoked a sense of dread. The tale truly begins with my mother's peculiar pregnancy. My mother endured 4 pregnancies in total, with 3 resulting in death. When she became pregnant with her first child, the entire family rejoiced, ensuring that nourishing soups and tonics were never lacking. However, my mother's belly swelled for a full 11 months, and upon visiting the hospital, a stillborn fetus, dead for 4 months, was delivered. This unfortunate child had pointed ears and a sharp snout. The doctor remarked that it resembled a fox in every aspect. For the second pregnancy, the fetus inexplicably died at 7 months. When it was extracted, it terrified the doctor and the entire family. The child was covered in white fur, devoid of a head, and astonishingly, had developed a tail on its rear. Since then, my grandmother, along with my parents, devoted their days to lighting incense and praying, tirelessly seeking medical help and guidance. They primarily sought out folk healers, shamans, and disciples of local deities to treat my parents. Yet these individuals either vanished after demanding exorbitant fees, or upon learning the situation, abruptly refused to assist my parents. While the charlatans of the underworld dared to swindle for money, those with genuine skills appeared to be struck by a profound fear, refusing to aid my parents regardless of the compensation offered. The cycle continued, and soon my mother became pregnant with her third child. The entire family placed all their hopes on this infant, investing everything they had. From the moment of confirmation, my mother moved to the city to stay in a hospital, where in a most professional and secure environment, she finally delivered the child safely. This was my third brother, born healthy and lively, bringing a sense of relief to the family. However, they had no inkling that, compared to the first 2 pregnancies, this brother would be an extraordinary anomaly. By day, he was a quiet and obedient child, regarded as the most beloved chubby boy in the village. Yet by night, he developed an inexplicable fascination for the household chickens. Once he learned to crawl, every midnight he would stealthily enter the chicken coop, savagely killing the roosting chickens not to consume their flesh, but merely to drink their blood. Before long, the chickens were decimated, and he even ventured to attack the poultry of neighbors. The villagers began to gossip about my family, labeling my mother as a strange woman for giving birth to such an oddity, and my father would have relished the thought of eliminating my brother. Yet the deaths of 2 prior children had inflicted considerable anguish upon him. He merely wished for my brother to mature into adulthood, to carry on the legacy of the old Wei family. Thus, he confined my brother within the house, denying him any exposure to the outside world. However, this confinement led to strange occurrences within our home. Every night, in the latter hours, a woman's voice could be heard murmuring within my brother's room. Yet when my parents ventured inside to investigate, they would find only my brother lying there, gazing up at them with an eerie grin. This phenomenon thoroughly frightened my parents. They sought help from Lu, the local fortune teller, and even consulted Taoist priests at the nearby temple. However, each time they recounted my brother's predicament, they were met with cold rejection. Eventually, in their desperation, my parents resigned themselves to the notion of letting my brother fend for himself in that small, dark room. To their astonishment, not only did he survive without succumbing to hunger, but he also appeared increasingly lively. Each night, the woman's voice grew more frequent, calling out my mother's name, seemingly uttering curses aimed at ensuring our family's extinction. Initially, the family was tormented by this bizarre situation, living in a state of dread. Yet as time passed, my parents gradually adapted to this unusual existence. After all, he was the practice of divination, known as pinching time, was a unique method employed by local semi-immortals to locate missing persons, akin to fortune-telling. By acquiring the birth date and time of the missing individual, the practitioner could ascertain when and in which direction they had departed. Lu, the semi-mortal, stated that my brother had left the previous night at the hour of the rat, heading eastward for a distance of 5 li. Following Liu's guidance, my father discovered a dilapidated wild temple within the woods, precisely 5 li to the east. The entrance was secured with a rusted iron chain, thick as a wrist. It was common knowledge among the villagers that this woodland was deemed a forbidden zone, a no-go area where anyone who entered was doomed from the moment of their birth, as decreed by the elders in pursuit of his son. My father, undeterred by the ominous warnings, bravely shattered the taboo and forcefully broke the iron lock of the wild temple. Inside, he indeed found my brother's lifeless body, a stack of paper money clenched between his lips, his face frozen in a grotesque smile. This sight left my father in a state of shock, rendering him incoherent for over a month. My mother, desperate for answers, hired individuals to investigate the cause of my brother's demise. The findings soon reached us. It was said that my brother had stuffed the paper money into his own mouth and had walked the 5 li to the temple on his own. However, the reasons for this matter swiftly spread across the neighboring villages, swiftly becoming a terrifying topic of conversation during leisurely gatherings. From that moment on, the air of mystery surrounding the dilapidated temple was magnified infinitely, leading people to prefer a lengthy detour rather than approaching the temple. Even by a hair's breadth, the villagers indulged in various idle gossip about my family, with some claiming that my mother was steeped in malevolent influence and had deviated from proper conduct, suggesting that the child was fathered by an otherworldly entity otherwise. How could my brother be so intent on capturing only chickens? The situation was far from resolved. My father and mother, accustomed to returning home after dark from their work in the mountains, would often hear my brother's voice echoing from the woods behind the mountain, calling out to them in a cacophony of sounds. Initially, they dismissed it as a mere auditory illusion, but as time passed, they recognized the gravity of the situation and ceased their activities in the mountains, daring not to mention the prospect of having more children. Despite my grandmother's persistent entreaties, my parents resolutely refused. Seeing that this course of action was untenable, my grandmother ascended the mountain to perform a final burial rite for my grandfather, who had passed away many years prior. Upon her return, she took to the neighboring villages with a bamboo basket, begging until she had collected 240 farm-fresh eggs, which she intended to offer to Lu Banzian from the adjacent village in hopes of seeking his assistance. It is said that Lu Banzian is a living bodhisattva, capable of defying fate and maneuvering through the realms of yin and yang. However, his profession had cost him 2 wives and 5 children, as it was rumored that he had revealed too many celestial secrets. Long ago, he had washed his hands of such endeavors, now engaging only in trivial matters to assist others. The likelihood of him altering someone's fate was nearly non-existent. 240 farm-fresh eggs, it is said, were a peculiar rule he had established years ago. If he were to roll all these eggs around himself, and the resulting egg whites were sufficiently translucent, he would be permitted an exception to intervene. Like everyone else, Lu Banjian patiently rolled the eggs given by his grandmother. However, the egg whites were not only far from clear, but some were even a murky black. Not only was my grandmother disheartened, but the outcome also startled Lu Banjian, who warned my grandmother, saying, "The entity you have offended is beyond my ability to confront. It would be wise to refrain from seeking my assistance again." That very night, my grandmother tragically hanged herself at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, consumed by despair. My parents gradually came to realize that behind the ominous fate of bearing an unusual child lay a chilling secret. After my grandmother's demise, they no longer dared to remain in the village, fearing for their lives. Without a moment's hesitation, they buried my grandmother and hastily left for the mountain's edge with their belongings. However, that night, the heavens were unkind. Amidst the desolate mountains, they were caught in a torrential downpour. My father, seeking refuge, stumbled upon a cave, only to encounter a stunningly beautiful woman within the pitch-black confines of the cave. She appeared as if descended from the heavens, radiating an exquisite beauty beyond compare. Chapter 2. The Woman with the Long Tail. This place is devoid of civilization, a true wilderness nestled deep within the mountains. To encounter a person in a cave is already an extraordinary occurrence, yet here stands a breathtaking woman adorned in the attire of the city. My parents were momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining their composure, they were struck by the sight of her prominent belly, blood staining her lower half, and the frailness of her form, teetering on the brink of life and death. My mother, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, became alarmed and urged my father to step back, suggesting that the woman was in the throes of a difficult labor. Without pausing to inquire about the woman's origins or the reason she had ventured into this desolate wilderness to give birth, my mother utilized every method at her disposal to assist in staunching the woman's bleeding. At merely 20 years of age, her experience was scant. It took considerable effort before she managed to halt the woman's blood loss. Once the woman regained her breath, she expressed profound gratitude towards my mother. However, it was peculiar that as my mother sensed the imminent arrival of the child, the woman vehemently insisted that my mother cease her assistance, forcefully pushing her away. In desperation, She sought refuge in a corner of the cave, shielding herself with her garments, and with a forced smile, assured my mother that all was well. Attempting to divert the conversation, my mother, interpreting the woman's behavior as shyness, refrained from pressing the matter. After a brief exchange, the woman revealed that she hailed from the mountains of Qingqiu, having been tragically sold into this land after becoming pregnant. She had managed to escape and find solace in the cave, yet she feared her grave injuries might prevent her from surviving. With a heavy heart, she sought my mother's help for a singular request. She implored my mother, should she succumb to her plight, to return her child to Qingqiu Mountain and seek out a man named Jutianji, who was her beloved. She promised that he would be eternally grateful to my parents, granting them boundless wealth and ensuring the safety of our family for generations to come. Such words, in that era, could only be uttered by a seer. My mother found the situation peculiar and reassured the woman that she would not perish. Yet, the woman seemed unable to comprehend my mother's words, persistently begging and weeping, pleading for her promise. Seeing that her comfort was in vain, my mother reluctantly acquiesced. However, she could not bear to witness the woman's demise and wished to assist in the delivery. This intention, however, was met with vehement opposition from the woman, as if she harbored some unspeakable secret that prevented my mother from approaching. Observing the woman's resolute demeanor, my mother could only watch from a distance. Before long, it appeared that the woman successfully delivered the child, yet the infant's cries were strangely unlike those of an ordinary baby, resembling instead the yelps of the puppies born to our large yellow dog. Nonetheless, preoccupied with concern for the woman's condition, my mother did not dwell on this oddity. As the woman concealed herself in a corner, denying my mother a closer look, she called for my father to stand guard at the cave entrance, occasionally engaging the woman in light conversation to ensure she remained alive. As the night deepened, the woman suddenly began to plead with my parents, beseeching them to send her child to the Qingqiu Mountains to find her father. It was indeed peculiar. She fiercely blocked the child from my parents' view, her voice growing increasingly faint, yet she feigned nonchalance, preventing them from drawing near. After my parents repeatedly assured her, the woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude, later stating that she felt fatigued and wished to rest, imploring them not to come closer. My parents, being of simple nature, did not suspect anything amiss given the gravity of the situation. They observed that the woman did not appear to be in immediate danger and gradually succumbed to sleep. The following day, an unexpected event transpired. The woman had vanished. However, they discovered a deceased female fox in the very corner where the woman had lain, cradling 3 tiny mewling kits that were desperately crawling about. My parents were nearly struck dumb with shock, staring at the scene before them, struggling to regain their composure. Growing up in the mountains, they had been exposed to countless strange tales, often recounted by the elders, but to speak of such occurrences was considered a grave taboo. After a brief discussion, they initially intended to flee the cave, but upon gazing at the 3 adorable little foxes, my mother felt a pang of compassion. She turned to my father and said, "Our own child did not survive. We know all too well the suffering of separation. Regardless of what this creature may be, it is still a grieving mother. Moreover, we made a promise last night. Perhaps we should honor that and return her little ones to her?" The kind-hearted father did not hesitate for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, my parents buried the female fox and, cradling the 3 little cubs, began to inquire about the elusive Qingqiu Mountain. Strangely, this place, unknown to my parents, was equally unfamiliar to most people they encountered. Ultimately, they learned of the route from an elderly fortune teller at a market. After a month and a half of traversing mountains and valleys, they finally located the desolate Qingqiu Mountain. However, they did not encounter the little fox's father. In the course of their search, they fell asleep in a cave, only to awaken and find the 3 little fox cubs had vanished. At the cave's entrance lay a chest filled with gold and silver treasures, alongside a note that read, "Kneeling in gratitude for your kindness, I shall surely return next year to repay you." This solitary statement offered no further explanation, leaving my parents bewildered. From that moment on, they felt as though they were lost in a daze, uncertain whether this experience was a dream or reality. In their minds, this occurrence was a bizarre encounter that might invite accusations of superstitious thinking. They chose not to dwell on it, wishing only to bury it deep within their hearts. Being natives of the countryside, they were well acquainted with the strange phenomena of the mountains and believed that such wealth was a remnant of the supernatural, best left undisturbed. They hastily buried the treasures in the cave and fled Qingqiu Mountain as if escaping with their lives. After wandering for a considerable time, enduring hunger, sleeping on the streets, and facing scorn, my parents were compelled to return to their hometown, continuing to lead a life of aimless existence. Little did they anticipate that soon after, my mother would inadvertently conceive once more, and that child would be me. Much akin to my 3 elder brothers, my arrival into this world was not without its tribulations. My mother bore me for an astonishing 18 months, an unfathomable duration. Indeed, this ordeal was a closely guarded secret, as my mother feared the mockery of outsiders would befall our family once more. Undoubtedly, When it came to my conception, I too was destined for an unfortunate fate. From the moment she became pregnant, every month during the full moon, my mother would exhibit bizarre, frenzied behavior, either attempting to hang herself or brandishing a knife in a desperate attempt to harm her own belly, as if possessed by some malevolent spirit. Each time my father intervened, the following day my mother would awaken and recount that a woman had been calling her name from outside, threatening to sever her lineage. Initially, my father dismissed her claims, attributing them to the myriad of traumas my mother had endured, and presumed she might be suffering from some mental affliction. However, as this monthly episode continued with unwavering regularity, he began to sense something sinister at play, fearing that this pregnancy might share a dark connection with the previous two, where carelessness could lead to a tragic fate for both mother and child. With the burden of providing for the family weighing heavily upon him, he could not guarantee the safety of either my mother or the unborn child. Ultimately, he reluctantly approached the local diviner, Lu Banzian. Remarkably, Lu seemed to anticipate their visit, having preemptively scrawled a note at his doorstep, urging them to stay away, no matter the distance. Upon reading Lu's warning, my father became increasingly convinced of his suspicions, that there lay a terrifying reason behind my mother's inability to bear a healthy child, a reality he could scarcely endure. Fearing the calamity of losing both mother and child, in a desperate bid to safeguard my mother and myself, my father resolutely sought the assistance of Lu Banzian. From that day forth, he knelt at the threshold of Lu Banzian's abode, enduring the relentless elements, vowing not to depart even in death. This unwavering devotion ultimately led to his demise right there at the old man's doorstep, impervious to my mother's pleas. My father merely entreated Lu Banzian for a chance to exchange his own life for the survival of his beloved wife and child. Having already lost 3 children, my mother, too, had succumbed to despair regarding life. To ensure my father's legacy, she buried him and then returned to kneel at Lu Banzian's door herself. However, after less than 2 hours, the elderly Lu Banzian, tears streaming down his weathered face, emerged from his dwelling and gently helped my mother to her feet, uttering with a heavy heart, "What a tragedy. Do you truly wish to take this old man along with you?" After obtaining my parents' birth dates, Lu Banzian instructed my mother to wait outside while he busied himself within until the afternoon. My mother stood at the threshold, listening to the incessant sound of bamboo sticks falling to the ground from inside. When Lu Banzian finally emerged, he handed my mother a note filled with writing and a string of ancient coins strung together with red thread. After presenting these items, he insisted that she leave immediately, refusing to allow her to linger. Despite having only completed the 3rd grade, my mother was literate, thanks to her diligence and eagerness to learn. Upon returning home, she eagerly examined the note given to her by Lu Banzian. The first line of the note read, "If the fall of the hexagram is absent, it signifies a vendetta from your forebears, a vendetta that befalls the offspring. Approximately 30 years ago, your father lethally dispatched a den of foxes, descendants of the 5 celestial spirits of the Northeast. If you are unaware of this matter, are you cognizant of the fact that you have 2 brothers or sisters who met untimely ends? If so, I implore you to continue reading. If not, gather your belongings and depart from this place, leaving everything to fate." My mother trembled, nearly letting the note slip from her grasp. Lu Banzian's words were undeniably accurate. Her father, my grandfather, was a hunter during his lifetime. My mother was uncertain whether he had indeed slain the foxes. Yet she was well aware that 2 of her brothers had hanged themselves in the mountains. Eventually, my grandfather also met an unknown retribution and passed away, leaving my young mother to fend for herself. In order to secure a meager livelihood, she became my father's child bride, which led to the narrative that followed. Upon witnessing Lu Banzian's extraordinary foresight, my mother hastily continued reading. Chapter 3, Burning Incense for the Living. However, the second line of the note read, "Immediately tie what I have given you to the foot of your bed, and before the child is born. Do not wash or change anything on it, nor change your sleeping place. Pay no heed to any sounds from outside at night. When the rooster crows in the morning, come to my door and burn a stick of incense, ensuring you kneel while doing so." The contents of this second line left my mother utterly perplexed. As I continued to read, I found that the rest of the writings by Lu Banzian were completely incomprehensible, composed of twisted runes. My father had just departed, and my mother's sorrow was overwhelming. She could not find solace that night, her thoughts consumed by memories of him. As midnight approached, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Wife Wei, I wish to enter and speak with you. Will you permit me to come in?" My mother recognized this voice well. It belonged to the woman who often called for her in the dead of night after I was conceived. My mother, timid by nature, curled up in her bed, weeping in silence. From a young age, she had heard that if a malevolent spirit wished to enter a home, it must first gain the owner's consent, which left her too fearful to respond. Yet, the voice outside persisted, echoing incessantly, like an incantation that lingered in her ears, no matter how tightly she pressed her hands against them. It was not until the crowing of a rooster that the outside noise ceased abruptly. My mother cautiously uncovered herself from the blankets, realizing dawn had broken. With her courage bolstered by a sleepless night, she made her way to Lu Banzien's doorstep, following the instructions laid out in his letter, and burned a stick of incense there. However, just as my mother was about to rise, a voice emanated from the intersection, belonging to an elderly gentleman. "Wife of Wei, what are you doing? Our family name is Wei, and that is how my mother is addressed throughout the 10 miles and 8 villages." Upon turning around, my mother realized it was Lu Banzien, the village head, Oldly. In a daze, she merely lowered her head and stated that it was Lu Banzien who instructed her to act in such a manner. Oldly approached with a visage of sheer panic, fixating on the entrance of Lu Banzien's courtyard for an extended moment. Eventually, his expression drastically altered, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Incense is meant for the deceased. What rationale exists for burning it for the living? Wife of Wei, you have invited disaster." Oldly retreated in haste, abandoning the hoe he had carried, and fled as if possessed. My mother, bewildered by the scene, was merely a young woman in her 20s. Unable to withstand such intimidation from Oldly, she hurried to knock on Lu Banqian's door, yet no matter how fervently she knocked, no response emerged from within the courtyard. It seemed Lu Banzien was not at home. Ultimately, my mother, filled with trepidation, returned home and spent a day in a state of fear and anxiety. As darkness fell, she sat in the living room, resting her chin on her hand, tears having long since dried, pondering over my father while simultaneously fearing that the woman would return to seek her in the dead of night. Lost in these thoughts, my mother gradually drifted into a slumber. In a state between wakefulness and sleep, she discerned voices emanating from the ancestral hall, resembling that of my father. "Axio, Lu Banzien has come down to find me. She has asked me to convey a message to you. He spoke of how your father had vanquished a brood of fox spirits, yet those spirits had taken the lives of your father, elder brother, and second brother. Their lingering resentment has not dissipated. They have now turned their sights upon you, seeking to obliterate the Wei lineage." Lu Banzien remarked that if his calculations were correct, it would take 18 months for our child to be born, destined to live only until the age of 18. Should you wish to avoid the heart-wrenching separation from your offspring upon their 18th birthday, you must either forego childbirth and join me, or wait until the child's first month is complete. On that day, procure 2 young hens, blindfold them with red cloth, and venture into Qingxiu Mountain to seek a match for your child. In our customs, we refer to chickens as livestock. Young livestock signifies hens that have yet to lay eggs. Lu Banzien instructed that you must place the livestock and the child together, kneeling before the infant, never daring to lift your gaze. If you hear the livestock call, only then may you look, for the creature indulging in the feed will be your child's future bride. Prepare yourself mentally, regardless of whether it is a wild boar, a feral dog, or even a snake or ant, you cannot drive it away. Instead, bring it home alongside your child. I have already conceived a name for the child, Wei Qing, signifying a promising youth. Make sure to jot these instructions down, so that on the night of the child's 18th birthday, they may visit the temple where the second brother met his end. The fox spirit harbors deep-seated grievances and may seek to confront you. Otherwise, once you have completed your tasks, I shall come to escort you away." At this point, my mother trembled all over and then opened her eyes. It was merely a dream. However, as my mother, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, was startled by my father's voice emanating from the ancestral hall once more. "Oh, by the way, tomorrow, go assist Lu Banzien in collecting his remains and bury him at the temple entrance. Remember to note it down, so that when the child grows up, he can excavate the grave and transfer Lu Banqian's bones to the village burial grounds for reinterment." This jarring utterance sent my mother into a tremor, prompting her to call out to my father, only to subsequently faint from weakness. This incident deeply rattled my mother, who believed her overwhelming longing for my father had caused her mental distress. She initially dismissed it, until the following day when Oldly unexpectedly visited our home and informed my mother that Lu Banzien had died, hanging lifeless behind the courtyard door. Lu Banzien had left a farewell note, entrusting my mother with the arrangements for his passing. Upon hearing Oldly's revelation, my mother collapsed to the ground in shock. Afterwards, she seemed to transform into a mute, never uttering another word from that moment on. Everyone suspected that Lu Banzien had fallen victim to my mother's influence, deeming it inauspicious and reluctant to offer assistance. It was believed that my mother bore the burden of Lu Banqian's remains, undertaking the grim task of digging a grave at the dilapidated temple entrance. A year swiftly passed, and during this time, every night as silence enveloped the surroundings, a woman's voice would invariably call out for my mother, persistently inquiring if she might enter the house. My mother recognized this as an ominous entity seeking her. Yet with Lu Banzien gone, she found herself at a loss for how to confront this outside presence. Each night, she endured immense terror, ultimately succumbing to madness. My mother seldom converses with others, yet she finds solace in her own soliloquies. As twilight descends, passers-by near our home can hear her rambling within, the light left unlit. a phenomenon that has startled many a child. The townsfolk speculate that she has succumbed to madness, bereaved of her child and husband. Despite her descent into insanity, my mother has not neglected a single directive from my father. Though her mind may be unhinged, she diligently tended to the life growing within her, enduring numerous hardships until she finally brought me into the world. On the day of my first month, in accordance with my father's wishes, she procured 2 young goats and carried me back to the cave in the majestic Qingxiu Mountains, where she and my father had once shared slumber. That very night, she placed me and the 2 hens at the cave's entrance, kneeling before us, her head bowed as she began to murmur incoherently. The serene Qingxiu Mountains, bathed in silvery moonlight, enveloped the dark, foreboding cave in an eerie atmosphere, yet my mother remained unafraid. At the stroke of midnight, a hen suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, shattering the profound silence. When my mother lifted her gaze, she beheld a small wild dog gnawing at the hen's neck. Remarkably, my mother had been kneeling just in front of the hen, prior to the hen's anguished cry. The air had been so still that even the slightest rustle would have been perceptible to her. She could not fathom how the wild dog had silently approached. Years later, upon perusing my mother's notes, I discovered that she had been describing a white wild wolf cub. Curiously, this white wolf cub exhibited no fear of my mother, nor did it harbor any malice towards her. While feasting on livestock, it positioned itself in front of her, its countenance seemingly adorned with a smile directed at her. Chapter 4. The magpie heralds joy. My mother instantly comprehended the significance of the event. This creature must be the daughter-in-law. Thus, she patiently awaited as the little white wolf savored its first hen, surprisingly refraining from touching the second. It licked my mother's hand and then my swaddled self, displaying a hint of urgency as it shook its head towards the mountainside, as if urging my mother to hasten our departure. However, at that moment, a disturbance suddenly erupted from the dark woods. The little white wolf bared its teeth, protecting my mother. Within mere seconds, a pale figure darted from the trees, seemingly harboring a deep-seated vendetta against the little wolf, and they clashed in an instant. It took my mother a moment to discern that it was a snow-white fox cub. Although the cub was no match for the little white wolf, it exhibited remarkable bravery, engaging in a fierce struggle. My mother stood transfixed by the scene before her. Both creatures were undeniably adorable, with their fierce yet innocent demeanor, yet their intent seemed to be to defeat one another. Before long, the little fox found itself at a disadvantage, and it appeared that the little white wolf might soon prevail. Just as the cub seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed, a massive white figure surged forth from the thicket, a fox of such size that it dwarfed even a wolfhound. It was a chilling sight, as this fox's eyes glowed with an eerie light, and it trailed a voluminous, furry tail, so thick and abundant that it was impossible to count the number of strands. After the mysterious fox made its appearance, it did not engage in the battle but merely sat aside, observing. The little white wolf was particularly terrified of this enigmatic creature. As if it had encountered a natural enemy, it let out a few anxious whimpers towards my mother before hastily fleeing. Once the white wolf departed, the injured little fox was overjoyed, bounding around the multi-tailed fox several times, and then circling around my mother. Eventually, it displayed remarkable intuition, settling beside my swaddled self and continuously licking at me within the blanket. At that moment, my mother realized that the fox had emerged not to contend over the hen with the white wolf, but for another reason entirely. The multi-tailed fox simply observed for a while before stealthily departing. Initially, my mother was at a loss as to how to handle the situation, anxiously clutching me in her arms and wishing to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, as she began to walk away, the little fox instinctively picked up the hen that had survived and obediently followed behind her, refusing to be shooed away no matter how hard she tried. Ultimately, my mother seemed to grasp something. She felt a vague sense that this little fox might be one of the 3 she and my father had brought home last year. With the little fox unwilling to depart, she reluctantly decided to take it home. This little fox was incredibly mischievous and full of energy. Upon arriving at our house, it behaved rather oddly, darting from room to room in the living area, and suddenly, the once lifeless home felt as if it had been rejuvenated. Since the arrival of the little fox into my home, everything began to change. One night, a familiar voice echoed from outside, calling for my mother. Without a moment's hesitation, the little fox bared its teeth and growled at the door, then boldly dashed out through the dog hole. After the fox ventured outside, the woman's voice abruptly ceased. When the little fox returned, my mother noticed it had a tuft of bloodied fur in its mouth. This fur was unmistakably that of a fox. Yet it was not shed from the little fox itself. The matter did not end there. The following night, the woman returned. But this time she not only inquired if my mother would let her in, but also shouted, "Your son's wife, something has entered your home. Open the door and let me in. I will help you chase it away." However, as the little fox began to snarl at the door, a deep, thunderous male voice suddenly bellowed, "Get out." This voice resonated like a clap of thunder, embodying the fury of a robust man. Following this, a pained scream escaped from the woman, and thereafter, Her voice was never heard again in the stillness of the night. Our home, which had been shrouded in an eerie shadow for years, seemed to regain its normalcy. Yet, shortly thereafter, my mother began to observe some peculiar occurrences. She noticed that since the little fox had arrived, I appeared to have lost interest in milk. There were times when I would refuse to drink it, and other instances when I would express disdain for it. Strangely enough, despite my aversion to milk, my belly swelled each day, leaving us quite baffled. One fateful night, my mother awoke to find a small fox dragging a chicken back inside, feeding its blood into my mouth. This horrifying sight inevitably reminded her of my brother, who had a penchant for drinking chicken blood, leaving her utterly terrified. She penned her thoughts in a journal, confessing her reluctance to part with me. Yet, her fear overwhelmed her, fearing she might witness my demise before her own. During those nights, strange sounds echoed through our living room, as if someone were stoking the fire, prompting the little fox to dart outside repeatedly. She believed it was my father come to retrieve her, and thus she felt compelled to leave. Hoping that when I grew up, I would strive for success and one day escape the mountains to embrace life in the city, departing from this place forever. My mother hanged herself at our doorstep, and it was kind-hearted neighbors who assisted in her burial. After her departure, some compassionate villagers took pity on my family. Several households agreed to take turns caring for me, and even found a wet nurse from nearby villages. However, from the very first day of this arrangement, my peculiar behavior instilled a sense of dread among the villagers. The wet nurse's attempts to feed me were met with refusal, and by midnight, I mysteriously vanished, prompting a frantic search throughout the village. Ultimately, I was discovered back at my own home, a mere month-old infant. Even if I had managed to crawl, the journey up the hillside would have taken days. This incident left the villagers quite shaken. Eventually, some began to suspect that the family I was placed with had grown weary of me, believing their sympathy was merely a facade, deliberately sending me back. This notion resonated with the community, alleviating their concerns, and thus I was taken in by another kind-hearted family. Thus began a relentless cycle of rejection, culminating in the final benevolent soul experiencing my peculiar existence firsthand. Terrified, they resolved never to take me home again, and gradually, the townsfolk began to distance themselves from my abode. Even when ascending the mountain for work, they would circumvent my path. They bestowed upon me a name, the Ghost Child. Time flew by, and to their astonishment, the townspeople could not fathom that what they believed to be a ghostly child destined to perish in solitude was, in fact, miraculously growing day by day. This bizarre tale spread like wildfire throughout the neighboring villages, and my notoriety escalated to such an extent that whenever someone laid eyes upon me, it was as if they had encountered a specter. They would hastily retreat. On occasions, I would muster the audacity to visit their homes, only to be shooed away. Afterwards, they would resort to seeking the aid of a local shaman to perform rituals in their dwellings. Every time they spotted a filthy child accompanied by a little white dog, they would shout, "The ghost child is out, quick, hide." In my youth, oblivious to the disdain that enveloped me, I would naively approach other households in search of companionship. Yet everyone would evade me, some even hurling rotten eggs from their windows. However, such families seldom met with favorable outcomes. Their garments would be mysteriously torn, or their livestock would inexplicably vanish. In this uniquely isolating environment, the concept of social interaction was nearly non-existent in my world. Fortunately, I was not as lonely as I had imagined. The little fox became my sole companion, and everywhere among the mountains and fields was imprinted with the footprints of a child and a fox. The more secluded the woods and streams, the more frequently the little fox and I would appear. However, there was a place to the east, rumored to contain a dilapidated temple, and whenever I wished to venture in that direction, the little fox would fiercely bite me to deter my approach. In my childhood, I obediently followed the little fox's commands. In my perception of the world, it was akin to a maternal figure. Each night, it would venture out, returning with wild chickens and birds, while it feasted on flesh, and I savored the blood. Throughout my entire childhood, the little fox and I were inseparable. In the mornings, it would lick my face clean with its tongue and lead me through the woods in a playful romp. In the evenings, I would sit at the doorstep gazing at the stars and moon, while it squatted beside me, its ears constantly twitching. It would accompany me until about 10 o'clock at night, at which point it would insistently tug at my clothes, urging me to come inside and sleep. It was only when I learned to climb the primary school fence and secretly listen to the teacher's lessons, gradually gaining some understanding of the world, that I began to realize how utterly extraordinary it was for a fox to engage in such behaviors. Such ordinary days, which rendered me an outlier in the eyes of others, persisted until I reached the age of 15. However, some changes occurred during this period. As I gradually matured, the intimacy between the little fox and myself began to shift. For instance, it no longer shared my bed. Sometimes it behaved like a bashful young maiden, swiftly turning away whenever I stripped down to bathe in the river. This transformation did not initially draw my attention, yet subsequent events increasingly strained the bond between the little fox and me. By that time, I had surreptitiously completed the entirety of the primary school curriculum, greatly expanding my understanding of the world. I began to change, becoming restless and perpetually envious of those fortunate enough to attend secondary school. I resorted to my old methods, walking 7 or 8 kilometers daily to the town's secondary school, attempting to clandestinely absorb knowledge from the classrooms. Unfortunately, the strict regulations at the school thwarted my efforts. I was repeatedly apprehended by security and expelled. This period left me in a state of melancholy, constantly yearning for interaction with the villagers, eager to inquire how one might gain entry to secondary school. However, having been isolated from social interaction since childhood and possessing limited understanding, I was perceived as a poor and peculiar simpleton. Even as I grew older and learned some manners, the villagers continued to ostracize me, often hurling unkind words in my direction. Due to these circumstances, my attitude towards the little fox gradually shifted. Whenever I found myself in a state of unhappiness, it would trot over and affectionately lick my face, engaging in playful antics as if its sole purpose was to lift my spirits. However, in my youth, I was prone to fits of temper, and in a moment of fury, I might have struck it. After my initial act of aggression, a distance began to grow between us. The little fox ceased to rouse me from slumber, no longer accompanied me on my strolls through the hills, refrained from sharing moonlit moments, stopped insisting I retire for the night, and neglected to lead me to the river for our baths. Even its daily excursions in search of food grew erratic, as it would often wander off for an entire night, returning only with the dawn. On one occasion, before the sun had fully set, it dashed away. Coincidentally, during those days, I had abandoned my clandestine visits to the town to absorb lessons from the junior high school classroom. Its absence rendered my days unbearably dull, prompting me to stealthily follow it to uncover the mystery of its daily ventures. The little fox made its way to the back mountain, a place we cherished in our childhood, where a gentle stream flowed, our favored bathing spot. I surmised that the little fox must be heading there for a bath, and I felt a twinge of annoyance at being left behind. However, upon reaching the edge of the stream, I was taken aback to discover not the little fox, but rather a girl without any clothing, playing in the very pool where we often bathed. The girl possessed a cascade of silky long hair, and her skin, as white as snow, was turned away from me as she played with the stream. Although I could not see her face, I could palpably sense the beauty of this girl. Although I may be a fool, I understood that peeking at a girl bathing was not a righteous act. After scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of the little fox, I hurried home. From that moment onward, the image of that snow-white back lingered in my mind incessantly. When gazing at the moon at night, I often cradled my face in my hands, lost in thought. I frequently ventured to the back mountain, yet I never encountered that girl again. I gradually realized that my soul seemed to have been captivated by her silhouette, rendering me listless and dazed each day. The mischievous little fox would come to play, yet it never seemed to find the right moment. Just when my longing for that back figure reached its zenith, the little fox resumed its usual antics, leaping onto me and nibbling at my hand. On one occasion, in a moment of frustration, I tossed it to the ground and gave its head 2 gentle taps, the most forceful reprimand I had ever bestowed upon the little fox. Typically, after such treatment, the little fox would storm off into the mountains, returning only the next day. However, this time, it did not flee. Instead, it curled up in my bed. When I went to check on it, I found tears glistening in its eyes. The following day, the little fox departed. At first, I presumed it would return as it had before, yet to my dismay, it never came back. I scoured all the places we cherished, traversed the neighboring villages, and explored every corner my feet could reach, but the presence of the little fox eluded me. During that period, I truly grasped the meaning of solitude, weeping daily and perpetually yearning for the moments when the little fox cared for me. After more than a year of searching in vain, I contemplated leaving this village to seek the little fox elsewhere. However, I hesitated, fearing that if I departed, the little fox would return and be unable to find me. Thus, I resumed my long and lonely existence at home, steadfastly awaiting the return of the little fox. 3 years passed in this manner. By then, I was approximately 18 years old. My age inferred through rough comparisons with other children, as I had no knowledge of my birth date. Nor did I understand why my parents abandoned me, or if they would ever return. All I knew was that I was an orphan, raised by a little fox. For 3 years, the little fox remained absent. Ultimately, I revisited the places we once loved, wandering through the village one last time. On a gloomy day devoid of the little fox, I rose early from my bed, donned the grass shoes I had crafted, draped myself in tattered clothing, and carried a torn bag I had salvaged from the river. I stepped out of that dilapidated house. I was leaving. I intend to wander outside in search of a little fox. Yet, just as I was locking the door with misty eyes, a large magpie unexpectedly swooped down at my doorstep. It alighted upon the pear tree in my yard, clutching an object wrapped in red cloth in its beak. The bird opened its mouth and dropped the item at my feet, incessantly chattering at me as it hopped about the tree, displaying an audacious fearlessness by landing atop the very object it had delivered, continuing its raucous chatter. Only when I reached out to retrieve the item did the magpie finally cease its calls, retreating to the pear tree to observe me intently. It was only upon my unwrapping of the red cloth that the magpie took flight. Within the fabric, I discovered a wooden box, and upon opening it, I found two items inside. The first was a bundle of long hair, wrapped in red cloth. The strands were dark and silky, emanating a delightful fragrance, meticulously arranged as if they had been intentionally cut from the head of a young maiden. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Bride. At first, I assumed these items were merely possessions brought by a magpie from some household, having no relevance to me. However, upon encountering a second object, I was momentarily taken aback. The second item was a piece of leather inscribed with words. I recognized it as the hide of an animal, yet I could not determine the species from which it originated. The elegant script read, 3 years without you. I wonder if you miss me? I miss you. But who could blame me for feeling this way when you always bully me? There is something beneath your bed. Do take a look. Once you have seen it, come to marry me promptly. I shall be waiting in my bridal attire. This simple message left me in a state of bewilderment. Although I insisted it bore no connection to me, it evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth, as if it were addressed directly to me. After pondering for quite some time, I still could not decipher its meaning, so I placed it at the entrance, believing that if it belonged to someone else, they would surely come searching for it. After setting the item aside, I cast one last glance at this dilapidated village that I had called home for over a decade. It was a bittersweet feeling, one of reluctance mixed with the necessity of departure. I pondered the possibility of the little fox returning to seek me out. What would happen if it returned and found me absent? I observed the pear blossoms at the threshold, on the cusp of blooming, and with a sigh, decided to wait just one more morning. If the little fox did not return by afternoon, I would take my leave. With that thought, I opened the door, preparing to step inside. Yet, just as my foot crossed the threshold, a girl's voice suddenly called out from behind me, Wei Qing. As I glanced back, I noticed a stranger, a young girl, standing at the intersection. She was adorned in a flowing white dress, her skin so pale it seemed as if it could yield droplets of water, and her large, sparkling eyes radiated a captivating charm. Her figure was undeniably more graceful than that of the village girls, a beauty that left me utterly speechless. She appeared to be of a similar age to mine. Upon our first encounter, my heart fluttered with an unfamiliar excitement. Throughout my life, aside from the enchanting silhouette from my childhood that lingered in my memories, I had never beheld such a striking girl. She stood there, gazing at me with a smile, her hair cascading over her chest as she absent-mindedly brushed it with her fingers. At times, her eyes shyly averted from mine, revealing her bashfulness. I glanced around, realizing there was no one else nearby. Growing up, I had seldom spoken to anyone. The concept of companionship was foreign to me. I found myself staring at her for several moments, overwhelmed by shyness, and turned to retreat into the house. Why aren't you acknowledging me, Wei Qing? She suddenly called out. In our village, no one had ever dared to approach my home. The area was deserted. Who could she possibly be addressing? With this thought, I turned back to her and asked, Miss, are you speaking to me? Yes, she nodded, then smiled shyly, burying her face in her hair as she continued to smooth it. Oh, I see. You must be here to collect something, correct? I picked up the items dropped by the magpie nearby and approached her. What is it? She asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Approaching her, I was enveloped by an enchanting fragrance, one so exquisite that I had never encountered anything like it before. Oh, save for that earlier bouquet of hair. It was at that moment I realized that the scent emanating from the strands I held was distinct from that which clung to her. I stood there, momentarily dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Then, she smiled shyly and said, I am your wife. My jaw nearly dropped. I wondered if she were truly speaking to me. After uttering those words, I turned to look behind me, confirming that there was no one else present. Had I lost my mind? Indeed, 18 years ago, your mother brought you to Qingqiu Mountain to propose. I was but a child then. I have searched for you for so long, and at last, I have found you, the girl exclaimed joyfully. At her declaration, I stood in stunned silence for a full 10 minutes, feeling increasingly awkward under her gaze. However, as I regained my composure, my expression shifted. The elementary school teacher had imparted little beyond superfluous knowledge, yet she had diligently instructed us on the perils of abduction and deception. She warned that the city was rife with human traffickers, employing a myriad of deceitful tactics, particularly urging caution with strangers. This girl, a complete stranger, boldly claimed to be my wife, who would just with a man so impoverished and unkempt. She was either foolish or a trafficker. Contemplating this, I replied listlessly, Miss, you should leave. I am but a mere ghost of a child, hardly worth anything. With that, I gathered my belongings and retreated indoors. Hey, I am not lying. I am indeed your wife, she hurriedly explained, and before I knew it, she ran after me. Initially, I maintained my composure, but as she drew closer, I dashed into the house and slammed the door shut, hiding behind it, too afraid to breathe. Previously, while eavesdropping on discussions during class, I had heard many friends talk about city girls, claiming that they were often deceivers, and the more beautiful they were, the more cunning their tricks. Wei Qing. Open the door. I truly am your wife. You wouldn't happen to be unaware of this, would you? Where is your mother? The girl continued knocking at the door. I have no mother. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Please leave. I replied. No mother? The girl exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. So, are you called Wei Qing? If so, then I am indeed not mistaken. She shouted back. What are you talking about, miss? I honestly have no idea what you mean. I am called Ghost Boy. And I go by no other name. In truth, this was the first genuine conversation I had ever had with someone, and I felt a touch of nervousness. Then it becomes perplexing. Could it be that I have mistaken the person? Her voice began to fade, eventually concluding with, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. I let out a sigh of relief, but upon reflection, something felt amiss. The teacher had spoken of abductions, which typically involved children. Why would they want to abduct a strapping young lad like myself? With that thought, I hurriedly opened the door to look outside, only to find emptiness before me. I could hardly believe it as I circled the house, yet I saw no sign of the girl who had been there just moments ago. At that moment, I was utterly startled. The expanse in front of my house is quite vast, and even the woods on the back mountain are several hundred meters away. Having played and grown up in this vicinity, it would take me a good 10 minutes to venture beyond the line of sight from my home. Yet she vanished in the blink of an eye. Was it a ghost? Because of this incident, I was so frightened that I secured all the doors and windows. Sitting in the living room, lost in thought for an extended period, aside from a set of old chairs, my home was nearly devoid of furnishings. Leaving only the hair in my hands and the piece of leather inscribed with words as the solitary objects of interest, I found myself staring intently at these items, pondering whether I should check beneath the bed. After all, what if it was indeed a message for me? Thus, I hurried to my room and began rummaging under the bed, yielding an unexpected discovery, a few ancient coins and a broken red thread. I examined these curiosities for several minutes, initially indifferent to the writing on the leather, but my attention shifted when I touched the foot of the bed and was taken aback to uncover a dusty, old notebook. What could this be? My home lacked electric lighting, and the room was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern what was written inside. Consequently, I carried the notebook back to the living room and began to leaf through its pages. It took me over an hour to peruse this notebook, and during the subsequent time, I sat at my doorstep, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, anxiously ruminating on everything that had transpired within me. Ultimately, I began to doubt whether the contents of this notebook narrated the tale of my existence prior to my birth. At first, I found it difficult to accept that the words inscribed within pertained to me, for how could a person lead a blank life until the age of 18, only to be confronted with such revelations? Yet, at the end of the notebook, a line caught my eye. Child, if one day a magpie visits you at your doorstep, it signifies that day is your 18th birthday. Come evening, you must venture to the dilapidated temple in the east. I fixated on this line, lost in contemplation for over an hour. The decrepit temple was a place I had never visited, not even with my little fox companion. But I had known of its existence since childhood. It was common knowledge among the locals, shrouded in terrifying legends that made one shudder at the mere mention. Although I was regarded as a ghostly child by the villagers, who held a peculiar fear of me whenever I attempted to run towards the temple. Even the little fox could not deter me, as elderly villagers would emerge, warning me of the spirits that dwelled there, claiming I would be devoured by them, a sentiment that marked a shadow over my childhood. Reflecting on this, I found myself incredulously rereading the words inscribed in the notebook. Despite my skepticism regarding the connection between the narrative and my life, I swiftly rose to prepare a torch, regardless of whether it was truly about me. I felt compelled to explore the woods to the east before I departed, to ascertain the existence of that dilapidated temple. This is something I have long desired to pursue yet have hesitated to do so. Now that the time has come to depart, I wonder if I shall ever have another opportunity to glimpse it again. Chapter 6. The Taoist of Maoshan. After preparing the torches, the hour was still early. With nothing to occupy my time at home, I ventured into the village, hoping to find an elder to inquire about my childhood. However, the villagers were as disdainful as ever, shuttering their doors long before I could approach. In the afternoon, I took the belongings that the magpie had discarded at my home and made my way to the neighboring village. The only individual mentioned in my notes was the elderly Mr. Lee from that village. Although the people here were not particularly warm towards me, they at least did not shun me as the villagers of my own hamlet did. In the fields, I found Mr. Lee, who was well into his 80s yet still laboring away. I approached him to ask about Lu Banzian. Initially, Mr. Lee engaged with me, but upon hearing the name Lu Banzian, his expression shifted dramatically. He hoisted his hoe and prepared to leave. Grandfather Lee, I merely wish to know if such a figure as Lu Banzian exists in the village. Why do you avoid me? I queried, perplexed, as I followed closely behind him. My child, Lu Banzian has been dead for over a decade. He turned to me with a peculiar look, lowering his voice. Do not pry further. It would be wise to heed my warning and be cautious of spirits at night. As he attempted to depart, I hastily detained him. I shall refrain from further inquiries. Grandfatherly, given your vast experience, might you assist me in discerning what this object is? With that, I opened the wooden box I had been holding and presented it to him. Mr. Lee appeared somewhat disdainful as he brushed off the place I had touched, hesitating to reach for the box. Upon casting a sidelong glance, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Oh my child, which young lady bestowed this upon you? I am at a loss, for this morning, I chanced upon a bird at my doorstep. Rubbing my head in confusion, I pondered. Perhaps a maiden has taken a fancy to you, urging you to propose to her. Old Lee, after uttering this incredulous remark, shook his head in disbelief and turned away, evidently reluctant to engage further with me, as if he, like many others, deemed me unworthy of attention. Watching his diminishing silhouette, I glanced at the hair in my hand, and my expression began to darken. Recalling the events inscribed in my notebook that transpired at my home, I resolutely refused to return home, instead meandering through the neighboring village to pass the time. As evening approached and boredom set in, I gradually made my way back home. To my astonishment, upon reaching my doorstep, I discovered another object wrapped in crimson cloth. In a state of panic, I hastily unwrapped it, only to be seized by a chilling sensation. It was yet another wooden box, and within it lay a delicate strand of hair, accompanied by a letter. The fragrance of this hair bore an uncanny resemblance to the sweet aroma of the maiden who had visited me earlier that day. The letter read, "In childhood, I vowed to unite with you in matrimony. A decade has passed since I came to fulfill our promise. It is with great sorrow that I inform you of my mother as passing. I am Bashir Han, wishing to share a lifetime with you, if you do not mind. Should you wish to preserve the lineage of your family, I shall gladly enter your home." Such were the words penned within the letter. I hastily retrieved the items that the magpie had bestowed upon me and, upon comparison, found them to be nearly identical, save for the differing materials of the letters. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Just as confusion enveloped me, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching, followed by a man's voice. "Is the master of the house in? May I trouble you for a cup of water?" Turning around, I beheld an oddly dressed individual at my doorstep. He wore his hair in a bun, donned a gray outfit, and bore a Bagua symbol on his chest. A long sword was slung across his back, accompanied by a rather rustic bundle. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, resembling a beggar, with mud caked on his legs and feet. "Please wait a moment," I said, hurriedly opening the door to fetch him a cup of water. "My family is impoverished. We have worn tattered cloth and straw sandals since childhood, and even our water is carried in a homemade bamboo tube." I handed the large bamboo tube to the man, who gulped it down in one breath and burped before returning it to me. His eyes, however, remained fixed on the interior of my home. "Young brother," I could discern the strong aura of the supernatural from the foot of the mountain. "Recently, has there been any disturbance in your household?" "What disturbance?" I quickly shook my head, my mind preoccupied with the hair and the letters. I hurriedly replied, "No, please leave. My family is poor and has nothing to eat." Indeed, in a state of destitution, after the departure of the little fox, my daily sustenance consisted of sneaking into others' fields to unearth their freshly planted potatoes or stealthily capturing their chickens and geese. Perhaps the villagers were aware of my misdeeds, yet they dared not confront me. "What was that you just brought into the house? Let me have a look." He pointed towards the interior. This individual, dressed in an unusual manner, was a sight I had never encountered before. I couldn't help but worry he might be a bandit. Upon hearing his request to see my belongings, my heart filled with apprehension, and I hastily waved my hands, saying, "My home is as impoverished as can be. I am but a wretched child, orphaned and alone. You would do better to seek your fortunes elsewhere." "Hey, you little rascal, do you take me for a robber?" he replied, his expression one of confusion. He then gestured to his tattered garments. "What is this? A Taoist robe? Can't you see I am a wandering ascetic? A wandering thief?" I quickly retreated into the house, contemplating the changing times where even bandits introduced themselves in such a manner. Clearly aware of my solitary existence and seemingly intent on preying upon me. After a moment of reflection, I decided it prudent to avoid further trouble, promptly stating, "I understand your plight. After all, it is said in books that everyone has their struggles. However, I implore you to seek other targets, for I am truly a wretched child, suffering far more than you." Upon hearing my words, he gazed at me as if I were a curious spectacle, ultimately suppressing a laugh. "Little brother, what does wretched child mean?" I scratched my head, contemplating the implication of being orphaned. As for the trigrams emblazoned on his chest, I recognized them well. They were reminiscent of the attire worn by mediums presiding over funerals when someone had passed. Yet, unlike the customary yellow garments of the mediums, his attire was a tattered gray, clearly scavenged from some forlorn place. How amusing it was. This fool, though dim-witted, possessed a certain charm. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. I feared that he might take offense at my status as an orphan, and in a sudden fit of malice, strike me. Therefore, I quickly donned a facade of congeniality, forcing a silly grin to accompany him in his merriment. However, mere seconds later, His expression froze, transforming into a menacing glare directed at me. Stop laughing. Go fetch that box from inside, or I'll make short work of you. I too became paralyzed, but within moments. I dashed into the room, retrieving the box and handing it over to him. Here, take it. It's not mine anyway. Smart of you, he remarked. Then proceeded to open the box for inspection. Seizing the opportunity while he was preoccupied, I swiftly returned to the room, rummaging beneath a dilapidated pillow to unearth a steel pipe. This object had been salvaged after the little fox had departed. And given that our home was situated on the outskirts of the village, perched on a hillside, it provided me with a semblance of safety during the night. Armed with the steel pipe, I returned to the living room, overhearing the man muttering at the entrance, "Ah, what a wickedly enchanting proposal. Thank goodness this fool encountered me." Summoning all my strength, I charged out and swung the steel pipe towards his head with fervor. Originally, with my meticulous calculations, I anticipated that I could effortlessly bring him down and then summon the villagers to handle the situation. Our region is rather backward. It is not uncommon for thieves to pilfer. Occasionally, we would notice strangers loitering about, and by the next day, one household would invariably find their pots and pans completely ransacked. Thus, the villagers harbor a deep animosity towards these bandits, and I was certain they would assist me. However, when I swung the steel pipe, I was taken aback by the man's remarkable agility. He effortlessly raised his hand and grasped my pipe. What followed was an intense moment of eye contact between us, a silent standoff that lasted a minute or two. Finally, after a prolonged silence, he stiffly inquired, "What are you doing?" Chapter 7. The Old Woman of the Enchanted Forest. I truly cannot conjure a reason devoid of animosity for this steel pipe, and I found myself feigning ignorance on the spot. In our village, there exists an unwritten rule. The foolish are bestowed with fortuitous blessings, and the wretched are easy to sustain. This implies that the more foolishly one behaves, the less interest misfortune has in them. Consequently, some parents even name their children dog, egg, or horse in alignment with this belief. Having grown up without parental guidance, I learned to feign simplicity whenever I ventured into town, where ruffians would often confront me. My naive demeanor would naturally dissuade them from causing me any trouble. Of course, this occurred after the departure of the little fox. During her presence, my life unfolded seamlessly, as no one dared to provoke me. The few simpletons in the village who occasionally sought to teach me a lesson would find themselves in unfortunate predicaments, such as falling from trees while attempting to raid bird nests or suffering snake bites while resting indoors. As I gazed at the man before me, burdened with his own troubles, a sense of despair began to envelop me. I had heard tales of bandits being ruthless and merciless. If all went as expected, I might never again lay eyes on the little fox. Yet, to my surprise, he seized the steel pipe from me and tossed it back, then looked at me and said, "Go, find something to obscure your family's incense, considering you treated me to a drink. I'll aid you in warding off any malevolent spirits tonight." I stared at him for a few seconds, and finally smiled before swiftly slipping into the house and locking the door. "Well, I realize I cannot overpower you, but I must confess that my family is truly impoverished, and I have survived by pilfering from others. Therefore, allow me to recommend a place. The first house at the village entrance is quite affluent, boasting dozens of chickens. You might consider stealing from there." The first house at the village entrance belongs to Zhang Teju. As I passed by his doorstep on ordinary days, I neither provoked nor antagonized him. Yet he took pleasure in splashing water on me and hurling insults. At times, he even barred my passage altogether. How could I not harbor resentment? Xiaodao is no brigand. He is a priest descended from Mao Shan. Isn't it evident that your family has been visited by spirits? He shouted from outside. I remained silent, having never heard of any such cat mountain or dog mountain, nor did I comprehend what a thief priest might be, perhaps a title of honor among bandits. After securing the door, I chose to disregard him, hastily grabbing the torch I had prepared earlier and stealthily exiting through the back door. I was unperturbed by any potential retribution from him. If I failed to locate the little fox to the east, I would simply leave this place altogether. The most valuable possession in my home was nothing more than a leaky pot, which he was welcome to take. After all, the villagers have never embraced me. And with the little fox gone, I had waited 18 years without a single relative seeking me out. Alas, this desolate mountain village holds no allure. Perhaps wandering beyond its confines would not be worse. I meandered eastward through the forest on the back mountain, primarily to evade the watchful eyes of the village elders, who would undoubtedly attempt to restrain me. This detour consumed half the day, and by the time I entered the woods at the foot of the eastern hillside, twilight had begun to envelop the landscape. I had never ventured to this side before, and upon my arrival, I discovered the woods to be shrouded in darkness, thick with a tangled web of thorny vines. The surrounding fields, once cultivated, appeared to have been forsaken for many years, devoid of any semblance of life. Just as I had plunged into the inky blackness of the forest, I suddenly perceived a figure approaching from within. The trees were densely packed, allowing only a faint glimmer of sunlight to penetrate, rendering the silhouette rigid and startling, causing me to gasp in fright and retreat hastily. Moments later, an elderly woman, leaning upon a cane, emerged at a leisurely pace. She was unfamiliar to me, as no such character resided in the village. Stooped and hunchbacked, her form was frail, yet she was adorned in splendid attire. The flesh of her face sagged slightly, and upon catching my first glimpse of her visage, I was taken aback. Upon her emergence, she did not acknowledge my presence, but instead surveyed her surroundings with a forlorn expression. Soon, she began to weep, lamenting, "Oh, my poor girl, missing for 18 years. The house has been occupied by others. Where could you possibly have gone?" Without a moment's hesitation, I sidestepped her, intending to delve deeper into the woods. It was not a lack of compassion on my part, but rather the unsettling appearance of the old woman who had appeared in a place typically shunned by all, leaving me to question her nature, whether she was human or specter. However, I had scarcely taken a few steps when the old woman inquired, "Young man, have you seen a woman?" She appeared quite gentle, having once resided in this grove. Had humans inhabited this place previously? I paused for a moment, then turned to her and inquired, "Elderly lady, are you referring to a beautiful girl dressed in a white gown?" "Oh, she is of similar age to me and visited my home just this morning." "Is she the one you seek? Of similar age to you?" The old woman pondered with her head bowed, then shook her head and replied, "No, it was a woman. Hee. Her child went missing in this area, and she moved into this grove, searching tirelessly for her child. In the earlier years, she would return home every few years, but now, 18 years have passed without a single visit. I worry something may have happened to her, which is why I came to check. However, the place where my daughter used to stay is now occupied by others, and I cannot find my daughter anywhere. It truly troubles this old woman." I thought to myself, how can this be? I have lived in this village for 18 years and have never heard of a woman residing in this grove. Even if it were mentioned in that notebook, this place is deemed a forbidden area. With that thought, I shook my head and replied, "Well, I do not know. Perhaps you should continue searching." As I prepared to leave, the old woman asked again, "Oh, by the way, young man, do you know what has become of the Wei family in this village? My daughter had a conflict with them, and I must inquire if they are responsible for her misfortune." Upon hearing the surname Wei, I could not suppress a tremor that coursed through my body. If that notebook were indeed true, could it be that our family is connected to the Wei family? This is not the primary reason for my trepidation, rather. It is the familiarity of the surrounding villages, where it seems everyone bears the surnames Zhang or Li. I have never encountered a family with the surname Wei, except for the young lady who mentioned it this morning, and I have only seen the character in my notes today. Could it be that you are a child of the Wei family? The old woman gazed at me, and I witnessed her expression shift from dullness to malevolence. No, that is not the case. I hastily waved my hands in denial. "Then what is your name?" She fixed her gaze upon me with an intense glare. I had heard that when a stranger with peculiar behavior inquires about your name, it is prudent to refrain from disclosing it, lest you attract the attention of spirits. In a rush, I stammered, I am called Zhang Taiju." "Ah, thank you very much." The old woman regarded me with palpable skepticism, lingering for what felt like an eternity, causing me to freeze in place. After scrutinizing me for a considerable time, she finally leaned on her cane and slowly made her way toward a patch of desolate land. I exhaled in relief and turned to ignite my torch to venture into the woods, only to be startled when the old woman's voice suddenly emerged from barely a meter away. "Young man, what is your purpose in the woods?" My heart skipped a beat. Who is this person, moving without a sound? Feeling guilty for my deceit, I trembled and replied, Well, my sister is missing, and I am going to search for her." "Do not search any longer. Take the old woman to the Wei residence. If you find my daughter, I shall be most grateful to you." As she spoke, the old woman reached out and grasped my arm. To my astonishment, the elderly woman, despite her advanced age, possessed an extraordinary strength. Her grip on my hand felt akin to that of an iron vice, rendering me utterly immobile, sending a shiver of dread coursing through me. I thought to myself, where could I possibly take you to find the Wei family? If I were to lead you on a wild goose chase, my earlier deception would be utterly ruined. I need to find my sister. Could you please let go of me?" I gently pushed against her hand. As I drew closer, I noticed an unusual aura surrounding her, neither entirely unpleasant, yet distinctly peculiar. "Ha. Are you perhaps fabricating stories? You must be one of the Wei family as children, am I correct?" To my dismay, she had seen through my ruse, her gaze piercing and sinister. "Listen well. If you do not escort this old woman to the Wei family, misfortune may befall you." A tremor coursed through me, and I instantly realized I was in the presence of something malevolent. In a panic, I struck at her hand with an unlit torch, exclaiming, "Let go of me. You old hag, I do not know you." To my surprise, the old woman appeared impervious to pain, her hand seemingly welded to my wrist. She smiled at me, saying, "Good child, not only will you not guide me, but you also dare to strike me? So young, yet so careless with your life. Hehehe." As she spoke, I noticed her swallow, a predatory glint in her eyes, as if she were contemplating devouring me. After her unsettling words, She began to drag me into the depths of the forest. I struggled with all my might, yet found my strength woefully inadequate against hers, no matter how I writhed. She remained steadfast, and even more bizarrely, I felt an inexplicable force silencing my cries, my mouth seemingly sealed shut, unable to utter a sound. Just as I found myself engulfed in despair, feeling as though I were trapped in a nightmare, a sweet and melodious voice suddenly emerged from the darkened woods. "Old hag, take your appetite elsewhere. Release him, or I shall devour you." Upon hearing the cry, the old woman froze, her eyes fixated on the forest, only to break into a sinister laugh. "Hee hee hee, what creature dares to challenge me? The old hag." At that moment, a man's voice resonated from the depths of the woods. "Regardless of what you are, it is best for you to leave." This voice, imbued with a masculine strength, carried an icy undertone of menace that startled even me. Upon hearing this voice, the old woman trembled as she grasped my hand, but then she abruptly released me. "Such formidable energy, I know not from which celestial being it originates. I apologize for my impudence. Farewell." With that, she turned and retreated behind me. I hastily rose from the ground and glanced back, only to find that the old hag had vanished without a trace. I slapped myself hard, realizing this was no dream. My face burned with a stinging pain. Chapter 8. The enigmatic girl in the ruined temple. In an instant, goosebumps erupted across my skin. The village's legends were indeed grounded in reality. This place was not to be trifled with. With this thought, I turned and fled down the path from whence I came. Yet, after only a few steps, the voice of that girl echoed once more. "Where are you going? Running to the wild temple?" A chill ran down my spine as I glanced back toward the source of the voice, only to be met with an abyss of darkness. The forest exuding an eerie stillness, devoid of any human presence. I hastily resumed my flight toward home, pondering the authenticity of the notes I had encountered and questioning my own identity as Wei Qing. If it were true, how could any parent willingly cast their child into such peril? Was this truly a place for humans? Just as I contemplated this, a sudden cooing sound emerged from the thicket before me, followed by the abrupt appearance of a pale figure that dashed toward me. Before I could comprehend the situation, it leapt into my arms, licking my face fervently. I stood there, momentarily petrified, overwhelmed by a familiar scent and sensation. As I finally recognized the adorable creature nestled in my embrace, I was utterly transfixed. A little fox? I could scarcely believe my eyes. Rubbing them vigorously to affirm the reality of this enchanting being I had sought for 3 long years, my nose tinged with a poignant ache, and tears streamed down my cheeks. I clutched the little fox tightly, exclaiming, "Little fox, it truly is you. I have searched for you so desperately. Where have you been all these years? You have finally returned." The little fox appeared to be quite sorrowful, its head resting against my chest as it nuzzled against me. Yet, after but a few gentle nudges, it suddenly lifted its head and let out a series of soft sounds, licking my chin before it abruptly wriggled free from my embrace and dashed towards the woods. "Little fox, where are you going? Don't run away," I called out in a flurry. The little fox glanced back at me, uttering a couple more soft calls, its head persistently gesturing towards the forest. Then, in a flash, it disappeared into the inky darkness of the trees. Panic surged within me. After such a difficult search, I had feared it was lost forever. Why would it run away now that I had finally found it? Wiping away a tear, I hurried after it, exclaiming, "Little fox, wait for me. Don't run. Please don't leave me." Upon entering the woods, I discovered it crouched within, seemingly waiting for me. However, as I approached, it sprang up and swiftly continued deeper into the forest, as if intentionally leading me somewhere. Eagerly, I followed its trail, running for what felt like an eternity. Within the dense thicket, where visibility was nearly non-existent, the little fox vanished from sight. Yet, ahead, a crimson glow emerged, revealing a quaint 2-story house, the warm light emanating from its windows. A flurry of tales and legends from the village flooded my mind. Could this be the fabled shrine spoken of in whispers? Upon closer inspection, I noticed vibrant red silk and flowers adorning the windows, along with large, auspicious characters affixed to the panes, symbols I recognized from the village traditions, often displayed when welcoming a new bride. What a curious situation this is. Could it be that someone is here to receive a new bride? I stood there, momentarily bewildered, my mind consumed with thoughts of how to locate the little fox. Suddenly, the window on the 2nd floor creaked open, and to my astonishment, a girl adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes appeared at the sill. She held a round embroidered fan in her hand, and the jewels on her crown glimmered in the light. Her delicate, fair face, with enchanting phoenix eyes and a charming little mouth with red lips, captivated me completely. It was the first time in my life I had encountered such a beautiful girl. She shyly smiled at me, revealing 2 particularly alluring dimples, then bashfully covered her face with the fan, peeking at me through a small opening. "Princess, quickly cover your face with the red veil. Did we not say that you must not let the groom see you before the marriage?" This voice drifted down from upstairs. The girl then pouted, playfully sticking out her tongue at me before tilting her head mischievously and retreating from the window. I swallowed hard, pondering the peculiarity of this desolate place. How could such a stunning girl appear here? Was I perhaps seeing a ghost? If she were a specter, I feared I would lose all interest in the living. Yet, lost in my reverie, I shook my head, retrieved the lighter I had found in town from my pocket, ignited the torch in my hand, and began to search for the little fox. All I desired was to find my little fox, even if that old woman were to pursue me. I would not fear her in the slightest. I simply wished to find my little fox. Little fox, little fox. I illuminated the surroundings of the house with my torch, tears streaming down my face, calling out for my little fox to come back home. Don't search anymore. Your little fox is inside the house. Please, come in. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed from the temple. With a creak, I turned to see the door on the first floor swing open, revealing a girl clad in a flowing white garment. She possessed a delicate, youthful face, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. Mississippi, are you saying my little fox is in your home? I gently wiped away my tears and cautiously stepped back, sensing an otherworldly aura emanating from her, which made her appear anything but ordinary. Yes, please come in, she nodded, smiling at me. I think I shall refrain from entering. If my little fox has truly wandered into your home, could you kindly assist me in releasing her? Thank you. I spoke nervously, glancing upwards to see the girl adorned with a phoenix crown peeking at me once more, stifling her laughter. Upon noticing my gaze, she quickly retreated inside. Today is a momentous occasion for your little fox. How could she possibly come out? The girl chuckled, covering her mouth. That won't be necessary, dear lady. If my little fox is not with you, I must continue my search for her. I waved my hand dismissively, forcing a smile, and prepared to retreat, seeking an opportunity to escape. If the little fox were truly inside, it would surely come running out upon hearing my voice, and even under duress, it would call out to me. This house bears no difference from a temple, exuding an intense and eerie atmosphere. I worry that the inhabitants within are not of the virtuous sort. As I prepared to leave, the young woman's eyes suddenly darted. Yet she uttered not a word and retreated into the house to close the door. However, shortly thereafter, she appeared by the second-floor window, triumphantly holding up the little fox for me to see. Look, I did not deceive you. Come in and take your little fox home. The little fox chirped at me pitifully. You, release it. Upon witnessing the little fox in her grasp, my heart quivered, and I instinctively moved to push the door open. Yet, just as I was about to act, a rigid hand suddenly seized my arm with a vice-like grip. I shuddered and swiftly turned around, only to find a figure standing behind me, the very man who had introduced himself as a thief in my home. He gazed coldly at the second floor, sneering, "Do not go in. If you do, your life may be in peril. Let go. Do not interfere with me." I struggled desperately, my mind fixated on a singular thought: rescue the little fox. Even knowing the danger that awaited me inside, even if it meant death, I would not hesitate. During the 3 years the little fox had been away from me, I had long understood the essence of my existence. Without it, living was tantamount to dying. What nonsense about a little fox? This is clearly a den of vixens. I demand you step aside. The man bellowed at me with a surprising ferocity, his strength propelling me several meters away, causing me to lose my footing and fall to the ground. He then grasped a finger, swiftly unsheathing the sword from his back, and shouted towards the upper floor, "Bold demon, how dare you entice a young man in broad daylight? I shall wreak havoc upon your den and take your wretched life." Upon finishing his proclamation, he retrieved a yellow slip of paper from his pocket and affixed it to the sword, swirling it in the air. To my astonishment, the paper ignited spontaneously. "Heaven bears witness, and the earth possesses spirit. Ancestor of the 3 purities, manifest your powers swiftly. Assist me in vanquishing this demon and slaying the malevolent spirit." As per the decree, the man recited an incantation filled with peculiar phrases, and I beheld a flash of red light emanating from the sword in his grasp. He then raised the sword and leaped effortlessly to the second floor in a single bound. I stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What sort of ability was this? Enabling one to leap 3 or 4 meters high? How impressive. Perhaps if I endeared myself to him, he could help me retrieve the little fox. However, just as the man was about to crash through the window, a pair of luminous eyes suddenly appeared atop the temple, glowing with an eerie white light. The sight of these eyes sent chills down my spine. A deep voice soon followed. From the Maoshan school, "I am the 9 heavens calamity of Qingqiu. Depart at once." That voice, it was the very same that had frightened away the old woman moments ago. The 9 heavens calamity. Was it not the father of the 3 little foxes mentioned in the notes? Could it be true? Was everything written in the notes indeed real? Upon hearing the sound, the man standing on the second-floor windowsill suddenly found his previously imposing demeanor dissipated like mist. Startled as if confronted by a specter, he lost his balance and fell. Once on the ground, he hastily planted his long sword beside him and knelt reverently, addressing the orb atop the building with utmost deference. I, a mere mortal, was unaware that it was the esteemed immortal at work. I humbly beseech your forgiveness for any disturbance caused. Chapter 9. Is she a little fox? Do not worry. You may go ahead. Be sure to convey my regards to your master." Once the man's voice faded away, I observed the pair of white eyes atop the roof gradually dimming until they vanished entirely. "Understood. I shall take my leave now." The man, with utmost reverence, promptly began to gather his belongings and turned to depart. However, after merely a few steps, he suddenly pivoted and playfully kicked me in the rear, exclaiming, "You, lad, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry inside." I comprehended. Alarmed, I instinctively rose to follow him. Yet, to my astonishment, this man acted in such an unprincipled manner, swiftly hoisting me up with surprising ease. My struggles were in vain, and in a bewildered state, I found myself unceremoniously ushered through the door, which he then firmly shut behind him. As I regained my footing and shook my head to gather my thoughts, preparing to flee, I discovered that the little girl from earlier was watching me, stifling her laughter as she gazed at my feet. I bent down to inspect them, only to find my toes coated in a deep, inky blackness, having lost one of my straw sandals, leaving me in a most disheveled state. The little girl, observing my soiled feet, stifled another giggle and pointed to a nearby bucket, saying, "Young sir, do hasten to change and wash, ascend the stairs to meet your little fox." I nearly wept, gently extending my hand to pull the door, only to find it firmly locked tight. "Well, I realize you are not entirely malevolent. Ahem, I know you are good people. There's no need for a bath. I just washed in the river last month. Good deeds beget rewards, so please return my little fox and let us go, will you?" I implored desperately. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then said, "You wish to take your little fox away? Very well, but you must behave. Wash yourself and change into these clothes, then come upstairs to fetch your fox. If you do not comply, we shall torment your little fox." The girl seemed unafraid of my escape, and after speaking, she cheerfully sauntered upstairs. I could still hear her voice from above, "Princess, he's so foolish, yet rather endearing, hee. Hee. How could one not be foolish? No one taught him since childhood. He is simply a great fool." I recognized the latter part of her words. It was the voice of the girl from the woods when the old woman dragged me in. I thought to myself, what a mess I've made of my life, growing up in confusion. Aside from stealing potatoes from others, pilfering eggs from chicken coops, sneaking into banquets with the little fox to swipe food, and once, I even spied on a girl bathing. Well, it's better not to count. But upon reflection, I realized I had committed quite a few misdeeds. Yet, could it really be that I would encounter so many specters in just one day? Encountering a ghost is but a mere brush with death. However, if my suspicions hold true, then as I hesitated, the voice of the young girl from above echoed, "Dear husband, please hurry. Otherwise, the little fox will perish. Please don't harm it. I shall ascend immediately." A flicker of hope lingered in my heart. After speaking, I hastily discarded my tattered garments, leaving on a single worn straw sandal, and leapt into the nearby water bucket. After a hasty wash, I quickly donned the clothing beside me. This attire was familiar. It was what Lee Ergo had worn during his wedding to his new bride. Gazing at the fabric, I pondered my upbringing, raised without a father or mother. My knowledge was gleaned from fragmented lessons of elementary school, and my understanding of ghosts and spirits came solely from the village elders' warnings meant to deter me from this place. I had no true comprehension of what a ghost was, only that they were said to consume the living. Upon first glimpsing the adorned girl upstairs, I had immediately categorized her as a specter. Yet, this ghost was not nearly as terrifying as the village elders had described. She did not possess the appearance of a man-eater. Moments later, clad in the borrowed attire and barefoot, I timidly ascended the staircase to the second floor, peering cautiously upward. The modest room was adorned with crimson decorations, and upon a large red bed sat the figure of a girl dressed in a red wedding gown, her face veiled. The other young girl had vanished. The person seated on the bed was indeed the girl I had seen earlier, anxiously clutching a fan. "My lady, may I inquire about the whereabouts of my little fox?" I summoned my courage to ask. The young woman on the bed gently lifted her crimson veil, revealing an exquisite visage. She cast a furtive glance my way before hastily lowering it again, her hands clasped demurely before her abdomen as her head bowed in bashfulness. "What a fool. Is that little fox of yours truly significant?" "Indeed, it is of utmost importance. It is my only companion. Where have you taken it?" In my agitation, I ascended the stairs. Before I knew it, I stood before the girl, unafraid, and boldly inquired, "I am aware you are a spirit, attempting to seduce me into marriage, only to consume me afterward. Am I correct?" "Very well, I am not afraid, but could you at least return my little fox?" "Ah, you foolish mortal. Who would have thought that after 3 years, you would acquire such knowledge?" Suddenly, she unveiled her face, her enchanting phoenix eyes fixed curiously upon me, her head tilted slightly. This playful gesture immediately conjured images of the little fox in my mind, who delighted in perching before me, its clever little head bobbing side to side. The resemblance was uncanny. Furthermore, her affectionate tone and the mention of our 3-year separation left me momentarily speechless, finally stammering, You seem to know me?" "Of course I do. There is a mole upon your posterior." Upon uttering this, She bashfully covered her face with the veil once more. I quickly placed a hand over my rear, exclaiming, "How do you know that? You have a penchant for reading and enjoy perching atop the school wall." She lifted her veil again, gazing at me with a shy smile. I was about to voice my astonishment when she, with a pitiful pout, remarked, "You lack compassion. You often scold me without reason." Before I could respond, her captivating phoenix eyes suddenly cast their gaze downwards, and with a remarkably serene tone, she continued, "Your dream is to have parents who care for you, just like other children. Every time you sit at the door gazing at the stars and moon, you express your solitude and desire for companionship. How do you know all this?" Upon hearing her words, I felt as if I comprehended everything yet remained stubbornly resistant to acceptance. "You wish to know, don't you? I shan't reveal it." She abruptly changed her demeanor, sticking out her tongue at me before lowering her red veil. "If that's the case, will you return the little fox to me?" Clinging to a shred of hope, I bent down to peer beneath the bed, the only hiding place in this sparsely furnished room, devoid of any other furniture. "How can you be so oblivious? The little fox you seek is none other than this princess. The princess is the little fox." She lifted her red veil again, her delicate lips pressed together adorably. I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing her charming red face, then murmured, "Could it be that what the notebook mentioned is true? Indeed, I am the bride your mother sought for you. I am the fox spirit. What do you think? Are you frightened?" She made a playful face. "AF fox spirit?" I exclaimed in astonishment. However, I soon scratched the back of my head, pondering what a vixen truly was, having never encountered one since childhood. Attempting to feign fear, I realized I lacked the ability to do so. There exists a saying, "A young calf fears not the tiger," and I am indeed a pure, untainted calf. If you wish to frighten me, at least do so with a more formidable appearance, right? Indeed, my entire family comprises vixens, particularly my father, who is rather fierce. He once warned me that if I dared to bully him, he would inform my father, who would flay my skin. She dismissed it lightly, making a face to scare me. This time, I truly shivered in response. Observing my reaction, she continued, "He would also extract your tendons. Oh, and he would certainly break your legs." She concluded with a serious tone, then quickly pouted and lowered her red veil. I scratched my head again. "Please wait a moment." After speaking, I dashed downstairs. "Where are you going?" she inquired. I remained silent, rummaging through the tattered garments until I finally unearthed my notebook and then ascended the stairs without hesitation, seating myself at the edge of the bed to peruse its contents. The girl, curious, leaned in, resting her hands on her face as she joined me in reading. "This little fox was sought from Qingqiu Mountain. You mean to say that the large fox with many tails is your father, correct?" I pointed to the passage in the notebook regarding the search for a bride in Qingqiu Mountain and asked her. "Yes," she replied sweetly, nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice. Chapter 10. Hu Qingtian. My countenance shifted dramatically as I promptly closed my notebook, intently gazing at her diminutive, seemingly insatiable lips. "Could you show me what you look like as a little fox? Is that permissible?" "Absolutely not." She immediately averted her gaze, the glimmering beads atop her crown swaying in response. "When I was still a little fox, you always frightened me. I have vowed never to be your little fox again." "Humph. Then what do you wish to be?" I furrowed my brow, questioning her true identity as a little fox. According to my notes, encountering a little fox in this dilapidated temple was indeed plausible. If she could genuinely transform into one, I would struggle to accept such a reality. Yet I would unreservedly trust her. Such a situation would be challenging for anyone to accept. Having lived for 18 years, I had never encountered anything so peculiar. "I wish to be your wife." She suddenly appeared quite bashful, crossing her hands over her lap, lowering her head with a shy smile. Her eyes were remarkably innocent, and she spoke those words with an earnestness that was utterly disarming. "But if you do not become a little fox, how can I ascertain whether you are deceiving me?" Observing her harmless demeanor, the last vestiges of my trepidation evaporated. Her big, glistening eyes darted about, and she proposed, "How about this? You first marry me and take me home. I will recount all the places we visited and the things we did as children. If I am mistaken, you may dismiss me." Upon hearing her words, I lowered my head and fixated on the tattered notebook for a considerable time, my expression suddenly turning somber. "Hey, what's wrong?" She tilted her head to look at me, furrowing her brow. "Is this method still ineffective? What is your name?" I softly inquired, still gazing at the notebook. "My name is Qing Tian, with Qing meaning fox, and Tian from the phrase stunning beauty. It was bestowed upon me by my father." As she spoke, her small mouth pouted in displeasure. "I have longed to reveal my true form and inform you of my name. It is rather vexing to be addressed as Little Fox daily, as if I were your pet dog." I offered a wry smile, about to respond when the enigmatic voice that had previously banished that man echoed from downstairs once more. "Qi Tian, did your father not advise you? Marriage is no trifling matter. Why are you indulging in idle chatter?" "Oh, I understand, father." Qi Tian acknowledges her mistake. The girl appeared startled by this voice and promptly lay back down, her expression tense as she beckoned me with a hand. This is dire. My father is coming. Quickly, join me in bed. His temper is quite fearsome. If he disapproves of you, he may very well devour you. Her father must be the one with those glowing white eyes atop the temple, an unsettling sight that caused a shiver to run down my spine. You may come. It matters not. After all, I'm already your wife, so sharing a bed is hardly an issue. She stated earnestly before shyly closing her eyes. I gazed upon her delicate and enchanting visage, unable to suppress a slight pursing of my lips, ultimately remaining still, listlessly gathering my notes and sinking into silence. Hey, what are you doing? My father is truly fearsome, she exclaimed, her urgency betraying genuine concern as it became evident that her distress was not feigned. If you truly are the little fox, it would mean that my parents are indeed gone. I shall never see them again in this lifetime. My eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. It was not that my heart lacked fortitude, nor was I prone to weeping. Throughout my life, no matter how arduous or solitary my existence, I had never shed a single tear, save for those shed for the little fox. From the age of 6, I had learned to weave straw sandals for myself, clad in garments that the little fox had somehow procured from adults, wrapping them around my young frame, coupled with my penchant for rolling around in the dirt, leaving me both filthy and unseemly. In those days, I lacked understanding, often darting about the village. It could be said that the disdain from the surrounding countryside ran deep within their bones. Even those who were ostensibly kind to me would merely toss a couple of buns at my feet, treating me with the same contempt as one might show a dog. Whenever I attempted to sneak a peek at the classroom over the wall, I was invariably spotted by the teachers, who also looked down upon me for my poverty and dirtiness. Yet, I was thick-skinned, utterly oblivious to their scorn, even mistaking the smiles on their faces for a form of affection directed towards me. I have long harbored a deep-seated envy for children blessed with the love of both parents. Since the tender age of 7, I have often found myself retreating to the shadows, observing those fortunate souls who bask in the affection of their mothers and fathers, as well as the adoration of their grandparents. Witnessing the unwavering care bestowed upon them by their guardians frequently brings an involuntary smile to my lips. My mind is perpetually consumed with thoughts of my own parents. Where have they vanished to? Why have they left me to dwell alone in this house? Are they laboring in distant lands, toiling to earn a living with the hope of one day returning to whisk me away from this solitude? On moonlit nights, I find solace in gazing at the stars from my doorstep. In moments of vulnerability, I confide my loneliness to a little fox that wanders by. Yet the singular wish that resides in my heart is to await the day when my parents return home to see me. However, if the girl has spoken truthfully, if the contents of the journal are indeed real, then my father and mother have long since departed from this world, and the dreams I cherished have been utterly shattered. What's the matter with you? The girl, noticing the glimmer of tears in my eyes, furrows her delicate brows and sits up, her expression filled with concern for my plight. I grit my teeth, forcing back the tears that threaten to spill, intending to assure her that I am fine. Yet, before I can utter a word, the voice of the man downstairs pierces the air once more. Ching Ching, bring that boy down. Father, he has been frightened to tears by you. Would you kindly leave soon? Ching Ching has already committed her father's words to memory. The girl's voice was remarkably gentle after speaking. She carefully wiped away my tears with her sleeve, which exuded a faint fragrance. Pouting, she said, don't worry, my father will not harm you. I only fear he may cause you distress. I was wrong. I promise I will never frighten you again. Please, do not cry. Just then, her father's voice echoed from downstairs. The girl gazed at me, momentarily taken aback, before responding earnestly, I understand. Father, when one marries a chicken, one follows the chicken. When one marries a dog, one follows the dog. I will stay by my husband's side, protect him, and care for him. Furthermore, I must teach him the value of hard work so that he may someday become a worthy son-in-law to you. Very well. When I am not around, what shall you do if danger arises? I will handle what I can on my own. If I cannot, I will seek you out. If you are in seclusion, I shall inform my elder sisters. The girl articulated her thoughts fluently, clearly having been instructed by her father on numerous occasions prior. Additionally, the Fox family here is unaware that we are safeguarding this young man. They merely respect your father's presence. However, with your father retreating for a period, which could range from 3 to 5 years or even a century, the Fox family will soon come to disturb this young man once they no longer sense your father's influence. I know you are clever, my dear, but do not underestimate the cunning of the Fox family. If you encounter difficulties, remember to seek assistance from your elder sisters. I understand, father. You need not worry, she replied, her voice tinged with assurance. And there is no need for you to repeat this matter, is there? Indeed, the Fox family harbors a profound fear of you. Their respect is merely a facade, concealing their clandestine ambitions to undermine us. Thus, when our father is absent, Ching Ching must conceal her true identity. The girl, with an innocent demeanor, spoke earnestly, only to suddenly recall something. She dashed barefoot down the stairs, exclaiming, "Father, I have a plan. Let Wei Jing learn the ways of the Tao. He is quite clever, merely lacking exposure. But practitioners of the Tao often encounter the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings. What if he brings misfortune upon you? This matter rests solely upon his fate. You must not interfere." "Oh, Ching understands. Then I shall take my leave. Remember, this boy's parents are benefactors to you 3 sisters, as well as to your mother. He may not possess a fortunate destiny, but beyond repaying their kindness, you must treat him well." After a considerable time, the girl returned upstairs, lifting her skirt with a charming smile, accompanied by the little girl in white. "Wei Jing, please do not harbor any anger. I understand you are uncomfortable here. Would you return home and await my return? I promise to arrive tomorrow in grand fashion, marrying into your family without reservation. From then on, I shall never flee again, and I will treat you with the utmost care." Her gaze remained tender as she looked at me. "Are you truly a little fox?" I rose and asked earnestly. She furrowed her brows. The change in her demeanor was swift, and in the next moment, she sat in her chair, fuming. "You still do not trust me? Leave, for if I become angry, I might not be able to restrain myself from striking you." "I did not mean it that way. Then I shall wait for you at home." I noticed her petite hand clenched into a fist, and after she spoke, I hurriedly sidestepped her and dashed downstairs. "Brother-in-law, do arrange the new house nicely. See you tomorrow," the young girl called out from behind. I dared not respond and quickly pulled open the door, only to find a man with a long sword standing before me, gazing at me with a look of utter despair. "What are you still doing here?" I recoiled back into the temple, wondering if the girl's father had passed, and this fellow had come for vengeance. "Ah, your father-in-law has entrusted me to protect you for a few days. Let us go. I seem to have drawn the short straw," he said, and turning with his sword, he began to leave. After walking a few meters, he realized I had not moved and turned back to look at me. "Listen well. I am a genuine Taoist from Maoshan. Do you know what a Taoist is? One who subdues demons and banishes evil spirits." "Huh. If I were a villain, would you still be alive?" I paused for a moment, contemplating his words, and finding them reasonable, I hurriedly ignited the torch I had brought and followed him. "If you are truly a demon-slaying Taoist, why then do you fear the father of the little fox? Are they not considered monsters? Monsters are indeed monsters. But when they reach a certain level of cultivation, they become great immortals. Do you know who your father-in-law is? Ah, the 9-tailed fox. Even my master, who once nearly ascended to the position of the head of Maoshan, must afford it a modicum of respect. You, foolish lad, remain blissfully unaware of the fortuitous fate that has befallen you. Could they be deceiving me? I find myself yearning for confirmation, to ascertain whether I am ensnared in a dream." "Deceive you? Why would they do that?" He suddenly halted, turning to gaze at me. "Let me tell you, young man, your brow is darkening. It appears you have attracted the attention of various entities. The only path to salvation lies in appeasing your bride. Do not jeopardize this matter. Return home, tidy your room. One must present oneself appropriately when marrying." "And what of you?" I inquired. He shifted his tone, frequently glancing towards the shadowy woods, clearly intent on departing. "Ah, as night falls and the moon waxes full, an array of strange entities emerge from this ancient forest. I must attend to urgent matters first." "Take this," he said, handing me a small object. I illuminated it with my torch and inspected it. It was a multifaceted mirror adorned with a Bagua symbol on its reverse side, appearing rather peculiar. "Go now, do not heed the words of strangers. Should someone call your name, do not turn back. If a stranger manifests before you, use this artifact to reflect them. What you see in the mirror is what they are. In such moments, remain silent and treat them as if they do not exist, and you shall escape unscathed." His voice echoed through the woods as he swiftly leaped into the treetops, vanishing into the darkness without a trace. Chapter 11. Someone at home. The speed at which he departed left me utterly stunned, as I gazed at the direction of his exit, unable to regain my composure for an extended period. It was not until a chilling breeze swept by, sending a shiver down my spine, that I snapped back to reality. I had intended to cast one last glance at the young lady on the second floor, to see if she was peering down at me, but upon looking up, I noticed that the lanterns in the upper room had extinguished, shrouding the house in a somber stillness. Under the flickering light, it resembled an ancient grave, standing there, seemingly watching me with an eerie gaze. Had the 2 young ladies departed? I swallowed hard and hastily fled towards the woods, despite my efforts to heed the man's warnings. I mismanaged the flame during my hurried escape, causing the torch to be extinguished. As I anxiously fumbled for my lighter to reignite it, a feeble, aged voice suddenly emerged beside me. "You stepped on my hair. It hurts so much." The voice was alarmingly close, scarcely half a meter away, as if an almost lifeless elder was speaking in a strained whisper. My skin prickled with goosebumps. When I finally ignited the torch, I beheld a raised mound of earth where the voice had emanated, overgrown with dense wild grass. At that moment, I realized my foot was resting upon a tuft of grass atop a grave. Even more chilling was the sight that met my eyes upon closer inspection. Nestled within a crevice of a stone atop the grave, a pair of eyes, no larger than peas, were fixed upon me, accompanied by a triangular-shaped head and a snake coiled upon the mound. A sudden chill surged through me, racing up to the crown of my head. Without a moment's hesitation, I bolted, traversing a journey that would typically take 30 minutes in a mere 20, panting as I returned to the village. Our village comprises over 20 households, with my family residing on the opposite hillside, while the rest are congregated in a single area, affording them an unobstructed view of my home. As I approached the doorway of one household, I noticed something peculiar in the distance. From afar, it appeared that my house was aglow with candlelight. I halted in my tracks, pondering the strange occurrence. Had that girl named Ching Ching arrived at my home ahead of me? Or were they simply deceiving me, fabricating tales about notes? Had my parents returned? Just as I was filled with excitement and confusion, the window of the house before me swung open, and an elderly man with a bowl in hand leaned out, gazing at me. "Hey, boy, where did you find yourself a wife? She looks quite charming." Wife? I glanced back at the candlelight emanating from my home and promptly turned to leave. These villagers had never harbored good intentions when speaking to me. I remembered vividly how, as a child, I had never tasted white rice. They would deliberately flaunt their bowls in front of me, a reminder of the endless humiliation I had endured at their hands. "Just a moment ago, your wife came to my house asking for rice and candles. The old man called after me. She claimed to be your wife. I couldn't believe it. And look at you, dressed as a groom. Quite the sight. Ha. The boy has grown up and made something of himself." The old fellow continued to shout from behind. I paid him no mind and swiftly dashed back home along the mountain path. As I descended to the foot of the hill, I pondered whether I had perhaps misjudged the distance, but upon arriving at my doorstep, I was indeed greeted by the radiant glow of candlelight emanating from the living room and kitchen. The sound of chopping vegetables echoed from within the house. I was utterly bewildered. Stealthily, I approached the kitchen window for a glimpse inside, and to my astonishment, I beheld a girl clad in a white dress, diligently chopping vegetables while adorned with an apron. Though I had taken care to be quiet, she immediately sensed my presence, turned to glance at me, and then smiled sweetly. "Wei Qing, you're back?" This was the very girl who had claimed to be my wife when she visited my doorstep earlier that day. Under the flickering candlelight, her flawless, fair complexion appeared innocent and pure, while her sparkling, doe-like eyes made my heart skip a beat. Yet, it struck me as peculiar. Even if the tales recorded in my notes were true, my wife should rightfully be Hu Qingqing. How did she materialize here? Who exactly are you? I swallowed hard. She gently dried her small hands on her apron, shyly tucked her long hair behind her ear, and with her head bowed, replied, I'm your wife. Surely you already know that? At this point, I found myself utterly perplexed. In my solitude, my home had not even been graced by the presence of a single insect. How was it that today, as if haunted by phantoms, not one but two mysterious wives had appeared? Upon reflecting on this, I felt compelled to enter the house and inquire about the situation, yet the kitchen door was locked, compelling me to navigate through the living room. Our modest abode, constructed from bricks and tiles, features a kitchen on the left, an ancestral hall at its center, and the living room on the right, with the bedrooms situated within the confines of the kitchen and living room. The layout is rather simplistic, yet as I passed through the ancestral hall, I noticed an odd occurrence. The incense in the center was obscured by a tattered quilt. This brought to mind the second letter I had received, which instructed me to cover the incense. Furthermore, when the Taoist came to my aid, he also urged me to obscure the incense, claiming it would help dispel malevolent forces. What profound significance lies within this? Before I could reach the kitchen, the door swung open, revealing the girl with a beaming smile. Wei Qing, come and eat. I noticed you had no rice, so I borrowed 2 bowls from an elderly gentleman down the mountain. Tomorrow, we shall attend the market and repay him. As she spoke, there was a shyness about her. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet my eyes. I walked into the kitchen with an expression of desolation, surveying the scene before me. The once chaotic kitchen had been tidied up, and even the battered pot had been mended. At that moment, a fragrant pot of wild vegetables simmered within, while the girl stood there, hands clasped and visibly anxious, too timid to make a move. It was only when I turned to gaze at her that she nervously remarked, "Well, there is nothing at home. I can only forage for some wild vegetables on the mountain to prepare a meal. Wei Qing, please bear with me. I will purchase more tomorrow." Before I could respond, she continued, "By the way, I noticed your room earlier. You don't even have a quilt. You should buy a set tomorrow. Also, do you have any land? I could buy some seeds to plant crops, so we won't have to borrow rice from others in the future. Oh, if you dislike walking, I can go to the town myself. There is no need for you to accompany me." Though her words struck me as peculiar, I couldn't help but think that if she were truly my wife, how comforting that would be. Just a day in this dilapidated house, and it already felt like home. Yet, I was still puzzled, scratching my head and inquiring, "What is your name?" "I am by Shirhan," she replied, her head bowed. "By Shirhan? I suddenly realized that the hair and the letter I found earlier were left by her at my doorstep. Indeed, I thought you genuinely didn't know who I was and went to ask the old man down the mountain, only to find out you were deceiving me, she said, her shyness becoming even more pronounced. How old are you? Where are you from? Why insist on claiming to be my wife? Do you truly know me? I asked, unable to resist the allure of her captivating figure as I swallowed hard. I am 19 years old, and my family resides at the foot of Qingxiu Mountain. When you were a child, your mother brought you to our place to arrange a marriage. Did your mother never mention it to you? She looked up at me with a serious expression. Indeed, it aligns with what is noted in my records. However, according to the notes, my wife should merely be a little fox. No, that cannot be right. Upon her statement, I suddenly recalled another matter. I quickly retrieved the notes from my possession and perused them, discovering a passage that distinctly stated that prior to the appearance of the little fox, a young wolf cub had consumed a hen prepared by my mother. Chapter 12. Is she really human? After perusing the notes, I lifted my gaze to the gentle yet somewhat restrained girl before me, filled with astonishment, yet unable to truly believe the contents of the notes. While reading, I even feared she might glance at them, deliberately positioning myself away, yet her demeanor resembled that of a timid wife, overly cautious of her husband. I remained silent, and she stood there, not daring to raise her head or meet my eyes. Could such a 19-year-old girl truly be a monster? After a moment, she pursed her lips and softly said, Wei Qing, you should eat something. It seems you haven't had a meal all day. It's fine. I'm used to it. I averted my gaze to the ground, contemplating the relentless upheavals of the day, akin to forcing a famished individual who has not eaten for 10 days to gulp down 30 bowls of rice in one go. Though it alleviated the previous hunger, it left the stomach overstuffed and unable to digest. Upon hearing this, she hesitated to inquire further. After a brief pause, she timidly asked, Wei Qing, do you not like me? I thought to myself that this had little to do with liking or disliking. After some contemplation, I finally replied, Perhaps it would be best if you left. I am a poor and filthy wretch, unworthy of a girl as lovely as you. What I meant was that I did not deserve her. The little fox was a different matter entirely, having lived together for over a decade. I felt an indescribable sense of familiarity the first time I saw that girl. However, the girl before me, even if the notes were true, had no genuine emotional connection or bond with me. To my surprise, upon hearing my words, the girl seemed to misconstrue my intentions. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, stating, My mother says that a husband and wife should be in harmony. Since I am your wife, whatever you wish to do is your prerogative, and I must simply listen to you. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Did I truly inquire whether she would heed my words? She appeared bewildered, but as she regained her composure, I was taken aback by her eloquence. Could such refinement truly emerge from the mountains? Reflecting on her elegantly cultured name, by Shirhan, I suddenly recalled something and asked her, by the way, Have you ever attended school? Yes, if I continue my studies, I would be a freshman this year, she replied, still with her head bowed. However, my mother made it clear when I started school that regardless of my academic performance, when the time comes for our marriage this year, I must find you and then stay to take care of you. A freshman? How many years is that? I was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze with a hint of surprise at my inquiry, but quickly returned to her previous posture, stating, It's just university. University? Oh, I am familiar with that. When I would sneak into classes, I often heard teachers admonishing disobedient children, saying that if they did not strive, they would never gain admission to university and would become societal failures. It seemed to me that university must represent a prestigious endeavor, a pursuit one could embark upon after completing middle school. Logically, it should be referred to as advanced education, for upon finishing middle school, one is nearing adulthood. Thus, commencing university signifies the beginning of one's maturation, does it not? Upon reflecting on this, I felt a surge of interest and smiled at the girl, saying, That's wonderful. So, you have completed your junior high school studies? She blinked at me, clearly puzzled, before eventually asking, Wei Qing, have you, perhaps, not attended school? Well, I suppose I have, I replied with a faint smile. I have essentially memorized the textbooks from the 1st to the 6th grade of elementary school. I initially expected her to admire me, yet to my surprise, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her smile youthful and genuinely joyful, her pure, radiant face appearing exceptionally beautiful. Never mind. Feeling a bit bashful, I placed my hands on my thighs and pondered before continuing. You are about to embark on higher studies, and yet you come here to seek out a mere child like me. Isn't that a bit of a distraction? How about this? You should leave, and once I manage to improve my circumstances in the city, I'll come find you to play. She suddenly stared at me in astonishment for a moment, then timidly lowered her head. Wei Qing, do you think I'm unattractive? Do you not like me? Of course not, I reassured her. I simply believe that if you are just starting your higher studies and come to find me, it might hinder your progress. As for me, I am indifferent. The villagers already look down on me, and my skin has grown quite thick. I waved my hand dismissively, contemplating whether to reveal that I had never truly attended school, fearing she might look down upon me. What do you mean by higher studies? She asked, her face a picture of innocence and confusion. Is it not about growing up and advancing in your studies? I retorted, fixing my gaze upon her. She seemed to have a sudden realization, and for reasons unknown, she immediately shyly covered her mouth with a smile, her face flushed as she turned away, stifling a laugh. Embarrassed, she said, I'm already 19. As long as you marry me, these things need not be learned. They will come naturally. I stroked my chin, pondering why our conversation felt so disjointed. I remarked that learning was unrelated to her age or the prospect of marrying her. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed she implied that learning was not particularly difficult. All I needed was to marry her, and she would teach me. Intrigued by this notion, I asked her, must I marry you for you to teach me? What if I don't wish to marry you? Can it still be done? She grew exceedingly bashful, her cheeks a vivid crimson, lowering her head and laughing shyly. I wouldn't know. You should learn on your own. My mother said I should listen to you and take good care of you. After uttering this, the girl, for reasons unknown, dared not meet my gaze. Her head bowed as she walked toward the living room, blushing with embarrassment. I was left alone in the kitchen, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, I lowered my head in self-deprecation, wishing I too had parents and the opportunity to study, so I would not struggle to comprehend even the slightest novelty. Subsequently, I meandered around the kitchen, sampling the dishes she had prepared. Upon tasting the first bite, I was instantly captivated. Having grown accustomed to chicken blood and roasted potatoes since childhood, I had never before savored boiled vegetables and rice. I had no idea they could be so delightful. Unintentionally, I consumed several large shards of tile. My family is so impoverished that we cannot afford bowls. Often, we eat potatoes and the like using tiles. Of course, there was a time when we did possess bowls. Once, I found 2 broken ones by the river. However, after merely 2 days of use, Zhang Taizhu discovered this and intercepted me as I passed by his house, insisting that the bowls belonged to his family and compelling me to return them. Having savored the delectable dish in the pot, I returned to the living room only to find that the girl was absent. Initially, I presumed she had departed. But shortly thereafter, she emerged from my room, exclaiming, "Wei Qing, there are no blankets in your room. How shall we sleep later?" I reassured her, there are indeed blankets. I had 2, but I discarded one as it was tattered. I quickly added, "Oh, there is a blanket in the ancestral hall." The girl paused for a moment before heading to the ancestral hall. Before long, I heard her calling out to me, "Wei Qing, could you bring me the blanket?" Approaching the doorway of the hall, I caught sight of her standing beside the bedding, easily within reach. I wondered why she still called for me. Despite my thoughts, I walked over, pulled the bedding from its place, and handed it to her. It was filthy and covered in dust, riddled with numerous holes, yet she did not seem to mind. She smiled at me, took the bedding, and proceeded to my room. Curious about her intentions, I followed her to the threshold of my room and peered inside. The house was a patchwork of decay, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight in the living room, while nearly a third of the light streamed into the room. I observed her as she retrieved a needle and thread from a beautifully crafted bag and settled herself upon the edge of the bed, engrossed in stitching the bedding. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Could she truly see? I mused that I would certainly struggle with such delicate handiwork, even under the flickering light of a candle. Yet she appeared remarkably adept. "I can see," she whispered softly. In that moment, I found myself at a loss, contemplating how to inquire about her departure, yet hesitating to voice my thoughts. After sitting in the living room for a while, my fingers grazed an object in my pocket, and I suddenly recalled the mirror bestowed upon me by the Taoist. He had mentioned that it could be used to reveal strangers, leading me to ponder what the mirror would reflect if it contained the essence of a stranger. In other words, if that girl were not of this world, then the reflection should reveal her true nature, should she be human. Curiosity sparked within me. If she were indeed human, I could confidently discuss our means of departure. However, if she were not, the situation could become quite perilous. With these thoughts in mind, I stealthily approached the doorway of the room. She remained focused on her task, and upon hearing my footsteps, she turned to me with a gentle smile before continuing her meticulous stitching. Her demeanor was utterly enchanting, making it difficult for me to believe she was anything but human. I managed to smile in return and, seizing the opportunity while she was engrossed in her work, gradually lifted the mirror to face her. Chapter 13. Mrs. Fox faced just as the mirror was about to reflect the girl. A voice suddenly called out from the doorway, "Is anyone in there?" A shiver ran through me. It was the old woman I encountered during the day, and she had indeed found her way to my home. "Why, Chin, what's wrong?" The girl's concerned voice suddenly came from within the room. I hastily stowed the mirror back into my pocket, nervously shaking my head, in nothing. "Oh, are you feeling tired? I'll be ready shortly. Just wait a moment," she continued. I didn't respond, my gaze already drawn to the window in the living room, where a wrinkled face pressed against the glass. A pair of sinister eyes fixated directly upon me. Is anyone in there? Although the old woman had seen me, she continued to call out with a vacant expression. I swallowed hard, gripping the mirror in my pocket as I made my way to the living room, feigning calm as I stared at her. Grandma. Who are you looking for? Hee. She smiled at me. I'm looking for my daughter. Is she in your house? Her smile was eerie, and she feigned ignorance of my presence. A chill ran down my spine, and after swallowing again, I pretended not to recognize her, shaking my head. I haven't seen your daughter. You should leave quickly. As I spoke, I suddenly pulled the mirror from my pocket and unhesitatingly directed it towards the old woman's face. Upon gazing into the mirror, a chill enveloped me entirely, as the visage outside was unmistakably that of an elderly woman. Yet, the reflection revealed a face with an elongated mouth, pointed ears, and a fur-covered visage adorned with an eerie smile. As terror seized my very being, the old woman continued to cackle. Dear child, may I enter your abode? I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Begone. Leave me be. I trembled, unable to suppress my shout. Should you refuse my entrance through the door, I shall descend from your roof. The old woman replied in a mocking tone. Her words sent a jolt of fear coursing through me. The door had been left ajar. Yet why would she threaten to enter from the roof if I denied her? In a panic, I dashed to the door and secured it with a lock, then turned to face the old woman's countenance outside the window. Begone, foul creature. Should you dare approach my home again, I shall not hesitate to shatter your brittle bones. However, the old woman remained undeterred, her gaze fixed intently upon me, as her lips gradually twisted into an exceedingly grotesque grin. Staring into her eyes, I suddenly felt an inexplicable shiver run down my spine, followed by an overwhelming sensation as if my heart were gripped by an unseen hand. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, began to trickle down my forehead, rendering me utterly speechless. Child, come, open the door for your grandmother. At that moment, the old woman gazed at me with a smile, extending her gnarled hand, reminiscent of a dry twig, beckoning me. Strangely, I found myself compelled to heed her request, moving towards the door with an involuntary urge. Just as I was nearing the entrance, the girl, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly exclaimed, "Who is out there frightening people? Why don't you leave?" The instant her voice reached my ears, clarity washed over me. It felt as if the grip around my heart had been released. Simultaneously, I observed the old woman's expression shift dramatically, her face paling with fear at the sound of the girl's voice. She offered me a peculiar smile before vanishing in an instant. The girl then stepped outside, cautiously wiping the sweat from my brow with her sleeve. After surveying the surroundings, she returned, closed the door, and said, "Wei Qing, it's all right. I still need a little while to finish sewing the quilt. If you're scared, you can sit beside me and wait." Gazing at her gentle, porcelain-like face, my heart began to race, but this time not out of admiration for her beauty. Rather, it was the memory of her earlier shout that surged in my mind. Her tenderness seemed feigned, and I couldn't fathom why, but at that moment, the girl before me appeared far more terrifying than the old woman had been. Yet, I could not articulate the source of this unsettling feeling. "Wei Qing, what has happened to you?" she asked, blinking in confusion. Nothing at all. I lack the courage to speak the truth. If you do not wish to enter the room, then please wait here a little longer for me." As she uttered these words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, adding, "Your bed is rather firm. If the quilt is not properly stitched, it will be quite inconvenient for you to do anything later." Having said this, she bashfully buried her head and retreated into the room. At that moment, my anxiety intensified. I touched the mirror in my pocket, contemplating a glance at her once more. Yet deep down, I felt an overwhelming dread. The girl seemed even more intimidating than the elderly woman. Her outward gentleness appeared to cloak an underlying malice. I slapped myself internally, questioning my own thoughts. She is so gentle, having tidied up my home and prepared a meal, even planning how my future days should unfold. Why am I suddenly so afraid of her? Even if she resembles the wolf demon described in the notes, it does not necessarily mean she intends to harm me. Yet, despite my attempts to view her in a favorable light, my instincts only heightened my trepidation. Gazing into the darkened room, I felt an unsettling certainty that she was stealthily watching me at all times. What should I do? Seek out the fox spirit? She is but a little fox. Surely, she would not wish me harm. But if she were to encounter this girl, would she aid me in driving her away? With this thought in mind, I tiptoed quietly to the door, preparing to turn the handle. However, just as my hand brushed against the latch, the girl's voice resonated from within. "Wei Qing, there are unclean things waiting for you outside. Where do you think you are going?" At the sound, every hair on my body stood on end. She was indeed staring at me. I did not intend to leave. I simply wished to gaze at the stars. I nervously stammered. "Oh, then may I join you outside to observe the stars? I will be ready shortly." She called out again. It was evident that she was preventing my departure. Just as I stood there, perplexed behind the door, I suddenly noticed someone outside moving back and forth. At first, I thought it was the old woman again, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was the Taoist. He was lurking, beckoning me with a furtive gesture. I thought to myself, finally, you have arrived. Regardless of whether the girl was watching, I flung open the door and dashed outside. The Taoist crept over, his eyes fixed intently on the interior, whispering, "Do not provoke her anger. Simply act as if you know nothing. Look for an opportunity to cover your family's incense offerings, and she will depart. If you cannot manage that, try to buy time. I will hasten to fetch your wife." Did you cover my family's incense offerings? I thought. You brought her in, and now intend to abandon me? How deceitful you are. You claim to assist me in dispelling evil. Yet you leave me to deal with this alone? Who would have known such a thing would not be easily dealt with? The Taoist, having descended the mountain without his full array of tools, could easily lose his life due to a careless mistake. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the room. But suddenly he trembled, and in an instant, he vanished into the darkness. I stood in a daze, gazing in the direction he had vanished, unable to suppress the swallow that rose in my throat. As I turned to look behind me, I discovered the girl had, unbeknownst to me, arrived at the doorway, standing there with her lips pursed and a gentle smile gracing her face. "Wei Qing, who were you speaking to just now?" she inquired, her large, sparkling eyes blinking curiously as she scanned the surroundings. "And no one. I was merely talking to myself." I inwardly cursed the ancestry of that Taoist priest. "Oh then. I've finished sewing the quilt. How about we go inside and rest?" She clasped her hands in front of her, her demeanor still exuding purity and shyness. Yet I felt quite differently. Despite standing before me was a woman of stunning figure, alabaster skin, and ethereal beauty. My mind harbored a singular thought. She was even more intimidating than that old hag. Well, I'm not tired yet. I think I'll gaze at the stars for a while before sleeping. I managed a forced smile. She tilted her head to the sky, then turned to me with a slight pout. "But there are no stars out, Wei Qing. It's quite dangerous outside. Perhaps you should come in?" "No stars?" I too looked up, bemused. Just the previous nights had been filled with stars and moonlight, yet tonight. "Oh, all right then. You go ahead and sleep. I'll join you shortly." "Okay, I'll wait for you." She pouted her lips slightly and obediently retreated into the room. Chapter 14. She truly is not human. Standing at the door, I waited until the girl had ceased her gaze upon me before contemplating whether I should hastily flee. However, glancing back into the enveloping darkness and recalling the visage of the old woman sent a chill down my spine, making me feel that perhaps the safety of the house was preferable. In a sudden rush, I dashed inside, turning the place upside down in search of something, anything, other than my own room. Ultimately, I was on the verge of tears. The house was so impoverished that it contained but a single blanket. To seek anything else to conceal the incense offerings was akin to a monkey yearning for peaches, only to grasp at its own flesh. I even ventured into the ancestral hall, shedding my tattered garments for a trial, but the disparity was too great. It could not adequately conceal the offerings. That wretched, despicable Taoist. Just moments ago, he cautioned me against inciting the girl's ire, implying that such an affront would likely lead her to turn against me. In this moment, fleeing seemed utterly irrational. What, then, should I do? Pretend to retire for the night and drape the blanket over the incense offerings? With no other recourse, I lingered in the ancestral hall, hesitating profusely, before finally, in a coy manner, I made my way to the living room. There, I paced back and forth, striving to calm my tumultuous emotions. Only when I felt composed did I take a candle and approach the doorway of my room, peering quietly inside. To my surprise, the girl was still awake. She had meticulously spread the neatly sewn quilt across the bed, sitting at the corner with her hands clasped, her head bowed like a bashful bride, too shy to meet my gaze. "Wei Qing, are you ready to sleep?" she inquired, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yes." I busied myself acting as if I were oblivious, yet I could not resist glancing at her long, fair legs. I quickly nodded with feigned nonchalance and stepped into the room. There was only a single blanket, and she was perched atop it. How on earth could I manage to discreetly take it away? This posed a significant dilemma. However, having entered the room, I found myself in a precarious situation. I had no choice but to muster my courage and sit on the opposite side of the bed, watching her from a distance. Once seated, she became increasingly bashful, lowering her head and pressing her red lips together, too shy to utter a word or meet my gaze. I pondered what thoughts occupied her mind and what justification I could muster to claim the blanket. My own living space was often foul and unpleasant. Yet this room had undergone a remarkable transformation. The floor was swept clean, cobwebs had been entirely cleared, and most importantly, the enchanting fragrance emanating from the girl infused the atmosphere with a delightful aroma. The more I gazed at her, the more she blushed, burying her face lower, so that all I could see was the strikingly pale and prominent area before her chest. Her cheeks flushed, and I realized it was perhaps the first time I had witnessed such a sight. We sat in silence for quite some time before she finally mustered the courage to speak. Wei Qing, do you not like me? And no, not at all. I internally cursed myself, stammering, I'm not used to it. She hesitantly glanced up at me before quickly returning her gaze to the floor. Well, neither am I, she replied softly. So what should we do? You sleep at that end, and I'll sleep at this end? I find myself utterly at a loss. The prospect of stealthily absconding with the blanket appears nearly impossible. At present, my only recourse is to bide my time, awaiting the arrival of the Taoist with Hu Qingqing to rescue me. My mother used to say that a young woman ought to heed her husband's words. Whatever he says should be taken as truth. If you harbor any distaste for me, I assure you, I shall take good care of you. I will not provoke your ire, but could you kindly refrain from casting me away? She spoke with a certain melancholy, clearly sensing my apparent disinterest. Her exquisite visage and figure are far beyond the comparisons of any girl in our village, rendering me utterly captivated, my mouth nearly watering, and my mind a cacophony of confusion. Upon hearing her words, I suddenly perceived a semblance of sincerity in her. You are by Shirhan, correct? I inquired hastily. Yes, you may simply call me Shirhan from now on, she replied, nervously biting her lip. I meant no offense. I merely wished to inquire if you truly are my wife. This question was posed with a newfound courage, as I observed her delicate and gentle demeanor. I could not discern whether it was the enchantment of the supernatural that clouded my judgment or if I genuinely sensed no malice from her. In any case, it was the first time a girl had graced this dilapidated abode, and it was indeed the first occasion a young woman had perched upon this bed, and one so enchanting at that. I can ascertain that I am not entirely lucid at this moment. Yet I am certain it is merely a consequence of my limited interactions with girls throughout my upbringing. It is true, I never deceived you. I encountered you in my childhood, as your mother arranged our betrothal. I have genuinely come to marry you. She buried her head and continued. My mother has a slight preference for sons, and my brother fears I may become a burden to him in the future. Hence, they are unwilling to hold a wedding for us, so I ventured alone to find you. It is understandable that you find this hard to believe. Is that so? I pondered, shifting my gaze thoughtfully and mustering my courage. I ventured, You are a wolf spirit, aren't you? To my astonishment, she exhibited no adverse reaction to my inquiry, merely nodding slightly. Yes, but please do not be afraid. I shall fulfill my duties as a wife, and will heed your words. At that moment, my heart fluttered. The contents of my notes could now be deemed credible. Yet, if my memory serves me correctly, the notes indicated that the little white wolf had first devoured the livestock my mother prepared, only to be subsequently driven away by a little fox who ultimately returned home with my mother. This presents several possibilities. Perhaps the little white wolf, after consuming my mother's livestock, became my destined bride in name, or perhaps her intent is rooted in vengeance against my mother for her initial refusal to assist her. Contemplating this, I could not suppress a shiver of apprehension. Wei Qing, I truly have not lied to you. Please do not look at me that way. If you would be so kind, she implored, her eyes brimming with innocence. I hastily shook my head, attempting to feign composure. I am not afraid. Before she could utter a word, I hastily adopted a serious demeanor and fixed my gaze upon her. Well, since you claim you will be obedient. It is rather late now, so would you lie down? I pondered whether her words held any truth and deemed it prudent to test the waters. Upon hearing my request, her delicate face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Wei Qing, I have only just arrived at your home, and we have yet to exchange vows. Could you possibly wait until after our ceremony to touch me? Observing her flustered speech, I mused that she must be harboring some guilty secret. Did she not promise to heed my words? With that thought in mind, I adopted a stern countenance and reiterated, You must either comply or take your leave. She slightly raised her head, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance in my direction, which startled me, prompting a fleeting concern that she might indeed turn hostile. However, to my surprise, she resigned herself, covering her face with her hands, and slowly reclined upon the bed, bashfully closing her eyes. My heart raced, and I swallowed hard, gazing at her in disbelief, contemplating whether she was indeed sincere. Then, will you undress yourself? I pushed the boundaries of my test to its zenith, all the while preparing for a hasty retreat if need be. She paused for a brief moment, before bashfully inquiring. Then, could you perhaps extinguish the candle first? Absolutely not, I resolutely replied. Oh, she responded with a tone of dejection, then placed her hand upon the buttons of her blouse, her movements slow and exhibiting an unmistakable shyness, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Chapter 15. How obedient. Before long, I witnessed a scene I had never encountered in my life. The dress she wore was exceedingly short, as if it might burst under the strain. I could hardly fathom her obedience as she gently sat up, casting a shy smile in my direction. Noticing my silence, she lowered her head in a display of vulnerability, seemingly wishing to continue. I swallowed hard and quickly interjected, No, I was just teasing you. Please put it back on. Do so at once. The girl looked at me in confusion, her expression innocent as she asked, "What's wrong?" My interest suddenly waned, and I resolved to postpone matters until after our wedding. However, we had yet to be wed, and I insisted, "You cannot stay at my home. You must leave immediately." A wave of heat surged through me, after all. This was my first encounter with such a scenario, leaving me bereft of self-control. Yet, in that fleeting moment, I thought of the little fox. I could not betray her trust. "Wiqing, do you truly not like me?" She covered her chest with her hand, burying her face in disappointment. Tears streaming down her cheeks in a pitiful display. I was taken aback, gazing at her woeful expression, feeling a twinge of guilt. Do all girls possess such sensitivity? So prone to tears? You must leave. The farther away, the better. I wiped my face, ensuring I was not caught in a dream. I promised I would heed your wishes. If you do not harbor feelings for me, I can take my time to cultivate our relationship. But could you not hasten my departure? She wiped away her tears with her sleeve, and it took me quite a while to find your home. If you believe what I say, you must leave quickly. When that Taoist returns, you will surely have no chance to escape. I stood up to help her fasten the unbuttoned clasp, realizing who she was and understanding that she meant me no harm. However, by the way, are you not still pursuing your studies? Do not jeopardize your future. Let us annul our engagement. You are free now. Upon hearing my words, a look of terror, not panic, but a surprising expression as if she were reevaluating me, crossed her previously distressed face. Yet, after a moment, she composed herself and sat there quietly. "I am here to find my husband. I mean no harm. I am not afraid." After speaking, she sobbed again, gazing pathetically at the bed linens while hugging her knees. I furrowed my brow, contemplating whether Hu Qingqing would let her go upon arrival. According to the notes, they were likely adversaries. Hu Qingqing's temperament was not particularly mild, and her father was formidable. With these thoughts in mind, I could not afford to hesitate any longer. I fixed my gaze on the girl sternly. "Now, tell me, will you heed my words?" "Wei Qing," I interrupted her resolutely. "From this moment forth, you are forbidden to utter a word. If you are to listen to me, then simply depart obediently." She was taken aback, staring at me in silence for quite some time. After a brief moment, under the weight of my threatening gaze, she truly seemed to fear me. Burying her head as she wiped away her tears, gradually, she descended from the bed, her movements slow and reluctant, revealing her unwillingness to depart. Yet, she did not halt. I found myself struck by an odd curiosity. Despite our shared humanity, why was it that Hu Qingqing exuded such dominance while she appeared so fragile? Once she donned her shoes, she lingered by the bedside, hesitating to leave. Perhaps it was my earlier words that rendered her speechless. "Why are you still standing there? Go on," I urged, handing her backpack to her. Clutching her bag, her luminous eyes gazed at me with a heart-wrenching innocence. Though she remained silent, I could hear in her pleading gaze her unspoken wish for me not to send her away. Noticing my rigid expression, she cast a lingering glance my way, filled with reluctance, before finally bowing her head and exiting. Moments later, her tearful voice echoed from the living room. "Wei Qing, remember my name. I am Bai Shirhan. I know you disdain me for not being human. I have also learned that you grew up alone, and your fears are justified. Since you do not wish for me to stay in your home, then I shall take my leave. I will continue my studies and wait for you. If one day you wish to marry me, seek me out, and I shall obey you, ensuring a life of happiness for you. I borrowed 2 bowls of rice from your grandfather down the hill. Please remember to return them. I have left the money for you on the table. Wei Qing, I shall take my leave now." "Wei Qing," she called out once more. "Do you truly wish for me to leave? Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Farewell." I sat upon the edge of my bed, my expression one of bewilderment. Initially, my intentions were merely to test the waters, yet to my surprise, she seemed genuinely obedient to my words. Observing her sincerity, I found her demeanor refreshingly unpretentious, devoid of the terrifying aura I had anticipated. However, I remained a stranger to her, and considering that the Taoist priest had likely already embarked on his journey with Hu Qingqing, it was evident that the encounter between Bai Shirhan and Hu Qingqing would not unfold in a pleasant manner. It was entirely unnecessary, and it could potentially lead to dire consequences. In the ensuing moments, I caught a glimpse of Bai Shirhan through a crack in the door. She had not departed. I wondered what she was doing in the dimly lit living room. Initially, I suspected her apparent compliance was merely an act. Yet, not long after, I heard the sound of the door creaking open and shut. It appeared she had truly left. Only then did I muster the courage to venture into the living room with a candle in hand, but she was nowhere to be found. On the table lay a few items, including a freshly pinned letter and several red banknotes. Throughout my life, I had scarcely encountered a 100 yuan note more than once or twice, and those instances were merely when affluent townsfolk visited our village to purchase eggs. As for myself, I had never even possessed a 10 yuan note. I recalled the time I had the most money on me, which was when I had accompanied the little fox to the mountains to forage for wild mushrooms, only to encounter a traveler who purchased my entire basket for 5 yuan. It has been nearly 4 or 5 years since then. That 5 yuan has remained untouched beneath my pillow. During the years that the little fox was with me, I would take it out every night to gaze upon it, utterly reluctant to spend it. I picked up the money on the table and counted. There were 600 yuan notes in total. Then, my eyes fell upon a letter nearby, the handwriting remarkably elegant, revealing at once by Shirhan's high level of education. She wrote, "Wei Qing, I know you fear me. However, we are not unlike others, as there are both virtuous and malevolent among us. Had we not been betrothed, I would not have sought you out. Yet, since we are engaged, we are bound as husband and wife, our fates intertwined. I am studying at a normal university in the provincial capital, and I shall wait for you there. Come to marry me once you have understood, and please take care of yourself. Keep this money. Furthermore, I am aware that you likely have a wife now. Perhaps she, out of goodwill, believes she can protect you better than I, which is why she has sought to usurp my position. Nonetheless, it matters not. I do not mind, and I shall continue to wait for you." How could she possibly know that Hu Qingqing has become my wife? In retrospect, her words seem to hold a semblance of truth. Hu Qingqing's temperament is hardly gentle, and with her calling him Father Working, her standing is undoubtedly significant. However, Bai Shirhan consistently refers to her mother as Nyang, a term that is simple yet indicative of her family's influence, which pales in comparison to that of Hu Qingqing. According to the notes, the reason Hu Qingqing came to claim this marriage must have been orchestrated by her father, Jiao Tianjie, as a means to repay the kindness my father and mother showed when they sent the little fox back. It seems, in this scenario, there is no right or wrong among them. Gazing at the beautifully crafted words, I found myself lost in contemplation, not out of sentimentality, for I barely knew her, but pondering whether there truly exists such a gentle and considerate girl in this world. Suddenly, I felt a void upon her departure. This dreary house once again lacked any semblance of vitality, plunging me back into a life of solitude and confusion devoid of joy. I regretted letting her put on her clothes earlier. Perhaps I should have allowed her to leave tomorrow instead? Yet, this absurd notion quickly dissipated, as the Taoist returned shortly thereafter. Chapter 16. Preparing to marry the little fox. What about that thing? The Taoist priest entered the room, glancing around restlessly. I discreetly concealed the item in my pocket. It's gone. Gone? He furrowed his brow, questioning me with a hint of skepticism. Has the incense brought about success? I nodded, too hesitant to speak. Seeing my affirmation, the priest wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled. That's good, but this is not a lasting solution. She will inevitably seek you out again. Let us not rush into that matter. You should refrain from sleeping for now. Tidy up your room. After the hour of the pig has passed at dawn, your bride will arrive in a flower-laden sedan chair. Weren't you the one who invited her? Why is she coming at dawn? Isn't that a bit disruptive to one's sleep? I feigned impatience, primarily hoping to hasten his departure so I could discreetly stash the money in my pocket, just in case this fellow attempted to seize it. Ah, do not mistake my caution for greed. After all, I had never encountered such wealth before. You truly do not understand, do you? She is merely shy. She blushes at the mere mention of you. Yet, it is understandable, as she just conveyed to me that the enchantress means you no harm and asked me to relay a message. I didn't anticipate you would manage to send her off so efficiently. The Taoist chuckled helplessly. Wishing to avoid further conversation, I pretended to comprehend, nodding in agreement. I hastily retrieved the mirror and returned it to him, casually inquiring, "By the way, I have a question. An old woman keeps pestering me. Just now, I used your mirror to look at her, and to my astonishment, it revealed a fox's face. How should I resolve this? As it stands, the little fox has transformed into a maiden who wishes to wed me, and the young wolf cub has also become a girl seeking my hand in marriage. I no longer believe the claims in the notes that this is all a fabrication. Consequently, the lady the elderly matriarch is searching for must be the same woman who once frightened my mother at our doorstep. However, the circumstances are well documented in the notes. It was my grandfather who killed that woman's offspring, prompting her to seek vengeance. Ultimately, it seems that after Hu Qingqing returned home with my mother, she was dealt with by her royal fox father at our gate. In this light, it is difficult to ascertain who is in the wrong. Yet, from certain perspectives, that vixen brought her fate upon herself. She caused the demise of my grandfather and 2 uncles, and now she dares to target my parents. Elderly lady. A fox-faced apparition? Did that Taoist retrieve the mirror? Is it not just a mountain fox spirit? I inquired, hoping to gauge the impact of the encounter. No, but I sense she may linger like an unquiet spirit. I expressed my concerns. As the saying goes, when a fox demon comes knocking, it either seeks to repay a debt or claim a soul. Have you perhaps attracted some trouble? He questioned me with a scrutinizing gaze. No, not at all. Let us consider this as if I never spoke of it. I waved my hand dismissively, unwilling to divulge further. I would allow Hu Qingqing to devise a plan by tomorrow. After all, it was her royal fox father who had vanquished that vixen. The young man regarded me with an expression of skepticism, yet moments later, he resumed a serious demeanor, folding his hands behind his back. Let me share something with you. He began. I have discovered that you possess the celestial physique of the young bone. Whether you comprehend this or not, it is advisable to refrain from engaging with women after marriage, preserving this rare body of yours for future, significant purposes. To elaborate, just endure a night or two. In a few days, I shall assist you in unlocking the potential of your young bone. After that, you may indulge as you wish, with no restrictions. What do you mean? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Do you wish to become a Taoist? Do you aspire to possess skills akin to mine? Do you desire to learn the arts of exorcism and demon slaying? He maintained an air of enigmatic profundity. I pondered for a moment. The man's martial prowess was undeniably impressive, particularly when he soared through the trees. A dream ignited within me. How splendid it would be to wield such power. Suddenly, I blurted out, yes, I do. Of course. Well, it ultimately depends on your willingness. Aside from the evident prestige, you must recognize that your wife holds an extraordinary status and is quite beautiful. However, bear in mind, my friend, that if you remain inept in the long run, she may not look kindly upon you. Engaging in our line of work is your only means to avoid being dominated by your spouse. He patted his chest with pride. What must I do to become as formidable as you? I questioned, sensing a hint of deception in his words. There is but one request. Refrain from engaging in such activities with your wife tonight. Should you succumb to temptation, it would disrupt your celestial essence, leading to dire consequences. While the loss may not be catastrophic, your wife is undeniably enchanting. If you falter in your resolve, you shall find yourself perpetually entranced by her form. She is akin to a fox spirit, and both of you are still quite young. Prolonged indulgence may prove perilous to your very existence. However, if you endure for just 2 days, strengthening your essence before pursuing her, you shall have the freedom to engage with her as you desire. Am I being sufficiently candid? He remarked with a mischievous grin. I chose to remain silent, feeling lethargic as I sat down. I could not solely rely on the words of a stranger while disregarding the counsel of the little fox. I would wait for her arrival to hear her perspective. He cast me a knowing glance and said, well then, ponder it over. I have matters to attend to and shall return tomorrow. By the way, I noticed a dark omen upon your brow. It seems you may be facing some misfortune. Heed your wife's advice, and do not act foolishly, lest you bring harm upon her as well. I silently expressed my gratitude and moved to close the door. As he stepped outside, he introduced himself. I am Chun Beijian. You may call me Brother Bei from now on. Our fates are not yet intertwined to their conclusion. Observing his retreating figure, I hesitated for a moment before calling out for him to wait. I shut the door and hurried after him. He turned, inquiring about my intentions. I replied that I was descending the mountain to borrow some bedding, as my home was quite dilapidated. He wrinkled his nose and acknowledged the state of my abode, yet cautioned against disturbing the neighbors at such an hour. Will they lend you anything? I remained silent, for I possessed the funds bestowed upon me by Shirhan. There exists no predicament that money cannot resolve. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chun Beijian and I parted ways. He mentioned he was visiting an old friend in the neighboring village. However, he had not seen this friend in quite a while, and it could take 3 to 5 days to locate him. I understood his implication. This old friend was perhaps not a living person, or rather, he had already passed on. Was he in search of a grave? I did not dwell on it further, hastening to the threshold of the old fellow Shirhan had borrowed rice from. The man was already asleep. After a series of knocks, I roused the old coot, and without exchanging pleasantries, I handed him 100 yuan, requesting 2 quilts, considering the remainder as repayment for the rice he lent. Indeed, money can work wonders. Initially, the old man erupted in fury upon seeing me, but upon noticing the cash in my hand, he treated me as though I were his own grandson. It was not entirely extortionate. After providing me with 2 worn quilts, he remarked that I had overpaid and presented me with a small sack of rice, praising my wife for her good manners and beauty. He expressed surprise at our newfound affluence, claiming that my arrival had enriched his impoverished existence. I thought to myself, he still reminisces about her, even after she has departed. I merely smiled, said nothing, and left with the quilts. Soon, I returned home and arranged the room. Though it remained rather humble, it at least resembled a proper sleeping space. As I lay on the bed, I began to doze off, for all was ready. I merely awaited the arrival of Hu Qingqing. Yet, the lingering scent of Shirhan still clung to the bed, rendering my thoughts restless. I found it impossible to settle my mind, as visions of her unbuttoning her blouse incessantly invaded my consciousness, leaving me parched and yearning. In truth, I was unaware of what I was contemplating. I merely felt like a solitary child growing up in a dilapidated house. Today marked the first occasion I conversed with a girl, the first time I stood so close to one. And I was struck by an irresistible allure that emanated from her, almost tormenting in its intensity. Seated on the bed, lost in my musings, I eventually succumbed to slumber. I could not ascertain how long I had been asleep when a series of knocks at the door jolted me awake. It seemed the knocking had persisted for quite some time, gradually pulling me from my half-dreaming state. Luridly, I opened my eyes and called out, "Who is it?" Chapter 17. The arrival of the four immortals. At this moment, it was already deep into the night, and the sounds of various wild birds and night creatures echoed through the mountains outside. Against the backdrop of these noises, the knocking on the door seemed particularly unusual. However, after I inquired about it, the knocking abruptly ceased, plunging the outside into an eerie silence. I shook my head, pondering whether that old woman had discovered that Shirhan was gone and had returned. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the knocking resumed, loud and emphatic, making it unmistakably real, confirming that I was not dreaming. "Who is it?" I asked once more. The knocking then inexplicably stopped again. A few seconds later, I suddenly heard the voice of the elderly gentleman who had lent rice to Shirhan. "You little ghost, it's your mother." The moment he uttered those words, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped me. I thought to myself, could it be that he, having been single for decades, had developed an infatuation with Shirhan's beauty and was now plotting to harm me? The old man was named Zhang Degu, a confirmed bachelor in the village. He had previously obstructed my path when I ventured into the eastern woods. He was neither entirely good nor entirely bad. Most villagers shunned me, too superstitious to even speak to me, yet he was unafraid. Whenever we crossed paths, he would not hesitate to hurl a few insults my way, calling me a poor wretch. "Zhang Degu, are you out of your mind?" I exclaimed, feeling utterly bewildered as I shouted towards the outside. "I am your mother. Open the door, child." Zhang Degu called out again, continuing to bang on the door. "If you don't leave this instant, I swear I will come out and beat you to a pulp." After uttering that phrase, I swiftly enveloped myself in my bedding, oblivious to the time, and anxious about when Hu Qingqing would arrive, a chill creeping into my heart. Upon hearing my exclamation, Zhang Degu finally ceased his knocking and fell silent. After a considerable pause, I assumed he had departed, only to be startled by his voice suddenly resonating from the attic above. "I am your mother, child. I have come down to find you." In an instant, goosebumps prickled my skin. In rural wooden houses, attics are typically utilized for storing various odds and ends or grains. The walls above the attic are woven with bamboo lattice windows. While dismantling such a structure is not overly challenging, an elderly individual would require a ladder to do so, inevitably causing a considerable commotion. How had Zhang Degu managed to stealthily access my attic? "Old man, are you deranged? Hurry and get lost," I exclaimed, hastily descending from my bed to retrieve an unused candle stub to ignite. "Child, I am your mother. Please do not drive me away, all right?" Zhang Degu's voice echoed down from the attic once more, accompanied by a low, eerie chuckle. Without a moment's hesitation, I grasped a steel pipe, illuminating my path with the candle as I bolted from the room and ascended the stairs to the attic, shouting, "Zhang Degu, keep your distance. Do not come here to play tricks. Do you believe I won't smash your head with this?" As I uttered these words, I had just reached the midpoint of the ladder. The attic above was shrouded in darkness, and a voice echoed, belonging to Zhang Degu. "Child, I am not truly your mother. I shall depart tomorrow, and I wish to take you along with your mother." A chill ran down my spine, prompting me to hasten up the ladder. I illuminated the source of Zhang Degu's voice with a candle, only to find the attic utterly vacant. There was no sign of him whatsoever. I leaned against the staircase, bewildered for a moment, yet I found no evidence of a broken window. Just as my breath quickened in anxiety, Zhang Degu's voice resonated again from my room below. "Child, perhaps you should come with me. Otherwise, you may not survive until dawn." A shiver coursed through my body, causing me to lose my footing and tumble to the ground. Fortunately, the attic's height was no more than 2 meters. The candle extinguished, and after a brief struggle on the floor, I managed to rise. At that moment, Zhang Degu's voice called again from my room. "If you don't believe me, just take a glance at the door. Many have come to escort you." I quickly groped for the candle, reignited it, and brandished a steel pipe as I entered the room. Although I did not see Zhang Degu in the flickering candlelight, I discerned a shadow resembling an elderly woman, seemingly eager to retract her head into her shoulders. Just as I grasped the situation and prepared to flee, the shadow suddenly moved, slipping through the crevice of the wall. "Ghost! I have seen a ghost! I have seen a ghost!" I retreated step by step, and upon reaching the door, I turned and dashed outside. As I cautiously creaked open the living room door in the darkness, my foot barely crossing the threshold, I was abruptly startled back inside, hastily shutting the door behind me. There were people outside, more than one, indeed. I gasped for breath, having caught only a fleeting glimpse of a multitude huddled at my doorstep. After a moment of silence, I stealthily opened the door a crack, only to have my pupils constrict in terror. A host of individuals clad in white pointed hats knelt outside, their garments resembling the funeral attire reserved for the deceased. I found myself numbly leaning against the door, beads of sweat pouring down my forehead as if there were no tomorrow. What in the world was happening? Was this orchestrated by the old woman? Did she truly wish to bring about my demise this very night? Gripping the steel pipe tightly in my hand, I steeled my resolve, thinking to myself, what is there to fear? Are they merely ghosts? I am determined to discern what they truly are. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a sudden wail resonated from outside, a chorus of women lamenting, return our sisters, followed by a heart-wrenching sob. I swallowed hard and yanked the door wide open, but as soon as I did, the crowd had vanished. Yet, moments later, I was confronted with an even more bizarre sight. A swarm of creatures materialized at the intersection, crawling towards me: snakes, rats, hedgehogs, and weasels. I was so terrified that I instinctively retreated into the safety of my home, shutting the door once more. Outside, the sounds of countless creatures scuttling filled the air, sending shivers down my spine. Not long after, the window creaked ominously, and by the flickering candlelight, I beheld a serpent coiled at the sill, incessantly flicking its forked tongue in my direction. Simultaneously, a similar sound emanated from the ancestral hall, accompanied by faint thuds, as if some object had fallen from a height onto the hall's floor. Surely, it must be the work of the old woman. A chill coursed through me, especially upon glimpsing the serpent at the window, its body adorned with grotesque lesions, its head a menacing triangle. Having grown up in the mountains, I recognized it as a venomous creature. A single bite could spell my doom, just as I felt an overwhelming sense of despair with the encroaching presence of unseen entities. A sudden cacophony of anguish cries pierced the air from outside, squeaks of mice and the shrieks of weasels, as though something had struck them down with merciless swiftness. I hurriedly opened the door to investigate and discovered a multitude of white foxes engaged in a fierce fray with those creatures. Over a dozen foxes surged from the shadows, pouncing upon their quarry with fervor. As I scrutinized the scene, I spotted a young fox among them. This little one had dispatched 2 mice, then turned to me, wagging its tail in delight, before leaping into my embrace, its face radiating joy and familiarity. It nuzzled its fluffy head against my chin a few times before darting away into the ancestral hall. Moments later, I watched as the little fox emerged, triumphantly clutching a mouthful of serpent, and scampered off into the night. The scene outside my door was chaotic, with numerous snakes and rodents having been felled by the onslaught of the foxes brought by the little fox. A pungent aroma of blood filled the air, accompanied by the incessant cries of the dying. After approximately 5 minutes, I observed the snakes, weasels, rodents, and hedgehogs fleeing in disarray towards the road, unable to withstand the assault of the 10 or so foxes. Soon, the ground was left with only traces of blood and foxes with bloodied maws. These foxes lingered at the entrance, surveying their surroundings as if on high alert. I hastily beckoned to the little fox. Ching Ching, are these your companions? However, the little fox appeared to detest being addressed by that name. She bared her teeth at me with a fierce expression and subsequently ignored me, leading her fellow foxes away into the night. What was happening? As I watched them swiftly vanish into the darkness, I felt a sense of bewilderment and an unsettling chill creeping up my spine. Wasn't she supposed to come to live with me? Why had she abandoned me? Just as this thought crossed my mind, peculiar shadows emerged from the darkness at the road's entrance. I quickly raised my candle, and from a distance, I discerned 4 children donning melon-shaped hats, their faces ghastly pale, with bright red circular patterns smeared on their cheeks, dressed in black funeral garments. I seemed to recognize these 4 children. They resembled the paper figures crafted by local mediums that were placed beside coffins when elders passed away. With eerie smiles adorning their faces, the first 2 children carried red lanterns, which only illuminated as they reached my doorstep, while the latter 2 clutched objects wrapped in red cloth. Suddenly, countless red lanterns illuminated behind them, and I beheld 4 children carrying a grand crimson bridal sedan chair. The young girl in white whom I had seen in the temple was walking beside the palanquin, calling out to me, "Groom, do not dawdle. Come swiftly and carry our princess into the house." Chapter 18. The enchanting fox fairy. So soon has she arrived? Upon first beholding the objects before me, a shiver of unease crept down my spine. Yet, upon seeing the young girl, I exhaled with relief, realizing that the one seated within the palanquin was indeed the enchanting Hu Ching Ching. My previously taut heart finally eased, and the ominous aura that lingered at my doorstep transformed into an overwhelming sense of security. Young master? Young master? In my moment of daze, the palanquin had already been brought before me. The young girl waved a handkerchief playfully in front of me, and soon after, I noticed the curtain of the palanquin being gently lifted. A stunning visage, shy as a jade, peeked out from within, casting a playful smile in my direction. Her lips a vibrant crimson and teeth as white as pearls, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Today we shall entrust our princess to the young master. Young master, if we take our leave, you must not bully our princess Ching Ching, or else, should the master find out, you will be in for quite the predicament. She giggled mischievously. I understand. I replied awkwardly, a smile tugging at my lips. I thought to myself that Hu Ching Ching was a maiden experiencing her first journey in a bridal sedan chair, and I, too, was embarking on my inaugural endeavor of welcoming a bride. As a lad raised without parental guidance, I found myself rather at a loss. The young girl regarded me with a quizzical expression, then pouted towards the palanquin. I quickly approached the flower-laden vehicle, gently lifting the curtain. Inside, I discovered an array of items, including a chest adorned with 2 sets of crimson bedding. The bride, adorned in a magnificent phoenix crown and flowing attire, sat with an air of solemnity. Clutching a red handkerchief placed delicately upon her gown, her posture betrayed a sense of constraint, as if even the red veil could not conceal her profound shyness. The carriage was imbued with a subtle and elegant fragrance reminiscent of the little fox I often encountered in my childhood. In that moment, my initial anxiety began to dissipate, and I gazed at her with a smile, whispering, "Little fox. Oh no, Ching Ching, I am grateful for your timely assistance earlier." "What assistance?" she inquired bashfully. I was taken aback, wondering if she had not understood. I quickly replied, "Just now, when you brought those foxes to help me fend off." Yet before I could finish my sentence, she interrupted, "Oh no, I am not that reckless a girl. I am quite gentle and do not engage in fights." I thought to myself, I hadn't even mentioned fighting. Wasn't that an inadvertent confession? Regardless, I extended my hand toward her, saying, "Allow me to help you down." To my surprise, she tilted her head to the side, as if reluctant to take my hand. I scratched the back of my head, about to inquire about her hesitation when she lowered her gaze and murmured, "You haven't embraced me. How can I possibly step down?" "Indeed. Although this was your first time receiving a new bride, have you ever seen a bride who walks out on her own?" "Hiki." The young girl beside us stifled a giggle, her hand covering her mouth. I scratched the back of my head once more before stepping into the bridal sedan chair. Cautiously, I reached out to embrace her, and she, in perfect accord, wrapped her arms around my neck. Beneath the semi-transparent red veil, a stunningly beautiful and adorable face gazed at me, blushing with shyness. Instantly, a wave of fragrant warmth enveloped me, evoking an unparalleled dreamlike sensation. In that moment, I found myself questioning reality, wondering if I was truly awake or merely dreaming. Reflecting on my somewhat unconventional life, having traversed the mountains alongside the little fox since childhood, I realized that though I had managed to survive until now, the hardships and solitude I endured had not diminished in weight. I had been ready to abandon everything and seek a new life elsewhere, yet here I was, cradling a bride in my arms, the very same little fox who had accompanied me for over a decade. I lowered my gaze to her, and upon meeting my eyes, she shyly nestled her head against my chest, exuding a gentle and obedient demeanor. It was reminiscent of how the little fox would leap into my arms, nuzzling my chin with her fluffy little head, yet there was an added sense of submission in her actions. Initially, I felt a surge of excitement, but gradually, an unexpected wave of emotion washed over me, causing my nose to tingle and tears to nearly spill forth. However, out of pride, I stifled them back, slowly carrying her out of the bridal sedan chair. Embarrassed, I addressed the young woman, saying, "My family is poor. Please do not mind. Feel free to sit inside." "No need, son-in-law," she replied. "We will leave your belongings at the door. You may come by later to arrange them. We shall take our leave now." The young girl spoke to me, and soon those doll-like figures began placing lanterns and items wrapped in red paper at the doorstep. Compared to the town, this village seemed to be the poorest of places. Yet, now every household was illuminated with electric lights, while my home could scarcely boast even a candle. Feeling embarrassed to impose on others, I refrained from extending my hospitality. "Dear husband, our mission is now accomplished. Next, I wish you and our beloved Princess Ching Ching a harmonious union, and may you soon be blessed with children." The girl mischievously smiled and leaned closer to whisper, "Princess Ching Ching is still quite young and does not yet comprehend the ways of the world. Dear husband, you must take the time to teach her, so she may understand the prowess of men." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit Ching Ching in my arms pinched the girl's arm, blushing with embarrassment. "Oh, you naughty girl. You are incorrigible." The girl yelped in surprise, covering her mouth as she stepped back. "Princess, I am not incorrigible. Rather, I am enviously so." With a giggle, she added, "Well then, we shall take our leave. Farewell, princess, farewell, dear husband. Do not forget what I told you. When you see my second sister, urge her to come early." The fox spirit Ching Ching extended her delicate hand to wave at the girl. "Understood, princess. I shall depart now. May you conceive a little one on your wedding night," the girl exclaimed before hastily retreating, accompanied by the bearers of the palanquin. Fearful of being pinched. "Naughty girl, truly incorrigible," Ching Ching remarked as she attempted to free herself from my embrace, likely intent on chasing after the girl to give her a playful reprimand. I quickly embraced her and, unable to contain my laughter, remarked, "She merely speaks the truth in wishing us well. Do not take offense." "What truth? Who is planning to have a baby with you?" "Humph, such fanciful thoughts." She playfully pinched my arm in response. Even her struggle to break free from my grasp mirrored that of a little fox, perfectly capturing the moment. At that instant, all negativity seemed to dissipate entirely, and I couldn't help but chuckle again. I carried her into the living room and gently seated her on a stool. "You can feel aggrieved here for a moment. I shall tidy up the room." "Oh, please be quick." After I set her down, she became remarkably subdued, sitting upright with her legs clasped together. I couldn't resist laughing again, finding her demeanor so gentle. Surely, blessings await her. Chapter 19. The wedding chamber. After a moment of excited laughter, I hurried to the entrance to arrange my belongings. First, I carried 4 lanterns into the room, 2 for the living room and 2 for the bedroom. Then, I embraced the large crimson quilt they had sent and spread it neatly on the bed. I must admit, had I not visited the temple where Hu Qingqing resided, this would have been my first encounter with such a comfortable bed. Once the quilt was laid out, I turned to Hu Qingqing, who was perched on the stool, and suggested, "You know, sitting on that stool must be uncomfortable. Why not come to the bed instead?" She said nothing, but suddenly stretched out her little hands, an unmistakable request to be held. The sight was rather amusing. The once desolate and eerie home began to radiate warmth at that moment. It seemed as though the very essence of loneliness was slowly drifting away from me. With a resigned smile, I scooped her up and carried her into the room, setting her down on the bed. "Wait here for me. I shall be back shortly to keep you company," I said. I didn't actually imply that I wanted her company, but she appeared somewhat displeased. Yet, she quickly buried her head and murmured, "Then do hurry, please." I grinned broadly and dashed outside to bring in all the remaining items. After shutting the door, I spent a moment in the living room pondering, when 2 children brought in a bundle wrapped in red cloth. It turned out to be a complete tea set, and aside from that, there was nothing else. Upon reopening the trunk, I was immediately captivated by its contents. It was filled with an array of exquisite dresses, all intended for a young lady, their delightful fragrance wafting into the air. So, these must belong to Hu Qingqing. I had just awakened from a dream, fearing that her arrival was merely an illusion, worried that she might vanish again for 2 or 3 years, leaving me alone to await her return. Yet, upon seeing these garments, it felt as though I understood that she had committed herself to a lifetime with me, bringing all her belongings to settle down and share a life together. A smile unexpectedly graced my face, filling me with joy. "Hey, are you ready yet?" she called out from the room, sounding a bit impatient. "I'm coming." I hurriedly closed the trunk, extinguished the lantern in the living room, and retreated to my chamber. As I entered and shut the door, I found her quietly seated on the bed, her delicate, ethereal visage eliciting a sense of bashfulness within me. I scratched the back of my head, feeling quite embarrassed as I stammered, "May I?" Before I could finish my sentence, she bit her rosy lip and interrupted, "No, you may not." A pang of disappointment struck me, and my smile faltered. After a moment's thought, I quickly clarified, I didn't mean it that way. I was merely inquiring if I could lift your red veil." "Well, if you're here, just do it. Why ask me about such things?" She pouted, though I couldn't help but sense a hint of displeasure in her tone, perhaps stemming from my earlier rummaging through her trunk. After some contemplation, I realized it was indeed rather impolite. My hands grew increasingly hesitant as I slowly approached her side. "If I uncover it, you mustn't be angry, all right?" "Why would I be angry?" she replied, but then added, "However, you must promise that once I am revealed, you won't keep staring at me." She spoke shyly, her head bowed and her demeanor fidgety. "All right," I said, and without delay, I grasped the 2 corners of the red veil, gradually lifting it. A porcelain-like chin, delicate red lips, and a petite, exquisite face emerged. Her bashful dimples and a pair of sparkling eyes shone through. As the veil was lifted, she buried her head, too timid to meet my gaze. At that moment, her shyness surpassed even that of Bai Shirhan. For a moment, I felt a twinge of frustration. Was it my own boldness, or were these girls simply too modest? Why did they all seem so fresh and embarrassed? The adage holds true. While a maiden's smile is enchanting, her shyness is utterly captivating. Indeed, her bashful demeanor possessed an almost mesmerizing allure. If I were to gaze upon her shy expressions for a moment longer, I feared my very soul would be ensnared. "Didn't I tell you not to look? Why do you keep staring?" She pouted, clearly displeased. "Oh." I quickly diverted my gaze, scratching the back of my head, and absent-mindedly set the red veil aside. Now, it was my turn to feel anxious. I dared not look back at her, fearing that a mere glance might provoke her ire. Reminiscent of how I had abruptly departed 3 years prior, all I could do was stare vacantly at the large red lantern by the entrance. She remained silent, simply sitting there, with only the faint sound of her breath breaking the stillness. I suddenly realized that not looking at her made me even more anxious. Listening to her voice and inhaling her fragrance filled my mind with endless fantasies. I was unaware of how much time had passed when my unruly hormones began to stir. Gradually, my hand inched toward hers, landing upon her warm little hand. Initially, she trembled slightly, overwhelmed by shyness, yet she did not withdraw. Moments later, she unexpectedly and gently grasped my hand. This tentative gesture elicited a response, causing my heart to race exponentially, beating wildly in my chest. Slowly, I leaned closer, lightly nudging her, attempting to push her onto the bed. However, my effort was rather feeble, and I failed to topple her. The awkwardness of the moment was palpable, and I thought to myself how my lack of experience was truly a predicament. I raised my hand again, preparing to exert a bit more force. But she released my hand, clutching the bedpost nervously, and asked, "You naughty boy, I don't want this." I rubbed my nose, saying, "But aren't we supposed to consummate our marriage?" She vehemently shook her head, the beads on her crown jingling with her movements. My sister warned me that a girl should not let boys touch her casually, or else they would not treat her well in the future. But that was before marriage. We were already wed, so it shouldn't matter. After saying this, I leaned a little closer to her once more. "Do not, do not, do not." My sister remarked that men are prone to mischief, and if so, they must be deceitful. It seems you two are a great deceiver. Humph. After she spoke, she shifted slightly to the side, appearing genuinely upset. "Since you have said such things, I shall deceive you then." Without further thought, I embraced her tightly, proclaiming, "You are my wife now, are you not?" She hurriedly waved her hands, pleading in a delicate tone, "Oh dear, no, no. I am afraid. If you do not release me, I shall cry for you." I had just planted a gentle kiss on her fair cheek, initially intending to hold her close, but to my astonishment, 2 glistening tears rolled down her face. This left me taken aback. How could she be so sensitive? Yet, her tears, combined with her soft and fragrant form struggling in my arms, rendered me utterly entranced. I found myself lacking in tenderness, pressing her down with force. Surprisingly, she did not resist this time, reclining on the bed while pouting seriously at me. "However, my father has said that if you dare to bully me, he will devour you if he finds out. If you are unafraid, then come at me." With that, she closed her eyes, presenting herself as if to be at my mercy. Chapter 20. The 5 Immortals of Folklore. Initially, I found myself instinctively attempting to suppress my feelings, yet at that moment, I could no longer contain them. My mind, clouded with confusion, was overwhelmed by an undeniable affection for the girl before me. She was enchanting, delightful, and irresistibly adorable. Her allure seemed capable of captivating one's very soul. However, as the image of those 2 pairs of white eyeballs atop the tipple suddenly flashed in my mind, a shiver coursed through me. I let out a sigh and promptly seated myself beside her, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over me as I murmured, "All right. Please stop crying. I won't touch you anymore. I apologize." "Humph, wretched MSG, how cruel." She sorrowfully wiped away her tears and slowly rose from the bed. Yet, upon noticing my somewhat gloomy expression, she tilted her head, gazing at me with a look of bewilderment. After a moment, her tone softened significantly, and with a hint of guilt, she replied, "It's not that I don't like you, but it's simply not the right time for that." "Why not?" I sighed, conceding the moment. "Just make sure you don't tell your father that I've been bullying you or anything like that." "My father really did say that," she replied, her demeanor earnest as she blinked her eyes. "He mentioned that I am still young and shouldn't let you bully me." "So, the bullying you referred to was in this context?" I suddenly understood, quickly regaining my composure as I inquired, "Why is that?" She buried her head, thoughtlessly pouting her lips. Her hands clasped as she gazed away shyly, murmuring, "Father said I look lovely, and he fears that if you bully me even once, you won't be able to control yourself, and it would lead to your demise." I was taken aback, staring up at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. What she said mirrored the words of the Taoist perfectly. Indeed, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Her allure captivated me at a mere glance. Could it be that the Taoist spoke the truth? I couldn't help but sigh, thinking to myself that not only had I been tempted once, but even before my arrival, I had nearly lost control. Yet, I couldn't simply suppress these feelings, could I? What should I do? Surely, I couldn't marry just for the sake of beauty. I murmured softly, my head hung low. One time wouldn't be impossible. Suddenly, she changed her demeanor, bashfully covering her face, saying, "Then you must promise you can control yourself." Control? I was momentarily stunned. "You know, just don't think about bullying me every day." She was blushing fiercely, her face buried in her hands, stifling giggles. "All right," I affirmed resolutely with a nod. "Then come here," she said, reclining on the bed. Yet her small hands remained over her face, unwilling to let go. "Very well," I replied as I began to take action. However, not long after, just as I had finally managed to loosen a button on her crimson wedding gown, she suddenly withdrew, gripping my hand tightly, her delicate face betraying a hint of fear. "Wei Jing," she implored, "perhaps we should reconsider. My father insists that you are far too young and lack the self-control necessary for this. What if something were to happen to you? What would become of me then?" I stared at her, momentarily taken aback, before reluctantly releasing her hand with a sigh and stepping down from the bed. After a considerable time spent calming the tempest within me, I retrieved a stool from the living room and positioned myself at the doorway of her chamber, observing her from a distance, noting the discontent etched across her features. Upon noticing my displeasure, her expression shifted to one of melancholy, as if she were on the verge of tears. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "Wei Jing, I did not intend to tease you. It is truly my father who forbids us from proceeding. Please do not remain angry." I turned my gaze away, choosing not to engage. "If you are still upset, then come here. I promise I shall not move." but please do not harbor any ill will. She pleaded once more. I am not that sort of person. I have never been with a girl before. I acted impulsively, my sincerest apologies. Taking a deep breath, I inquired. Has your father mentioned anything else? She blinked at me in surprise, seemingly taken aback by my question, and after a brief pause, she smiled mischievously and replied. Nothing at all, he. I scratched my head, gazing thoughtfully at the doorway. In truth, the Taoist monk was not deceiving me. Yet a sense of melancholy enveloped my heart. If that were the case, perhaps it would be better not to marry at all. Having her transform into a little fox to accompany me would be far more delightful, allowing us to enjoy endless happiness without a care in the world. Patience, my dear. I reassured her. You have only just reached adulthood. You are still quite young, and your vitality is easily susceptible to harm. However, do not fret, for I shall assist you in finding a master. Once you have cultivated your skills and become formidable, fear shall no longer hold sway over you. Then I could envision us having a child. No, perhaps two. As she spoke, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. She furrowed her brow gently and began counting on her little fingers. My mother bore, my elder sister, my second sister, and, oh, I would like to give you 3 children. After uttering this, she playfully pinched her fingers and gazed at me with a silly smile. Will that suffice? Looking at her enchanting and delicate visage, my heart raced anew, prompting me to say, do not say such things. When can you begin your training? Just seek out a Taoist to be your master. She tilted her head, her charming smile brightening her face as she replied, rest assured, I have my methods. Did not your father mention that my learning this would bring misfortune upon you? I spoke earnestly, recalling her father's words in the dilapidated temple. There is no need for you to worry. After all, she is a fox spirit, and fox spirits are hardly intimidated by adversities. My father, on the other hand, is excessively proud, believing himself to be invincible, and he wishes to shield us from any troubles. Even if I were to be challenged, I would not be afraid. As long as you can achieve greatness. She smiled sincerely. Why do you say that? I asked gently, looking at her. Because she pouted, tilted her head, and with a flutter of her beautiful eyes replied, because I really like you. A warmth spread through my heart, after enduring countless scornful glances and ridicule. To hear such words tonight felt like a first in my life. Overcome with gratitude, I reached out to pat her head. Reminiscent of the times I fondly caressed little foxes in my childhood. Surprisingly, as I lifted my hand, she obediently lowered her head, resembling a little fox. However, just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by the voice of the Taoist priest. Hey, are you asleep? I was momentarily taken aback. What could he possibly want at this late hour? I let out a sigh and smiled at the fox spirit. Please wait for me for a moment. She nodded obediently. Upon reaching the living room and opening the door, Qin Beijing rushed in, panting heavily. Was there something happening just now? I did not respond immediately. After lighting a lantern, I offered him a stool. Tingding has already taken care of it. He glanced at my room and nodded. That's good. Were there many beasts? How did you know? I thought to myself, impressed by his acuity. Are there rats, hedgehogs, yellow weasels, and snakes, correct? He inquired again. I nodded, nearly giving him a thumbs up. This is quite troublesome. He calculated with his fingers. How have you offended the celestial beings? To the extent that the fox family would go so far as to summon the 4 great celestial masters to threaten your wife? You really have a knack for attracting ire, don't you? Celestial beings? I was taken aback. The 5 great deities of folklore, fox, yellow weasel, hedgehog, snake, and rat, are not to be trifled with. This situation seems dire. I suggest you hastily gather your belongings and flee with your wife. I noticed your father-in-law has already departed. Do not let your good wife be caught in the fray. Qin Beijian stated with a grave expression. Chapter 21, The 5 Afflictions and 3 Deficiencies. Upon hearing his words, I found myself in a state of disarray, sinking into my seat. Eventually, I retrieved my notes and handed them to him, saying, have a look. It is likely as I have written. I am uncertain if the entity I have provoked is indeed the celestial being you mentioned. Qin Beijing paused momentarily, accepting the notes and perusing through them. His expression shifted dramatically with each page he turned. A few minutes later, he returned the notes to me, astonished, and remarked, so it turns out that the 9 heavens tribulation from Qingxiu seeks to repay a debt of gratitude to you? That essentially alleviates any concerns. What nonsense about the 5 great celestial beings. Upon hearing the term 9 heavens tribulation, wouldn't they be terrified out of their wits? I had always thought that they were interested in your celestial young bone, intending to use you to appease their own daughter. Ahem. My father's century-long tribulation has arrived, and he cannot engage in combat at the moment. Hence, he has retreated to seclusion. I interjected. Taoist, you must not disclose my identity. At that moment, Hu Qingqing emerged from the room. The moment Qin Beijian laid eyes on her, his gaze became transfixed, and he swayed slightly, murmuring in a daze, oh my, that petite mouth, those enchanting eyes, truly exquisite. I raised my hand to shield his view and weakly inquired, "What are you staring at?" He chuckled softly, turned his head to ponder for a moment, and then resumed a serious demeanor, saying, "In that case, you should find a place to lie low. If they truly intend to take action and summon the important figures, simply mention my name. At the very least, it might spare you some trouble." "No need for that, Taoist," she replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "My sister will be coming. Hiki. However, I do have a request to make of you. Would you be so kind as to grant it?" Hu Qingqing's gentle smile was utterly captivating. Even before revealing her request, her tender tone and sweet expression made it difficult for anyone to refuse her. True to the sentiment, Chen Beijian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, remaining dazed for some time before he finally nodded, a hint of embarrassment on his face. All right. Whatever you need, just say the word, princess. But, ahem, as a monk, I must ask you not to employ your enchanting charms on me." He chuckled awkwardly. "Could you teach me the ways of Taoism?" Hu Qingqing blinked earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Beijian. "Well, that is certainly possible. Our temple is indeed in need of a disciple. However, I must warn you, princess, the 5 afflictions and 3 deficiencies are a certainty. Once you begin your studies, you will be ensnared. I advise you to consider this carefully," Chen Beijian replied, his expression a mix of delight and concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Qingqing shook her head, pursing her lips. "It's fine. I know many Taoists who have wives and children. What are the odds that it would be so coincidental? Wouldn't you agree, Taoist? Indeed, it is said that the so-called 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks must encompass at least one aspect that you fear. The probability of suffering from the misfortune of killing after marriage is 1 in 5, as is the case with killing the wife. Your Highness, you appear to be a person of great wealth and nobility, so it is not necessarily the case that you will encounter these 2 misfortunes. Even if you do, with the celestial prowess of your father, the king, it could be reversed." Chen Beijian spoke earnestly. "Could you elaborate a bit more?" I gazed at Chen Beijian, who did not indulge in any elaborate discourse, yet I found myself utterly perplexed. "It is quite clear," he continued, "the so-called 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. To simplify, those who pursue the path of enlightenment may encounter 5 deficiencies along with 3 lacks. Widowhood, bereavement, solitude, and disability constitute the 5 deficiencies. The 3 lacks can be understood as wealth, life, and power. If one encounters widowhood, it signifies that one may bring misfortune upon one's spouse, leading to a life of loneliness. If one encounters solitude, it could result in the demise of one's parents. And if one faces disability, it implies misfortune befalling one's children." Chen Beijian circled around me, gesturing with his fingers as he continued, "Given your current circumstances, it is quite probable that you may encounter the deficiency of solitude. However, since your parents have passed away many years ago, you are already considered solitary. The likelihood of encountering widowhood and solitude is quite low. As of now, you are only at risk of widowhood and solitude, and the chances are slim. Moreover, your spouse is not an ordinary individual, and you need not fear the other 2 deficiencies. This is also why the practitioner is willing to take you in. Of course," he added, "there will still be 1 deficiency among the 3 lacks, and that is what you should truly be concerned about. A lack of wealth implies a lifetime of poverty, which is inconsequential. A lack of life, however, would be detrimental, leading to a short lifespan. While a lack of power is not overly severe, it means one would possess little fortune and authority. In our line of work, which involves exorcising evil and maintaining the balance of yin and yang, there is little room for enjoyment." I turned to Hu Qingqing and asked, "Is that so?" "Rest assured, my dear MSG, I would never deceive you," exclaimed Hu Qingqing with utmost confidence. "My father is rather irritable. Should you fail to thrive, his affection for you may wane." The princess spoke the truth. "Initially, I believed that teaching you, young man, was a matter of fate. However, it has become evident that you must acquire some skills. Why, you may ask? Because you are at odds with the Fox family. Even if you do not seek vengeance for your parents, they will not spare you. Do you intend to live off your wife for the rest of your days, relying on her to shield you?" Chen Beijian fixed his gaze upon me. I pondered for a moment, then nodded toward Hu Qingqing and said, "You shall decide." "That is splendid. Taoist, when may I become your disciple?" Hu Qingqing inquired with exuberance, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Chen Beijian. "To be candid, although I practice the authentic Maoshan arts, I am not a legitimate disciple of the Maoshan sect, but rather a student of the Hongfu Temple on Tianmen Mountain in the provincial capital. I have yet to take on any disciples. However, my master is a true practitioner of Maoshan, having recently divided the temple and come here. In due course, I shall arrange for you to meet my master to determine if it is suitable." Chen Beijian replied with an awkward smile. "Very well, thank you, Taoist," Hu Qingqing exclaimed, her face alight with joy. She quickly turned to me and said, "MSG, do express your gratitude to the Taoist." "Why bow? A simple gesture will suffice," I replied, reluctantly performing a slight bow to Chen Beijian and uttering a brief thank you. It was not that I lacked gratitude, But this fellow often cast furtive glances at Hu Qingqing, his eyes gleaming in a manner that hardly befitted a gentleman. The fellow also sensed a hint of hostility in my gaze, awkwardly adjusting his sleeves and averting his eyes from Hu Qingqing. Clearing his throat, he said, "Well then, it seems I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow to seek you both." With that, he hastily made his way towards the door, as if he wished to linger not a moment longer. At that moment, Hu Qingqing, puzzled, called out, "Hey, Taoist, it's nearly dawn outside. Aren't you going to rest here?" "Not at all, not at all." Chun Beijian had already distanced himself, yet his murmurs could still be faintly heard. With such looks, who could withstand it? Hu Qingqing found this amusing, turning to me with a dreamy smile. "Did you hear that, Wei Jing? Look at how the Taoist behaves, if he feels that way. Imagine you. Your self-control is even weaker than his. It's not that he doesn't want you to touch him." Sighing, I replied, "I know." I quickly shut the door. Leaning against it, my gaze fixed upon her irresistibly charming face. With a mischievous grin, I asked, "So, when will you bear me a child? Surely we should have some notion of that, right?" Chapter 22. My Fierce Wife. Upon hearing my words, she suddenly covered her mouth and let out a shy laugh. Then rolled her eyes at me with a hint of exasperation. "You're incorrigible. Can't you think of something else?" "Well, it's just the truth," I replied, lowering my head and scratching the back of my neck, feeling rather foolish at that moment. To be honest, whenever I faced her, my mind would go completely blank. I realized that her visage and even a mere glance could cause my heart to race uncontrollably, leaving no room for other thoughts. With a pout, she clasped her hands behind her back and whimsically gazed out the window, then shyly glanced back at me. "You're truly annoying. In addition to mastering the arts, there are countless other methods. My intention in teaching you is simply to ensure you impress my father in the future. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own ways." "Oh," I mumbled, staring at my feet. "So, may I sleep on the bed tonight?" "Of course." To my surprise, she approached, took my hand, and led me into the room. With a bashful yet playful glance over her shoulder, she added, "But please don't get carried away. I have the worst temper in my family. Sometimes, when I'm angry, I can't help but bite." "Then perhaps I should sleep outside," I said, releasing her hand and heading towards the living room. The thought of her biting was vividly etched in my mind, recalling how she had mercilessly dispatched so many snakes and weasels earlier. Moreover, I felt that sharing a bed with her would be an inescapable torment for me. "Where do you think you're going? Come back." To my utter surprise, her tone suddenly turned fierce, as if the gentle and shy aura that enveloped her moments ago had vanished into thin air. I scratched my head and suggested, "Perhaps we should sleep separately after all." "No," she pouted, approaching me and pulling me closer. "I want to sleep with you." As she spoke, she clung to me and dragged me into the room, pushing me onto the bed. I was utterly bewildered, staring at her like a monk who had just encountered a conundrum, feeling rather lost. "Humph, you are now my royal subject, and you are not allowed to wander off," she declared triumphantly, winking at me before dashing to the living room to retrieve her suitcase. Soon after, she returned with a mirror and sat down to remove the ornate crown from her head. Once the crown was off, her hair cascaded down again, silky and dark, adorned with colorful rubber bands that formed numerous little braids. Unlike Bai Shirhan, who donned fashionable dresses and exuded a city dweller's charm with a youthful elegance, she possessed a rustic spirit, reminiscent of someone raised in the wild. After she removed the crown, she stood up, opened her suitcase, rummaged through her clothes, and pointed at me, saying, "Turn around, MSG. No peeking." "All right," I replied, finally snapping back to reality from the enchanting moment and quickly turned to face the wall. However, after a brief moment, I was unable to resist the urge to glance back. She was in the midst of changing her attire. Upon catching sight of her ethereal silhouette, I quickly covered my chin, realizing that this was indeed the girl I had once seen by the stream in the mountains during my childhood. So it was her all along? No wonder I could never find the little fox that day. "Have you been peeking at me?" her voice questioned sharply. No. Not at all," I hastily replied. "Should I catch you lying again, I shall ensure to pluck out your eyes," she muttered to herself. Before long, she had finished dressing and approached me with an adorable smile. She wore a lovely yet subtly colored dress, and with her hair cascading down her back in playful braids, she exuded an aura of pure innocence and charm. Her smile, revealing two delightful dimples, sent my heart racing. After 18 years, I was finally graced with the fragrance of a girl. I knew then that I would inevitably embarrass myself, so I pleaded, I beg you. If it comes to that, please allow me to sleep alone." "Absolutely not." She merely shrugged, arching an eyebrow with a playful smile, teasingly sticking out her tongue. "Hee, I shall test your composure, for I fear that in the future, should you find yourself with someone else, you might succumb entirely." With that, she pulled back the covers, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she nestled under the sheets. Bashfully, she reached for my hand, longing to burrow into my embrace. A fragrant aroma, stirring my heart with fervor, wafted towards me, prompting me to quickly shut my eyes, paralyzed by the moment. Wait, what is that scent? Suddenly, she halted, her expression shifting to one of confusion before releasing my hand. I turned to look at her, only to find her flipping the crimson blanket, sniffing the spot whereby Shirhan had recently sat. Her countenance transformed dramatically, biting her lip as she glared at me. You unfaithful scoundrel. What's wrong? I stared at her, feigning innocence. Did that enchantress share your bed? She accused, reaching out to pinch my ear. Isn't that so? Ouch, ouch. I protested, too afraid to move. This is an injustice. How dare you? You treacherous scoundrel. You allowed another girl into your bed. Speak. What did you both do? Her brows knitted together, her face, once filled with fury, now wore a look of grievance, on the verge of tears. I swear, nothing happened. Truly, nothing at all. At that moment, I didn't even know who she was. The priest merely instructed me to stall for your arrival. I promise, nothing happened. My ear throbbed painfully as I gazed at this pitiful girl before me, my heart racing, bewildered. Just moments ago. Her gentle demeanor had enveloped the atmosphere like a warm embrace. I perceive that she intends to consume me. Are you certain? She pouted, gazing at me with a look of pitiful grievance. Absolutely. I responded with a visage of torment. Very well, I shall trust you this once, she huffed. Releasing her grip on me, I exhaled in relief. Yet before I could fully savor this respite, she retorted fiercely. However, you have allowed other girls into your bed. I care not for your reasons, it simply cannot be. My heart brims with indignation. What else can I do? Shall you bite me to death? I lamented while rubbing my ears, overwhelmed with the injustice I felt. Bite you to death? She genuinely pondered this, causing me to tense up, but after a moment, she tilted her head, her lips pursed innocently, and declared, Yet, I could never bear to do so. Yet I am aggrieved. We have only just wed, and other girls are already intruding upon our sanctum. I shall inform my father of your transgressions. Humph. She crossed her arms, her expression a mixture of ferocity and vulnerability, as if she were truly unable to surmount this obstacle. Upon hearing her mention her father, I swallowed hard, thinking to myself, Dear sister, must you always invoke your father? It is quite terrifying. It would be far better to simply render a swift conclusion. Hastily, I admitted my fault. I was wrong. What must I do to prevent you from informing your father? Then, you shall kneel at the corner of the bed, and without my permission, you shall not sleep. She gritted her teeth as she shoved me away, exclaiming, Do you hear that, you unfaithful wretch? At this moment, I found myself quite indignant. Turning to her with utmost seriousness, I assert that beneath a man's knee lies gold. One kneels to heaven, to the earth, and to one's parents, henceforth. Let us add kneeling to the wife. Is there any issue with that? She dismissed my words, suddenly extending her hands. I watched in horror as her fingernails gradually elongated, creating an exceedingly terrifying scene. No problem, no problem. Fear compelled me to scurry to the corner of the bed, kneeling upright on the quilt, contemplating my transgressions against the wall. My spine continued to shiver as I pondered her unreasonable stance. I had clearly delineated the situation earlier, and she had understood it. Why? Then, must I be punished merely because she was aggrieved? Alas, it seemed that the blissful life I envisioned was not as idyllic as I had imagined. I heard her huff, though she did not leave the bed, yet the candle and the lantern extinguished. Subsequently, she burrowed under the covers to sleep. Threatening. I detest unfaithful scoundrels. Listen well, you are the man of this princess. Should you dare to touch another girl, I shall sever your... I truly did not touch her. I replied helplessly. You deceitful scoundrel. How did she end up in your bed then? She retorted defiantly. Well, I was merely stalling for your arrival. Besides, she entered the room herself. What do you mean by that? She inquired earnestly. I mean no harm. Since you already know I did not touch her, could we not end this kneeling? I wish to sleep. I beseeched her with desperation. No way. Even if you haven't touched her, you must have spoken to her, or at least seen her. Humph. You better kneel properly, or I shall bite you to death. What? Speaking is also off limits? Gazing is forbidden too? Indeed it is. Humph. From now on, aside from me, you are prohibited from looking at any other girl or speaking to them. Oh heavens. I let out a sigh and shook my head in resignation, saying, All right then. My lady, you should rest early. I admit my fault. She retorted angrily, Whether I rest or not is none of your business. You can just kneel and sleep. Humph. Tomorrow, wake up early and buy me some things. I intend to cook and serve you well, lest you think that enchantress is better than me. Chapter 23. Zhang Taiju. With a sense of helplessness, I buried my head into the corner, my face contorted in discomfort, not daring to utter a single word. The fragrant aroma wafting from the bedding prompted me to reflect on the past. This was the first time I encountered such a plethora of comfortable blankets on this bed. For over a decade, I had endured a wretched nest of straw. And now that I finally found a semblance of comfort, my knees had to suffer the consequence. I had anticipated that she would allow me to kneel for a brief moment, but instead, I heard her let out a soft, pitiful hum, and thereafter, silence enveloped the room. It was not until I found myself drowsily leaning against the wall, on the verge of sleep, that she did not relent and invite me to lie down. The following morning, I was awakened by the symphony of chirping insects and birds. As I opened my eyes, I discovered I was nestled in bed, the blanket securely wrapped around me. The lingering fragrance of huqingqing still hung in the air beside me, causing me to shiver in surprise. I hastily rose and peered outside, where the blinding sunlight had already reached the window. A sound of sweeping echoed from outside, and I could faintly hear the crackling of firewood in the kitchen. For the first time in over a decade, my home resonated with morning sounds. I quickly leaped out of bed and rushed to the door, finding both the living room and kitchen doors wide open. The warm sunlight streamed in, illuminating the space. And the pear tree at the entrance had begun to bloom, with bees and birds flitting about joyfully, creating a scene brimming with life. Beside the pear tree, a few freshly washed garments hung, droplets cascading to the ground. These were clothes I had worn for ages, tattered and never laundered. In that moment, I could scarcely believe this was my home. Fox Qingqing was sweeping the floor with a broom, a task that had evidently been neglected for at least 2 years. Yet, her deft hands worked with such finesse that the floor sparkled with cleanliness. Observing her exquisite attire and the graceful braid that framed her delicate features, I marveled at the reality before me. It was no illusion. I had indeed spent the entire night in prayer, and this was not a mere dream. As I stood lost in thought, she noticed me, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous night. Her demeanor had softened considerably, and she turned to me with a radiant smile, as bright as the sun, tilting her head mischievously as she inquired, "Wei Jing, you're awake?" "Yes, I am awake." I instinctively straightened my posture, fearful that my disheveled appearance might displease her. She smirked, then approached me, causing me to instinctively take a step back in surprise. Her previously bashful expression transformed as she rolled her eyes at me, exclaiming, "What are you afraid of? Do you think this princess is going to eat you?" I was left with a face contorted in dismay, too intimidated to respond or retreat any further. She shot me another glance before coming closer, rummaging through her clothes until she produced a 50 yuan note along with 2 20 yuan bills, which she irritably handed to me, saying, "Our home is utterly impoverished. Go buy some oil, salt, and, oh yes, get some candles too." "All right, certainly," I replied, nodding vigorously, and was about to flee when she called out to me once more, "Wei Jing, wait a moment. Is there anything else?" I turned back to look at her. She cast aside the broom and dashed into the house, soon emerging with a delicate wooden box in hand. Upon opening it, I discovered a myriad of crumpled bills, predominantly 10 and 20 yuan notes, with only a few red ones nestled at the bottom. She buried her head in the box, counting the 10 and 20 yuan notes twice, but then paused, suddenly presenting me with 2 of the red bills. "Here, take this to buy yourself a couple of garments. Just be frugal. You see, I've never spent money since childhood, and this is a gift from my sister," she added, pouting slightly with a look of concern on her face. I stood there momentarily dumbfounded, mustering the courage to inquire, "Isn't your father formidable? Why does he not provide you with any spending money?" She pouted, a hint of displeasure in her expression, and resumed sweeping the floor, mumbling, "My father is quite insufferable. He insists we learn self-reliance from a young age. All this money was earned by my elder sister, who traded wild vegetables from the mountains for it. Besides, we hardly need to spend money. It's merely a source of amusement for us." I examined the crumpled notes closely. They seemed to have been saved for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, I hurried into the house and tucked away all the money she had given me beneath my pillow. Then, I retrieved 2 bills from the several hundred yuan that Bai Shirhan had given me and dashed back outside. Passing through the kitchen, I noticed it was filled with warmth, the stove blazing vigorously. Everything in this household had transformed, exuding an atmosphere of comfort. At that moment, I suddenly realized how delightful it is to have a wife. Certainly, here is the refined version of your text in elegant English. Although the situation is dire, it is certainly preferable to my days spent slumbering on straw, foraging for wild fruits, and digging for potatoes. Here, procuring goods requires a considerable trek. Acquiring clothing is an even more arduous endeavor, necessitating several kilometers of mountainous terrain to reach the town. Thus, I set off at a brisk pace and soon found myself at the foot of the mountain. Standing between the fields, I was suddenly struck by the sight of a gathering at Zhang Degu's home. From a distance, I noticed several white wreaths adorning the entrance and some mourners clad in mourning garments. A wave of shock washed over me. Had Zhang Degu truly passed away? Just the previous night, he had come to my home, and to be honest, I had always suspected the old woman was up to no good. Lost in my thoughts, I was abruptly jolted by a hand on my shoulder. "Oh, isn't this the impoverished lad? What do you have in hand, and where are you off to?" Turning around, I found myself face to face with a burly middle-aged man sporting a thick brow and a bushy beard, clad in a white tank top that showcased his muscular physique, Zhang Teju. the notorious bully who relished tormenting me. In his youth, he had been spoiled by his family, and years ago, his actions had driven his own parents to their demise. Now, he was a notorious rogue in the village. Mind your own business, I retorted, attempting to walk away. Hey, halt. He seized my clothing with a firm grip. Where did you manage to acquire that wedding attire, you impoverished fool? You've grown quite bold, daring to ignore my inquiries. I pushed his hand away. Zhang Taizhou. Do not overstep your bounds. What I wear and where I am going is of no concern to you. Release me. How dare you speak to me in such a manner after days of absence? He snarled. He seized my ear and, without uttering a word, instinctively delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, my ear buzzed, and a searing pain suddenly enveloped my face. For over a decade, every time he spotted me in the village, I could hardly escape this slap. When the little fox was around, things were somewhat bearable. It seemed to possess an understanding, often preventing me from encountering these individuals in the valley. However, during the 3 years of its absence, I endured not only the sorrow of losing the little fox, but also the relentless torment inflicted by this man during my most despondent moments. Reflecting on these grievances, a surge of indignation coursed through me, igniting a fire within. I clutched his arm and sank my teeth into it. Let go, you filthy cur. I swear I will end you. He bellowed, retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks, though my entire body felt as if it were on the verge of collapse. I knew I could not overpower him, yet I clung to his arm, biting with all my might. Zhang Taizhou, seeing that I would not relent no matter how he struck, suddenly forced me into the muddy fields where seedlings had been planted. I felt my head sink partially into the icy earth and reluctantly released my grip. Had it not been for my desperate struggles, mud would have filled my ears and nose. Yet, even after I relinquished my bite, he still held my arm tightly. Pressing my head down so that I could scarcely breathe, he delivered 2 kicks to my rear and then flipped me over, an orphaned wild wretch. Have your legs grown strong? How dare you bite me? Today, I will make you pay dearly. Chapter 24, The Humiliation of the Doll. I gasped for breath. Spitting at him, if you can't kill me, I will eventually bring about your demise. Very well, I shall end your life right now, he snarled. Glaring at the saliva I had spat upon him. Without warning, he seized my hair and thrust my head into the field. In an instant, darkness enveloped me. I felt the mud gushing into my ears and nostrils, and I struggled desperately, inadvertently swallowing a mouthful of the muck, which caused me to cough violently. Yet, my head was nearly submerged in the mire, and all I could hear was the gurgling sound. The more I coughed, the more sludge filled my mouth. A sensation akin to impending death. Nevertheless, he showed no intention of releasing his grip. No matter how fiercely I fought, I could not escape his immense strength. After a few minutes, utterly exhausted, he pulled me from the mud and kicked me to lie in the corner of the field. I gasped for air, each breath accompanied by a flow of mud from my nostrils, a sensation more unbearable than death itself. Damn it. You think you can act tough just because you've grown up? You wretched creature, bereft of parents. He remained indifferent to my near-lifeless state and forcibly pried my hand open. Well, 200. He looked at me in astonishment before snatching the money away. Damn it, kid, not bad at all. Where did you steal this from? At this moment, many people who had gathered at Zhang Degu's house for the feast had already moved to the nearby ridge, standing there to watch the spectacle. Some elderly men, puffing on their pipes, and a few women with unappealing visages, made no effort to intervene on behalf of Zhang Taizhou. Instead, they merely smiled blandly at me. Taizhou, have you been up to your mischief again? One old man chuckled. Indeed, if he dares to retort, he deserves a good thrashing. Zhang Taizhou stealthily pocketed the money, kicked me twice, and spat in my direction, hissing, You fatherless, motherless wretch, I've longed to rid the world of you. Today, however, you're fortunate. From now on, I shall strike you whenever I see you. Enough, Taizhou, this lad is but a ghostly imp. Be cautious, for your ill fortune may soon return to haunt you, the old man warned with a chuckle. This elder happened to be the village chief, a figure commonly regarded as the most esteemed in our community. Yet, he had never looked kindly upon me. I could not fathom the reason for their disdain. I had never wronged them, yet they treated me with contempt, derision, and malice. As the crowd pointed and jeered at my nearly lifeless form, they eventually departed, exchanging laughter and conversation, leaving me alone on the cold, damp grass. I gasped in despair for what felt like an eternity before I managed to regain my composure. Spitting onto the ground repeatedly, engulfed by a sensation akin to returning from the gates of the underworld. Afterward, I curled up helplessly in the corner of the field. Vacantly gazing ahead, my vision blurred, yet not a single tear escaped my eyes. I could not comprehend the reasons behind this. Why, from a young age, I was taught to be courteous, addressing the elderly as grandpa and grandma, and the young as older brothers and sisters, regardless of whether they greeted me warmly or not. I persevered with a bold face for over a decade. Why was it that I was so much more understanding than my peers from such a tender age? Yet they still harbored disdain for me. Why did even the esteemed elders of the village treat me with such indifference, failing to regard me as human? Was it merely because I could not afford fine clothing? Or because I was orphaned? Was poverty the sole reason? I lost track of how long I squatted in that corner, my mind buzzing incessantly, until I sluggishly rose like a soulless being, limping towards the riverbank, cleansing my head and clothes with the river's water. I feared returning lest Fox Ching see me and I would feel embarrassed. Yet, even after washing away the mud from my body, the imprints of fingers on my face remained, as if I were stricken by illness, sapped of vitality. Initially, I hesitated to return, hiding instead by the water's edge, hugging my knees under the sun. However, thoughts of her calling for me to fetch something troubled me. If I delayed too long and failed to procure it, would she scold me? At last, I limped quietly back home, where Hu Qingqing was busily engaged in the kitchen. Seizing the moment when she was distracted, I intended to slip inside to retrieve some money. Yet her keen ears betrayed me. Before I could fully enter, she approached, wiping her hands on her apron, exclaiming, "Monosodium glutamate, so soon." Her words seemed to falter into silence. A few moments later, her small face bore an expression of profound shock as she rushed towards me, staring in disbelief for over 10 seconds. Finally, trembling, she grasped my shoulder and gently traced the finger marks on my face, her voice laced with concern. "My dear husband, what has happened to you? Why is your face so bruised?" I hung my head, listless, and replied, "I fell accidentally." "You are lying. This is clearly the result of being beaten. Please tell me the truth. Did you encounter that Zhang Taiju again?" She implored, her eyes welling with tears that cascaded down her pristine visage, rendering her heartbroken. "Does it hurt?" Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, I felt an inexplicable release from the pent-up frustration Zhang Taiju had caused me earlier, and I quickly shook my head in response. With her tear-streaked eyes fixed on me, she fell silent for a moment. A fleeting glimmer of fierce determination crossed her previously sorrowful face as she bit her red lip and declared, "How dare you strike my husband? I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death." "Enough. This is not my first encounter with violence, so do not worry. I shall simply change my clothes and go buy something." As I was about to enter the house, my mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with Zhang Taiju. However, upon seeing Hu Qingqing's genuine concern for me, I suddenly realized that it was not worth sacrificing my life over a mere bandit. "Stop right there," Hu Qingqing exclaimed angrily, then seized my ear. "You were beaten, and yet you seem unfazed. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Haven't you retaliated yet?" Though my ear throbbed with pain, I dared not speak and could only nod vigorously. "That's more like a man. If anyone bullies you again and you choose to endure it silently, I swear I will strangle you." She glared at me, her fury palpable. "Where's that person? Lead me to him. Today. This princess will give him a taste of his own medicine." What has provoked the princess to such a fury? At that moment, Chen Beijian's voice suddenly rang out from the intersection. Hu Qingqing glanced back at him, then turned to me with a pout, her expression one of exasperation mixed with disappointment. Yet, she managed to mask her anger with a gentle smile before releasing my ear and softly imploring, "Come on, just take me to see him. I merely wish to glimpse the face of the one who dared to strike you. Is that too much to ask?" Her voice was tender, yet her grip on my arm was painfully tight, causing me to wince. I understood that she was putting on a brave front for the sake of appearances, while internally she was seething with frustration. At that moment, I realized she was not the unreasonable girl I had assumed her to be, and I was reluctant to see her embroiled in trouble because of my issues. However, under her threatening gaze, I hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Oh dear. Have you been beaten up?" Chen Beijin approached, astonished at my battered appearance. At that moment, Hu Qingqing huffed and dashed into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. Chen Beijin, with a look of disbelief, glanced at Hu Qingqing's retreating figure, and then, with a hint of amusement, quietly inquired, "What happened? Did you misbehave and get a scolding from your wife?" "Let me tell you, her family of 3 sisters is notoriously hot-tempered. I meant to warn you yesterday not to provoke this lady, but I completely forgot. My sincerest apologies." I sat on the bench with a stern expression and replied listlessly, "No, that's not it." "Then what happened? Who did this to you?" He stifled a laugh. "Are you too ashamed to admit that your wife gave you a good thrashing?" "Huh. I didn't realize you were such a henpecked husband." "Don't you dare call me a henpecked husband." Hu Qingqing emerged from the living room, glaring fiercely at Chen Beijian, causing him to shudder involuntarily. She then composed herself, shut the door firmly, and came over to support me, saying, "My dear, we must go." Although her demeanor suggested she was not displeased with me, she pinched me quite hard as she helped me up, compelling me to rise and follow her. "Where is this princess taking her husband?" Chen Beijian's expression grew serious as he hurriedly accompanied us. Fox Qingqing, evidently furious, ignored Chen Beijian and relentlessly pulled me down the mountain. I had intended to turn back and discreetly greet Chen Beijian, hoping he might intervene and prevent any potential calamity. After all, after a lifetime of hardship, one cannot let a rogue ruin a rare moment of happiness. However, the instant Fox Qingqing noticed my intention to look back, she pinched me fiercely, causing me such pain that I dared not move, thus compelled to follow her obediently. Chen Beijian, without further inquiry, trailed behind us. Before long, we arrived at the spot where I had been beaten. Upon seeing the marks in the field, Fox Ching, incensed, pinched me again. Stop pinching, it hurts. I could no longer endure the discomfort and blurted out. She glanced towards Zhang Degu's home, her anger palpable as she continued to pull me along. How can I not be furious when he bullies you? I nearly cried. My heart was equally indignant. Yet, couldn't she channel that energy to confront others instead? The pain from the earlier beating by Zhang Taiju still lingered, prompting me to rub the sore spots. Chen Beijian chuckled heartily. I see. The princess's husband has been assaulted. Then, dear princess, why not take that anger out on him instead? Look at how pitiful this lad is. Be quiet. Fox Ching retorted without looking back. Chen Beijin awkwardly cleared his throat, instantly silenced, and didn't he dare to breathe too loudly. Before long, I was pulled into Zhang Degu's home by Hu Qingqing. At that moment, everyone was gathered around the dining table, and as pairs of eyes turned to us, they were nearly rendered speechless upon seeing Hu Qingqing. The whispers soon cascaded around us. Oh my goodness, which family does this girl belong to? She is truly adorable. Goodness, in my lifetime, I have never encountered such a charming girl. Which family is she from? Hu Qingqing paid no attention to the murmurs. Instead, she firmly took my hand and positioned us before the crowd, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, Who struck the blow? Step forward. Chapter 25. The fury of Hu Qingtian's voice, sweet as honey, retained its gentle tone even in her fury. The crowd, however, paid her no heed. Engrossed instead in their discussions about her appearance. Noticing their indifference, Hu Qingtian approached a table laden with dishes, angrily flinging a plate to the ground with a resounding crash. Instantly, the chatter ceased, and all eyes widened in disbelief at her boldness. Oh my, such a beautiful girl, yet with such a fiery temperament. How captivating, remarked a young man with bare arms, who then sauntered closer, smiling at Hu Qingtian's face. Sister, what troubles you? I shall repeat myself. Who has dared to ruin my family's seasoning? Step forward if you can hear. Hu Qingtian ignored the man entirely, her furious gaze scanning the surroundings as she sought Zhang Taiju. In her childhood, she knew well who had bullied her, aside from Zhang Taiju. The others merely looked down upon her and hurled insults, never daring to lay a hand on her for fear of incurring misfortune. Sister. You must be the newcomer from the neighboring village, returned from school. And this poor lad beside you is a ghostly figure. Did your parents not warn you against befriending him? The man seemed oblivious to Hu Qingtian's words, likely mesmerized by her beauty. Who are you to meddle? Hu Qingtian glared fiercely at the man, her voice sharp and commanding. The man, far from being angry, blushed as he carried his bowl to the side, where he seized an elderly woman and inquired, Auntie, having spent your life as a matchmaker, do you know which family this young lady belongs to? I have never seen such a well-behaved girl among the maidens of our 10-mile radius. If she were introduced to a good family, the reward would surely be considerable. The elderly woman, her gaze fixed intently on Hu Qingtong, replied, Auntie, please help me inquire about her. If it comes to fruition, you can count on a generous reward. The man continued to gaze lecherously at Hu Qingtong. Excuse me, I am speaking here. Can you not hear me? Hu Qingtong furrowed her delicate brows, her cheeks flushed with indignation at being ignored. At that moment, Chen Beijin approached with his hands behind his back, rapping on the table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Who struck this young man? Step forward. Indeed, the crowd remained mesmerized by Hu Qingtong's beauty until Chen Beijin spoke, prompting them to shift their attention towards him. Shortly thereafter, the village head emerged, pipe in mouth, exclaiming, Who is causing a disturbance here? Zhang Daigu has passed away today after a lifetime of toil without descendants. Do you not understand the respect owed to the deceased? What kind of behavior is this, making such noise outside? Zhang Taiju also emerged, glancing our way. I could wager that he paid no heed to either me or Chan Beijian. His gaze was immediately drawn to Hu Qingtong and remained fixated upon her. Growing weary of their chatter, Hu Qingtong approached and gently nudged me, saying, Wei Jing, they have come out. Go and teach him a lesson. At that moment, Zhang Taiju finally noticed me and stepped out with a broad grin. Oh, I was wondering why this little rascal suddenly donned the attire of a groom. So, you've taken a wife, have you? As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Hu Qingqing with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. He continued, TSK. Could it be that you, my dear son, are bringing your wife to pay respects to me out of pity for your single father? Was it you who hit him? Hu Qingqing interjected angrily, pointing at the bruises on my face. Zhang Taiju then grasped the situation, momentarily taken aback, and turned to the village head with a furrowed brow. Sir, did I actually strike this young rascal? Ha! The youth are just having their fun. Let it go. Today is Zhang Dagu's funeral. You all should refrain from causing a ruckus. The village head interjected with a chuckle, attempting to ease the tension. Despite the severity of the situation, Zhang Tieju's demeanor suggested a playful attitude. Hu Qingqing, however, was incensed and thrust me forward, saying, Go teach him a lesson. I don't care whose funeral it is, just go. I stood frozen, my fists clenched tightly. Deep down, I knew I could not match Zhang Tieju's strength. and I did not want Hu Qingqing to get embroiled in any trouble because of me. For a moment, I hesitated. Yet, to my surprise, Zhang Taizhu scoffed dismissively and approached me with earnest intent, pointing at Hu Qingqing. Listen here, rascal, tell me the truth. Is she your wife? Where did you find her? You must introduce her to me today. If you do, I shall consider you a brother. And anyone in this village who dares to look down upon you will be looking down on me. Zhang Taizhu. He spoke while reaching out to place his hand on my shoulder. I restrained myself from reacting, lowering my head and stepping aside, saying, apologizing for hitting me is sufficient. I do not wish to escalate this matter. What? Huh? He pretended not to understand, a glint of malice flickering across his face. Did you not hear me? Care to repeat that? Still not hearing me? Are your ears deaf? Fox Qingqing approached, pinching my shoulder. Just hit him back. If he dares retaliate, I shall bite him to death. Haraha. How amusing. This girl is simply adorable. Indeed, she is quite a rarity. In that instant, everyone burst into laughter at Fox Qingqing's words. In truth, this was an unfiltered expression from her, yet to those unfamiliar with her, it appeared rather endearingly naive. Only Qin Beijing and I comprehended the gravity of her statement. Come, bite me, sister. I see you are quite lovely. It should be delightful to bite into you. Choose any spot, and I shall let you have your way. Zhang Taizhu teased, his hand creeping toward his belt. Noticing the fiery glint in Fox Qingqing's eyes, I hurriedly tugged her back towards the entrance, intending to advise her on moderation. A slight reprimand to instill some sense would suffice. After all, Zhang Taizhu is merely a rogue. Should matters escalate, we would bear the brunt of the blame, and if it led to something fatal, our lives would be forfeit. In today's society, such vile elements are utterly repugnant, and it is unnecessary to stake our futures on individuals of this ilk. Before I could utter a word, that ruffian Zhang Taizhu, mistaking our intentions to leave, rushed over to obstruct our path. With a lewd grin directed at Hu Qingqing, he tilted his head and pointed to his own face, saying, Sister, don't go. It's no trouble at all. I am magnanimous if I hit him. I'll admit my fault. How about this? Let him strike me once, and we shall see whether he dares to do so. Come. Observing Zhang Taizhu's arrogant demeanor ignited a fierce desire within me to end his life. Yet I was reluctant to let such an encounter ruin the first day of happiness I had just begun to enjoy. In truth, Zhang Taizhu had a brother, even more unscrupulous than he. Years ago, he had bullied a humble family in the village, only to be fatally stabbed in return. Subsequently, that honest man was apprehended and executed. On the day his body was returned, his family wept inconsolably, lamenting the futility of perishing alongside a scoundrel. Reflecting on such events, I chose to swallow my indignation and remained rooted in place. However, to our astonishment, Hu Qingqing merely cast a glance my way. Upon seeing my hesitation, she pursed her lips and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Taizhu's face, her strike precise and forceful. Chapter 26. The arrival of the fox cat with a resounding crack. The noise echoed through the air, instantly silencing everyone, as if they could feel the sting of pain deep in their bones. Blood welled up on Zhang Taizhu's face, leaving a ghastly mark that was truly horrific to behold. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Zhang Taizhu himself could scarcely believe it, shaking his head in disbelief. However, moments later, he mustered a facade of calm and flashed a smile at Hu Qingqing, saying, My dear wife, your strength is truly delightful. Come on, keep going. Strike me until I am utterly incapacitated, then I can lie around your house, waiting for you to take care of me. Smack. With another loud slap, Hu Qingqing, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a blow to his other cheek. After administering that slap, she dusted off her hands and huffed, You said it yourself, you won't die. I think it's about enough now. Gently, I pulled Hu Qingqing aside, urging, Let us hurry and leave now. So, does this make you feel any better? She didn't even glance at Zhang Taizhu, but turned back, reaching out her small hand to touch the wounds on my face. Her expression laden with guilt as she murmured, It's all my fault. I knew it was dangerous for you to come down the mountain alone. Oh, come on. Your little hand is so soothing even when it's hitting. It feels wonderful. Keep it coming. Zhang Taizhu suddenly exclaimed with excitement. My little wife. It's all right. Later tonight, your big brother will come find you, and you can hit me as hard as you like. I'm over 30 and still don't have a wife. I can take it. Hu Qingqing blinked her eyes, furrowing her brow as she turned to Zhang Taizhu. You certainly have a lot to say. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, the elder brother became quite talkative. Sister, you are so lovely, albeit with quite a fiery temper. Nevertheless, I find your disposition rather appealing. How about joining me at my home for a visit? Zhang Taizhu's face bore the imprint of a hand, blood seeping from the wounds. Yet, he paid it no mind. After speaking, he attempted to touch Hu Qingqing's chin with his fingertip. In an instant, Hu Qingqing seized his finger, pouting as she twisted it. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed, followed by Zhang Taizhu's anguished scream. The ensuing scene was rather difficult to behold, as he was left with no means to resist. Hu Qingqing, gripping his finger, dragged him closer, and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his face. Onlookers stood in shock, witnessing Zhang Taizhu being reduced to a grotesque visage, his face swollen and bruised, unable to even cry out in protest. It appeared he was on the verge of being utterly battered, when fortunately, Qin Beijing hurried over to mediate. "Princess, that's enough. We do have laws here. If you were to kill him, your husband would end up in prison." With a huff, Hu Qingqing finally released Zhang Taizhu, turning to me with a serious expression and inquiring, "Is that how it is, Wei Jing?" She had evidently employed some form of magic, rendering Zhang Taizhu as motionless as a lifeless puppet under her control. This moment transported me back to the sensation I experienced when that old woman dragged me into the woods. It was eerily reminiscent. "Yes," I replied, utterly astonished. The thrill of witnessing Zhang Taizhu's punishment had faded, replaced by an inability to fathom that such a seemingly innocent and charming girl could possess such a tempestuous temper. While it instilled a sense of fear, there was an inexplicable allure about her that was both unique and ineffable. "Well then, if you are no longer angry, let him off," she remarked, winking at Zhang Taizhu. In the next moment, the previously motionless Zhang Taizhu suddenly regained his ability to move, flipping over. I initially thought he would continue his defiance, yet he immediately knelt on the ground, begging Fox Qingqing for mercy. I was wrong. "Please don't hit me, Grandma. I promise I won't dare again." "Ghost child, oh no, father, I will never strike you again." His delayed reaction instantly prompted murmurs from those behind him. It must be that Tao is performing a ritual. Oh dear, Taizhu is truly unfortunate this time. Who knows where that ghost child summoned the Taoist from? Indeed, it is said that Taoists should not be trifled with. Just look at the commotion this has caused. Yet that young lady is undeniably ruthless. I paid no heed to their chatter. Observing Zhang Taizhu's dazed expression, I quickly approached him, reaching into his pockets, initially fearing he might retaliate. To my surprise, he did not dare to utter a sound. After securing the money, I swiftly returned to Fox Qingqing's side. As I handed her the money, she could not help but smile mischievously. Then, taking my hand, she turned around, fiercely pointing at the gossipers. "Listen well, I am the wife of Wei Jing, newly married. From now on, in this village, anyone who dares to bully my Wei Jing will meet this fate." Humph. After she finished speaking, she pulled me away, flashing a charming smile. "Hee, dear husband. Do you feel better now?" "Much improved." I gently touched my face, thinking to myself, compared to Zhang Taizhu, what is this little injury? "So, do you like him now?" Hu Qingqing interlaced her arm with mine, shyly resting her head against my shoulder. This demeanor made it seem as if the person she had just struck was not her doing at all. What a formidable individual she must be, to effortlessly oscillate between tenderness and ferocity. "I do," I mused, pondering whether expressing my disinterest would lead to a fate more dire than Zhang Taizhu's. "As long as you like him, Humph, from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I shall retaliate fiercely. No one is permitted to lay a hand on my man." After declaring this, she nestled closer to me, her laughter radiating innocence. "However," she added, "but if you dare to hide anything from me, especially involving that enchanting creature, you shall meet the same fate." "Understood, my lady." I swallowed hard. Qin Beijing displayed loyalty, remaining behind to deal with Zhang Taizhu's affairs. I glanced back. He was currently surrounded by villagers as if he were the center of their universe. At that moment, I realized he was likely reveling in the authority Hu Qingqing had just exhibited. Soon, Hu Qingqing and I arrived at the intersection before my home, where I noticed a figure lurking outside my window, peering in. A man, not the elderly woman from before. The man's attire was indeed peculiar. On a bright sunny day, he donned an ensemble of cotton clothing. Furthermore, I noticed that his feet were somewhat asymmetrical, with a grotesque inward twist. Atop his head, there was a large, fleshy bump covered in gray hair, creating an eerie visage that sent shivers down my spine from afar. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. He was no ordinary human, but rather a creature from the mountains. However, Hu Qingqing exhibited no fear whatsoever. She released my grip and boldly approached the man, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at him, demanding, "Hey, what are you doing here?" I hurriedly trailed behind her, and at that moment, the man turned around. His visage startled me. His eyes were exceedingly large, almost resembling those of an ox, with particularly sharp corners and eyelids as dark as night, akin to the eyes of a fox. His face was pockmarked, and in certain dense patches, I could faintly discern some gray hairs. "Aha, I was merely seeking a sip of water, but I am no longer thirsty." As he spoke, a chill ran down my spine. His teeth were unlike those of a human. They were sharp and included tusks. "Aha," Hu Qingqing, with her hands firmly on her hips, advanced toward him with an assertive stance. "Dare to mock me again, and I shall warn you, should you return here to lurk, I will bite you to death." The man was compelled to retreat step by Hu Qingqing, yet he displayed little fear, wearing a strange, sinister smile. After taking a few steps back, he directed his wild, beast-like eyes towards me and expressionlessly uttered, "All right, all right." Upon finishing his words, he walked up the mountain, glancing back at me repeatedly, his eyes seemingly unwilling to part from my gaze. His gait was exceedingly awkward, utterly lacking the grace of a human stride. Hu Qingqing, with her hands on her hips, urged him forward for several meters until he vanished into the forest. Only then did she stand there, staring blankly for a few moments before pouting and returning to me, frowning as she said, "Wei Jane. The fox spirit must have come to our home for something formidable." Chapter 27. The Tale of the Ground Chicken. As I gazed in trepidation at the man entering the woods, a chill pierced my very core. Despite standing under the warm sun, from the moment I laid eyes on that peculiar creature, I felt an unsettling sensation that I had never encountered in my years growing up in these mountains. Swallowing hard, I turned to the slightly apprehensive Hu Qingqing and inquired, "What is a foxcat?" With a furrowed brow, Hu Qingqing glanced at me before moving to open the door. As she spoke, she explained that the foxcat is a type of fox monster, akin to the free-range chicken of the mountains. It harbors a deep grudge and often lurks by the windows of its enemies. If it discovers that the house is empty, it will sneak onto the owner's bed to lie in wait, ready to frighten the owner into a faint upon their return, subsequently feasting on their innards. The Hu Qingqing articulated the concept clearly. My limited understanding left me perplexed about the nature of the ground chicken she referenced, and why she implied that the arrival of the fox cat heralded the approach of something formidable. Contemplating this, I sought clarification, but she responded nonchalantly, "Oh, I was hesitant to mention it for fear of alarming you. But fret not. Xiaoyu will bring my second sister today. I am not afraid of them." Caught in a web of confusion, I longed for clarity, yet upon observing her less than pleased demeanor, I hesitated to press further. Once inside, Hu Qingqing took charge of the household with ease, heading to the kitchen with familiarity. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with a bamboo tube of clear water and gestured toward a nearby bench. "Monosodium glutamate, come here. I'll apply it to your face." "There's no need for that. It doesn't hurt," I replied. I scratched the back of my head, my eyes fixated on the spot where that thing disappeared into the woods, my mind swirling with fear and anxiety. To my surprise, Hu Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. With a pout, she seized my hair and forcefully pushed me down onto the bench. Then, with a serious demeanor, she splashed cold water onto my face, admonishing me, "Look at you. Even after being beaten like this, you claim it doesn't hurt. Are you going to listen or not? It truly didn't hurt." I gazed at her earnest little face, thinking I had merely spoken a truth. Initially, it had indeed stung. But upon witnessing Zhang Taizhu being mercilessly pummeled by Hu Qingqing, I felt deep down that my own injuries were utterly trivial. Just as I finished my thought, she abruptly froze, pouting and glaring at me, her delicate and flawless face reflecting a hint of disappointment. "Do you dare say it doesn't hurt again?" As she spoke, she grasped my arm, causing me to wince in pain, prompting her to shoot me an exasperated glance before continuing to apply ice water to my face. "Move again, and I swear I will strangle you." Despite her fierce words, her actions were imbued with an astonishing tenderness. When her hand brushed against the more severely injured areas, I could see her struggle to suppress her compassion, her concern evident. In that moment, I found it difficult to articulate my feelings. Lying there, too afraid to move, I felt utterly despondent and helpless. Having never interacted with girls before, I had certainly never encountered one like her, fair-skinned, delicate, and ethereal, exuding a gentle and endearing charm, yet so quick to resort to calling herself old lady and capable of delivering blows. Could there truly be a bright future ahead? As I gazed, I was suddenly captivated by her serious yet tender expression, a warmth and happiness I had never experienced before. In that fleeting moment, I felt a profound sense of contentment, especially when she pouted and occasionally glanced at me to see if I was in pain. After the icy compress was removed, she cast a gentle glare my way, huffed, and took the bamboo tube to the kitchen. I then observed her don an apron and busily engage in culinary tasks. Meanwhile, my mind was still occupied with the lingering fear of what had just transpired, overshadowing the warmth that enveloped me. She toiled alone in the kitchen, rekindling the fire and preparing dishes, yet she did not call for my assistance. I intended to offer my help, but as I approached the stove, she shot me a fierce glare. "Go outside. My father says boys shouldn't help with cooking." "No worries. I'm not lazy," I replied, eager to demonstrate my worth in this regard, hoping to soften her demeanor towards me in the future. However, to my surprise, she placed her hands on her hips, rushed over, and tugged at my ear, dragging me to the doorway before unceremoniously tossing me aside and returning to her tasks. Standing at the entrance, I rubbed my ear for a while, feeling helpless. I lowered my head and fetched a stool to bask in the sunlight. The warmth of the March sun enveloped me as I admired the freshly bloomed pear blossoms and listened to the sounds of bees and birds. In this state of ennui, I picked up a stick to amuse the ants. A child without parents could find such moments of joy. Was it truly not a dream? In the past, I often envied the children of others who would rise each morning to bask in the sunlight at their doorsteps, while the fragrant smoke wafted from their kitchens. where their kind mothers busily prepared meals, occasionally calling out their names, creating a uniquely picturesque scene in the village. Now, my wife has truly bestowed upon me a dreamlike experience of happiness. Yet, one might say happiness brings me trepidation whenever I gaze upon her. Before long, Chun Beijing returned. And I could hardly fathom how those uncles and aunts had entertained him. His mouth was greasy, and his stomach was swollen. He approached me, removed the sword box from his back, sat down, and, taking a breath, exclaimed, "Your village is quite splendid, with enchanting scenery and genuine folk." I lethargically shook my head, suddenly recalling a puzzling matter from earlier, and inquired, "Beige, may I ask you something? What exactly is a free-range chicken, and what is a foxcat?" He wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed up at the pear blossoms, asking, "What? Have you encountered one?" "Not at all. I am merely curious," I replied. Qin Beijin pondered for a moment before looking at me and explaining, "A free-range chicken is, in fact, a type of yellow-skinned creature that typically lurks in the mountains, rarely venturing out. When provoked, it holds a grudge and delights in infiltrating the rooftops of its enemies at midnight, lying beside them while they sleep, only for them to awaken at dawn, utterly terrified. It would surely leave one in a state of utter shock." His words sent a shiver down my spine. Yet he spoke with an air of nonchalance. The foxcat is nearly synonymous with this notion. These two entities are, in fact, the scouts among the five immortals. Do not misconstrue this term scout as one that merely seeks information. Rather, it signifies a harbinger of vengeance. When the pursuit of retribution fails, even more formidable beings will inevitably arise to confront the adversary. Upon hearing Qin Beijin's words, I suddenly comprehended the implication. The meaning behind Fox Qingqing's actions likely suggests that the foxcat was frightened away by her, and it is highly probable that it will not dare to return. However, more potent entities will subsequently seek me out. I can teach you two strategies. The ground chicken fears goose droppings, and the foxcat fears the large black dog. Should you encounter them in the future, these techniques will prove most effective. When Qin Beijin broached these subjects, his expression was notably grave, exuding an aura of reliability, safety, and even an ethereal essence. "Thank you, Brother Bei," I replied with utmost respect. The mountain spirits and earthly monsters, the rural ghosts and city demons, are the entities I, as a Maoshan Taoist, encounter most frequently. Even more so than my own parents. "By the way, don't you wish to learn? Inquire with your wife about when she plans to leave," he inquired. Chapter 28. Zhang Degu. With the black umbrella, I was at a loss, pondering how to inquire on my behalf with Bei Ge. In my heart, I mused about my apprehension. After all, who would dare to ask such a question? The tigress was fearsome indeed. Haha. It seemed that Qin Beijin had discerned the trepidation etched upon my face, as he jovially patted me on the shoulder and remarked, "Kid, when it's time to bow your head, do so. Do not stubbornly refuse the inevitable. If I were bestowed with your fortune, why would I be trudging across the land with a worn-out sword?" With my head bowed, I resumed my game with the ants, contemplating why I felt such an innate fear of her. Was it truly due to witnessing her strike Zhang Tiju? Certainly not. This fear felt instinctual, reminiscent of how I dared not approach Bai Shi-Han when she visited my home. Deep down, I harbored a premonition that had I dared to touch her, Hu Qingqing would have struck me down without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Qin Beijin rose and approached the kitchen door, inquiring when Hu Qingqing would take me to Tianmin Mountain to pay homage to a master. Hu Qingqing seemingly replied that we could not depart today as we had to wait for her second sister to arrive. Upon hearing this, Qin Beijin returned to bask in the sun alongside me. After a brief pause, he suddenly asked, "By the way, according to your mother's letter, are you not supposed to relocate Lu Banshan's grave? You are still quite naive, and moving a grave can attract spirits. Let me handle this matter for you." I was profoundly grateful, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Bei Ge." My heart brimmed with astonishment, and I could not help but feel touched. Initially, I had perceived him as a rogue, but it turned out he possessed a kind heart. In all my years, I had never encountered a stranger who treated me with such kindness. It was genuinely moving. As soon as I finished expressing my gratitude, he pulled out an abacus from his pocket and began calculating earnestly. "Well, my appearance fee is quite modest, 460 for major matters, 180 for minor ones. Since you treated me to a jug of water yesterday, I'll deduct 10 from that. It's a minor affair. So, 180 minus 10 leaves 170. I'll need to stay at your place tonight, and given the less than favorable conditions, that's worth at most 20. Moreover, out of respect for your wife, I'll apply a discount of 0.9, so you owe me 130. The smile on my face gradually stiffened. What happened to the promised generosity? I glanced aside and muttered, "I have no money." "No money? Then what is there to discuss?" He tucked away the abacus, slung the sword case over his shoulder, and departed, remarking, "The scenery here is quite pleasant. I shall take a stroll." Watching him walk away without a backward glance, I couldn't help but think he resembled a wild boar, wandering about day and night. What could he possibly be up to? Just as this thought crossed my mind, an inexplicable chill enveloped me, raising goosebumps across my arms. Startled, I lifted my sleeve to inspect, and indeed, my wrists were covered with conspicuous goosebumps. What was happening? It was broad daylight. Could I be falling ill? While I pondered this in confusion, an elderly voice suddenly called from behind. "Child, are you sunbathing?" Was that not Jean Degue's voice? I turned around to find him holding a large black umbrella, standing at the road's edge with a smile. For reasons unknown, his complexion was alarmingly pale, and he carried something wrapped in black cloth that looked quite heavy. "What is the matter?" I inquired, but as soon as the question left my lips, a shiver coursed through my body. Jean Degue? Hadn't he perished? Instantly, I inhaled sharply, a chill enveloping my abdomen, and I suddenly found my limbs unbearably weak. I attempted to rise from my seat, only to discover that I was utterly immobilized. I yearned to call out for Hu Qingqing, yet despite my mouth being agape, I could summon no strength to utter a sound. Jean Degue stood there, gazing at me with an eerie grin, silent as the grave. He then tossed a black bag my way, which landed squarely in my lap. Through the fabric, I sensed a heavy, frigid object within. To my astonishment, the black bag began to writhe in my embrace, and soon I beheld a triangular head emerging, its body akin to a red tube. It was a snake. The creature slithered forth and, in a flash, sank its fangs into my abdomen. Pain, excruciating pain, coursed through me, as if my entire being had transformed into a block of ice. The cold seeping into my very marrow. The snake clung to my belly with unwavering tenacity, its tail wrapping around my wrist with a vice-like grip, resembling a living steel wire. Within moments, I felt as though my bones were on the verge of being crushed, and I finally screamed, "Help me, Mei Jing. What is the matter?" Hu Qingqing's voice rang out, and before long, I saw her dash from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jean Degue, stationed at the threshold, cast me a fleeting smile before turning and fleeing, darting behind my house beneath the eaves. Monosodium glutamate. Upon noticing the serpent in my hand, Hu Qingqing let out a cry. To my astonishment, the snake, which had been clinging desperately, suddenly released its grip, as if it were terrified of her. In an instant, it slithered away at remarkable speed, disappearing into a dark crevice among the stones. At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped me. I felt utterly cold and powerless, unable to speak or move. Soon, my vision faded to black, and my consciousness began to blur. I could only see Hu Qingqing in front of me, frantically slapping my face, her expression a mix of panic and tears, her mouth moving as if she were calling out to me, though I could not hear her. In an instant, I succumbed to sleep. I am uncertain how much time passed before I slowly opened my eyes. I found myself lying on a bed, a towel resting on my abdomen. I still felt weak all over, but I managed to move slightly. Voices echoed from the living room. That large dog died under unusual circumstances. When Xiao Dao went to investigate, he found it dead with its eyes wide open, likely frightened to death by some malevolent spirit. In its eyes, Xiao Dao caught a glimpse of your husband's shadow. Perhaps he had inadvertently collided with it. This was the voice of Chen Beijian. "Taoist, what should we do? Monosodium glutamate is barely alive, and I fear he may die. You must help him." Hu Qingqing sobbed, her distress palpable. "Alas, the one who has bitten your esteemed husband is a serpent spirit, inflicting harm upon the soul rather than the body. Should fortune favor him, he may survive for 2 years and 4 months. However, if luck befalls him less kindly, he may linger for only 49 days. Yet, salvation is not beyond reach. Perhaps consulting my master will unveil a remedy." Soon, I heard the sorrowful cries of Hu Qingqing outside, her lamentations imbued with a profound sense of pity. "It is all my fault. If only I had allowed him to enter and assist." Chen Beijin continued, stating that the lingering spirits of the Hu family necessitate our swift departure from this place to seek refuge. However, Jean Degue remains unaccounted for and will undoubtedly persist in troubling your husband. This evening, let your husband sit alone at the entrance. In doing so, we can lure out the fox spirit and Jean Degue, allowing me to subdue them, thus alleviating some of our burdens. Upon hearing Chen Beijin's words, an icy chill coursed through my veins, and my vision gradually blurred until I succumbed to slumber. In my dream, the old woman stood at my doorstep, gazing at me with a peculiar smile. "Poor child, remain at home and wait. Grandmother shall come for you soon." In the haze of my dream, after her words, the old woman erupted into manic laughter, turning away and gradually retreating into the distance. As she walked, she vanished down a sunken slope, and soon after, I beheld a gray fox emerging, slowly advancing forward. Chapter 29. The fox bites the cat. The wolf pursues the ghost after the gray beast vanished from sight. The scene shifted, and I found myself dreaming of another gray creature crouching beneath the eaves at the back of my home. This beast was far less appealing than an ordinary fox. Its eyes were malevolent and eerie, and a large, grotesque tumor hung from its neck. At this moment in the dream, I was abruptly awakened, only to realize that I was at my doorstep, seated on an Immortal's table, my back against the window of the living room. A red thread bound my little finger, the other end stretching into the kitchen. Before me, the moonlight cascaded. The fragrance of pear blossoms wafted through the air, and the sounds of crickets and night owls harmonized in the tranquil little mountain village, yet around me. An eerie silence prevailed. I still felt utterly drained, my bones seemingly chilled, my consciousness failing to grasp the current situation. Instead, I lethargically gazed at the moonlight, pondering the whereabouts of Hu Qingqing and Qin Beijian. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly noticed a shadow descending from the path where the fox and cat had ventured earlier. Under the moonlight, the figure walked with a lopsided gait, mirroring the movements of the fox and cat from earlier that day. As the shadow approached, an unsettling panic began to stir within me. Yet I was devoid of the strength to resist. I felt like a duck on a chopping block, helplessly watching as that peculiar figure drew nearer to my home. Before long, the shadow reached the entrance to my house, halting approximately 7 or 8 meters away from me. It remained silent, and for an extended period, it stood there motionless, resembling a stone statue, fixated on me with an unblinking gaze. I stared blankly into the shadow, beads of sweat, akin to small pearls, trickling down my forehead and onto my face. In that moment, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Even the air I inhaled seemed saturated with an inexplicable, sinister aroma. The shadow stood there, observing me for what felt like an eternity. Soon, it began to move, bending its back as if it were a hunchbacked elder, yet its movements were surprisingly agile. It surveyed its surroundings before advancing towards me, each footstep resonating painfully in the stillness of the air. As it approached, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over me, sending chills across my entire body. In that moment, my heart was consumed by terror, panic, and despondency. I found myself paralyzed, unable to cry out, while sweat poured forth. Yet it did nothing to alleviate my consciousness, leaving me with nothing but despair. Strangely, the entity cast no shadow beneath it. Just as it neared the eaves of the house, within a mere 3 meters of me, the door to the living room swung open abruptly, and someone dashed out, lunging directly at the shadow. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it was Hu Qingqing. This time, without uttering a word, she seized the shadow and bit down fiercely. I heard the shadow emit a wretched howl before it broke free and fled at an astonishing speed, disappearing into the woods along the mountain path in the blink of an eye. "Stop!" Hu Qingqing shouted, lifting her skirt and chasing after the direction the shadow had taken, pursuing it far into the depths of the forest. With every ounce of strength, I slowly parted my lips to inhale a breath, wondering if my eyes deceived me. How ferocious this fox, Qingqing, truly was. Just as I thought the danger had passed, a voice suddenly echoed from my right. "Ghost child, I've come to find you again." It was Zhang Degu's voice. I lacked the energy to turn and look, my head nearly drooping, my gaze fixated solely on the direction in which Qingqing pursued the shadowy figure. Despair engulfed me, my body felt utterly wretched, and I pondered why misfortune clung to me as if the world conspired against my very existence. Zhang Degu's voice resounded once more. "Ghost child, where is your wife? Is she at home?" I yearned to respond, yet my strength faltered, words eluding me like a specter. I remained silent, akin to a lifeless corpse, while beads of cold sweat incessantly trickled down my forehead. After a moment of silence, I suddenly detected the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the direction of Zhang Degu's voice. The steps resembled those of someone tiptoeing, drawing nearer to me. And as they drew closer, a chilling aura enveloped my being, sending shivers cascading down my spine. I longed to flee, a desperate urge to escape surged within me. Yet my limbs felt as though they were affixed to the 8 immortals' table, utterly immobile. At that moment, a frigid hand unexpectedly rested upon my shoulder, accompanied by Zhang Degu's voice whispering near my ear, "Ghost child, I have but 6 days left to descend. I've lived my life as a solitary man, engulfed in loneliness. Come with me, I shall guide you away. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. Do not bring harm to the innocent." Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed from the other side of the intersection, a sound that felt both incredibly familiar and yet strikingly foreign. Moments later, I caught sight of a white figure darting out from beneath the pear tree. The icy grip on my shoulder was abruptly released, followed by a cacophony of footsteps racing away, while the white figure pursued them without hesitation. It appeared to be a dog, though its snout was disproportionately elongated. I only glimpsed the scene for a fleeting 2 seconds, and in that instant, I recalled that voice. Wasn't it by Shirhan's? Had she not left after all? I sat despondently at the 8 immortals' table, my eyes closed in despair, unaware of how much time had passed. At last, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching and opened my eyes to find Hu Qingqing had returned. "Wei Jing, how are you?" she asked, panting, her hand wiping the corner of her mouth. I tried to respond, but words eluded me. She stepped closer, gently caressing my face, her voice tinged with a whimpering tone. "Humph. Wei Jing, please recover soon, will you?" Just then, a yawn resonated from the kitchen, presumably from Qin Beijian. The door creaked open, revealing Qin Beijian's drowsy voice. I apologize. I've been running between realms day and night without proper rest, and I momentarily lost my bearings." "So, have those 2 things arrived yet?" Despite my overwhelming fatigue, feeling as though I were on the brink of death, I could not help but voice my grievances. Thankfully, I had Ching and Bai Shirhan by my side. Relying on you, I would not have to utter my demise a countless 800 times today. Twice would suffice. The cunning fox swiftly evaded my pursuit, yet I managed to inflict significant injury upon it. Ching, filled with concern, cradled me gently in her arms. Tenderly caressing my face, her voice imbued with a poignant vulnerability. It was at that moment that I could no longer hold on, my eyelids fluttered. And I succumbed once more to slumber, enveloped in the warmth and fragrance of Ching's embrace. Time passed, though I could not discern its passage. My consciousness gradually stirred. Yet my eyes remained sealed shut, as if I were resting upon a sumptuous bed, cocooned beneath a heavy quilt. Elder sister, look, Wei Jing has suffered at the hands of the Fox clan. What shall we do? This was Ching's voice. Do not weep, my third sister. Did not Master Chen just assure us that he would take him to meet the Xian Nu Jinrun tomorrow? There will be a solution, responded another voice. A girl whose tone bore a resemblance to Ching's, yet with a hint of alluring charm. This matter cannot be brushed aside. Once our father emerges from his retreat, I shall ensure he seeks justice for Wei Jing and eradicate the Fox family. Ching declared resolutely. Do not act rashly. My third sister, the elder sister, cautioned. The Fox clan holds considerable influence here. Once our father reemerges, he will know how to proceed. However, we must not act recklessly. We wouldn't want to jeopardize your beloved fiancé, would we? Tomorrow we shall venture into the city to rent a dwelling. Dear sister, please stay by my side and do not weep. No, sister, if monosodium glutamate can indeed cure him. He intends to seek a master at Tianmin Mountain to hone his skills. I must accompany him. I wish to care for him there. This is absurd. The Hongfu Temple on Tianmin Mountain is a sacred place of the Taoist faith. Merely lingering in its vicinity for a few days could render you frail and ailing. The city is not far, and with you by my side, we can visit brother-in-law every few days. No, sister, I refuse. I must stay with monosodium glutamate. In life, I am his wife, and in death, I shall remain his wife. I am resolute in my commitment to him for this lifetime. Chapter 30 Farewell. Broken Mountain Village. It is not my second sister's intention to criticize you, dear younger sister. Our father has sent you to repay a debt of gratitude. Yet it seems you have truly fallen for this man. Just look at his destitute condition. His home is bare, and he lacks even decent clothing. My second sister genuinely cannot fathom what it is that you find appealing about him. Well, I am uncertain myself. Initially, I harbored a strong dislike for him. However, he is pitiable, bereft of both father and mother, and the entire village scorns him. Yet, dear sister, despite his poverty, he possesses an unwavering self-esteem. Even when the villagers torment him, he bears no grudges. Being with him brings me immense joy. His heart is pure. And no boy of his age displays as much maturity as he does. Indeed, he does appear rather unfortunate. Alas, I hope he can rise above his circumstances one day. The notion of matching social standings seems excessively lofty. At the very least, I wish for our family, Ching, to enjoy a better life. Upon hearing this, my unyielding consciousness began to blur once more. A mere few sentences of dialogue plunged me into a night fraught with nightmares. I dreamt that Ching was taken away by an exceedingly handsome man, and I also dreamt that her entire family looked down upon me. I was driven to despair by poverty. In my dream, I was clad in the same outfit I had worn for 3 years, my entire body riddled with holes. This state of destitution had reached its zenith. Even the village's most impoverished, Limatzi, could afford to buy thread and needles to mend his clothing. The following day, I awoke with tears in my eyes, cleansed by a night of impoverished dreams. As I gazed upon the dilapidated floorboards, memories flooded back to me, recollections of the humiliations I endured throughout my life and the tattered garments I once wore. Yet, amidst this melancholy, I also recalled the joyous laughter shared while frolicking with the little fox in the mountains. I suddenly realized that the dirty face of my childhood, which so often wore a smile, was met with disdain. That laughter, once so innocent, now seemed utterly trivial. The sun streamed through the window, and the birds chirped merrily in the hills. In this small mountain village, everything appeared as it had always been, mundane yet comforting. I attempted to turn and rise from my bed. I could move and even manage to walk, albeit unsteadily. However, a lingering chill still resided within me, and my head felt dizzy, reminiscent of the childhood colds I used to suffer. Yet, I was undeniably in a far better state than the night before. Wobbling toward the door, I noticed Ching tidying the clothes hanging by the entrance. Beneath the pear tree blossoms stood a girl, not much older than Ching herself. Her attire was quite alluring, a black dress that reached her knees, paired with a white top that exposed her arms, adorned with earrings and a neatly tied bun. 2 small curls framed her delicate face, her exposed skin radiant and fair. This style was reminiscent of those I had seen in town. She was likely from the city. When she turned to look at me, I nearly mistook her for Fox Ching. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were practically identical. With equally enchanting phoenix eyes, similarly alluring cherry lips, and delicate oval faces. However, her hair was styled upwards, unlike Fox Ching, who retained her elegant bangs. One might say she was merely lacking the ethereal charm that Fox Qingqing possessed from her upbringing in the wilderness. Meijing, are you awake? Upon seeing me, Fox Qingqing's face lit up with joy as she hurried over to support me. Meijing, how do you feel? Are you any better? Her expression of concern made me feel a bit bashful, and I lowered my head, replying, much better. That's wonderful. I've already started packing your things. Dawish Qin has gone to assist in relocating that semi-immortal's grave. We shall depart once he returns. Fox Qingqing tilted her head adorably, her smile radiant. Before I could respond, she pointed to the girl beneath the pear blossom tree. Look, this is my second sister, Fox Qitian. We are triplets, and the three of us are identical. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? I quickly nodded. Indeed, she's quite lovely. Welcome to our home, second sister. Her sister glanced at me, then offered a faint smile before turning away. Hee, your Qingqing is such a good girl. It's fate. Originally, it was supposed to be the eldest sister who would marry you. However, our father changed his mind, saying the eldest sister was too gentle and would live in poverty if she married you. Eventually, I was chosen. I was on my way when I stumbled and fell, which delayed me. Otherwise, you would have had a difficult time. Now that Qingqing is marrying you, you better put in the effort. Her elder sister's tone was not particularly pleasant, though it was difficult to articulate just how unappealing it truly was. There was an implicit disdain for me. I had not anticipated the backstory behind this situation. It seems that my union with Hu Qingqing is indeed fated. However, one must reflect, when you were younger, you used to bully her, didn't you? Just imagine, had you encountered her elder sister back then, she would have cast you aside without a second thought. Humph. Do you now comprehend how the princess treats you? Hu Qingqing shyly pressed her lips together and smiled. What? He dares to bully you? Her elder sister immediately turned around, her face devoid of any semblance of a smile. Do you realize what our status is? How dare you bully the third sister? Elder sister, your words are far too harsh. You mustn't scold Wei Jing. Hu Qingqing shot her elder sister a glare, then wrapped her arm around mine, resting her head on my shoulder as she declared, Wei Jing is mine. Only I am permitted to scold him. Very well, very well. The youngest sister has the final say. Hu Qingting smiled at Hu Qingqing, but then turned her serious gaze toward me. To have found my third sister as a wife is truly a stroke of luck for you. Henceforth, you must not bully her. While there was a semblance of reason in her statement, I found her words rather unpalatable. It appeared that Hu Qingting and Hu Qingqing were of the same age, being triplets. However, I could not shake the feeling that she still bore a youthful demeanor, prompting me to smile and dismiss her words lightly. Hu Qingqing clung to me for a while, kindly lifting a stool for me to sit down before continuing to gather clothes. Embarrassed to speak too loudly in front of Hu Qingting, I leaned closer and whispered in her ear, asking why she still wanted to keep those tattered garments, suggesting that wearing this red dress would suffice. Hu Qingqing shook her head gently, saying, No, Wei Jing. We don't know if we will return after we leave. Look at our house. It's on the verge of collapsing. At least, let us take some things from the past as mementos, shall we? Unbeknownst to her, Hu Qingting overheard this and, with a swift kick, sent the clothes Hu Qingqing had painstakingly gathered tumbling down the stone embankment. Qingqing, leave those clothes behind. We can buy new ones in the city. Second sister, you are truly insufferable. Those are Wei Jing's childhood memories. Hu Qingqing exclaimed, frowning as she rushed to see the heap of clothes below, clearly upset. Forget it, my dear. Let us not bother, I murmured, bowing my head. Hu Qingting offered no apology and even stuck her tongue out at Hu Qingqing, a mischievous expression that somewhat alleviated my discontent. Nevertheless, I was acutely aware of my impoverished circumstances. Despite being looked down upon by the villagers since childhood, I had never felt this despondent. Perhaps it was that I felt unworthy of Hu Qingqing. Before long, Chen Beijian returned from the intersection, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ladies, let us close the door and leave. My master goes to bed early. We wouldn't want to disturb her by arriving late. Wei Jing, shall we depart then? Is there anything else you wish to see? Perhaps the stream at the back mountain? If you wish to go, I can accompany you for a stroll. After all, it holds memories for both of us. Hu Qingqing said, gazing at me with genuine concern. I fell into a moment of silence, gazing at the pristine white pear blossoms before me, then casting my eyes upon the winding path leading to the mountains. A wave of melancholy washed over me. In years past, this very pear tree bore fruit that I plucked and savored while still green, only to see it wither away before ripening each year. Alas, it seems this year, the fruit may rot upon the branches. I shook my head, deciding against the trek, though deep within, I longed to catch one last glimpse of the brook where I had spent countless hours bathing, filled with memories shared with Hu Qingqing. Yet, since Chen Beijian had spoken, I resolved to return after achieving something significant in the coming year. As I departed, I furtively gathered a handful of soil from the roadside, harboring no ulterior motives. I thought that should misfortune befall me one day, I could inhale the scent of this place, a semblance of returning to my roots. How foolish I am, knowing full well the pain this place has inflicted upon me, yet unable to let go of it wholeheartedly. I left this wretched mountain village that has brought me nothing but hardship and deceit. Chapter 31. The Celestial Maiden. As I journeyed along the path, I harbored a dream within my heart, one that I feared might provoke laughter from Hu Qingting. It was the desire to reunite with my father and mother. I held a firm belief that Qian possessed the means to uncover their final resting place. Yet, I dreaded that mentioning my deceased parents would only invite further disdain from Hu Qingting. The innocent simplicity that I had cherished for over a decade shattered under the weight of her few careless words. However, I did not feel diminished. Rather, I reflected on the myriad experiences I had encountered in this humble mountain village, and a sudden awareness dawned upon me. Reputation holds great significance. The taunts of the village children echoed in my mind, throwing steamed buns at my feet, treating me as if I were a mere dog. The derogatory slurs, the hair-pulling, the spitting, the slaps, these memories lingered painfully. And there stood that dilapidated shack, derisively referred to as a temple by the villagers, where I had felt so isolated. Now, the words of my mother's letter resonated deeply within me, particularly her earnest plea. My child, I hope that as you grow, you strive for progress and one day leave the mountains to experience life in the city. Would leaving these mountains truly lead to a better life? This question plagued my thoughts throughout the journey, along with the curiosity of what the city truly looked like and how many of my aspirations would materialize there. My body remained frail, and Yin and Hu Qingting, who walked ahead, paid little heed to us. Yet, Hu Qingting steadfastly supported me, showing no signs of fatigue. Occasionally stopping to admire the picturesque scenery, her radiant smile illuminating our conversations. After several hours traversing the familiar mountain paths, we finally arrived in town, where I boarded my very first passenger bus. Subsequently, I found myself in numerous embarrassing situations. During my first ride in a vehicle, I was unaccustomed to the experience, resulting in a bout of dizziness that led to an upheaval of my stomach. This caused Hu Qingting to cover her face and feign ignorance of our acquaintance. I felt a profound sense of remorse. However, Hu Qingting remained unfazed, displaying unyielding patience and attentiveness towards me. The warmth I experienced on that bus journey was palpable, particularly in the moment when Hu Qingting tenderly cleaned up after my indiscretion, continuously soothing my back and offering me water to drink. In that instant, I realized I had deeply fallen for this girl, even though she could be fierce and unreasonable. I came to understand the rare happiness of being cared for by someone like her. I aspired to achieve greatness, or rather, I yearned to protect the girl before me. As the scenery outside the window swiftly changed, the architectural styles of the buildings evolved. Hours later, I beheld skyscrapers unlike anything I had ever encountered, and I was utterly astonished, never having imagined that a single edifice in this city could tower higher than the mountains in my village. There were vehicles I had never seen, attire I had never encountered, and music that filled the air. The streets were bustling, and the throng of people flowed ceaselessly. Every locale was captivating, and I found delight in each one. Noticing my improved complexion, Hu Qingting, undeterred by the possibility of mockery, enthusiastically introduced me to the various amenities of the city. She recounted how, during the 3 years she had been away from me, she often accompanied her elder sister to this place for leisure, although these excursions often necessitated expenditures, leading them to return home after a brief visit. She whispered to me that their identities were anything but ordinary, and that living in the city could sometimes be perilous, especially when encountering Taoists and semi-immortals. This was the reason they had yet to relocate. However, many of their kind had found a home in this city, thriving in their endeavors. And those acquaintances greeted them with utmost respect, for their father was the king of the 9 heavens, renowned in the majestic Qingqiu Mountains. With Hu Qingting by my side, our conversation made the journey far from dull. The vehicle halted at a station in the city, shortly followed by Qian arranging another car for us. After traversing the city for about an hour, we arrived at the foot of a mountain known as Tianmin Mountain. As we ascended, Qian enthusiastically introduced the sights, mentioning that the Taoist temple lay halfway up the mountain, from where one could behold a magnificent view of much of the provincial city. After a half-hour ascent, we reached the temple, surrounded by drifting clouds, the scenery enchanting. If Hu Qingting was the first benefactor of my life, then within this temple, I encountered my second. Before entering the temple, Hu Qingting kept advising me to make a good impression on Xian Ren, warning me not to displease her lest she refused to accept me. This made me quite anxious, even causing me to feel somewhat awkward as I walked. In my imagination, the Xian Ren should resemble an elderly man with a white beard and hair, bearing a stern and intimidating expression, often chastising others. Alternatively, I envisioned a village shaman, an old woman with mystical airs. However, upon entering the Taoist temple with Qian, I discovered that reality diverged significantly from my preconceived notions. As Hu Qingting aptly remarked, even the courtyard floor was adorned with marble. Aside from the incense hall at the center of the house, it resembled a fine residence, with a layout that felt remarkably down to earth, revealing both the living room and the kitchen. Chun Beijian stood at the entrance of the living room, knocked on the door, and solemnly declared, Woyang Tianzuan, Master, your disciple has returned after completing the task. A woman's voice emanated from within. Come in. This revelation astonished me. It turned out that the Xian Nu Jinren was indeed a woman, and judging by her voice, she seemed quite youthful. After Chun Beijin opened the door, he gestured for us to enter. As I stepped into the living room, I found myself somewhat dazzled, surrounded by numerous items whose names eluded me. Hu Qingqing, more familiar with such things, quietly provided me with introductions. What a coffee table was, the floor, the television, refrigerator, microwave, sofa, chairs, and LED lights. Of course, she mentioned that these were insights shared by her second sister. After entering, we did not immediately see the Xian Nu Jinren. We sat on the sofa, waiting for quite some time, while Chun Beijin poured us tea and engaged us in conversation. My master began his journey of cultivation at an early age, retaining a youthful appearance. Though his abilities are beyond question, there is no need for you to feel overly constrained. Feel free to relax, for after all, the father of the two princesses, the grand immortal of the 9 heavens, is an old acquaintance of my master. Chun Beijin chuckled, just as he finished speaking. The voice of the woman from earlier resonated through the room. Beijin, please invite the guests in. Yes, master, Chun Beijin replied, gesturing for us to follow. Come along. Esteemed guests, my master awaits. We proceeded along the corridor adjacent to the living room for a few paces before entering a study. Inside the study stood a large, tea-colored table, behind which sat a dignified woman, likely in her 30s, clad in a gray Taoist robe and adorned with a Taoist crown. Despite her seemingly mundane attire, it did little to obscure her striking presence. How to describe it? Her skin was remarkably fair, and her countenance resembled that of an elder sister. A beautiful mole graced her right eyebrow, and she wore makeup that accentuated her long eyelashes, bright eyes, and a touch of lipstick. This visage seemed at odds with her composed demeanor as she sat cross-legged, gracefully holding the tea. Master, these two are the second and third princesses of the 9 heavens. This gentleman is the one you asked me to find. His name is Wei Qing. He indeed possesses the essence of celestial yang. Master, please take a look and see if I have made an error, Chun Beijin said, giving me a gentle tug. I quickly clasped my hands together, standing before the female Taoist with an upright posture, feeling quite self-conscious. As I observed from a distance, she suddenly appeared before me, and I sensed something was amiss. Her upper garment, the Taoist robe, appeared exceedingly dignified and neat from my vantage point. However, as I glanced downward, my heart jolted with surprise. Was that shorts? Stockings? The female Taoist noticed my gaze and, perceiving the peculiarity in my eyes, blinked at me before promptly closing her legs. Chapter 32. Do you know square dancing? I did not intend to witness it. I merely found myself in disbelief at first glance, I swear. What is it called? The female Taoist inquired of me with utmost seriousness. Ghost child, or it could be referred to as Wei Qing, I replied, my voice trembling with anxiety. She poured herself a cup of tea, blew gently upon it without taking a sip, and then looked up at me, asking, have you ever attended school? I lowered my head, replying to the esteemed one, I have not. Without formal education, how do you expect to learn the ways of the Tao and comprehend its incantations? She regarded me with evident skepticism. I scratched my head, feeling quite embarrassed. But a sudden thought struck me. How did she know I wished to learn the Tao from the outset? From what I gathered from Chun Beijin, it seemed she had sent him to seek me out. Could it be that my presence here was part of a prearranged scheme between her and Chun Beijin? Reflecting on Chun Beijin's visit to my home, it appeared he had a particular purpose, labeling me as a child of the heavenly Tao. However, the female Taoist was now staring intently at me, leaving me little room for further contemplation. I remarked, I have clandestinely learned from elementary school classes and can recognize many characters. Is that so? She scrutinized me sternly before taking a piece of paper and a pen, sketching a few characters before handing it to Chun Beijin. Go, ask him what these characters mean. Chun Beijin took the note and presented it to me. I stared at it for a long time. The characters were rather intricate and were unfamiliar to me, causing beads of sweat to form on my brow. Would this be the reason she would refuse to accept me? Do you recognize them? The female Taoist asked, her gaze fixed upon me. I shook my head. Yet I memorized the character's form with just a glance. I eagerly anticipated the revelation of its pronunciation. Perhaps it was my profound affection for learning characters that drove me. Throughout my life, I have always been able to write any character that I could clearly discern. However, in certain instances, no one taught me how to pronounce them, leaving me unaware of their readings. Chun Beijin chuckled, pointing to the character above, stating, this character is pronounced Shi, a unique spell of our Taoist sect. Distinct from the commonly known incantation Grulv Ling, the power of Shi is immense, possessing a formidable deterrent effect against malevolent beings. I buried my head in embarrassment. Realizing I had indeed never learned this character in elementary school, perhaps having inadvertently overlooked it, I often peered at the wall from a distance, struggling to discern certain characters. And occasionally, a soft-spoken teacher would come along, rendering me unable to hear their words. Since you cannot even recognize characters, it seems you may be fated to be estranged from our Taoist teachings, the female Taoist priest remarked with a slight shake of her head. Xian Nu Zhenren. He is indeed diligent and eager to learn. Do consider this favor from my father, Hu Qingqing interjected from behind. Naturally, I must honor your father's request. However, I merely wish to convey that learning the Tao requires patience. Does this younger brother possess such perseverance? The female Taoist priest smiled. Oh, what my master means is that regardless of whose favor it is, the journey of learning the Tao must begin anew, washing clothes, cooking, sweeping the floor, serving others. It is inherently a lengthy endeavor. This young brother must also add the task of reading and writing to his plate. It may take a considerable amount of time for him to master it, and he might find it challenging to persist, Chen Beijin solemnly elucidated from the side. I possess an impressive aptitude for reading characters. Master need not worry in this regard. As long as you accept me, I am willing to undertake any task. Having grown up in the mountains, I am accustomed to enduring hardships. I gazed at her and spoke sincerely from the heart. Yet, I must confess that I am quite reluctant to be here, as this place feels overwhelmingly unfamiliar. However, when I recall the disdainful attitude of Hu Qitian towards me, alongside the scorn and bullying I endured throughout my youth, I realized that I must strive to excel, for only then can I earn the admiration of others. Indeed, he is remarkably resilient, Xian Nu. Sister Xian Nu, you are the best. Please take him in, and we shall express our gratitude to you in the future. I must admit, Hu Qingtian's endearing manner of speaking is truly delightful. Sister? The esteemed Xian Nu was taken aback and looked at Hu Qitian. You are so young and beautiful, with an elegant figure and fair skin. Calling you Xian Nu is rather inappropriate. You should be addressed as beautiful sister. Hu Qitian chuckled again. Well, Chen Beijian scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he spoke. As for my esteemed teacher, her age is likely not as you imagine. Not to worry, Xian Nu interrupted Chen Beijian's statement, then curiously turned to Hu Qingtian. You are the third daughter of the Nine Heavens Calamity, correct? What is your name? Replying to sister, I am Hu Qitian, as in the stunningly beautiful Qingtian. Hu Qitian replied with a joyful smile. Quite lovely. And your sweet words mirror your mother perfectly, Xian Nu nodded in satisfaction. My empress. Fox Qingqing suddenly pouted and shook her head, saying, My empress passed away shortly after giving birth to us. Upon hearing this, the true woman Xian smiled faintly and then changed the subject. The Nine Heavens tribulation is an old acquaintance of mine. In truth, I merely wish to observe this young one's performance. Your father has previously entrusted me with the matter of accepting disciples. Each of my students follows the same path. The first year is spent in menial tasks. The second year is mostly about gaining exposure with senior brothers and masters. And it is only in the third year that formal learning of the arts begins. Princess Qingqing, would you be amenable to this? Yes, I can accept. Fox Qingqing eagerly nodded, her face beaming with joy. She then hurriedly urged me, Wei Jing, quickly kneel before my sister and address her as master. Without hesitation, I promptly knelt on the ground and bowed my head to the true woman Xian. Thank you, master. Indeed, the process of accepting disciples is a secret of the Taoist tradition. Beijian, please escort the two princesses to the parlor to wait. I need to speak with Wei Qing privately, the true woman Xian instructed Chen Beijin. Of course, master. Chen Beijin replied before turning to Fox Qingqing and Fox Tingting, saying, Ladies, please follow me outside. Wei Jing, make sure to perform well. Fox Qingqing called out softly to me. I nodded firmly. Since this path was arranged by Princess Qingqing's father, and considering the grandeur of this Taoist temple, I believed I could make a name for myself here. Soon, Chen Beijian departed with Hu Qingqing and Hu Qingtian, leaving the study enveloped in silence. Just moments ago, the dignified Xian Nu Zhenren sat there, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon me, occasionally sipping her tea without uttering a word, which made my kneeling posture quite awkward. However, in an unexpected turn, she relaxed and reclined languidly on the sofa, scratching her leg, and then, with a lackadaisical tone, addressed me, Do not be anxious, my dear disciple, though I may be of advanced years. I emerged from the mountains early, unlike those pretentious old Taoists. I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond while kneeling before her. My gaze was fixated on the sight of her scratching her leg, and I sensed an aura about her that was not only unorthodox, but also possessed a captivating charm distinct from Qingqing and her sister. Do you practice yoga? She suddenly inquired. I shook my head. How about square dancing? She continued. I was puzzled. Was square dancing a form of Taoist practice or merely a fundamental exercise? I shook my head again. Can you play mahjong? She then asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I comprehended none of her questions and shook my head once more. Alas, you are as dull as Beijian. She sighed. You may leave. If you have no interest in studying the Tao, I suggest you seek employment in the city. If you struggle to find work, I can assist you. Upon realizing her implication of not wanting to accept me as her disciple, I felt a surge of urgency and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Master, although I lack proficiency in all that you mentioned, I am eager to learn. I can endure any hardship. Alas, can this truly be believed? She gazed at me with a weary expression. Rest assured, Master, as long as you are willing to teach me, I shall not disappoint you, I declared with unwavering determination. Very well. She straightened her posture. You are still quite young, and I believe you shall not be less capable than Beijian. I will begin your instruction when I have the time. My expectations are modest. Once you have learned, I simply ask that you assist me in critical moments. If you perform well and bring me joy, I shall impart to you the secrets of Taoist teachings ahead of schedule. Although I could not comprehend the intricacies of her words, I sensed that an opportunity for advancement had emerged. Nodding earnestly, I replied, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I will strive diligently, but we cannot simply rely on words. She said, extending her finger. What if you learn, but I cannot summon you when needed? That was precisely the issue with that ungrateful disciple, Beijian. Her finger, so much fairer than my own, left me momentarily speechless. Did it not seem she possessed greater expertise than Shin Beijian? Yet, I dared not dwell on such thoughts. I patted my calloused hand and, in a daze, made a pact with her. Doubt began to creep into my mind. If I struggled to understand her now, how challenging would it be when the time came to truly learn the craft? Could I genuinely rely on the pursuit of Tao to achieve greatness in this life? Chapter 33. Strive to protect her afterward. She scrutinized me from head to toe and said, There is one more condition. When I don my robe or am within this Taoist temple, you must refer to me as Master. However, should I remove my robe and step outside the temple, particularly in the company of many men, you are to call me sister. And if anyone inquires about my age, you shall eternally declare that I am 25. Can you adhere to this? I paused for a moment, suddenly sensing that she was jesting with me. In disbelief, I glanced around the book-laden room, then discreetly pinched my calf to confirm that I was not dreaming. After realizing the reality of the situation, I hastily nodded and replied, I understand. Very well, you may leave for now. I shall join you shortly, she said, rising to her feet. She lowered her head to glance at her chest and nonchalantly adjusted her garment to cover the exposed areas. My mind was in a state of bewilderment akin to that of a monk who had just encountered the world, for I was but a simple child from the mountains, limited in experience. Nodding slightly, I stood and made my way out. As I turned to close the door, I caught a glimpse of the celestial maiden observing me. Her expression starkly different from before, serious and somewhat enigmatic, which sent me scurrying back to the living room. With a mind full of confusion, I entered the living room, where Hu Qingqing greeted me with a bright smile and patted the sofa, inviting me to sit beside her. So what is the update? Chen Beijian seemed to have wandered off, leaving only Hu Qingqing and Hu Qingtian seated there. However, as I took my place, Hu Qingtian suddenly displayed a look of disdain, her expression hardening as she moved to the other side. I smiled awkwardly and lowered my head to sit down. My dear, I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't resemble a Taoist priest at all. It seems as though she is jesting from beginning to end. Despite my hushed tone, my words reached the ears of the nearby Hu Qi-ting, who looked at me with a teasing smile and remarked, The true person Xian Nu has long been renowned at Maoshan. You, having grown up in a remote valley, should refrain from uttering such words. Be cautious lest she overhears you. Second sister, you mustn't speak to my family and so disdainfully. It's utterly unpleasant. Hu Qingqing shot an irritated glance at her elder sister. In response, her sister playfully stuck out her tongue, but when her gaze met mine, she rolled her eyes instead. I understood that she harbored a certain disdain for me, so I chose to remain silent. At that moment, the true person Xian Nu emerged from the room. Her Taoist robe meticulously arranged and clad in simple cloth shoes, her expression surprisingly solemn. It grows late. If the two princesses have no further matters, it would be best for you to return. The affairs concerning Wei Qing have already been arranged by this Taoist priest. The earlier inquiry was merely a small test. I hope the two princesses do not take it to heart. Upon hearing Xian Nu's suggestion to leave, Hu Qingqing's delicate face suddenly fell, her lips pouting as she adjusted my collar. With a pitiful look, she implored, Sister Xian Nu, the injuries my dear essence has sustained. Taoist Beijian mentioned they are quite severe. Could you possibly? Before Hu Qingqing could finish her plea, Xian Nu interrupted, stating, The poison of the serpent spirit cannot be assessed in just a few days. Please rest assured and entrust him to this Taoist priest. You shall be informed of any good news in due course. Oh. The voice of Hu Qingqing was tinged with a hint of sobbing, as she pouted and said to me with a sense of grievance, Weiji, you must diligently learn your craft under Sister Zuan and take good care of your injuries. Do not be lazy. I am so worried about you. If you do not prove yourself, I shall ignore you in the future. Rest assured, I replied earnestly. But seeing the tears welling in the corners of her eyes made my heart ache a little. Her expression of deep concern was indeed heart-wrenching. Whether one succeeds or not is a personal matter. If one does not strive, no amount of admonition will help. Do not worry, third sister. If he cannot achieve anything in 3 years, I shall persuade father to betroth you to the young master of the Bai family, and let him regret it. Hu Qitian remarked. Second sister, I forbid you to speak. If you continue, I will tell father on you. Hu Qingqing pouted at her elder sister, wiped her tears, and patiently adjusted my sleeves, saying, Weiji, I would never do that. Do not listen to my second sister's nonsense. Alas, love is truly perplexing. Hu Qitian shook her head and quickly turned to Zhuan Zhenren, saying, I apologize, Zhuan Zhenren. My sister is just a bit petty and has always cried easily since childhood. No harm done. I see that Princess Qingqing has a kind heart and is sincere. She is quite endearing, Zhuan Zhenren chuckled. Sister Zhuan, may I help Weiji tidy up his room? He has never had parents to care for him and doesn't even know how to make a bed. Hu Qingqing looked at Zhuan Zhenren with a pitiful expression. At that moment, I noticed a hint of embarrassment flicker in the eyes of the celestial maiden, who then remarked, There is no need for that, Princess Qingqing. Rest assured, all the rooms here are of the finest quality, ensuring that your beloved will sleep soundly and comfortably. Well then, dear Sister Xian, may I visit him every couple of days when I crave for his presence? The fox princess inquired, her tone laden with innocence. Upon hearing her words, the celestial maiden gazed at the fox princess with compassion, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, This temple is blessed by the revered 3 purities. And on days when the temple is open, there are many pilgrims. It would be best for you to visit once every 3 to 5 days. And you must not stay overnight, lest the divine light of the 3 purities brings misfortune upon you, dear princess. Upon hearing this, the fox princess was utterly heartbroken. Crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks as she burrowed into my embrace, weeping like a child. I hastily patted her back, reassuring her, It's all right. Visiting every 3 to 5 days is not too long. But they worry that you might not take care of yourself, she pouted, clinging tightly to me in a display of vulnerability that melted my heart. However, with so many witnesses around, I felt constrained to say anything further. Dear Celestial Maiden, please do not take offense. My younger sister has such a temperament, resembling a child at times. Occasionally, a few harsh words can lead her to cry for an entire day, I chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. The fox princess, perhaps fearing mockery from the Celestial Maiden, awkwardly reiterated her explanation, choosing not to offer her any comfort. However, this time, the Celestial Maiden merely gazed at Fox Qingqing with a heart full of compassion, ignoring Fox cheating entirely. Upon noticing that the Celestial Maiden would not even spare her a glance, Fox Qingqing's smile vanished in an instant, and she finally fell silent. I embraced Fox Qingqing, offering her solace for a while, wiping away the tears from her face, and with a gentle smile, I reassured her, Do not weep. I shall not let you down. She sniffled softly and, with a look of faint grievance, extended her finger towards me, declaring, Then let us make a pact. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall give you a beating. I nodded earnestly, with utmost seriousness, and sincerely accepted her playful vow. All right, dear sister. It is time to depart. We must return to the provincial city to find a place to rent. Let us not linger, for it would be troublesome if we return home after dark. Fox Qingqing approached and took hold of Fox Qingqing's hand, prompting me to release her. No, I am leaving. It will be several days before I see Wei Jing again, and I wish to linger a little longer. Fox Qingqing relinquished her elder sister's grasp and, with a pout, nestled into my embrace, her demeanor soft and pitiful. This display of childishness amused the Celestial Maiden, who could not resist gently stroking Fox Qingqing's head. It is indeed rare to encounter such an endearing little beauty in this world. Fear not, for while Wei Qing studies the path here, Princess Qingqing need not worry excessively. Should anything arise, you may reach out via your mobile phone, correct? Hu Qitian pressed her head tightly against my chest, saying, Sister Xian, we don't have our phones. I'm so sorry. I just want to hold on to the essence of flavor for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. I do have a phone. I can leave you the number of Sister Xian or Brother Beijing. If you really want to reach out, it's quite simple. Honestly, it's just 2 days apart. Why do you act as if it's a life or death separation? Hu Qitian then revealed the phone, shaking it with delight. Her mood shifted dramatically moments ago. She had been tearful and pitiful, but upon seeing the phone, a genuine smile broke across her face. She quickly released me, pursing her lips as she hurried to fetch her sister's phone. Despite the tears still glistening on her cheeks, her joy was unmistakably sincere. Sister Xian exchanged numbers with her. And for such a trivial matter, Hu Qingtian reacted as though she had just encountered the happiest moment of her life, her dimples appearing as she beamed. She then turned to me with a playful pout, saying, Flavor Essence, I'm off now, but I'll come back in a few days and bring you some delicious treats. I nodded, caught between tears and laughter. We accompanied the Hu sisters to the entrance of the temple, perhaps fearing she might succumb to tears again. Hu Qingtian merely waved goodbye, tilting her head with a beaming smile before turning away. following her sister without a backward glance. As if her sister had gently urged her on. How beautiful she is. How wonderful it would be if I were that young and lovely. Sister Xian's voice drifted from beside me. Turning to look, I found her holding a phone, which displayed a photograph of Hu Qitian from just moments ago. In the photograph on my phone, Hu Qingqing holds her skirt with one hand while waving goodbye with the other, her adorable head tilted slightly. That innocent smile and enchanting dimples are so captivating that they tug at my heartstrings. I have only glanced at this picture. Yet it feels as though it has been indelibly etched in my soul. I am certain that I will never forget the moment she bid me farewell. At that instant, I resolved to diligently hone my skills and wholeheartedly protect this girl who is so devotedly kind to me. Chapter 34. Working observing the retreating figures of the two sisters. A sense of melancholy enveloped me. In this unfamiliar place, I felt increasingly lost, yearning to pursue them. Were it not for Hu Qingting's words, I might have indeed followed. In a mere day, she had imparted a profound maturity and clarity to my understanding. Indeed, having such a charming wife is a true blessing, something I envy you for. Yet, the path of cultivation is arduous. Perhaps one should invest less energy in matters of the heart. Off you go, to the Sanqing Hall, and meditate alongside your senior brother. Xian Envision Ren remarked, her gaze fixed on her phone, just as I was about to respond. Chun Beijian emerged from the incense hall, phone in hand, calling out to Xian Envision Ren, Master, Li Dongzi from down the mountain is on the line. He says his wife is rambling incoherently, likely due to an encounter with a guest. He requests that someone go check on it. I've been weary from my travels. Should you go, or should I? Xian Envision Ren glanced up at Qin Beijin, then returned her focus to her phone. You go. That old lecher from Maoshan is at it again, pestering me to join him for mahjong in the provincial city tomorrow. I must retire early tonight. It's utterly vexing. Are you referring to Xian Yuzhenren? Qin Beijin asked, his face contorted with disdain. Who else could it be? He spends his days neglecting his cultivation, instead clinging to me. Yet, as he is now the master of the Sanqing Hall of Maoshan, I must concede to his requests. After saying this, Xian Envision Ren turned to glance at me. Then she addressed Qin Beijian, saying, Perfect. Descend the mountain and accompany your junior brother. Do you recall the rules from the night you became my disciple? Qin Beijin replied with a wry smile, Master, on the day I pledged myself to you. You were in the provincial capital playing mahjong with Xian Yuzhenren and a few others. I remember you sent me to the hospital morgue to wait the entire night. I suddenly found these two individuals rather peculiar. One did not appear to embody the esteemed qualities of a revered master, while the other maintained a remarkably solemn and respectful demeanor, regardless of what was being said. Could it be that Xian Yuzhenren possessed some extraordinary, undisclosed talents? Has Li Dongzi described his wife's symptoms in detail? Xian Yuzhenren inquired nonchalantly while continuing to press her phone. Qin Beijian furrowed his brow, perplexed, and replied, Yes. It seems she fell ill a few days ago, was hospitalized for several days without any diagnosis, and just returned home. Upon arriving, she began to speak incoherently, claiming her body felt as though it were submerged in water, persistently urging Li Dongzi to die. First, employ the ghost suppression order to assess the situation. If it proves ineffective, then there is an issue with the ancestral grave. Go forth. If it is merely an ordinary disturbance, let your junior brother guard the patient alone for the night. Should it be a matter concerning the ancestral grave, let him stand watch over it for the night. And we shall resume our work tomorrow. As Xian Yuzhenren spoke, she proceeded into the living room. Wu Yang Tinzuan understood, Master. Qin Beijian clasped his hands together and bowed deeply with utmost reverence. After the celestial being, Xin Nu, entered the room. Qin Beijian let out a helpless sigh before turning to me with a mischievous grin. Kid, come help me gather some tools. Tonight, I shall introduce you to something exhilarating. What kind of excitement? I hurriedly followed him. You'll find out soon enough. Qin Beijian led me into his spacious room adjacent to the Sanqing Hall, filled with numerous wooden racks upon which sat an array of densely packed black jars. Each jar bore yellow paper tags, creating an eerie atmosphere. Remember, these jars contain our achievements, souls that, after death, cannot find peace, and the malevolent spirits we captured while they were causing chaos. The Maoshan sect collects them periodically, providing us with compensation for our efforts and the costs of their containment. The paper tags on the jars are known as ghost banishment talismans. I advise you not to touch them. As Qin Beijin busied himself with preparations, he gestured towards a cellar entrance behind the door. Below is the morgue. Some individuals, after death, harbor intense resentment and often trouble their families. Thus, we bring their bodies to our temple, utilizing the divine light of our ancestors to dispel their grievances. These are formidable spirits. If all goes as expected, Master will likely have you sleep down there tomorrow night. Heed my advice, brother, whatever you do. Do not remove the talisman from the forehead of the corpses. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept over me, raising the hairs on my neck. Swallowing hard, I stammered. Brother, my injuries have yet to heal. Surely, Master wouldn't subject me to such torment? What injuries? he inquired, his expression suddenly one of confusion. It was at that moment. Just as I was about to continue speaking, he interjected with a dismissive "oh," saying, "What all this fuss about snakes? It will be fine in a couple of days." Zhang Degu was orchestrated by me, as was the snake. Your wife, with her notorious temperament, might object to your pursuit of the Tao, hence, this must remain confidential. If you were clever, you could exploit this situation as an excuse for illness. And in time, you would reap the benefits. I was momentarily taken aback, finding his suggestion rather despicable. Yet upon reflection, there was a certain truth to his words. Was it not my ailment that elicited such tenderness from Hu Qingqing? Standing there, pondering with my hand on my head, I realized this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Albeit it pained me to think of Hu Qingqing's worried countenance, so frail and caring for my well-being. Come, let us bid farewell to master. Then I shall introduce you to the one who collides with fate, Chun Beijin declared, abruptly tossing his backpack towards me. My body, still somewhat frail, struggled under the weight of the bag, nearly toppling me to the ground. With great effort, I regained my footing and shot him an irritated glare. Chun Beijin, unabashed, remarked. When I first arrived, I was in the same predicament. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to carry a little weight? If that's the case, perhaps you should forego accompanying me and instead find solace in the morgue. Wait, senior brother, I apologize, I quickly acquiesced, hoisting the backpack onto my shoulders and offering him a smile, though my thoughts were far less cordial. He smirked with satisfaction before finally shutting the door and leading me to the study, where he opened the door without uttering a single word. As the door swung open, we overheard the celestial figure, Zuin, engaged in conversation. What? Sleep with you? I retorted, Xuanyu. You are over 60. How can you make such shameless jokes? Do you wish for me to report you to the sect leader? Zuin, seated elegantly in her chair, one hand grasping her phone while the other playfully teased her polished toes, transformed into a visage of displeasure upon our arrival. She coldly declared into the phone, I shall not return tomorrow. You must fend for yourself. No sooner had she hung up than a slipper hurtled through the air, landing squarely on Qin Beijian's face with a resounding slap. The slipper clung tightly, sliding down his visage while he stood frozen in shock. I observed him for a brief 2 seconds before suppressing a laugh, but alas, I could not contain it entirely, letting out a small chuckle. Unexpectedly, another shoe swiftly followed, striking my face with a fiery sting. Then, the furious roar of Zuin echoed through the room. If you dare to enter without knocking again, you shall be punished to transcribe the purification mantra 1,000 times. Qin Beijin, discarding the slipper, swiftly turned to flee. Witnessing Zuin's wrathful demeanor, I too was startled into abandoning my footwear, and together we bolted for the temple entrance like two monkeys with singed tails. Qin Beijian walked while gasping for breath. I forgot to mention that when master is in a foul mood, he is more fearsome than a woman going through menopause. Sigh, my mistake, it won't happen again. Meanwhile, I was preoccupied with rubbing my face, the impact of the strikes precise and forceful, leaving me in pain. The scenery at Tianmen Mountain is breathtaking. Nature's artistry has carved out many perilous cliffs. The resilience of life allows towering trees to sprout from the crevices of stones. At the edge of the cliffs, the clouds drift lazily, and the afterglow of the setting sun casts a warm light, resembling a celestial paradise. Qin Beijian was quite cordial towards me, boasting along the way about how staying in this place for too long could become monotonous. He advised me to keep an eye on the situation with the possessed guests tonight, resolve it early tomorrow, and then take me to the provincial capital to enjoy some leisure time. What are possessed guests? My curiosity was piqued not only by this phrase, but also because I had heard it numerous times. He rolled his eyes. Possessed guests refer to those who are afflicted by malevolent spirits, often indicating possession by a ghost. Just observe how I handle it once we arrive. Don't chatter aimlessly on the side. Some spirits are quite troublesome, and if not dealt with properly, they could accompany you in your slumber for a lifetime, even within the confines of a Taoist temple. Chapter 35, The Encounter. As Qin Beijin spoke, his small eyes glinted mischievously, seemingly intent on unnerving me. Although I had kept my distance, an unsettling chill crept down my spine, prompting me to quicken my pace and fall in line behind him. The mountain path, bathed in the hues of the setting sun, was surrounded by the foreboding darkness of the deep forest. Sensing the inappropriateness of the topic, I decided to shift the conversation, inquiring how many years he had devoted to his studies to achieve such prowess. Noticing my apprehension after his earlier remark, Qin Beijian suddenly grinned wickedly. He plucked a wildflower from the roadside and tucked it behind his ear, proceeding to regale me with tales of his journey in the pursuit of knowledge. His narrative was extensive. He recounted arriving at Hongfu Temple at the tender age of 17, having dropped out of school to seek his fortune. Lacking academic prowess and formal education, he was deemed too young even for the most menial of jobs in restaurants. With both parents deceased, he was under the guardianship of an indifferent uncle, and fearing a return home, he nearly succumbed to starvation in the provincial capital. It was during a moment of desperation, teetering on the brink of starvation in the streets, that he fortuitously stumbled upon a construction site in need of supervision. At that time, the provincial capital was just beginning to develop, and the outskirts were chaotic. The site had already claimed several lives, with whispers of the area having been excavated, revealing numerous graves. As night fell, an eerie wind swept through, and one could still hear the sounds of footsteps echoing in the darkness. These tales were the talk of the town, yet, driven by the dire need for survival, and with the foreman offering 60 yuan for a night's work, a sum that would take many laborers several days to earn, he resolved to take the plunge. Upon arriving at the construction site, he found it was just after dusk. An unexpected chill swept through the area, and the wind howled ominously like the cries of tormented spirits. As night fell, true to the rumors, he heard footsteps outside his tent. Driven by youthful curiosity, he ventured out to investigate, only to behold a woman, a headless apparition, wandering before his door. Terrified, Chen Beijin fainted on the spot and fell gravely ill the following day. He felt utterly drained, sensitive to light, and even resorted to inflicting pain upon himself by pinching his own skin at night. His foreman, alarmed by his condition, sought medical assistance at numerous hospitals. Yet no diagnosis could be found. Eventually, they turned to the mystical figure known as Xian Injunren. He recalled that upon her arrival, she merely pressed a chicken feather against his forehead and, with a bowl of water, performed a flicking gesture toward his face. Remarkably, this act cured him. But from that moment on, his courage dwindled to that of a timid mouse. He developed a profound fear of darkness and even women. Ultimately, he shamelessly sought to apprentice under Xian Injunren. She set a daunting challenge before him. He could either find a grave to sleep beside for 7 nights or spend a night in the hospital morgue. With no alternative, he chose to endure a night in the morgue, trembling with fear. Thus, Chen Beijian successfully became her disciple. He solemnly added that what he had encountered back then was, in fact, an encounter with a malevolent spirit, one that could not be resolved by an ordinary Taoist. Yet, Xian Injunren handled it with ease, a testament to her formidable prowess during her time at Maoshan. To this day, Chen Beijian has been practicing the Tao for over 6 years. The Xian Injunren possesses exceptional skills and is also a remarkable teacher to her disciples. Presently, she enjoys a comfortable retirement, delegating most tasks to Chen Beijian. However, when it comes to playing mahjong, he claims it is too mentally taxing and expresses little interest. This leads to their frequent disagreements, resulting in Xian Injunren sending him away to fend for himself whenever her mood is soured. It is only due to his unique and tenacious nature that he has managed to remain under her tutelage thus far. Chen Beijian's demeanor seems rather disingenuous, as he deliberately recounted this tale to frighten me. Throughout the narration, I walked closely beside him, and he intentionally quickened his pace, causing me to break into a cold sweat. Yet, once the story concluded, my curiosity piqued, and I inquired, "Senior brother, what does playing mahjong truly signify? It is evident that you heed your master's words. Why then does this matter lead to her driving you away? In truth, the real reason my master wishes to send me off is that I have nearly mastered my studies and am fully capable of establishing my own path. As for mahjong, you will naturally come to understand in a few days. I advise against learning it. Otherwise, you will discover just how torturous it is to face the world each day with panda eyes." He chuckled resignedly. He purposefully left me in suspense, refusing to divulge further details, merely stating that I, in my naivety, have much yet to learn, and it would take time to explain everything clearly. Thus, the two brothers traversed the mountain gorge for quite some time. When darkness enveloped the sky, we arrived at a village located at the foot of Tianmen Mountain, seeking the assistance of a household. The living conditions of this family were not particularly favorable, reminiscent of my own modest brick house. Inside, a dim glow emanated from an antiquated 40-watt bulb, casting a somber atmosphere throughout the abode. As we approached the courtyard entrance, an unpleasant odor assailed our senses, reminiscent of a certain traditional Chinese medicine, yet it also bore the unsettling scent of a recently deceased aquatic creature. Just as I was pinching my nose in disgust, Chen Beijian turned to me with a serious expression. "Do you know what that smell is?" he inquired. "Dead fish?" I ventured. "The scent of death," he replied with a cold smile, continuing toward the entrance. "If we had not come today, someone in this house would have perished." At that moment, the creaky wooden door swung open, revealing a gaunt man in his 30s. His frame was emaciated, his hair flecked with gray, and he donned a gray coat paired with tattered hemp trousers. "Chen Daolong, you have finally arrived. My wife has been in turmoil for quite some time, and I cannot fathom whom she has angered. Please, you must come in and help me." The man rushed over, his face a portrait of despair as he addressed Chen Beijin. Chen Beijin remained silent, gesturing for me to follow him as he entered the dwelling. Meanwhile, the man began to lament the condition of his wife, echoing the nonsensical ramblings described by Chen Beijian at the Taoist temple, indicative of her unstable mental state. The closer I approached the house, the more pungent the unpleasant odor became, nearly provoking me to retch several times. However, out of respect for the host nearby, I could only stifle my reaction. Upon entering the living room, dimly illuminated by a yellow light, I beheld a bed placed in the center, upon which sat a woman with disheveled hair. She appeared to be in her 30s, her garments riddled with patches, saliva dribbling from her mouth, and her eyes glinting with a sinister intensity, fixating on us since our arrival. Muttering ominously, she cackled, "Outside lies the essence of the deceased, and within, the blood of the dead." As she spoke, she incessantly swallowed, the sound reminiscent of someone gulping down large quantities of water, utterly disconcerting. With every word, her gaze bore into us, particularly chilling me to the core as she focused on me, sending shivers down my spine and raising goosebumps all over my body. In stark contrast, Chun Beijian maintained an expression of calm detachment, his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded the woman with fierce intensity. Unfazed by her menacing stare, he circled around her twice before returning to my side, muttering, "Li Dongzi, you are unfilial. Your time has come. You must depart," she continued, her gaze shifting between Chen Beijian and me, a twisted smile spreading across her face. Terrified that she might suddenly lunge at us, I instinctively sought refuge behind Chen Beijian. Yearning for a semblance of security, Chen Beijian sat before the stove, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, he struck the stove with a resounding clap and turned to glare fiercely at the woman, demanding, "Will you leave tonight or not?" The sound of her swallowing echoed ominously throughout the room. She swallowed twice, the peculiar noise filling the air, and fell silent, fixating her venomous gaze upon Chen Beijian. Her face contorted into a strange, unsettling smile. Chapter 36, Tomb Seeking. Yet Chen Beijian displayed no fear as he locked eyes with the woman, creating an atmosphere steeped in strangeness. I could almost sense that in the next moment, her filthy hands would grip tightly around his neck. After a brief exchange of glances, the woman's face suddenly contorted, morphing into a visage of terror as she turned to her husband and said, "Father, I am so frightened. I wish to drink some water." "My dear wife, what foul entity have you entangled yourself with?" The man lamented helplessly, handing her a pot of water with habitual ease. He then implored earnestly, "I care not who you are. Please leave us. I beg you to depart. I shall see you off with the utmost respect. I beseech you. Do not torment my wife any longer." Trembling, the woman accepted the water and began to drink voraciously. The sound that emanated from her mouth moments ago was reminiscent of her current actions, yet she produced it without having ingested any liquid. In no time, she had drained the pot completely, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. After discarding the vessel onto the ground, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the bed. The man hurried to retrieve the pot, covering his wife with a blanket, before turning to Chen Beijian with a look of utter exhaustion. "Dawish Chen, you see how it is? After a brief episode, she drinks, and once quenched, she falls asleep. Before long, she shall rise again to create chaos. Alas, what sins have I committed?" Chen Beijin remained silent, gently tapping on the stove with his fingers. After observing the woman for a moment, he turned to me and instructed, "Junior disciple, go and lift her garments to inspect her abdomen." I was momentarily taken aback. "Me? Really?" I stammered. "No more nonsense, hurry up." He shot me a glare. I swallowed hard and stealthily approached the woman, the strange, foul odor emanating from her growing ever more pungent as I drew nearer. It became painfully evident. It was unmistakably the stench of decay. Following Chen Beijin's instructions, I steeled myself against the nausea and lifted the blanket. The sight that greeted me was revolting. The bed was soaked with a viscous, slimy substance that resembled vomit, a truly grotesque scene. Yet, I managed to hold my breath and refrain from retching. As I pushed aside the woman's clothing, I discovered even more of the sticky substance on her abdomen, as if it were seeping through her skin. Her entire belly was filthy, adorned with bizarre white spots, and I could even see tiny pores resembling pinpricks. At that moment, I could no longer contain myself. I heaved violently, dropping her garment and rushing to the door, my stomach churning violently, feeling as if I had expelled every morsel of bread that Hu Qitian had offered me earlier in the car. Shortly thereafter, Chen Beijin emerged from the room, patting my back before solemnly stating, "This guest is no ordinary individual. She shows no fear of me. Do you know what those spots were?" Initially, I was on the verge of expelling my stomach's contents, but upon his utterance, the gruesome image resurfaced in my mind, leading me to retch uncontrollably once more. He proceeded to pat my back, explaining that is a post-mortem stain, which typically appears after a body has undergone decomposition for a certain period. This indicates that the spirit has been entwined with her for quite some time. I gagged slightly, feeling as though my stomach was entirely empty, before rising to wipe the tears from my face and the filth from the corners of my mouth. "Then you, should swiftly adhere to Master S instructions and utilize the ghost-repelling talisman to address this. You know nothing. Spirits are categorized into 3 ranks. The first consists of mere chatter, the second encompasses malevolent entities, and the third is characterized by decay and corruption. This situation exemplifies the symptoms of a third-rank spirit. Remember, when encountering such entities, those of the first rank can be easily frightened away, while the second requires a ghost-repelling talisman to manage. The third rank is particularly perilous. One must never resort to intimidation, for a cornered spirit may act desperately, endangering its host. Master Qin, you have been observing for quite some time. What precisely is the issue? I am willing to procure any amount you require. Do not let my apparent poverty deter you from acting. At that moment, a man emerged from within the dwelling. Qin Beijian, with his hands clasped behind his back, bore an enigmatic expression. If I am not mistaken, it appears that one of your ancestors has taken an interest in this individual. There must be an issue with your ancestor's grave. Lead me to it. Ah, how can it be that it is still a family member? The man exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Beijian said nothing, merely gave me a light tap before leading me back into the room. He opened his backpack and retrieved a red string, which he wound around the bed before hanging some dried leaves on it. He then addressed me, saying, "This is a cinnabar thread, feared by many, while the mugwort leaves serve to obscure the yang energy. Thus, it shall not be able to escape in a short time. Do you understand?" Although I recognized his intentions were good, I found the terminology bewildering, for as a complete novice, such words were beyond my comprehension. Noticing my confusion, he refrained from further explanation, tossing the backpack to me and instructing the man, "Lead the way. Show us all the ancestral graves buried in the vicinity." The man acquiesced and, with a flashlight in hand, guided both me and Qin Beijin outside. The moonlight was bright that night, bathing the tranquil village in a serene glow. Yet the sounds of barking dogs and chirping birds created an unsettling atmosphere, as if something were amiss. The man's house was nestled at the foot of a mountain, with a wild expanse behind it. We three ascended the hillside under the moonlight, our bodies slick with sweat. After climbing for over an hour, we finally reached a point halfway up the slope, entering a dark, dense grove of fir trees. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting eerie shadows around us. Before us lay 5 or 6 graves, standing silently and eerily in the night. This place was evidently seldom visited. The ground was damp and tangled with thorns and vines. The man wielded a machete, clearing a path while informing us of the locations of his ancestors' graves. There are only 6 graves in total, and none of the ones with traces of incense belong to his family. 2 graves, overgrown with weeds and seemingly neglected for a long time, are indeed his family's. How long has it been since you last visited the graves? Qin Beijian expressed his astonishment upon witnessing the scene. The man sighed. Our family is impoverished, and with the need to support our child's education, we toil from dawn till dusk. When would we have the time to travel such a distance to pay respects to our ancestors? After speaking, the man seemed to grasp something and hastily bowed toward the 2 weedy graves, saying, "Father, Mother, Donger has been unfilial. Please do not trouble Guifan any further." "Father, Mother, Donger has been unfilial. Please do not trouble Guifan any further." "Father," Qin Beijian quickly interrupted him. "Enough, enough. You only remember to burn incense when problems arise. Such gestures are futile." He then approached the 2 graves, observing them for a moment before gesturing for me to come closer. From his backpack, he retrieved a short wooden sword and began to clear the weeds from the graves. After a while, he instructed me to take out 2 sticks of incense. I hurriedly rummaged through my backpack and handed him 2 sticks. He then passed the incense to the man, saying, "Kneel down and light the incense." The man hesitated for a moment before kneeling before the graves and igniting the incense with a lighter. In no time, he had the 2 sticks lit, inserting them in front of the 2 graves. However, Qin Beijin shook his head. "No, it's not these 2. Which other graves belong to your ancestors?" "Yes. My grandparents' graves are further up." The man pointed into the dark depths of the forest. "Let us proceed and take a look," Qin Beijin remarked. As the man led the way, both of us found ourselves utterly astonished. The path was completely obscured, engulfed by a thicket of thorns and vines in the nearly impenetrable forest. He was compelled to wield a machete continuously to carve a path. If the 2 graves we had encountered earlier had been neglected for 2 years, this place had surely been abandoned for at least a decade and more. The scant moonlight filtered through the trees, occasionally accompanied by the distant calls of night owls. Qin Beijian insisted that I not walk ahead of him, and I could only sense a chilling breeze at my back, sending shivers down my spine. At last, after several minutes, the man guided us deep into the woods. His flashlight, woefully inadequate, dimmed to a mere flicker, illuminating only a shadowy corner as he pointed and said, "Master Qin, my grandparents are interred there." Qin Beijian retrieved a flashlight of his own, switched it on, and directed its beam toward the indicated spot. As the scene unfolded before our eyes, I couldn't help but gasp in horror, while Qin Beijian's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grim and troubled. Chapter 37. The heart-piercing passage before us stood a grand tomb, flanked by several withered cedar trees. The grave was adorned with parched grass, and not a single living plant could be seen in its vicinity, rendering it a conspicuous anomaly amidst the lush, dense forest, a solitary crane amidst a flock of chickens, strikingly odd. The tomb sat quietly beneath the moonlight, encircled by a heap of large stones, cloaked in a thick layer of desiccated moss. The withered grass cascaded down, obscuring half of the stones, giving the entire grave the appearance of an elderly figure with long hair crouched in repose. Suddenly, Chen Beijian let out a sharp intake of breath and hurried toward the grave. A chill ran down my spine, compelling me to follow closely behind, fearful that an unseen hand might emerge from the darkness behind me. Upon reaching the grave, a foul odor assaulted my senses, reminiscent of the stench that clung to Li Dongzi's wife. This revelation sent a wave of terror coursing through me, causing my legs to tremble involuntarily. It had been many years since I had tended to my grandparents' grave. Who, I wondered, had dared to poison this place with such foul substance? Li Dongzi wore a look of shock as well. Chen Beijian, however, remained silent, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, intently gazing at the tomb for a considerable time. Finally, he turned to Li Dongzi and instructed, "Kneel down and light an incense stick." I hastily retrieved a stick of incense from my backpack and handed it to Li Dongzi. After kneeling, he ignited the incense with his lighter, the flames crackling as it caught fire. At that moment, Chen Beijian furrowed his brow, observing the burning incense in Li Dongzi's hand, before adding, "Place it before the grave and see what happens." Li Dongzi promptly complied, inserting the incense before the grave. This shouldn't be the case. Chen Beijian gazed at Li Dongzi and the smoke rising from the incense, furrowing his brow as he uttered a remark. "Chen Daozhong, what exactly is this predicament?" Li Dongzi inquired with a face full of confusion. "No, that's not right." Chen Beijian abruptly pulled me back, retreating a couple of steps before pointing at Li Dongzi. "Try bowing your head." Li Dongzi was momentarily taken aback and hastily bowed before the grave. Just as he bent down, a chilling gust swept through the dark woods, sending a shiver down my spine, nearly causing me to topple onto Chen Beijian. Immediately afterward, the incense that had just been lit extinguished mysteriously. This unsettling turn of events made Li Dongzi tremble in fear, and he scrambled back to our side. "This is bad. This is terrible. Chen Daozhong, please help me. I realize now, it's my fault for not honoring my ancestors at their grave." Chen Beijian shook his head. "It's not merely a matter of honoring or neglecting the grave." As he spoke, he picked up his wooden sword and flashlight, beginning to circle the grave. I could only closely follow behind him, goosebumps rising in layers. It was exceedingly eerie. Had anyone been alone in that moment, they might have been terrified to the point of death. After searching the area without finding anything, Chen Beijian thrust his wooden sword into the pile of dry leaves before the grave. His expression then shifted dramatically, and he turned to me, saying, "Come here. Clear away all the leaves." I gazed at him, momentarily taken aback, before hastily moving to comply. Moments later, I had gathered all the leaves and discarded them in the woods, revealing a dark hole before me. This aperture was no larger than a bowl, extending straight towards the grave's location. Initially, I presumed it to be a rat hole, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a straight cavity formed from the decay of a piece of wood once buried here. Chen Beijian suddenly gasped and remarked to Li Dongzi, "I cannot discern whether you have been ensnared by another's treachery or if it is mere coincidence. This grave is a Chuanxing Guotang cave, and the vital energy has long dissipated with the passing winds. It is likely that your grandparents' remains have encountered significant issues. Should we not be concerned for your wife?" "Ah, what shall I do?" Li Dongzi exclaimed, his face etched with terror, nearly dropping to his knees before Chen Beijian, pleading earnestly, "Master Chen, you must assist me." "Junior, retrieve 2 strands of red thread," Chen Beijian instructed, ignoring Li Dongzi's plight, and addressed me. "Understood," I replied, casting my backpack to the ground and extracting the thread. This was a bundle of red string wound around a wooden spool, allowing us to cut as much as needed. Subsequently, he wound the red thread around the grave, encircling it with the surrounding trees, completing approximately 8 laps. Once the grave was ensconced in red thread, Chen Beijian gestured towards a corner at the grave's edge, saying, "Junior, gather some dry leaves and pile them there." "How much will suffice?" I inquired, resigned to the labor, acknowledging my status as the newcomer. He replied, "Gather as much as you deem comfortable for lying." I let out a soft sound and began to gather leaves with fervor. Yet, as soon as the leaves were grasped in my hand, I froze, hastily lifting my gaze to him. "Senior brother, what did you mean by that?" It was nothing of consequence. It has grown too late to open a grave today. I must return to rest and shall not accompany you any longer." He brushed off his clothing and donned his backpack. Suddenly, I recalled the words of Master Xian knew earlier in the day. He intended for me to remain here alone, in the depths of this remote forest, beside a problematic wild grave. To leave me here to sleep was tantamount to risking my life. I stood rigid for a moment, but upon regaining my composure, I quickly donned a solicitous smile. "Oh, no, it's not that. Senior brother, please reconsider. Enough of this chatter. You shall remain here and rest easy. Do not make a sound. If anyone in the woods addresses you, it is likely merely villagers out for a stroll. Pay them no mind and stay within the red circle. Do not wander. As for any disturbances from the grave, It is probably just a mouse burrowing. Ignore it and keep the noise to a minimum. He flashed a mischievous grin, then feigned an expression of great concern as he gazed at me. That is settled then. Good night, junior brother. With that, he waved to Li Dongzi. Let us go. Rest assured, he is my junior brother and will watch over the ancestral grave for you. How splendid. My deepest gratitude to Daoist Qin and this young Daoist. I thought to myself, what am I thanking you for? I should be the one receiving thanks. Qin Beijin and Li Dongzi crawled out through the red line, one following the other. How could I possibly remain here? It was utterly terrifying and certainly frigid within these confines. Is this truly a place for human rest? Contemplating this, I was compelled to follow them out through the red line. However, Qin Beijin turned back and pointed at me, saying, Kid, do you still wish to seek my mentorship? Back in the day when I spent nights in the morgue, I certainly didn't cower like this. Besides, you're a married man now, aren't you? Stay put. And remember my words. Tomorrow morning, I shall bring you some food. Having uttered this, he turned away and departed with Li Dongzi, leaving me in a moment of darkness, only able to watch the faint light of their flashlights recede into the tangled vines. Senior brother, this isn't how you play fair, I lamented, calling out pitifully to his retreating figure. Kid, if you keep whining, I might just tie you up. Good luck, he replied without looking back. Chapter 38. The old woman in the forest. I watched as the beams of their flashlights gradually faded into the depths of the woods. A wave of resentment bubbling within me. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, the eerie call of an owl echoed, resembling laughter, which nearly compelled me to dash after Chun Beijin and the others. Yet, regaining my composure, I calmed myself. Was it merely a matter of spending a night beside an abandoned grave in this remote wilderness? What was there to fear? I was unafraid. Swallowing hard, I turned my gaze towards the grave. Surrounding vegetation lay wilted, and in this extremely dark forest, the grave was illuminated by a patch of bright moonlight, revealing its features starkly before me. However, the more I looked, the more unsettling it became. The stark white stones and sparse, wild grass appeared increasingly strange, especially when a gentle breeze stirred the grass atop the grave, transforming it into what seemed like an aged face, eerily smiling at me. I swallowed again, unwilling to gaze at the grave any longer. Hastily, I turned my attention to the pitch-black forest, confronting a corner shrouded in shadows where moonlight failed to penetrate. It felt as though I was nearly face-to-face with the darkness itself, with only a few beams of moonlight filtering through the sparse trees in the distance. As I continued to observe, a shiver coursed through my body. It felt as if, while I stared into the abyss, the darkness was reciprocating my gaze. The more I looked, the more terrifying and oppressive it became. Regardless of my claims of bravery, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if someone were lurking in the shadows, watching me. My scalp prickled with unease, prompting me to survey my surroundings in search of a place to hide. Moments ago, Qin Beijin suggested that I sleep near a grave, a proposition I found utterly impossible. The closer I approached the tombstone, the more pungent the putrid odor became, as if the decaying corpse within was exuding its foul stench. Ultimately, I settled beneath a desiccated tree stump, wiping the sweat from my brow, too fearful to glance at the grave before me or to turn and face the encroaching darkness of the woods. It was astonishing how swiftly the atmosphere transformed into a lifeless gloom after Qin Beijin and Li Dongzi departed. The oppressive ambience weighed heavily upon me, and a chilling breeze occasionally rustled the leaves above, echoing through the desolate, uninhabited mountains. In the inky blackness of the deep forest, I could never have imagined a day would come when I would find myself spending the night in such a place. With my head bowed, I endeavored to ignore my surroundings, lost in myriad thoughts. Yet, one memory alone brought me solace. The time spent exploring the depths of the mountains with a little fox during my childhood. Back then, my world was devoid of the supernatural and the macabre. Wherever the fox ventured, I followed, even into woods long shunned by others. We often roamed in search of wild chickens and rabbits. In those days, whenever I felt the urge to wander aimlessly in the dimly lit forest, the little fox would firmly grasp my trouser leg, guiding me towards the light. I recall a particular instance when, while playing amidst the trees on the back mountain, I heard someone calling my name from the depths of the woods, referring to me as Ghost Boy. At that moment, I initially believed that someone from the village was within, and I felt compelled to investigate. However, a small fox darted past me and ventured deep into the woods. Shortly thereafter, I heard a chilling scream that seemed to call my name. In my ignorance, I had previously searched frantically, concerned that someone had fallen from a tree. Reflecting on it now, the thought sends shivers down my spine. I had been in a good mood, even allowing a smile to linger on my face. Yet I found myself pondering these eerie occurrences. Just as I chastised myself for dwelling on such matters, I suddenly heard a rustling sound, as though someone was approaching through the forest, the crunch of leaves underfoot resonating in the stillness. Instantly, my nerves were on edge. I swallowed hard and strained to see in the direction of the noise. However, the darkness obscured any sight of movement, and the sound drew ever closer. seemingly heading straight toward me. Fear seized me. My eyes widened in terror, and I trembled as if chilled to the bone. Soon, the noise reached my immediate vicinity, followed by a series of frantic squeaks that resembled a rodent's agonizing cries, quickly succeeded by a scurrying sound retreating in haste. It turned out to be merely a mouse, and I exhaled a deep sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from my brow. Yet, just as my tension began to dissipate, a voice emerged from the very spot where the mouse had shrieked. "You, whose child are you?" In an instant, beads of sweat erupted on my forehead. My body bristled with goosebumps, and I was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of dread. I was nearly startled into exclaiming, but recalling Chin Beijian's words, I hastily covered my mouth, struggling to control my rapid breaths. "Who might you be, child?" The voice inquired, a chuckle following. Although it bore the timbre of an elderly man, it lacked any semblance of frailty, possessing an ominous undertone. After speaking, I could distinctly hear him chuckling softly, reminiscent of the town's eccentric, with an air of soliloquy. It felt as though he stood right at the boundary of the red line, and I fixated on that spot, gradually acclimating to the darkness. As I scrutinized, I discerned a stooped figure, and in the obscurity, a pallid face seemed to be gazing directly at me. "Child, it appears this family has long departed. Why do you linger here? You ought to go to your grandmother," he continued, his laughter echoing hauntingly. Tears welled in my eyes, and my scalp prickled with unease, yet I clamped my mouth shut, forcing myself to suppress even the slightest sound. Soon, the voice fell silent, and the surroundings descended into a profound stillness, but she remained, her silhouette distinctly upright just beyond the red line, akin to a desolate tree stump, utterly motionless. Uncertain of how long the silence endured, a branch suddenly struck my head from the shadows, and the voice returned. "I am speaking to you, child. What is the matter? Why do you not respond?" At this moment, I felt as though I was on the verge of losing my composure entirely, nearly to the point of losing control. Yet, I dared not move. I understood Chin Beijian's intent. No filth could breach this crimson circle. I simply could not move. I must not move. Just as I fixated in sheer terror upon that shadow, my awareness began to blur increasingly. Suddenly, from the dark woods to my right, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by the sound of labored breathing, sounding distinctly like a girl's voice, yet no glimmer of light was visible. The footsteps approached the edge of the grave circle, where, after a few gasps, a familiar voice resonated. "Wei Qing." How could it be by Shirhan's voice? Despite the eerie atmosphere, my fading consciousness was instantly restored to clarity. However, I refrained from uttering a word. "Wei Qing," she called again. "Whose child are you?" A grim voice from beside me questioned. Then came by Shirhan's voice. "Grandma, you must leave quickly. I do not wish to harm you." Following her words, a flurry of hurried footsteps erupted nearby, and upon turning my gaze, I realized that the shadow had fled. At that moment, I was utterly stunned, staring into the abyss before me, and I slapped myself hard across the face. What a surreal sensation, as if caught in a dream, yet the sting of my hand upon my cheek was all too real. "Wei Qing, I am your wife, by Shirhan. It's all right now. It has left, and you need not be afraid." Her voice conveyed a sense of urgency and excitement. I swallowed hard. How did you find your way here?" Her footsteps circled around from that direction, swiftly arriving at the position of the shadow I had just seen. With excitement, she exclaimed, "I never left. I have been following you all along, Wei Qing. It seems you haven't eaten all day. You must be famished. I brought you a meal. Come and eat." Chapter 39, is it her? As she spoke, a sudden light illuminated her surroundings. Upon closer inspection, I realized she was holding a phone. A wave of relief washed over me, for, to be honest, I had not truly believed it was her presence I encountered in the desolate wilderness at such an hour. This was the only fragment of clarity that lingered in my mind since Chin Beijian's departure. However, upon seeing her with the phone, I felt a sudden sense of ease. Though I still swallowed hard and replied, "I am not hungry, thank you." She fell silent for a moment, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment as she asked, "Are you still unable to accept me?" "White girl, I am already married." I shook my head, striving to maintain my composure. "I know, but I am your betrothed wife." "It is merely that your mother did not inform you," she said, her tone filled with melancholy. "Why do you say that?" I had always struggled to comprehend this notion. And after swallowing again, I inquired. In hushed voice, she explained, "On the night of the full moon, with the red cloth and the rooster, to bind our union. From the moment I accepted your mother's token, we have been bound as husband and wife. It is just that." "Shun Tia Bihu Ching Ching?" I scratched the back of my head. I understood that her family held great power. She had driven me away to protect you better. Later, my mother explained to me that your parents had once bestowed a favor upon her family, which was why they acted in such a manner. She spoke timidly. With a sense of helplessness, I raked my fingers through my hair and remarked, "That shouldn't be the case. After all, you are my betrothed wife. Why have you waited all these years to approach me only after I have wed Hu Qingqing?" Upon hearing my words, she fell into a contemplative silence, and after a considerable pause, murmured, "I cannot protect you. This is what my mother said, for your parents have offended the people of the Northeast Fox clan. Only the third princess of the Fox family can contend with them." Thus, understanding dawned upon me. I scratched my head and, in a moment of realization, inquired, "Then, how can we dissolve our marital bond? Rest assured, I am not the sort of villain who would burden you." At my declaration, Bai Shirhan lapsed into silence once more, and her quietude lingered unbroken. I observed her seated on the ground, her head bowed as she engrossed herself in her phone. The screen's glow illuminating her delicate, pallid visage, rendering her quite pitiable. Momentarily taken aback, I stealthily rose and approached her side, gently grasping the red thread and asking, "Miss Bai, why have you chosen not to speak?" She stammered, hesitating to turn her gaze toward me. "We are not like you. Once there is a marital title, all relatives will be aware that I am a married woman. If that is the case, I might not be able to marry again. What shall we do?" I exclaimed, astonished. She pouted, her expression forlorn, and resumed her engagement with her phone. "Since this marriage was arranged by my mother, it is she who has placed you in this predicament. Please do not take offense. In the future, when I have friends, I shall introduce you. With your beauty, you need not worry about finding a suitor." I spoke earnestly. She glanced up at me for a moment before lowering her head again, falling silent. "Is everything all right? Please, say something," I urged, feeling a pang of impatience. "My mother told me to listen to you well and take care of you for a lifetime," she murmured, still with her head down. "No. I was referring to this topic just now, wasn't I?" I was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. A profound silence enveloped us, the once terrifying atmosphere dissipating, only to be replaced by an awkward tension. After what felt like an eternity, she suddenly picked up a lunchbox from beside her and handed it to me. "Wei Qing, this is what I made. It should still be warm. Please, do eat a little." I stared at the lunchbox, swallowing hard. My first instinct was to decline, yet the meager sustenance I had consumed at Li Dongzi's home had long since been expelled, leaving me ravenous. "Don't be shy. I'm your wife, not a stranger," she said softly. I lowered my head in silence for a moment, hesitating, but ultimately took the lunchbox from her hands. Under the glow of her phone, I noticed the box was pink. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a steaming serving of rice, accompanied by meat. I gazed at the contents as if I were a famished wolf, unable to tear my eyes away. Sitting on the ground, I seized the spoon and began to devour the meal voraciously. Although I was aware that my manner might be somewhat embarrassing, my hunger was overwhelming. She observed me eating with such fervor, yet instead of mocking me, she smiled gently, clearly pleased. "Take your time, don't choke," she advised. I nodded, swallowed the morsel of food in my mouth, and expressed my gratitude. "Thank you." After uttering those words, I resumed my fervent eating. Hee. I own a house in the provincial capital, conveniently located beside the school. I prepare my own meals daily, a mere trifling task. The journey from there to here takes merely an hour by bus, or 40 minutes if I take a shortcut. If you have a penchant for my cooking, I could bring you lunch every day after school. Before I could fully digest my food, I hastily replied, "No, thank you." My wife would surely be furious if she found out. Upon hearing this, she fell silent, her gaze fixed upon me as I continued to eat. In just a few minutes, my meal was entirely devoured, leaving no trace behind. I couldn't discern whether it was her culinary skills that were exceptional or if my hunger was insatiable. As I finished my meal, she handed me a petite pink water bottle, the lid already unscrewed. "Here, have some water. If you're still hungry, I can go down the mountain and buy you something more." No, it's fine." I returned the empty container to her and took a few sips from the water bottle, feeling an immediate sense of relief and renewed vigor. After finishing the water, I capped the bottle and handed it back to her. "Thank you. I was simply famished. Otherwise, I would never have accepted your food. How much do I owe you? Consider it a debt, and I shall repay you in due time." However, upon uttering those words, an unexpected wave of embarrassment washed over me. Although I still possessed several hundred yuan, all of it had been gifted by her. The thought of returning it now seemed rather inappropriate. It was unnecessary. Caring for one's husband was the sole responsibility of us women. She took the cup and, with a shyness that rendered her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, spoke softly. Had she not mentioned it, I might not have realized the gravity of the situation if this were to come to the attention of Hu Qingqing. Would she not break my legs? The mere thought brought a sorrowful expression to my face. "Fair maiden, perhaps it would be wise to let this go. I shall repay you once I am financially stable. Otherwise, if Hu Qingqing discovers this, I shall face her wrath." "Ah?" She looked at me in astonishment, her expression tinged with concern. "Would she truly scold you?" "Indeed." I covered my forehead, feeling utterly humiliated in that moment. "Then do not speak of it to her. I shall visit you secretly in the future," she replied earnestly. "That is certainly not an option. How about this? You consult your mother regarding how we might dissolve our marital ties. But fret not, once we untangle this, I promise to introduce you to a truly wonderful man, one who will treat you as you deserve. I concluded with a foolish grin. She regarded me with a gentle gaze, blinked once, and then lowered her head to softly close the lunchbox. I will inquire during my holiday at home. Seeing her acquiescence, I finally felt a weight lift from my heart and quickly assured her, rest assured, I am a man of my word. After a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled shyly, and then she reached into a small handbag at her waist. With her head bowed in bashfulness, she presented an object to me, saying, Wei Qing's. This is for you. Chapter 40. The gift from Bai Shirhan. What is this? I glanced at it, a dark object, as she set her phone aside, rendering it invisible to me. It's a phone. Now we can stay in touch, she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. A phone? No. I simply cannot accept it. You owe me nothing. Besides, how could you bear to waste your money? I hastily waved my hands, thinking that accepting her phone would likely lead to my demise at the hands of Hu Qingxing. Don't worry, my brother runs a business in the provincial capital, and I'm not one to squander money. Sometimes he gives me money that I have no use for. So, she insisted, directly thrusting the phone towards me. However, in her eagerness, she accidentally brushed against the red line before me. Suddenly, a spark ignited, and she let out a cry of distress, retracting her hand and rubbing it in apparent agony. Are you okay? I panicked, having forgotten to warn her against touching that thing. It was clearly a protective circle established by Chan Beijing to shield me from malevolent forces. Bai Shirhan cradled her hand, looking quite pitiful as she rubbed it for a moment before saying, I'm fine, Wei Qing. I breathed a sigh of relief, and after regaining my composure, I hurriedly knelt to the ground, searching for the phone she had dropped. Upon retrieving it, I handed it back to her, saying, Thank you, Miss Bai. But I cannot accept your gift. Firstly, I am already married, and secondly, although I may be poor, I aspire to earn enough through my own efforts to purchase such things. Please accept this. I ran several streets to choose it. If you fear being discovered by Princess Husan, simply say it was a gift from your master. My brother knows your master, and I shall have him greet him upon my return. She rubbed her hand, clearly in pain, yet I felt helpless to assist. This is absolutely unacceptable. I shook my head, insisting it was not as it seemed. If you refuse, then I shall take my leave. She adjusted the small handbag at her waist, lowering her head as she spoke. In an instant, I found myself unable to blink, swallowing hard. No, this cannot be. Are you not intentionally tormenting me? If you had not come, I might have remained unconscious, at least able to sleep soundly within this red circle for the night. Now that you wish to depart, it would be better if... I swallowed again, grimacing as I said, Miss Bai, if you must leave, could you perhaps cast a spell to render me unconscious before you go? She looked up at me, and after a moment, she covered her mouth and began to laugh joyfully. Then she said, I cannot do that. You may keep the phone. Consider it a loan from me. I shall remain here to protect you until tomorrow. My class begins at 8. I have ample time. I looked at the phone in my hand with a troubled expression and finally exhaled, saying, Well then, do you have paper and a pen? I require a note of debt. Otherwise, I cannot accept your belongings. All right, she replied, rummaging through her small handbag, quickly producing a tiny notebook and a ballpoint pen. This notebook and pen were once the embodiment of my childhood dreams, something I longed for even in my slumber. Do you remember when I earned 5 yuan from selling wild mushrooms? Countless times I contemplated purchasing them in town, but each time I reached the store, I hesitated to part with that precious 5 yuan. At this moment, I find myself truly envious of Bai Shirhan, who carries a charming pink handbag that seemingly conceals several hundred yuan within. She extends a piece of paper and a pen towards me. Yet upon noticing the red line before me, she retracts her hand in trepidation. Let me step out. Do not approach this, I quickly suggest, sensing her discomfort. I adeptly remove the red line and approach her. The fragrance that envelopes her is somewhat disarming, and as I take the pen and notebook, I swiftly turn aside to prepare for writing, only to realize the darkness surrounding me. Just then, a beam of light illuminates the space. I glance back to see Bai Shirhan using her phone to guide me, her face adorned with a shy smile. Scratching my head, I recall the lessons I had clandestinely absorbed in class, courtesy of our teacher, and begin to write. I am indeed familiar with writing. During solitary moments at home, I often etch patterns in the dirt with twigs. By the way, how much does this phone cost? I inquire, observing the sophisticated device in my hand. Only 100 yuan. She replies with a playful grin. 100? I pause, considering that for me, 100 yuan is an astronomical sum. Yet, can a phone truly be valued at just 100 yuan? It is indeed 100. Go ahead and write, she insists earnestly. Very well, I respond. I began to write in my notebook, 100 plus the 600 you gave me that day, totaling 700. Oh, I haven't spent the money yet. Should I return it to you now? She clasped her hands behind her back, bent slightly at the waist, and gazed at the notebook in my hand. Shaking her head with a smile, no need, you've just come out, and it's precisely the time when money is scarce for you. Return it when you have the means. Go ahead and write. Wei Qing, I find your handwriting rather appealing. Feeling a bit awkward, I scratched the back of my head and mustered the courage to write. Before long, I completed the IOU. Exhaling deeply as I returned the pen and notebook to her. There you go. You must keep this IOU in the future. You can use it to claim what I owe you. Rest assured, I shall not default. Bye. She stifled a laugh, took the pen and notebook from me, and shyly lowered her head. Well, I will trust you just this once. I managed an awkward smile, glancing at the phone in my hand. It was something I had longed for. To be honest, whenever I saw the children in town playing with theirs, I yearned for one incessantly. Back then, I was quite naive. I even crafted a makeshift one from wood for myself. Yet, now that I held it, I felt a bit embarrassed, wondering how to operate it. Let me teach you, Wei Qing. Bai Shirhan extended her petite hand towards me. All right, thank you. I smiled with excitement. My eyes glued to the phone, unable to look away. This is the power button, and this is the phone. You see, my number is already stored within it. And here is the messaging feature. If it rings, it means I have sent you a message. And you can simply tap to view it. Additionally, this allows for gaming. She lowered her head earnestly, explaining everything to me. I was utterly captivated, overwhelmed by excitement at my first encounter with a mobile phone. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, causing a strand of her hair to unexpectedly brush against my face. As I regained my composure, I realized our heads were nearly touching. Blushing, I quickly distanced myself, saying, I understand now. Thank you. You're welcome. She replied with a bright smile, handing the phone back to me. Eagerly, I took the device and hastily followed her instructions to navigate through it. I still felt a tad clumsy, yet I had memorized all the functions she mentioned. However, when I attempted to access the contacts feature she described, I was taken aback to find that the sole contact saved was none other than my beloved wife, Bai Shirhan. Momentarily stunned, I stammered, I need to change this. If Hu Qingqing sees it, she might break my hand. Is Princess Hu really that fierce? Bai Shirhan chuckled, covering her mouth as she laughed. Indeed, I am always quite afraid of her. After saying this, I promptly altered the name to Bai Shirhan. After changing my name, I excitedly sat on the ground, burying my head in my studies, captivated to a degree that surpassed even the dreams of my childhood. However, while I merely dreamt before, I was now truly grasping what I desired, almost in disbelief. Bai Shirhan did not disturb me. Instead, she sat beside me with her lunchbox and water bottle, occasionally pointing at my screen with her delicate fingers when she noticed my confusion. She leaned against me, her hair, fragrant and soft, brushed against my face once more. Feeling a bit shy, I shifted slightly to the side. Wei Qing, perhaps I could teach you? You can search for the textbook on your phone, she suggested, inching closer with a pure smile. Well, never mind. I quickly stood up. Bai girl, could you please not sit so close? What if Fox Qingqing catches a whiff of your fragrance? Oh, I'm sorry, she replied, a little flustered, as she chuckled and buried her head, moving away from me. I managed an awkward smile, intending to say something more when suddenly, from the dark woods, a distinct call of a night owl echoed, startlingly close, as if it were aimed at us. I jumped in surprise, yet Bai Shirhan remained unfazed, casually glancing in that direction. Just then, without warning, a branch struck me from above, as if someone had deliberately dropped it from the tree to hit me. Once again, I heard the sharp crack of a branch breaking overhead, and an immediate chill ran down my spine, prompting me to hurriedly dive into the protective red circle. Meanwhile, Bai Shirhan stood still, gazing up at the dark tree, and then she shouted into the shadows of the branches, "Go cause a ruckus elsewhere." Chapter 41. Enraptured by learning in a moment of astonishment, I lifted my head. At that instant, the moonlight, akin to a silvery lantern, illuminated the barren, desolate tree. However, apart from a few gnarled branches, the tree was devoid of any presence. I swallowed hard, pondering what had struck me moments before, and with whom Bai Shirhan had been conversing. After a brief silence enveloped the surroundings, I observed Bai Shirhan addressing the top of the withered tree, saying, "Even if you're uncomfortable, you shouldn't frighten people. Please, go away." Furrowing my brow, I scrutinized the treetop, yet discerned nothing unusual. The situation was becoming increasingly peculiar. Hastily, I retrieved my phone, utilizing the method Bai Shirhan had taught me to activate the flashlight. As the beam illuminated the treetop, I was taken aback to discover a peculiar snake coiled around one of the branches. Its hue was as dark as a coffin, with a flattened head. At that moment, it raised its head and slithered toward a neighboring tree, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches echoing through the air, gradually receding from us. I inhaled sharply, a chill running down my spine, and glanced at Bai Shirhan, who appeared unfazed. In a soft voice, she reassured me, "Wei Qing, it's merely a snake. Should you encounter such a creature in the future, do not yawn. Simply tell it to leave, and it will fear you." Her tone was gentle and subdued, as if she feared that speaking too loudly might startle me. I nodded appreciatively and replied, "I understand, Miss Bai. Thank you for coming to my aid tonight." She smiled shyly and replied, "It's nothing. After all, I am your wife." I was taken aback and hastily reminded her, Miss Bai, did we not agree earlier? Oh, my apologies. Beneath the dim glow of the moonlight, she anxiously clutched the strap of her small handbag, her head bowed as she spoke softly. Exuding an air of vulnerability, I scratched my head, standing there for what felt like an eternity, unsure of what to say. After a prolonged silence, Bai Shihan suddenly inquired, Wei Qing, where were we? Then she continued, right? Learning together. You should come out. There is so much to learn on the phone. And since I can't sleep anyway, I hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a smile. All right, thank you. She smiled shyly, her head still down. You're welcome. With a swift motion, I dashed outside, promptly handing her my phone. Throughout the exchange, my gaze remained fixated on the device. Overwhelmed with excitement at acquiring it, and equally thrilled at the prospect of learning. A person who rises early each day to sneak a peek at lessons over the school wall exhibits an obsession with learning that can only be described as fervent. I often encountered children whose families invested money in their education, only to find them dozing off in class, a phenomenon that left me perplexed. Noticing my expression, as if I had never laid eyes on a textbook, Bai Shihan wore a faint smile, perhaps amused by my enthusiasm. She then began to navigate the phone, revealing that indeed, there were textbooks available, which filled me with exhilaration. Who knew the capabilities of a mobile device were so remarkable? On this occasion, Bai Shihan sat at a distance from me, beside a tree, and began to share some knowledge regarding our studies. Her level of education seemed far superior to that of the elementary school teachers back home. Her eloquence was remarkable, and her speech flowed effortlessly. The only drawback was her shyness. Occasionally, when she caught sight of my earnest expression, she would bury her head and stifle a laugh. Before long, I found myself enlightened. What I had previously understood as learning to grow was, in fact, a reference to the progression from secondary school to high school, and then to university through the college entrance examination. From my perspective, this constituted the pinnacle of academic achievement. I was utterly envious, realizing that the university Bai Shihan spoke of represented the highest point of education. It was no wonder her handwriting was exquisite and her speech so refined, reflecting an exceptionally high level of cultural literacy. After elucidating the theory, she began to leaf through her middle school textbooks, quietly narrating the content to me. Captivated, I lost track of time, my eyes fixated on the screen of my phone for hours, not daring to utter a word lest I disrupt her train of thought. In a state of profound excitement, I became oblivious to the passage of time, until her voice began to fade. This article is from, I'm so tired. As her words trailed off, she rested her head on my shoulder. Had she truly fallen asleep? I was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a considerable pause, I gently propped her against the tree stump and took my phone, settling down nearby to immerse myself in the content, which was astute and profoundly insightful. Indeed, these middle school textbooks were leagues beyond what one would find in elementary school. As I became fully immersed in the moment, I lost track of time, and before I knew it, dawn had broken. The woods were filled with the cheerful chirping of birds, and numerous small creatures scurried past me. Yet, I remained captivated, my head bowed, sporting dark circles under my eyes, occasionally breaking into a silly grin as I gazed at my phone. Wei Qing. Have you not slept all night? Came the drowsy voice of Bai Shihan from beside me. I rubbed my eyes and nodded, saying, this is just too fascinating. It's all right. I don't feel sleepy. Moments later, she approached, casting a glance at my screen, then covered her mouth and began to giggle dreamily. Wei Qing, you don't have to rush. You can take your time to learn. It's fine. It's fine. I focused intently on my phone's display. Hee hee. She chuckled softly, then, let me go get you some breakfast, and then I must return to class. Upon hearing her words, I finally set my phone down and turned to her. No need. Bye. My senior will be bringing me food shortly. If you're busy, you can head back. Thank you for lending me these things. I promise to return the money to you as soon as possible. It's all right. No rush, she replied, standing there with her hands clasped around the strap of her small bag, gazing at me with a youthful smile. A gentle breeze lifted her bangs, exuding an aura of tender innocence. I momentarily lost my train of thought and quickly returned my attention to my phone. Take your time, I said. Goodbye. She replied. Out of courtesy, I gently set my phone down and waved at her. She picked up the lunchbox from the ground, holding it in one hand while grasping the strap of her pink handbag with the other, cheerfully waving back at me. She then began her descent down the mountain. Though for some reason, she appeared less joyful, walking slowly and occasionally glancing back at me with her lips pursed. As she reached the edge of my sight, she turned around, smiling and waving. Wei Qing, I'm leaving now. Make sure to rest well when you return today. Thank you, I stammered, hurriedly burying my face back in my phone, unable to meet her gaze, which had a disarming quality that made me feel bashful. Although she was not as beautiful as Hu Qingqing, her personality truly reshaped my understanding. How could a girl like her struggle to find a partner? I shook my head, utterly perplexed. In the time that followed, I remained wide awake, listening to the gentle whispers of the wind and the calls of birds in the mountains. Entranced by the unfamiliar content on my phone, my spirits soaring. I lost track of time until a warm ray of sunlight quietly filtered through the lush green leaves and enveloped me. Simultaneously, my phone depleted its final battery, the screen going dark, leaving me with a resigned sigh. Thankfully, Shirhan had provided me with a charger the previous night. But I would need to return to the temple to continue my activities. How tedious. Rising to stretch. I was about to step into a sunnier spot when I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Chapter 42, The Cursed Grave Master Chin. Although my wife and I are impoverished, we have always lived a life of integrity, neither thieving nor harming others. How could anyone possibly conspire against my family? The voice of Li Dongzi trembled from the direction of the woods. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was they who had arrived. Your ancestral grave has evidently been tampered with by someone else. However, it may not necessarily be your enemy. It could very well be an adversary of your father. Chen Beijian's voice followed. Indeed, who knows which scoundrel is behind this? Alas, how malicious. Before long, Chen Beijian and Li Dongzi approached, each carrying a basket filled with hoes and shovels, indicating that they intended to disturb the grave today. I concealed my phone and charger in my pocket, then turned my head away in displeasure. That scoundrel Chen Beijian. If it weren't for Shirhan last night, I would have been in dire straits thanks to him. His mere presence irked me. Why does this place exude an aura of malevolence? Chen Beijian pondered aloud before calling me junior brother. Did something transpire last night? I certainly could not divulge the affair with Shirhan, so I lethargically replied, "Isn't this all thanks to you? Don't take it to heart. Your elder brother has set up a soul-capturing array to ensure your safety, has he? You should inquire with Master about what she provided me during my time in the morgue." "Huh, you stubborn little rascal, still unconvinced, are you?" He retrieved a black bag from his basket and, playfully kicking me on the rear, declared, "It's time to eat. Gather your spirits. After we dine, we shall commence our work." I moved my lips a few times, rubbed my backside, and stood up, saying understood. I then took the bag from his hands, opened it, and glanced inside. There lay a bowl of white rice, atop which were a few pitiful remnants of sweet potato scraps. I was momentarily taken aback. And then I raised my gaze, staring blankly at him. This fellow had sweet potato remnants at the corners of his mouth as well. It seemed he had been quite enjoying himself on the way here. "What are you looking at? I didn't eat your food," he shamelessly remarked before turning away with his hands behind his back, heading towards the grave. I shook my chopsticks, feeling displeased, and began to eat. The white rice was a luxury I had only encountered when Shirhan visited my home. Whether or not there were side dishes mattered little. At least it was better than the blood I drank in my childhood or the wild vegetables I consumed as I grew up. I was simply left with the impression that Chen Beijian was rather inconsiderate. As I ate, he and Li Dongzi had no intention of resting. They began to clear weeds around the grave while discussing various topics. I watched them as I ate. The term refers to a grave that has been penetrated through. And to illustrate simply, why are graves moved when tunnels are constructed today? It is to prevent ancestors from being subjected to such an intrusion. As Chen Beijin spoke, he repeatedly glanced back at me, signaling with his eyes. I understood he was addressing me, and without even finishing my meal, I hurriedly moved behind him to listen. Once the grave beneath is hollowed out, forming a penetrating heart-piercing cavity, it will gradually transform into a malevolent tomb. As the vital energy within dissipates, the occupant will begin to experience discomfort. Initially, they may communicate this unease through dreams to their descendants. Should these descendants fail to comprehend the message, the situation will inevitably worsen, leading the ancestor to seek out their kin, much like his wife did. Chen Beijian pointed at Li Dongzi, then turned to me with a grave expression, continuing, "If, at this juncture, the descendants do not take timely action, the two souls within may transform into sinister bones and malevolent corpses, and over time, they could even escape to wreak havoc upon the living." Seeing his fierce gaze fixed upon me, I quickly nodded in sudden realization. "I see now. Do you truly understand?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "Yes, I understand," I replied solemnly, nodding in affirmation. "I haven't finished yet. What do you know?" He playfully tapped my forehead, causing me to rub it in discomfort. Realizing his intent was mischievous. "Listen closely. This vital energy refers to wealth and vitality. The prosperity and liveliness of a grave are intrinsically linked to the fate of its descendants. If you are ever tasked with assessing feng shui and find yourself uncertain, a mere glimpse at the state of the corpse will suffice. If the decomposition is uniform across the body, all is well. However, should any part exhibit noticeably greater decay, it indicates a leakage of feng shui energy. In such cases, you need only observe the directional position of that area, for instance. Whether it is obstructed by any object or facing unfavorable structures such as temples or latrines, it is imperative to relocate the grave at that point. I nodded, this time becoming more cautious, stepping aside. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he attempted to tap my forehead, only to find his hand met with emptiness. He waved his sleeve, casting an awkward glance at Li Dongzi, before clearing his throat and saying, "Well, as for how to resolve this, at this juncture, I suspect the two individuals inside have transformed into malevolent spirits. They must be exhumed and left under the sun for a day, followed by recitations of incantations under the incense of their household. Afterward, we shall find a suitable place to bury them. In this way, the guest haunting the household will gradually improve. However, should this not dispel the malevolence, we shall have to bring the remains back and place them in the mortuary." Seeking assistance from our ancestors. After speaking, Chen Beijin fixed his gaze upon me, asking, "Did you understand?" I nodded earnestly, fully aware of his intentions. After finishing, I stepped aside, knowing he regarded me with disdain. 100 yuan. Remember to give it to me when master pays your salary, I remarked. He nodded, then turned his attention back to the grave. You. I gritted my teeth, nearly spitting blood in his face. Is this what a person is capable of? He continued, there are also certain protocols to follow when it comes to digging graves and opening coffins. I thought to myself, let him concern himself with that. With my head buried in my bowl, I returned to my meal beneath the tree. He stood there for quite a while, ultimately saying nothing. Instead, pulling out some tools and instructing Li Dongzi to burn incense and bow, as well as to burn joss paper and so on. The sunlight cascaded upon the grave. Yet the surrounding wood suddenly took on a chilling aura. An inexplicable sense of unease enveloped me, as I occasionally felt goosebumps prickling my arms. Though I could not pinpoint the source of my discomfort, throughout the ordeal, I observed quietly, absorbing the clandestine techniques being employed. After our meal, Chen Beijian had been gesturing with a wooden sword towards the grave for quite some time, his eyes shut and murmuring enigmatic incantations. He continued this for an extended period until I set down my bowl and chopsticks and approached the grave, at which point he abruptly opened his eyes and declared, "Disturb the grave." The transformation that overtook Chen Beijian after uttering those words was striking. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness and intensity. He then retrieved a blank piece of yellow paper from his pocket, pricked his finger to draw a peculiar symbol upon it. Remarkably, as he affixed the talisman to the grave, a sudden gust of ominous wind swept through the woods, tousling our hair with its force. Concurrently, the eerie calls of crows echoed from the depths of the mountains, and in the broad daylight, beneath the sun's rays, I was inexplicably engulfed by a fresh wave of goosebumps. Ah, what a formidable presence! Chen Beijin paused briefly and then called out to me, "Junior brother, lend a hand with the excavation." "Certainly," I responded hastily, seizing a hoe to assist Li Dongzi in the task of digging up the grave. To my astonishment, as the first shovel struck the grave, an unexpected chill coursed through my body. Almost instantaneously, it felt as though my feet were bound by an immense weight, rendering them immovable. Beads of sweat erupted from my brow, and I noticed that Li Dongzi, across from me, was experiencing the same phenomenon. We both stood frozen, our expressions laden with discomfort, the atmosphere thick with an indescribable eeriness. As the sun rose in the east, casting its brilliant light, I felt a surge of divine protection against malevolent forces. In a moment of urgency, Chen Beijian uttered an incantation, then pressed his finger, recently bitten and bloodied, against the foreheads of both Li Dongzi and myself. In that instant, Li Dongzi collapsed onto the ground, and I too was overwhelmed by an excruciating muscle fatigue, as if an invisible weight pressed heavily upon my back. Abandoning my shovel, I sank down, utterly unable to rise. "Oh no, Chen Daolang, could it be that our ancestors have come seeking me?" Li Dongzi gasped, drenched in perspiration and struggling to speak. Chen Beijin exhaled deeply, his face a mask of disbelief. After a moment, he turned to me and inquired, "Have you broken through?" What do you mean?" I replied, my voice strained. At that moment, I distinctly felt the presence of an unseen entity pressing against me, suffocating me to the brink of breathlessness. "Have you ever engaged in such activities with your wife?" Chen Beijian wiped the sweat from his brow. I made a feeble attempt to move. "Not yet." He shouted back, "Drop your trousers and relieve yourself. We must ward off this malevolence." I never anticipated it would be this intense. The malevolent bones and vengeful corpses within may have transformed into fearsome entities. Chapter 43. The malevolent bones. I felt as though my spine was about to shatter. After hearing Chen Beijian's words, I sat on the ground and unfastened my belt, relieving myself right there. "Damn it, put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten?" Chen Beijian shouted, and then he spat on the grave. I was utterly speechless, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. How could he spit on the grave? If he was so bold, why didn't he do it himself? Seeing that I was unable to muster the energy to spit, and that my urine was pooling on the ground, he rushed over and delivered a sharp blow to my head, causing me to grimace in pain. To my astonishment, he then scooped up the urine from the ground and flung it onto the grave. The moment the liquid touched the stone, there was a sudden sizzling sound, akin to water being poured onto a scorching hot iron plate, evaporating instantly. This was bizarre. The morning sun had not yet reached such intensity, especially in this damp and chilly forest. Suddenly, I felt a release, as if whatever had been weighing down on my back had vanished. Miraculously, I regained my strength, swallowed hard, and hurriedly stood up. Li Dongzi appeared to be in a similar predicament. After standing, he clapped his back and exclaimed, "Qin Dowling, something was definitely up. Just now, it felt as if something heavy was pressing down on me." Qin Beijing let out a sigh of relief. "Don't speak recklessly, just start digging." Digging? I was already terrified. The eerie grave before me seemed to be watching, as if it were threatening me not to disturb its resting place. "Dig? With me here. What is there to fear?" Qin Beijing beckoned to both me and Li Dongzi. It was broad daylight, and I found it hard to believe that he could conjure any mischief. As he spat on his hands and swung the hoe, he began to dig up the grave. I stood by, observing him. After several attempts without incident, I finally sighed in relief and rushed to assist. Meanwhile, Qin Beijing stood there, wielding a wooden sword, fixated on the scene. Strangely enough, after a splash of youthful urine, the chilling winds ceased to blow, and the crows in the mountains fell silent. Digging became remarkably effortless, with no discernible resistance. The old grave was relatively simple. Aside from the large stones piled at the front, the rear was predominantly yellow earth. After pausing intermittently, we spent over an hour thoroughly unearthing the grave until the coffin became visible. "Hold on, let me take a look," Qin Beijing said as he approached, squatting down to clear away the dirt for a better view. Upon glimpsing the coffin lid, his expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired of Li Dongzi, "How many years has it been?" Li Dongzi wiped the sweat from his brow. "Daoist Qin, my grandparents passed away early. It must be at least 12 or 13 years. 12 or 13 years. Qin Beijing exclaimed in astonishment, furrowing his brow. "This coffin appears to be made from inferior scrap materials. How can it remain in such pristine condition after all this time?" I too found it perplexing. When we first unearthed it, the sight of the coffin lid startled me. Aside from a few patches of peeling paint, it seemed as if it had only recently been buried, still quite damp with beads of moisture trickling down. It was curious, considering the dry soil enveloping it. Such a phenomenon would send chills down anyone's spine. With a curious gaze, I fixed my eyes on Qin Beijing, awaiting his words. Yet he appeared equally perplexed, standing there in contemplation of the coffin for an extended period before he shook his head and murmured, "Alas, the graveyard is parched. The coffin remains moist yet uncorrupted. The malevolent bones and sinister corpse within have likely transformed into ominous entities. If that is the case, this heart-piercing situation must have been orchestrated at the time of your grandparents' burial." "Master, what do you mean by malevolent bones and sinister entities?" I inquired with intrigue. "If it's merely a wicked corpse, we can quell the malevolence and relocate the remains to bring peace. However, if it is truly a sinister entity, it is a formidable force that wreaks havoc upon all it encounters. If not handled properly, the inhabitants within 100 miles may find themselves engulfed in misfortune." As Qin Beijing uttered these words, he turned his gaze toward Li Dongzi. "Tell me, as an authentic villager, why did you not seek our assistance sooner when this calamity arose? Now we face grave consequences." "Master Qin, how was I to know? My wife has long been plagued by nightmares, yet she seldom confides in me about their content. I remained oblivious until her recent episodes began." "I thought she was merely unwell," Li Dongzi replied, his face awash with terror. "Logically, she was still in distress last night, and the malevolence had not yet fully manifested. It seems we have arrived but a day too late. Had we intervened yesterday, we might have averted this crisis," Qin Beijing continued. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the air, revealing half of the ominous double coffin, its dark presence unsettling. The eerie stench of decay began to permeate the atmosphere, intertwining with an otherworldly aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The malevolent spirit can no longer be exorcised. It must be eradicated. However, this cannot be accomplished during daylight. We must wait until nightfall to unearth the coffin and incinerate the remains. Return and keep a close watch on your wife. Ensure she does not escape. Bring her here tonight, and I shall find a way to resolve this," Qin Beijing instructed Li Dongzi. "This, alas, what a misfortune." Li Dongzi sighed, his expression laden with pity as he picked up a patched garment lying nearby. "If your wife is to act erratically at home today, it is entirely normal. You simply need to prevent her from venturing outside. Now go," Qin Beijing urged once more. "Very well, then, I entrust this matter to you, esteemed Taoists." Li Dongzi expressed his gratitude, promising to prepare a meal for them both that afternoon. "Indeed, ensure your wife is securely bound before you leave," Qin Beijing advised, rummaging through his bag to retrieve a bagua mirror. Once Li Dongzi had departed, he turned to me and said, "Do me a favor, tie the red thread." Swiftly, I produced the red thread from my pocket. "How shall I tie it?" I inquired. He cast a glance at the grave without uttering a word, then proceeded to break 3 twigs from the trees in the forest, placing them strategically on either side of the coffin and in front of it, creating an arrangement of 1 long and 2 short. After positioning the twigs, he gestured for me to pay attention. "Walk around in a clockwise direction 9 times. then counterclockwise 5 times. Each circle must conclude at the foremost twig. Remember, the knot must be neither too tight nor too loose. It must align perfectly. This is known as borrowing the imperial energy. The number 9 signifies the supreme power of the emperor. This arrangement will expedite the expulsion of the malevolent energy from the coffin. Do you understand? Having spoken, he plucked a blade of grass and placed it between his lips, then made his way toward the shade. I must confess, I found his words rather vague and perplexing. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, I set aside my doubts and commenced winding the red thread around 3 branches as instructed. In truth, his earlier explanation was overly complicated. The red thread simply needed to encircle the initial branch, regardless of whether it was 9 loops or 5. It was far less intricate than I had envisioned. With a determined spirit, I completed the task of entwining the red thread, only for him to toss the bagua mirror in my direction, urging me to devise a method to reflect sunlight onto the red thread of the first branch. He insisted, I think earnestly, reminding me that the success of this venture depended entirely on my orchestration. Failure would bear consequences. What an audacious tone. I opened my mouth to retort, but he lay there nonchalantly, engrossed in his phone, exuding an air of carefree ease. Nevertheless, this challenge did not daunt me. I swiftly utilized the stones I had unearthed earlier to construct a makeshift stand for the bagua mirror, positioning it in the sunlight to achieve the desired effect. Once this was accomplished, I settled beside him, observing his phone screen. Keep an eye on the sun. The longer it shines, the better. You must adjust the bagua mirror according to the sun's trajectory, he instructed me with casual indifference. Without waiting for my acknowledgement, he tapped his screen and raised the phone to his ear, where a woman's sultry voice emerged, saying, "Chen-gu, it's been ages since you last visited. I've been longing for you." With an impassive expression, he pressed a button and retorted, "No money. Is it free?" The woman's voice chimed back, "Oh, I've mentioned my lack of funds more than a dozen times. TSK, why keep a friend if you're broke? Just scram, you miserable pauper." After he finished listening, an awkward expression crossed his face as he glanced at me. Just as he was about to say something into his phone, it rang suddenly. He immediately answered, exclaiming in frustration, "Who is it? No money? No money? Am I not worthy of knowing? If you come to me again, I, Chen Beijin, am no human." Upon realizing who was on the other end, he continued, "Oh, it's Princess Qingqing, right? My master gave you my number, didn't he? Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to offend you. How could I dare to, haha. Wei Qing? Yes, Wei Qing is doing well, very well indeed. I'll have him take the call." With a bow and a flourish, he relayed the message and handed the phone to me, saying, "Junior brother, it's your wife on the line." Stifling a laugh, I took the phone and placed it to my ear. On the other end, I heard the excited voice of Hu Qingqing. "Hello, Wei Jing. It's me." I responded weakly, "Yes, I'm here." I felt utterly exhausted, wishing only for a place to lie down and sleep. "I'm Qingqing. How are you feeling? Is your body better? Is it fun over there?" Her voice was light and cheerful, as if she were genuinely pleased to be calling me. I glanced at the freshly dug grave ahead and thought to myself that this hardly qualified as fun. It was rather exhilarating. Nevertheless, I nodded and replied, "I'm all right. Just a bit homesick." "Wow, just one day apart, and you've become quite the charmer?" She chuckled, then continued, "I'm sorry, but my second sister and I are renting a place over here, and it's quite a hassle. Once we finish our tasks this afternoon, I'll come to see you. Wei Jing, I bought you several beautiful outfits and plenty of delicious treats. How about that? Aren't you touched?" I smiled and replied, "Thank you. Hey, what does that mean? You just brushed off everything I said with a couple of words?" "Humph, I've made up my mind. I'm going to give you a good beating later." She expressed her displeasure. I forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, my dear. That is more like it. Let's leave it at that. See you this afternoon. Bye, my dear." After hastily returning the phone to Chen Beijin, I crouched down in contemplation for a while. Then, under the pretense of needing to relieve myself, I slipped into the woods, pulled out my phone, and pressed the power button with fervor, eager to turn it on. However, despite numerous attempts, I was met with failure, plunging me into a state of distress. Although I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, I possess a keen sense of perception, just from the smile Bai Shirhan gave me as she departed. I could tell that she had not taken our conversation from last night to heart. My primary concern stemmed from the nagging feeling that Bai Shirhan would indeed bring me lunch this afternoon. The thought of her and Hu Qingqing arriving simultaneously was quite troubling. I could hardly fathom what unforeseen events might unfold upon their unexpected encounter. Chapter 44. There is someone in the coffin. If Bai Shirhan had come to keep me company last night, bringing me food and buying a phone, and if Hu Qingqing were to find out, I would feel compelled to leave a last testament. Finding my phone unresponsive, I squatted down, scratching my head in search of a solution. I contemplated every possible avenue, from borrowing Chen Beijin's phone to contacting Master Xian Nu to see if she could reach Bai Shirhan's brother, yet none of my ideas bore fruit. At last, a sudden flash of inspiration struck me. When Hu Qingqing arrives, I could feign a near-death state. Surely, Even if she learned of last night's events, she would not hold me accountable. Despite her fiery temper at times, she is, at heart, a tender-hearted girl. Pondering this, I glanced at Chen Beijian, who lay there engrossed in his phone. Thank goodness for the web of deceit he wove. Reflecting on it now, I found his boastful demeanor much more palatable. As the moments drifted by, the scorching sun illuminated the forest, with Chen Beijian still asleep while I admired the wildflowers and grasses, ever mindful of the sun's position. Around 11 o'clock, I approached the grave to shift the bagua mirror for the first time. However, as I neared the tombstone, I was taken aback by the overwhelming stench of decay, far more pungent than before. Breathing in close was akin to swallowing a mouthful of maggots, utterly nauseating. I covered my mouth, spun the bagua mirror, and hastily returned to Chen Beijian, giving him a swift kick on the backside. Brother, wake up, there's trouble. Chen Beijian, groggy and rubbing his behind, slowly opened his eyes, appearing lethargic, and muttered, What's wrong? The stench of decay emanating from the grave had intensified significantly, I remarked, and soon discovered an exceedingly irrational phenomenon. The nauseating odor was overwhelmingly pungent only when approaching the desiccated vegetation surrounding the grave. Once I stepped outside the grave's perimeter, the scent diminished considerably. Chen Beijian, initially languid and indifferent, suddenly became alert upon hearing my words, his eyes widening in alarm as he hastily made his way towards the grave. I hurriedly covered my nose and followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the coffin, Chen Beijian's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. What's the matter? I inquired, only to inhale a waft of the putrid air, nearly retching. Quick, grab a tool and prepare to open the coffin, he exclaimed, swiftly picking up a hoe from the side, perhaps still disoriented from just awakening. He appeared both confused and frantic, glancing around as if searching for something. At that moment, we heard Li Dongzi's terrified voice resonating from the woods. Master Chen. Something is wrong. My wife is missing. We both turned to see Li Dongzi scrambling towards us, his clothes in disarray, clearly having just risen from slumber. What on earth happened? You can't even keep track of your own wife? I shouted, momentarily taken aback by my own words. It seemed rather absurd that this fellow, who had shown such disregard for ancestral rights, could not even manage to look after his own spouse, rendering me speechless. I had been watching intently just moments ago, but with the sun blazing so fiercely and having not rested well in recent days, I accidentally dozed off. Upon waking, I discovered she was missing. I searched the entire village, yet found no trace of her. Li Dongzi was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground in despair. Chen Beijian, however, did not cast blame upon him. It was as if he already knew of the situation. He pointed to the coffin lid and said, Your wife is inside here. What? Both Li Dongzi and I were momentarily stunned, hurriedly glancing at the coffin lid. Indeed, there were unmistakable signs that it had been tampered with. Without a second thought, Li Dongzi crawled to the grave, eager to pry open the coffin lid, but Chen Beijian kicked him back, exclaiming, with the sun so intense, Do you wish to court death by opening the coffin? After saying this, he removed his Taoist robe and handed me the sleeves, cautioning, Remember, when opening the coffin, no human shadow must fall inside. Otherwise, the soul will be sealed within alongside the deceased when the coffin is closed. Now, hold this. I understood immediately. I quickly assisted him, standing on either side of the coffin while shielding Li Dongzi from the sunlight with the robe. Li Dongzi, in a state of frantic desperation, crawled to the coffin lid, weeping and crying, Wife, my wife, how could this be? See if you can lift it. If not, do not overexert yourself, Chen Beijian advised. Without uttering a word, Li Dongzi crouched down and clasped the coffin lid with both hands, exerting himself to lift it. Initially, he managed to raise it slightly, witnessing the lid shift. However, it suddenly tightened, with a resounding thud, as though someone inside had pulled it down, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and scatter. Chen Beijian's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance turning exceedingly grim, while I was overwhelmed by a wave of goosebumps. Try lifting it again, Chen Beijian commanded. Li Dongzi, without hesitation, summoned all his strength and strained to raise the coffin lid anew. Yet, all I could see was his face turning a ghastly shade of blue, sweat cascading down as if from a torrent, and the lid remained unmoved. Stop trying to lift it. Go fetch something to block the sunlight. Anything that can shield it. Even a bedsheet will suffice, Chen Beijian instructed. Retracting his robe and swirling it overhead before donning it again, glaring at the coffin as he cursed, Damn it, you insolent thing, I am a legitimate disciple of Mao Shan. How dare you disregard me? Today, I shall ensure your spirit is shattered. My wife. Is my wife truly inside? Chen Daozhong, please save her, Li Dongzi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, nearly collapsing in despair. If you wish for your wife to live, hurry and fetch that bedsheet. Chen Beijian's expression was one of fury. All right. I am going now, Li Dongzi replied, scrambling down the mountain in a frantic rush. Watching the direction in which he departed, Chen Beijian shook his head in exasperation. What a peculiar encounter indeed. The wretched often harbor their own faults. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze toward me. I hastily lowered my head, fearful that he would blame me for not keeping a watchful eye on the coffin moments earlier. This situation was truly bewildering. Although I sat in the woods, admiring the flowers, no matter how fatigued I felt, sleep eluded me. Every few minutes, I would glance back at the grave, mindful of the position of the sunlight. How could a living person so stealthily slip into the coffin? Noticing the guilty expression on my face, Chin-Bei-jian surprisingly did not cast blame upon me. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "I do not fault you. If someone is determined to enter, even if you see it, you cannot prevent it. The coffin lid is secured with 8 lychee nails, which are beyond the strength of an ordinary person to pry open. Damn it, after 6 or 7 years of cultivation, this is the first time I have encountered such a formidable entity." I cast a glance at the motionless coffin, a shiver running down my spine. "Senior brother, what should we do next?" I inquired. He stared at the coffin for a moment, then crouched down to attempt lifting the lid. However, after a gentle effort, he abandoned the endeavor and stood up to address me. "You must ascend the mountain at once. Instruct Li Dongzi to prepare a basin of black dog blood and a red rooster, and bring them back here with utmost haste. Go now." Chapter 45. Preparing black dog blood, I acquiesced with a swift nod and hastened down the mountain. Even under the bright sunlight, chills cascaded down my spine. The situation was utterly bizarre. The slope offered no discernible path leading downward, surrounded instead by sheer cliffs and dense thickets. A moment's carelessness could send one plummeting into the abyss, which explained why the ascent had consumed nearly an hour. My thoughts were solely focused on the urgency of rescuing someone. After surveying the heights for a while, I selected what appeared to be a relatively close route and plunged downward with reckless abandon. Approximately 40 minutes later, around noon, I encountered Li Dongzi, who had just returned with a bedsheet. Judging by his appearance, he too had been running fervently, eager to ascend with his burden. "Little Taoist, what happened?" Li Dongzi wiped the sweat from his brow. "Hold on. My senior brother instructed you to prepare a basin of black dog blood, along with a red rooster. It must be done swiftly," I informed him. Black dog blood?" He glanced apprehensively towards the village. Then with a furrowed brow, he lamented, "Little Taoist, this. What is it?" I inquired, my brow knitted in concern. "Very well, I shall fetch it at once," he replied before dashing back to the courtyard. Clutching the bedsheet, observing his tattered garments and his limping gait, I could not help but sigh inwardly. The plight of the impoverished is indeed pitiful. I felt a deep empathy for him. Regret washed over me for my earlier outburst upon the mountain. Soon, Li Dongzi had neatly arranged the sheets and rushed out. "Little Taoist, please wait here for a moment. I will go find the dog." "I will accompany you," I replied. He hesitated for a moment, but said nothing, merely nodding as he led me toward the village. The conditions in this village might be slightly better than those of my hometown, yet they were not vastly different. Most houses were constructed of wood and tiles, exuding a strong rustic charm. A few minutes later, Li Dongzi brought me to the heart of the village, where a dense cluster of homes stood. Just as we arrived, we spotted the first household, where a large black dog was tied up, barking vigorously at us. Li Dongzi quickly crouched by the edge of the yard and called out, "Second uncle, are you there?" Moments later, a stout woman, likely in her mid-40s, emerged from the house. "Who is it?" she inquired. However, upon recognizing Li Dongzi at the door, her expression darkened abruptly, tinged with disdain. "What do you want?" "Second aunt, my family has encountered a rather grave situation. We urgently require black dog blood. I heard that your black dog, Hazy, had recently devoured someone else's lamb. Are you planning to sell it?" Li Dongzi's face, which bore the marks of age, displayed evident anxiety as he forced a smile, speaking softly to the plump woman. "What, you want to buy it?" the woman asked, frowning. "Second aunt, my child just started school, and I currently have no money. The situation at home is quite urgent. Could you possibly lend me Hazy for the time being? I promise to find a way to return the money to you in a few days," Li Dongzi implored, his tone filled with helplessness. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair and sharp eyes emerged from the room, waving his hand dismissively at Li Dongzi. Go on, we cannot lend anything. It is not that we lack compassion, Li Dongzi, but look at your family's circumstances. How can you expect us to support a girl in a prestigious school? Our family is impoverished. Our children attend dilapidated primary schools. We cannot afford to lend you anything. Uncle, I implore you, my wife is on the brink of death. Uncle, considering the countless days I toiled for you in the fields, please lend me Hazy. I beseech you." Li Dongzi, wiping away his tears, rushed inside and grasped the man's hand, pleading earnestly. As I lowered my head and swallowed hard, I perceived in him a reflection of my former self. Indeed, poverty breeds disdain, even for those with the kindest hearts. "We said we cannot lend anything. Stop lingering and go check elsewhere," the man retorted, shaking off Li Dongzi's grip and brushing his hand clean. "Dongzi, it is not that we do not appreciate your past help, You did assist us greatly with our farming in previous years, and we are grateful. But you know our dire situation. We are barely scraping by, and with your child now in junior high, we are preparing to sell Heisey to buy him new clothes. Please leave. The stout woman added, her face twisted in disdain. Aunt, I beg of you. My wife has encountered something unclean, and only Heisey can save her. Your family is the only one with a black dog in the entire village. Have mercy and save my wife, I implore you. With that, Li Dongzi fell to his knees before the couple. The stout woman, hands firmly planted on her hips, glared menacingly at Li Dongzi. What is this? If you want to lend it, you think you can act tough? Get out, get out, get out. A man seized Li Dongzi and began dragging him towards the courtyard exit. Li Dongzi, frail and emaciated, had no strength to resist. His feet scraped against the ground, leaving him bloodied. Tears streamed down his haggard face as he pitifully pleaded, Uncle, uncle, I cannot live without my wife. I implore you, I beg you. Before he could finish his desperate entreaty, the man unceremoniously tossed him out, and he landed heavily on the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. Unable to bear the sight any longer, I rushed over to assist Li Dongzi, turning to the man with indignation. If you refuse to lend, must you resort to such brutality? The man glanced at me with a stone-cold expression before retreating into the house. What is it to you? Li Dongzi cried out once more. Uncle, I beg you. Money is non-negotiable. Keep your distance from my doorstep, and do not bring misfortune to my family. The man retorted, slamming the courtyard door shut. I cast a sympathetic glance at Li Dongzi, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity. Finally, gathering my resolve, I called out. How much? I will buy it. Upon hearing my mention of money, the door creaked open again. The man scrutinized my well-tailored wedding attire, and his demeanor softened slightly. So, you wish to pay for him? Enough with the small talk. He is in dire need. Just tell me the price. My frustration boiled over. I longed to confront such a callous individual, for those devoid of compassion truly do not deserve to inhabit this world. Oh, who do we have here? A wild bastard. Resorting to insults? The stout woman emerged with her hands on her hips, glaring at me with a fierce countenance. Auntie, I beseech you. The child cannot be without her mother. I implore you. Li Dongzi persisted in his plea. I turned to him, feeling a twinge of impatience. Yet I refrained from voicing my irritation. Reluctantly, I retrieved the money that Bai Shirhan had given me from my pocket. How much for this dog? I inquired, directing my gaze at the two of them. Upon seeing the cash in my pocket, their expressions softened slightly. The man replied, 80 yuan, not a penny less. Without hesitation, I tossed 100 yuan onto the ground. Here, take 100 and put the dog down. Not a single drop of blood must be wasted. Chapter 46. Fox Chingching brings warmth, so wealth is truly impressive, is it? One can act with such audacity simply because of riches? The man seethed with rage, ready to erupt. Yet, the plump woman quickly smiled, bent down to gather the money as if it were a precious treasure, and hastily tucked it into her pocket. Oh, they've already given the money. Why waste words? Let us have Heisey take care of him. The man cast a discontented glance at me before turning to lead his dog away. Observing this, Li Dongzi turned to me, ready to bow deeply. Taoist. You bow for what? Do you not know the saying about a man's golden knees? I interjected, visibly displeased. Remember to repay me when you come into wealth. In truth, I felt a pang of regret. I had never spent such a sum in my life, especially not when it was a debt to Bai Shirhan. What if I could never repay it? Would I simply be resigned to my misfortune? In our hometown, much like this rural area where roads are scarce, every household survives on a mere plot of land. In a good harvest year, aside from providing basic sustenance, one might sell a few hundred or 1,000 in grain. In poorer years, even the children are kept from school. A few dozen coins must be carefully stored in a plastic bag. 100 yuan. Who wouldn't cherish that? My determination to study under the esteemed Xian Nv was fueled not only by Fox Chingching's disdain but also by hearing Qin Beijin speak of his salary that day, over 180 for trivial matters. What does that even mean? I had heard that elementary school teachers back in my hometown earn merely 600 yuan a month. 1 month. Li Dongzi observed the pallor of my countenance, and, despite his tears, dared not bow before me again. Yet, it was evident that his gratitude towards me was genuine. While we awaited the man to dispatch the dog, I engaged him in conversation and learned that he had a young daughter still in elementary school. In his fervent desire for her to achieve greatness in the future, Li Dongzi devoted all his energy to her education. While others permitted their children to attend the local village school, he chose to send his daughter to study in the city. Furthermore, the clothes she wore and the academic tools she utilized were far superior to those of her peers in the village. Due to this commitment, he and his wife often found themselves in dire financial straits, subsisting primarily on sweet potatoes, toiling from dawn till dusk without a day of rest, all the while enduring ridicule from the villagers. It is perhaps understandable that they could not even afford paper money for ancestral offerings. I could only sigh. For I too had lost my parents and relied on clandestine learning. Could his plight truly be more pitiable than mine? Approximately 10 minutes later, The large black dog met its end. I inquired if Li Dongzi had any red roosters at home, to which he affirmed, urging him to hasten back and prepare one. I then approached the man, watching as he collected the dog's blood. Once the blood was collected, he meticulously filled several plastic bottles for me, and I refrained from allowing him to scrape off the dog's fur. With the filthy carcass slung over my shoulder and the blood in hand, I made my way to Li Dongzi's abode, reflecting on the fact that his uncle was not entirely a bad man. After receiving payment, he had executed the task with great care. Perhaps this is the essence of human nature. They too are in need of financial sustenance. As I arrived at Li Dongzi's residence, he had already caught a rooster, cradling it in his arms like a treasured possession, awaiting my arrival. "Taoist, I have caught it. Let us be on our way," he exclaimed, nodding in acknowledgement. I recognized the urgency of the situation, hastily discarding the lifeless dog into his yard before following him up the mountain. Upon reaching the slope, I spotted a girl in a white dress, burdened with numerous items, ascending ahead of us. Was that not Hu Qingqing? Before I could call out to her, she seemed to sense my presence, abruptly turning to face me. "Wei Jing." She gasped in surprise upon realizing it was me, quickly wiping her brow, her petite face breaking into a joyful smile, and then she rushed toward me, exclaiming, "Wei Jing. Haha, what brings you here?" I was taken aback as I replied, "I was just about to ask you the same. I just visited the Taoist temple," she explained. "Sister Xian Nu guided me, saying you were on this mountain, so I came to find you." Breathless, she exclaimed as she dashed to my side. Dropping her belongings onto the ground, she collided into my embrace, laughing joyfully. "Oh, how I've missed you. How are you feeling? Is your injury improving?" Her eagerness was palpable as she sought my gaze, urging, "Let me see, please." As she rushed into my arms, her head nestled against my chest. She playfully nuzzled against me, and then reached for my clothing. This entire sequence of actions mirrored our childhood encounters, reminiscent of the charming little fox that once greeted me. Each gesture was imbued with significance, leaving me momentarily speechless. Observing her radiant smile, glistening with perspiration, and hearing her rapid breaths, I felt a blend of affection and a hint of sympathy. With a gentle smile, I enveloped her in my embrace, murmuring, "My dear, you've worked hard." She giggled. "Oh, it's not too much trouble." Burying her head against my chest, she shyly continued, "I bought you 2 outfits and some delicious treats. Though those are just for fun. I also prepared a homemade meal for you, braised pork, no less." Despite her playful nudges, I held her tightly, nearly moved to tears by her heartfelt gestures. Yet, her innate cleverness had a remarkable soothing effect, preventing any tears from falling. And I found myself laughing along with her infectious spirit, just as I deliberately refused to release her. I suddenly spotted a figure standing on the small path beside Li Dongzi's home. She carried a petite pink lunchbox, slung a matching pink handbag over her shoulder, and with one hand tightly grasped the strap of her bag. I was momentarily taken aback. My intuition had indeed been correct. Bai Shihan had arrived, coincidentally at the same moment as Hu Qingqing. Upon noticing my gaze, Bai Shihan offered me a faint smile, one that seemed to lack vitality, before she lowered her head and turned to leave. The wind tousled her long hair, and her silhouette radiated an overwhelming sense of solitude. Monosodium glutamate? Monosodium glutamate? How utterly annoying. "Let go of me." Just then, Hu Qingqing nudged me. "Oh, my apologies." I chuckled awkwardly and hastily released her. "How bothersome." She pouted. "We'll hug later. First, let me show you the clothes I picked out for you." She spoke as she moved to retrieve the bag. "Let us not look just yet. The senior brother urgently needs our items up ahead. We can examine them on the mountain," I replied nonchalantly, feeling a twinge of guilt as I pondered how to dissolve my engagement with Bai Shihan. It was evident that her views were quite traditional. She believed that our engagement destined me to be her husband for life. I needed to devise a proper strategy for this. However, I hesitated to share this matter with Hu Qingqing, leaving me in a state of distress. "Oh." Hu Qingqing then glanced at Li Dongzi and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother, for taking up your time." "No, it's quite all right." "Well then, Taoist, I shall take the items and head forward. The mountain path is treacherous, and it's more taxing for a young lady to traverse. Please take your time." Li Dongzi promptly took the black dog blood from my hands. Li Dongzi was draped in a single bedsheet, cradling the rooster against him as one would a child. This did not seem to hinder him in any way. I nodded and handed him the black dog blood, then picked up the items from the ground and slowly led Hu Qingqing along behind me. Li Dongzi dashed ahead swiftly, soon out of sight, while Hu Qingqing proceeded with caution, compelling us to follow at a distance. In truth, should she choose to transform into a little fox and weave through the woods, her speed would far surpass ours. Perhaps it is her desire to seamlessly integrate into our lives after our marriage that drives her, a sentiment I deeply comprehend. This understanding does not stem from a profound knowledge of her past or present, but from a remarkable intuition cultivated over 15 years together. Hu Qingqing, rather bashful, seemed unable to believe my gesture of taking her hand. In that moment, the mischievous spark in her demeanor faded, and she transformed into a shy young girl. Her head bowed in a gentle blush, walking silently beside me. As we continued, I realized the curious role reversal. It was I who resembled an older brother. Turning back, I smiled at her and inquired, "So, how is the apartment rental going?" Her adorable eyes sparkled as she replied, "It's going splendidly. Hee hee. When I went shopping with my second sister, I let her buy the necessities for home while I secretly purchased these delectable treats and clothes for you. I scurried through several streets to do so. Let us not make a habit of this. It wouldn't be wise if your second sister found out," I cautioned. My head downcast as thoughts of her second sister resurfaced, an unbidden wave of insecurity creeping into my heart. Chapter 47. The Malevolent Spirit and the Coffin. She pouted thoughtfully before responding, "Of course not. My family dotes on me the most. My father and older sisters are particularly fond of me. In truth, my second sister has a kind heart, though she may not express it well. She simply wishes for me to have a better life, so please do not hold a grudge against her." I smiled faintly. "Not at all. I have seen through that long ago. Listen, I have made up my mind. When I return, I will ask my second sister to pull some strings for you so you can attend school in the provincial city. Haven't you dreamed of going to school since you were little? It would be such a shame otherwise. Hee hee, I am determined to help you realize that dream." Suddenly, she shifted the topic. "School?" I glanced back at her and sighed wryly. I continued to hold her hand as we ascended the mountain. Indeed, attending school had been my aspiration. However, based on Shirhan's words last night, I sensed that my opportunity had slipped away. At 18, the age for university. It would be absurd to attend middle school with children, wouldn't it? Isn't that what you've always wanted to do? She inquired softly. Let us not dwell on it. I replied weakly, "Thank you for your concern. You are my husband. If I don't care for you, who else would I care for?" She remarked, a hint of displeasure in her tone. "It feels strange to talk after just one day apart." I sighed, falling silent. The March sun was unusually harsh, and the wildflowers in the mountains filled the air with their fragrance for miles. Yet, we had little inclination to savor the beauty, only yearning to reach the hillside quickly to escape the sweltering heat. The scorching sun and steep slopes drained the vitality from both Hu Qingqing and me. Consequently, as we climbed hand in hand for over an hour, our conversation was scant. Soon, we arrived at the grave's edge, where Chen Beijian and Li Dongzi had just managed to drape a sheet, effectively shielding the coffin from the sun's rays. Upon seeing us, hand in hand, Chen Beijian wore an envious expression and chuckled, saying, "Princess Qingqing, amidst these desolate mountains, you dare to sprinkle dog food here?" I quickly released Hu Qingqing's hand, realizing that our purpose for coming was work, and such leisure seemed inappropriate. "I won't let you dictate my actions. This princess comes as she pleases," Hu Qingqing retorted playfully, tilting her head at Chen Beijian. With a resigned smile, Chen Beijian inquired, "By the way, did you bring any food? Look at how famished I am. I fear I won't be able to open the coffin without a meal." "I apologize, Daoist Chen. I should have prepared something for you," Li Dongzi said, leaning against the grave, a hint of guilt in his voice. "It's quite all right. Your anxiety is understandable. However, you ought not to linger there. Rest assured, with me present, your wife will not perish. Yet, your proximity may disturb the spirits within, placing her in greater peril," Chen Beijian stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Li Dongzi quickly moved away from the coffin, his face etched with concern as he asked, "Daoist Chen, when will we be able to open the coffin to save my wife?" Chen Beijian shielded his brow with his hand, gazing upwards at the sky. "As long as the sun sets, it shall not disturb your ancestors. This approach is certainly more prudent." "Very well. We shall adhere to Master Chen's arrangements." Li Dongzi continued to cast worried glances at the coffin. At that moment, Hu Qingqing, gripping her skirt, curiously inquired, "Wei Jing, what is transpiring?" "Let us not dwell on that for now. I am a bit famished," I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, Hiki, I nearly forgot." She chuckled sheepishly, bowing her head to accept the bag I was holding. Shortly thereafter, she rummaged through the bag and extracted a pink lunchbox, beaming as she handed it to me. "Here, this is my first attempt at making braised pork. Do let me know if it is to your liking." I was momentarily taken aback, astonished that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the lunchbox from Shirhan. What a coincidence! However, upon noticing the price tag of 2.5 yuan, it suddenly dawned on me that Hu Qingqing was quite frugal. Thus, Shirhan's generous gifts did not necessarily indicate her lavish spending habits. "I want some too," Chen Beijian exclaimed, rubbing his hands against his robe as he dashed over to snatch the lunchbox away, eager to open it immediately. "No, this is for my Wei Jing. Master Chen, you can have some bread instead." Hu Qingqing swiftly reclaimed the lunchbox, carefully opening it and presenting it to me with a cheerful smile, saying, "Wei Jing, this is for you." Sigh, I have yet to begin my meal, yet I have already filled my mouth with dog food, gradually feeling somewhat satiated. Chen Beijin, with a feeble tone, cast a gaze of envy and resentment towards my lunchbox, swallowing hard. "Oh, Daoist Chen, here, take this," Hu Qingqing said, pulling out 2 loaves of bread from her bag and offering them to Qin Beijian. What else is in there? Qin Beijian, unsatisfied with the bread, peered into Hu Qingqing's bag. In response, Hu Qingqing hastily shielded her bag, blushing as she replied, "These are snacks I bought for my little flavor enhancer. He has never eaten such things before, so you mustn't touch his." TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Beijin pouted and shook his head. "What a lucky man your husband is. With a wife like you, I wish I could have a dozen." I chuckled softly, picking up my spoon, ready to dig in. However, I then noticed Li Dongzi squatting at a distance, gazing at us with a pitiful expression. Upon glancing at the meager contents of my lunchbox, I realized it was insufficient. I turned to Hu Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, if you have any food left, please send some over to that person. He hasn't eaten all day." Hu Qingqing looked towards Li Dongzi, blinked her eyes, then responded with an "oh" as she made her way over with the food. Meanwhile, Qin Beijian, visibly displeased, tore open the bread, took a bite, and shot me a mischievous grin. "Kid, the dog food you gave your senior today will surely be repaid tomorrow." I ignored him and found a spot to sit down, savoring the meal Hu Qingqing had prepared. I am unsure whether it is due to my childhood lack of rice or if her cooking is genuinely delightful, but I found it to be a culinary masterpiece. Do indulge yourself, for once the sun sets, we shall open the coffin. This matter is not easily dealt with, and you will be quite occupied. Qin Beijin remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. I chose to disregard his comment, continuing to eat while my gaze was fixed on Hu Qingqing. Despite her earlier reluctance to share her food with Qin Beijin, she generously offered a package of some unknown delicacy to Li Dongzi, and after briefly inspecting the contents, as if having made a momentous decision, she presented another package. "Here you go. If this is insufficient, I shall provide you with another later. Make sure to eat your fill." "Thank you, miss, but one package is quite enough for me. I am quite the simpleton and do not fancy such delicacies." Li Dongzi hurriedly declined. "It's truly delicious. Please take it," Hu Qingqing smiled, observing his reluctance before placing it into his arms. She then turned her attention towards me, tilting her head playfully, and darted over. I thought to myself, this is merely the nature of a fox, though I was nearly exhausted from the long trek. She approached me with her whimsical charm. Hu Qingqing set the package on the ground, lifted her skirt, and sat beside me, her innocent smile brightening her face. "Hee hee. Is it tasty, the monosodium glutamate?" "Indeed." I nodded in affirmation. "Wonderful. I shall prepare it for you every day. If I do not go to the temple, I can deliver it to you at the foot of the mountain. Would that be agreeable?" Her joy was palpable upon hearing my approval. "Perhaps not. You cannot fathom how arduous the climb is, and besides, it would be quite troublesome for you to make the journey daily." I took a bite of my meal, and the mere act of eating here was purely due to the charm brought by Hu Qingqing. Otherwise, with the faint yet lingering stench of decay in the air, how could one find the appetite to eat? "Very well, I shall visit you once every 2 days, or perhaps, in a few days. I will ask Sister Xian Nu for leave, and come to take you to the provincial city for some leisure." She tucked a strand of hair, blown to the corner of her mouth by the wind, behind her ear, gazing dreamily into the woods. This, however, is out of the question. I must strive to learn. For as Xian Nu Jinren said, the path of learning is arduous and long, and I must devote less thought to matters of love. Just as I was about to voice this to Hu Qingqing, a sudden series of loud knocks emanated from the coffin, and a chilling wind swept through, causing the nearby birds to scatter in fright. Qin Beijian, who stood before us, abruptly turned to look towards the coffin, his unfinished bread falling to the ground. Moments later, he shouted hoarsely, "This is bad. The malevolent spirit is about to emerge. Quickly, restrain the coffin." Chapter 48. Seeking the Master. As Qin Beijian's voice faded, a sudden thud echoed beneath the makeshift sunshade crafted from bed linens. The coffin lid abruptly shot up a finger's breadth, followed by a second and third impact, as if some exceedingly solid entity were forcefully striking against the coffin lid from within. Li Dongzi, standing beside the coffin, was rendered utterly dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Qin Beijian reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing several agile flips to swiftly approach the coffin. With a final backflip, he soared nearly 2 meters high, landing a foot upon the sunshade, causing the linens to tumble down and pin the coffin lid in place. Nonetheless, the ominous thudding continued to emanate from within the coffin. Qin Beijian swayed unsteadily as if his weight was insufficient to contain the force, urgently calling out, "Quick, lend a hand. The sun has yet to set. Releasing the malevolent spirit now will cause your wife's soul to scatter." Upon hearing this, Li Dongzi rushed forward to assist in holding down the coffin, creating an exceedingly bizarre scene. Despite both men possessing lean physiques, their combined weight exceeded 200 pounds. Yet it was still insufficient to withstand the force of Li Dongzi's wife thrashing inside the coffin. The vibrations of the coffin lid intensified, threatening to burst open at any moment. I hastily swallowed the morsel of food I had yet to digest, and, in a flurry, extended my lunchbox to Hu Qingqing, intent on rushing forward to assist. At that moment, however, Qin Beijin shouted at me, "Black dog's blood, black dog's blood. Seizing a nearby bottle of black dog blood, I hastily rushed to their side. At that moment, the stench of decay within the grave circle was overwhelming. Every time the coffin lid cracked open slightly, I could glimpse the darkness inside, which was peculiar, under the bright light of day. One would expect to discern the contents within the coffin. Yet, all I encountered was an abyss of darkness, as if the sunlight itself had been devoured. Seizing the opportunity, I intended to pour it into the coffin. Chun Beijian clasped his hands together, forming an unusual gesture, and sat cross-legged atop the coffin lid, his face turning a shade of deep blue from the strain. Without hesitation, I twisted off the cap, and when the coffin lid was once again thrust upwards, I poured a bit of the black dog blood into the gap. Instantly, the air became a cacophony of odors. The foul stench of decay mingling with the metallic scent of the blood, a nauseating combination that made one retch. To my astonishment, the effect of the black dog blood was swift. Having poured in barely a cup's worth, the coffin lid abruptly halted, and a mournful wail emanated from within. Though it was not the voice of Li Dongzi's wife. Instead, it sounded like an elderly figure with a throat choked with phlegm, emitting a raspy gasp. Goosebumps erupted on my skin. It was broad daylight, with the sun shining overhead. Although it wasn't unbearably hot, standing there for a moment made one sweat profusely. Yet such an eerie scene unfolded before me. Indeed, Chun Beijin was correct, though I did not fully comprehend. I could already sense the ferocity of the entity contained within that coffin. After that anguished cry, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. We remained tense, our gazes fixated on the coffin lid, scarcely daring to breathe. After a considerable duration, Chun Beijian finally exhaled, cautiously rising from the coffin lid. Something is amiss here. Damn it, wanting to emerge in broad daylight. Does it not wish to live? Senior brother, why is this? I clutched the black dog blood tightly, fearful that the now still coffin lid might suddenly fly open. The malevolent spirit and the vengeful corpse are not of the same ilk. The latter, being an evil corpse, can be subdued with a simple corpse restraining talisman. However, the malevolent spirit has transformed into a vengeful ghost, far more formidable. It can possess individuals. And should his wife encounter sunlight, she would perish alongside the malevolent spirit. He descended from the coffin, stretching his waist with both hands. Sweat drenched as he gazed at the coffin lid, panting. This is untenable. There are two within. I fear I cannot contain them. It seems I must summon Master for assistance, lest I inadvertently endanger his wife. Master Chen, you must ensure my wife's safety. Guifan has endured a lifetime of hardship by my side, and has yet to relish a single day of happiness. I cannot allow her to depart thus. Li Dongzi pleaded, utterly heartbroken. Were it not for your wife's sake, the malevolent spirit would perish upon seeing sunlight. Do you think Master Chen is incapable of contending with your ancestors? I am devising a solution. Do not fret. Calm your heart. Chun Beijian wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing once more at the coffin. The black dog blood had indeed suppressed it, yet it would require the use of the doling technique to extract it from your wife's body. Mastering doling is a cumbersome endeavor, necessitating a ritual at night. I sighed inwardly, pondering the genuine complexity of Maoshan sorcery, and couldn't help but doubt my ability to master it. At this moment, I glanced back at Hu Qingxing and was taken aback to find her seated in the same spot, cupping her face with both hands, staring at me in a trance. Her enchanting gaze was utterly captivated, as if she were reluctant to blink. I looked at myself. There were no blooms on me. Was there? I cast her a bemused glance, and she pouted, shyly smiling before turning her head away. You were quite handsome just now. What has the harm in looking? Why stare at me so intently? I felt a flush of embarrassment. What was so handsome about merely pouring black dog blood? The acrobatics Chun Beijian performed were truly impressive. Dismissing the thought, I turned back to Chun Beijian, noticing his prolonged silence. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, Senior brother, what shall we do next? We can't linger here indefinitely, can we? Let me consult Master, he replied, shaking his head glumly as he retrieved his phone to make a call. Moments later, the call connected, and Chun Beijin lamented, Master, I told you to come, but you wouldn't believe me. This dual coffin likely harbors two malevolent spirits. My skills are insufficient to subdue them. This is a matter of life and death, so it would be prudent for you to come and take a look. Uncertain of what the enigmatic Master Xian had conveyed on the other end of the line, Chun Beijian fell silent, his expression soured with disappointment. After a moment of begrudging acknowledgement, he ended the call. What did she say? I inquired eagerly. Master instructed us to pour the black dog blood all over the coffin lid, awaiting her arrival. Alas, I am bound to face reproach again. He lamented with a pitiful demeanor. But I truly did my utmost. I must concede this point. Chun Beijian possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Whenever matters concerning his profession arise, even casual conversations become imbued with a grave seriousness and sense of duty. Only when the topic strays from his vocation does he revert to his eccentric self. Without waiting for his command, I seized the black dog blood, uncapped the container, and began to splatter it upon the coffin. During this process, I found myself undergoing a curious transformation, despite the bizarre scene still evoking a sense of dread. I adapted with remarkable swiftness. In fact, an absurd notion took root in my mind that I might be even less fearful of malevolent spirits than Chen Beijing himself. Could it be that the moniker of Heavenly Dao Yongbone attributed to me signifies an innate ability to seamlessly integrate into the practices of Maoshan? I cannot ascertain whether this is indeed the case. After all, it has only been a mere day and night, and I have only managed to retain a handful of the knowledge imparted by Chen Beijian. I have barely scratched the surface. Perhaps it was the few utterances from Li Dongzi that led me to lose sight of myself. Once the black dog blood was poured, the entire gravesite was suffused with a putrid stench, prompting us to retreat into the woods, awaiting the arrival of Master Xian. Fox Qingqing seemed to be acting rather peculiarly. As soon as I settled down, she approached me, lifting my wrist to rest upon her shoulder and nuzzling into my embrace. Her lips pressed together in a charming smile reminiscent of her youthful days as a little fox, unperturbed by the potential disarray of her exquisite tresses. She fidgeted restlessly in my arms. The warmth and the soft, tangible sensation enveloping me, coupled with the fragrant allure of her lustrous black hair, were quite tormenting. Yet, with Li Dongzi and Chen Beijing nearby, I could only feign composure and suppress my feelings. I found myself on the brink of surrender, unable to bear it any longer. Chen Beijian, pouting, directed his gaze toward us, and I remarked, "Princess Qingqing, your display of affection is quite overwhelming. Take care, or I shall take my frustrations out on your beloved." "You dare?" she retorted with a huff. "I have grown up alongside monosodium glutamate for 15 years. This has always been the case, and I have become accustomed to it." She then nestled her head against my chest. Little did she know, I was already feeling slightly flushed and parched, the crucial part being that my legs were tightly crossed. 15 years. No, 18 years, and you cannot behave this way. You must consider the feelings of us single souls. Mark my words, jealousy will inevitably arise. Chen Beijian scratched his behind and added, "The master will be down shortly. Why don't you both venture into the woods to gather flowers or admire the grass, so I might behold something more pleasing to the eye?" With a cheerful laugh, Fox Qingqing rose, grasped my hand, and declared, "Come on, monosodium glutamate, let us go." I glanced at the dense thicket and said, "Let us just sit here for a while." But no, she insisted on seeing the flowers. With a firm tug, she pulled me, exclaiming that she had come a long way to see me, and how could I refuse such a simple request? I thought to myself, sitting here might not define manhood. Yet if you compel me to stand, perhaps that would indeed make me a true man. As anticipated, her irritation led her to grasp my ear, forcibly lifting me to my feet. Just as I shyly smiled, preparing to link my arm with hers and venture into the woods, her sparkling eyes unexpectedly focused on me, and I noticed her delicate face suddenly freeze. She blinked nervously, slightly pursing her crimson lips, and I could sense her breath becoming erratic. Abruptly releasing my hand, she turned away, burying her head and murmuring, "No, I don't want to go." "Yet, if you truly wish to go, I suppose it wouldn't be impossible." I chuckled helplessly, casting my gaze at that obstinate object of distraction. "That man," she muttered, bashfully darting towards the woods, though not straying far, stooping to playfully gather flowers. The forest was adorned with irises, commonly known as duck flowers, boasting a myriad of colors and exquisite beauty. In my recollections, the little fox I once knew was particularly fond of these blooms. During the season when irises blossomed, she would seldom venture to places devoid of such flowers. I sat back down on the ground, my legs crossed, lost in thought, my face flushed with embarrassment. It was unavoidable. I had already restrained myself to a great extent, yet certain matters remained obstinately unmanageable. In the midst of my chaotic thoughts, Chen Beijian, with utmost seriousness, advised me, "Junior brother, when your wife returns later, it would be wise to inform her that she should endeavor to visit you here less frequently. This is not out of envy or resentment on my part, but rather a caution. The Fox clan will not relent easily. This time, you have escaped unscathed largely due to your wife's protection. However, it is quite possible they may seek retribution against her." Chapter 49. The Dual Coffins of Doom. Upon hearing Chen Beijian's words, the serene expression on my face instantly darkened. Slowly, I turned my gaze towards Hu Qingqing. She appeared to be as joyful as a child, her small hand clutching a few flowers while she lifted her skirt, bending down to inhale the fragrance of the irises blooming on the embankment. Although the forest was abundant with them, seemingly stretching endlessly, she hesitated to pluck more. As I observed her, she tilted her head and turned back, blinking her eyes at me. With a beaming smile, she approached, lifting her skirt as she walked. As she drew closer, her laughter seemed tinged with shyness. Upon reaching me, she pressed her lips together in a smile and offered the flowers, saying, "Here, for you." I was taken aback, gazing at her innocent and pure beauty as I slowly extended my hand to accept the blossoms. She, however, said nothing further, chuckling softly before returning to her flower picking. Holding the few flowers she had given me, the smile that had graced my face gradually faded, leaving me in a daze. I turned to Qin Beijian and asked, Senior brother, is there any way to avert this situation? To put it plainly, you possess the yang bone of the heavenly path. In simpler terms, the yang bone is a promising seed for those who pursue enlightenment, yet it is also the very essence that demons and malevolent beings crave. Perhaps the Fox clan was initially unaware, but they will undoubtedly have discovered your presence during this visit, even in the absence of animosity. They certainly will not let you slip away. Qin Beijian replied weakly, there is but one way to prevent your beloved from being entangled in this. That is to diligently pursue the path, severing entirely their thoughts of you. But did you not say that one must study for at least 3 years before truly beginning? I gazed at Hu Qingqing with a pang of sorrow. Even though it had only been 3 years, witnessing her whimsical demeanor now stirred an undeniable ache within me. As I felt an overwhelming sense of her vulnerability, Qin Beijian squinted his small eyes and quipped, I'm just teasing you. Who wouldn't desire to take on a disciple with genuine intent? It's merely a test for you. Go on, my junior. Make the most of your unique constitution to safeguard your beloved wife. Ahem, to speak frankly, she is not only beautiful but also possesses a kind heart. And she is entirely devoted to you. If you lack the motivation, perhaps you should let her marry me instead. I shot him a glance of disdain. Fighting is just rather tiresome. Subsequently, I fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on the brevity of this life, a mere 18 years. And how it was Hu Qingqing who had accompanied me through it all. 3 years apart seemed trivial. In truth, I believed that Hu Qingqing had never truly left. Perhaps she had secretly returned home to check on me occasionally. Maybe when I struck her that time, it had caused her great distress. She indeed had a tendency to be overly sensitive, a girl who easily succumbed to tears, her spirit likely fragile beyond measure. We waited for several hours. As the sun gradually descended toward the horizon, the once dimly lit woods began to darken, and a few fiery clouds adorned the sky. In my arms lay Hu Qingqing. Exhausted from play, sleeping soundly, I contemplated awakening her to return home, yet I hesitated, unwilling to disturb her peaceful slumber. Surely, I am the most fatigued one here. I spent an entire sleepless night, intending to seize the opportunity while awaiting the arrival of the esteemed Xian Nuzhenren for a brief respite. However, to my surprise, the mischievous Hu Qingqing, without a hint of consideration, nestled into my embrace, pouting her lips and diving straight into slumber without uttering so much as a polite word. She was just like the little fox from my childhood, always frolicking about, and whenever she grew weary, she would treat my arms as her resting place. As the sun dipped below the horizon during the twilight hour, Xian Nuzhenren finally arrived, clad in an alluring red dress that revealed her shoulders, showcasing a generous expanse of her fair skin. Her makeup was beautifully applied, and on her feet were a pair of worn cloth shoes, while she held a pair of high heels in her hand. For a moment, I almost mistook her for a city girl, idly wandering about. Disciple, at last. You have arrived. I was beginning to feel as though my skin might peel off from the weight, Qin Beijin exclaimed, addressing Xian Nuzhenren in such a manner. Master, I chimed in, though reluctant to rise, for Hu Qingqing lay peacefully in my arms. In response, Xian Nuzhenren blinked at me and queried, What did you say in the temple? Have you forgotten so quickly? Qin Beijian furrowed his brow at me and whispered, with master dressed like this. She is likely off to the city for some leisure. You ought to address her as sister. Oh, sister. I stammered, feeling utterly unaccustomed to the title. My embarrassment causing my toes to grip the ground with heightened intensity. Indeed, Xian Nuzhenren finally expressed her satisfaction with a slight smile, handing her shoes to Qin Beijian before approaching to affectionately pat Hu Qingqing on the head. What brings you here so late? Have you not returned yet? Perhaps the arduous mountain path had exhausted her, and she had succumbed to sleep for half the day. With a sense of resignation, I said, Why not return with me later? She glanced at me, and I must admit, that gaze rendered me quite flustered. The celestial maiden, without her meticulous adornment, appeared to be in her 30s, yet her complexion remained impeccable. Clearly, she had taken great care with her appearance, and as she claimed, one could easily believe her to be merely 25. Her ample bosom was accentuated, revealing a considerable expanse, and the fragrant perfume she wore was intoxicating. Every time I laid eyes upon her, I felt as if I had wandered into the wrong realm and was often plagued by doubts about the future. At times, I pondered, could she truly possess the prowess that Qin Beijin spoke of, being only in her 30s? It is worth noting that Qin Beijin himself appeared to be in his late 20s, not much younger than her, and moreover, she was a woman. In a daze, I noticed Hu Qingqing's brows slightly twitch, and then she languidly opened her eyes. Oh, I apologize. I simply couldn't resist the urge to pat your head and ended up waking you, the celestial maiden said with an apologetic smile. Princess Qingqing, did you not sleep well last night? Sister Xian, Hu Qingqing, still a bit dazed, cast a glance her way. And then a smile illuminated her face as she hastily removed herself from my embrace. Sister, you have arrived. You look splendid today. I do adore your sweet words. Little one, the celestial maiden replied, her face radiant with joy as she affectionately ruffled Hu Qingqing's hair. I shall wait here for my sister. Once I am done with my matters, we will return to the provincial city together. All right, Hee hee. Hu Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sister, do take a look. There lies a living person inside. The husband is in a frenzy, yet you have spent hours at home on your makeup and attire. Without even assessing the situation upon arrival, Qin Beijian wore an expression of displeasure. How can I be blamed for your lack of scholarly finesse? Xian Injinren shot a disdainful glance at Qin Beijian, exclaiming, what a useless fellow, what a waste of my teachings. Qin Beijian, overwhelmed with shame, buried his head and refrained from speaking. Xian Injinren, hands clasped behind her back, approached the coffin. Despite her attire and age being at odds with her Taoist identity, her keen gaze and graceful steps emanated an air of professionalism and reliability. I gently patted Hu Qingqing on the shoulder, gesturing that I wished to learn something and asking her to wait for me. Hu Qingqing waved her hand at me, still appearing somewhat drowsy from recent slumber. Before long, Qin Beijin, Li Dongzi, and I found ourselves trailing behind Xian Injinren, gathered around the coffin. How peculiar, in recent years. Were there still masters in our vicinity who could arrange feng shui? She scrutinized the coffin intently for a few moments and then stated, this is a joint burial site that has been arranged with a piercing heart formation, delaying the time for purification. In the art of Maoshan, this situation is referred to as a dual coffin malevolent spirit, which is somewhat more challenging to contend with than ordinary malevolent spirits. However, once the method is mastered, it poses little difficulty. While the black dog blood remains undried, we shall open the coffin to retrieve both the living and the remains, and then we can perform the spiritual rites. However, Master, there are two individuals involved. One has collided with Li Dongzi's wife, and what shall we do about the other? Once the coffin is opened, it will inevitably bring calamity to others. Qin Beijin furrowed his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, the Xian Nuzhenren extended her hand towards Qin Beijin and calmly instructed, brush, vermilion, yellow paper. Understood. Qin Beijin promptly opened his backpack and retrieved the items requested by the Xian Nuzhenren, her gaze unwavering. She dipped the brush into the vermilion and deftly maneuvered it across the yellow paper, creating an intricate talisman with remarkable precision, completing it in mere seconds. Having observed Qin Beijin previously attempting to draw a talisman with blood at the scene, it was evident that his effort paled in comparison to the complexity of the one crafted by the Xian Nuzhenren. Her execution was effortless, whereas his was laborious. The distinction between teacher and student was glaringly apparent. Upon finishing the talisman, the Xian Nuzhenren handed it to Qin Beijin and said, dig a pit 7 inches behind the grave and burn this spirit-conquering talisman. Choose whether to confront the male or female spirit, for the one left over. I shall assist you in subduing it this time. After you successfully vanquish the spirits, remember to nail 2 peachwood nails onto the coffin lid, directly above the foreheads of the 2 grave owners. This will effectively drain their malevolence over time until their souls dissipate. It is already transformed into a malevolent force, and there is no saving it now. The series of actions and words from the Xian Nuzhenren left Qin Beijin in a state of bewilderment, while admiration and disbelief were intricately etched upon my own countenance. It was evident that Qin Beijin's profound respect for her was well-founded. However, after offering guidance, the celestial master added, all the knowledge you seek is contained within your tome. I shall assist you this once, but should you require my direct intervention again, you may as well pack your belongings and depart. Understanding this, Qin Beijin wore a troubled expression. He promptly followed the celestial master's instructions, grasping a peculiar circular disc to measure the ground behind the grave for a while before digging a pit to incinerate the talisman within. As the talisman ignited, a series of resounding thuds emanated from the coffin, growing increasingly faint until silence enveloped the surroundings moments later. Let us open the coffin, the celestial master declared nonchalantly, hands clasped behind her back. Li Dongzi, unable to contain his eagerness, did not wait for Qin Beijin and me to assist. He hurriedly knelt and began prying open the coffin, seemingly unconcerned about the grimy dog blood smeared across its surface, his anxious expression evoking sympathy. Surprisingly, the coffin, which had resisted our efforts throughout the noon hour, was effortlessly lifted by Li Dongzi, who then strained to shift it aside, ultimately dropping it heavily onto the earth. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid crashed to the ground, prompting us to lean and eagerly to peer inside. In that ominous coffin, a pair of malevolent eyes fixated upon us. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the wife of Li Dongzi, lying motionless within the coffin, as if bound by some unseen force. Behind and beside her, several disordered bones were visible, along with 2 skulls that sent chills down our spines. It appeared no different from a typical old grave's disturbance, yet the putrid stench emanating from the woman was far more intense than the previous night. However, despite the fashionable and youthful appearance of the Xian Nu, she showed no sign of distress, even neglecting to cover her nose. Exuding an air of calmness akin to that of a seasoned expert, she then instructed Qin Beijin, place the rooster's talisman behind her ear. It will draw her spirit out, and we can return home to summon the spirit. Qin Beijin hurriedly located the rooster he had brought earlier, twirling it with 2 fingers while reciting incantations. Remarkably, when he first captured the rooster, it had struggled and squawked incessantly, but upon the completion of his chant, it suddenly fell still, its eyes closing in a feeble manner. Yet, just as he was about to place the rooster into the coffin, an unforeseen event transpired. Li Dozi's wife suddenly contorted into a sinister grin and, with alarming swiftness, rose straight up from the coffin. Before we could comprehend the situation, she darted past us, heading directly towards Hu Qingqing. Qin Beijian shouted in alarm, "This is bad. This creature consumes spirit souls." Chapter 50. The power of Hu Qingqing. As Qin Beijian shouted, he hastily pursued Li Dozi's wife. I reacted almost simultaneously, feeling my heart tighten in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, I chased after them, desperately calling out to Hu Qingqing, "Qingqing, get out of the way." Li Dozi's wife moved with remarkable speed, lunging towards Hu Qingqing within seconds. Seeing Hu Qingqing still appearing drowsy at that moment filled me with dread, my heart constricting to its utmost limit. However, to our astonishment, Hu Qingqing merely blinked in confusion before a glimmer of crimson light flickered in her eyes. Faced with the oncoming woman, she exhibited no signs of fear, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. In a swift motion, she seized Li Dongzi's wife's arm and pressed her down to the ground. Li Dongzi's wife struggled frantically as she was pinned to the floor, only to have Hu Qingqing place a foot upon her neck. The scene was surreal, a pure, youthful girl in a dress subduing a wild, disheveled woman, rendering her utterly immobile. In that moment, silence enveloped us, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Qin Beijin and I halted in our tracks, exchanging stunned glances before simultaneously uttering a bewildered "huh?" The atmosphere grew thick with an awkward tension. After all, she is the daughter of the 9 heavens calamity. It is not for you two to worry about. The celestial master, with her hands clasped behind her back, offered a cold, mocking remark before striding past Qin Beijian and me. Qin Beijian felt a surge of shame, and with a helpless shake of his head, he followed suit. I, on the other hand, let out a deep breath, thumped my chest, and sat down to wipe away the sweat. No one could comprehend the sensation I experienced in that fleeting moment. My heart felt as if it were on the verge of bursting, and even now, a dull ache lingered in my chest. Perhaps I was simply unprepared to bear the weight of the consequences I had just envisioned. As I sat on the ground, I turned to glance at Hu Qingqing, who was restraining Li Dongzi's wife until Qin Beijian stepped in to take over. Only then did she offer a subtle smile to the Xian and Vision Rin, who gently patted her head, murmuring some secret words. Before long, Hu Qingqing approached me with a mischievous smile, her hands delicately grasping the hem of her dress as she walked gracefully towards me. Pouting playfully, she said, "Don't look at me with such fear, my dear. I am quite gentle. Just now, I am not quite sure what happened. Perhaps it was a natural reaction." After her playful remark, she giggled and settled beside me, resting her head on my shoulder. "You were so worried about me earlier. It was truly touching." I wiped the sweat from my brow, thinking to myself that from this moment on, she would no longer have the privilege of receiving my concern. Nor did I seem to possess that right. The evening breeze rustled around us as the sunset painted the sky with fiery clouds, almost as if they sighed in relief for us. I remained silent, while Hu Qingqing continued to stifle her laughter. Soon, Qin Beijin managed to subdue Li Dongzi's wife, placing a yellow talisman on her forehead, after which she became utterly still. He urged Li Dongzi not to dawdle and to carry his wife home promptly. I began to regain my composure and turned to Hu Qingqing, saying, "It's time to go." "All right, my dear," she replied with a playful grin, her voice dripping with sweetness. I candidly remarked, "My lady, I believe you need not conceal your true nature. Suppressing it must be quite uncomfortable." "What do you mean by that?" She pouted, trying to suppress her laughter, before pinching my arm playfully and retorting, "I am naturally gentle, aren't I? Are you suggesting that I am fierce?" "Indeed, gentle, I replied, rubbing my shoulder with a resigned expression. "This is more like it." She smirked with satisfaction, preparing to depart. The mountains were shrouded in darkness, instilling fear in others. I thought to myself, let her fear as she may, I shall never trust her again. Subsequently, we both harbored our own thoughts as we leisurely approached the presence of Master Xin Nu. At that moment, Qin Beijin inquired, "Sister, why not resolve this matter directly? My skills in the spirit duel are lacking, and I fear." Upon hearing Qin Beijin's words, Master Xin Nu's snow-white face immediately displayed a hint of disappointment. With a solemn expression, she began her descent down the mountain, stating, "If you cannot even master the Maoshan spirit duel, it is best that you establish your own path sooner rather than later, and do not claim to be my disciple." Qin Beijin stood frozen, glancing at Li Dongzi, then at me, before lowering his head in self-deprecation with a weary smile. He picked up his backpack, tossed it into the basket, and walked away, devoid of his previous eccentric demeanor. Now, only Fox Qingqing, Li Dongzi, and his wife remained. His spouse still emanated a strong stench of decay, with a yellow talisman affixed to her forehead, rendering her quite ghastly. Nevertheless, at that moment, Li Dongzi was overwhelmed with joy. showing no disdain for the grimy remnants clinging to his wife. He carried her away, exclaiming, "Guafen, I am taking you home." I witnessed this scene with a sincere smile, then turned my attention to the grave circle to gather our belongings. There was no need to bring tools such as hoes. According to Master Xian Nu's instructions, having resolved Li Dongzi's wife's haunting issue, we were to return and seal the coffin. At this moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk enveloped the land, the mountain breeze howled. Hu Qingqing stood there, eagerly awaiting my arrival. Her long hair tousled by the wind, yet her face consistently adorned with a sweet smile directed at me. I found it difficult to articulate my emotions. Was it the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped disaster, or the joy of emerging from a dire situation? Or perhaps it was simply the feeling of contentment that came from being cherished by a girl of commendable family background and personal strength, who not only accepted me but seemed utterly inseparable from me, clinging to me and caring for me. As I busied myself packing, I couldn't resist stealing a glance into the coffin, where two severely decomposed corpses lay, exuding an eerie aura. I couldn't shake the feeling that the hollow eye sockets of those skeletons were fixated on me, sending a shiver down my spine. Hastily, I turned to Hu Qingqing and declared, "Let us depart, my dear." "Indeed," she replied, picking up the items strewn on the ground before sweetly coming over to link her arm with mine. Together, we began our descent down the mountain. Yet, after only a few steps, an awkwardness settled over me, prompting me to initiate a conversation. Brother Beijian seems to be in quite a predicament. It appears that Master is intent on driving him away. Hu Qingqing fell silent for a moment before responding. "Well, it is only to be expected. If he cannot even handle a moderately formidable ghost, I would feel quite disappointed were I his master." "What do you mean by moderately formidable?" I stammered in surprise. Hu Qingqing glanced at me before solemnly stating, "That is not the point. For an ordinary person, monosodium glutamate can indeed be formidable. Even a common wandering spirit can be quite terrifying, capable of causing harm effortlessly. However, for a Maoshan Taoist, it holds no significant power." I replied, perplexed. "But I find my senior brother to be quite impressive. Just look at how he navigates our hometown without fear. That merely reflects his skill." Wei Jing. Confronting malevolent spirits is not as grandiose as you might envision. Maoshan Taoists are the nemesis of all supernatural beings, regardless of the type of ghost. They possess methods to contend with them. Observe how Sister Xian Nu approaches. Does she need to shout? Hence, apart from his physical prowess, Chen Daolong's aptitude for Taoism is rather lacking. Hu Qingqing elaborated earnestly. "Is that so? How disappointing that he is not as formidable as I thought. I wonder what my future holds," I sighed. "You are exceptional, Wei Jing. With diligence and hard work, you will undoubtedly become a great master of exorcism, capable of protecting your Princess Qingqing," she said, resting her head against my arm. As a gentle breeze tousled her dark hair, a faint fragrance wafted into my senses. And in that moment, I felt immensely encouraged. As we descended the mountain, I realized that Hu Qingqing possessed considerable knowledge. She remarked, "In this world, there should be no Taoist who fears ghosts. Rather, there should only be ghosts that fear Taoists, especially those from the Maoshan sect, who have always been formidable throughout history. The pursuit of Taoist arts is not as daunting as I had once envisioned. Knowledge is, after all, largely immutable. For instance, when confronted with malevolent spirits, the techniques of Maoshan will guide one in the proper methods of exorcism. However, there exists a multitude of approaches, and in such scenarios, a gifted Taoist adept would intuitively discern the most effective strategy, while those lacking such innate talent may find themselves traversing a circuitous path." She further remarked that Qin Beijian likely epitomizes the diligent type, yet perhaps his comprehension and memorization of Maoshan techniques are deficient, leaving him ill-equipped to adapt. Which is why the esteemed Xian Zhenren holds him in disdain. Alas, it appears that my own scholarly pursuits have been rather superficial, in my mind. I have long regarded Qin Beijian as remarkable. Yet, reflecting upon it now, it is indeed as Hu Qingqing has articulated. For instance, in today's incident, he resorted to incantations and the burning of paper offerings, beckoning Li Dongzi to prostrate and offer incense, even employing black dog blood. Despite his evident struggles, it seemed he lacked the means to confront the entity within the coffin. However, upon the arrival of Xian Zhenren, she merely cast a glance and, with an air of nonchalance, declared the presence of the twin coffin malevolence, resolving the matter with minimal effort, highlighting that Qin Beijian was seemingly oblivious to the nature of this threat. Engaging in a casual conversation with Hu Qingqing, who had linked her arm through mine, our progress along the mountainous path was considerably slowed as darkness enveloped the sky. It was only when we finally reached Li Dongzi's residence that we were startled to find Qin Beijian, in a pitiable state, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes, while Xian Zhenren had set up a table, seemingly engrossed in some solemn task, her countenance betraying considerable distress. "Master, I assure you that I, Qin Beijian, will strive even harder from now on and will not disappoint you again." Please, grant me one more opportunity. Do not cast me away. At this moment, the 20-something man, Shun Beijian, was overwhelmed with sorrow, his face drenched in tears. Xian Envy Zhenren maintained a stoic expression. Beijian, you have been with me for 6 years. You have exhausted your potential for growth. Remaining by my side is merely superfluous. Once you venture out to establish your own path, you must refrain from claiming to be my disciple. Dressed in modern attire. Appearing merely in her 20s, Xian Envy Zhenren's countenance, however, was grave and tinged with deep disappointment. Master, Shin Beijian knelt before Xian Envy Zhenren. Inching closer, his voice trembling, Master, please, grant me one more chance, just once. Orphaned and without a home, having followed my master for 6 years. I have long considered Hongfu Temple my true home. I do not wish to leave, nor do I know where to go. Upon witnessing Qin Beijian's pitiful state, Hu Qingqing, filled with sympathy, nestled into my embrace, seemingly on the verge of tears. I, too, was unprepared for this scene. Qin Beijian's heart-wrenching sorrow stirred my emotions, filling me with compassion, wishing fervently for Xian Envy Zhenren's demeanor to soften. Yet, she did not cast a glance his way, suddenly fixing her stern gaze upon me. Her tone irritable. Wei Qing, why do you stand there like a statue? Do you still wish to learn? Useless beings, I have painstakingly taught you. Yet you merely approach your studies with indifference and a lack of diligence. When I accepted apprentices, I made it clear that the secrets of Maoshan are not to be passed on lightly. Each of you professes to strive and toil, but what are the results? If all descendants of Maoshan adopt such an attitude, the art will inevitably be lost. This remark was clearly directed at Shun Beijian, leaving me momentarily stunned. However, Hu Qingqing quickly nudged me, urging, Wei Jing, hurry up. Do not provoke Sister Zuin's ire. Chapter 51. The Spirit Duel. I gazed at Qin Beijian, who was kneeling on the ground, took a deep breath, and hurried towards them. As I passed by Qin Beijian, I gently patted him on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Xian, the master, bit her lip and seized a wooden sword from the table before me, striking it against my head. In that moment, I abruptly changed my mind. From henceforth, I would not take on disciples lightly. Since you have already entered the fold, I must make it clear, I shall not instruct you through verbal or practical means. If you wish to learn, you must observe and comprehend on your own. Whether you succeed or fail depends solely on your own fate. Xian regarded me with a frigid expression, her beauty enhanced by exquisite makeup, resembling a cold yet striking beauty. After uttering those words, she turned away, her countenance still stern, and began to tidy the items on the table. The skirt she wore made her movements somewhat awkward, as she navigated the task with a certain hesitance, creating an oddly comical scene. I grimaced and rubbed my head, regaining my composure as I clasped my hands behind my back, observing her intently. It was merely my first day, yet she treated a novice with such disdain. A myriad of emotions stirred within me. However, I found myself with no alternative, especially after Qin Beijian warned me that Hu Qingqing might be implicated due to my actions. Retreat was no longer an option. On the table before Xian lay an array of items, a bowl of white rice, a rooster, a rusted bell, and an oil lamp she had just filled with oil. As the esteemed Master Zuin meticulously arranged her belongings, Qin Beijian knelt before her, bowing his head in supplication. Master, grant me one more chance. I shall confront this spirit. If I fail, I will leave without a trace. That will not be necessary. Master Zuin replied with a heart of stone. Master, I implore you for one final opportunity. Just this once. Qin Beijian's voice trembled as he spoke. Then he prostrated himself on the ground, striking his forehead 3 times with great force, each impact leaving a bruise upon his brow. Yet, despite his earnest plea, Master Zuin continued to ignore him, focused solely on her task. After steeling myself for the moment, I could no longer restrain my voice. Master, please grant my senior brother another chance. It is but a single failure and does not reflect his dedication or effort as you claim. My defense of Qin Beijian was not merely out of pity. In the brief span of our acquaintance, his profound respect for the art of Tao had left an indelible impression on me. I believed that such a person, regardless of his innate talent, should not endure such a merciless blow. Silence, Master Zuin retorted, not even glancing in my direction. Her cold words severing the line of thought I had painstakingly crafted in my mind. I sighed helplessly, contemplating how this woman, seemingly amiable, possessed a heart as unyielding as iron. Her demeanor and age belied the harshness within. Alas, she was but a facade of gentleness, a tempestuous spirit beneath. As I found myself in a state of helplessness, I noticed Hu Qingqing approaching, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, her lips pursed, with a hint of trepidation. She implored, Sister Xian Envy, please grant Master Qin another chance, I beseech you. I had presumed that even if Xian Envy did not reprimand Hu Qingqing, she would at least ignore her. However, I was mistaken. She paused momentarily, holding something in her hand, then turned to regard Hu Qingqing, her previously aloof countenance suddenly softening into a wry smile of resignation. After a brief interval, she slammed the object onto the table, crossed her arms, and turned to Qin Beijing, stating, "This is your final opportunity. Seize it wisely. Furthermore, your lack of diligence in the path of Taoism is merely a secondary reason for my intention to expel you from the sect. Your conduct in the outside world warrants profound introspection." Surprised, I glanced at Qin Beijing, realizing that aside from his seriousness when discussing Taoist principles, he generally did not present himself as a paragon of virtue. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, Princess Qingqing." Qin Beijing expressed his gratitude with his head bowed. Slowly rising to wipe away his tears, his jaw clenched as he addressed Xian Envi, "Master, I shall surely amend my ways." "Proceed. Remember, should you fail to overcome the malevolent forces, you will be consumed by them, and it will also implicate your host. Should you falter this time, I wonder if you will still have the audacity to call yourself a Taoist of Maoshan." Upon concluding her admonition, Xian Envi retreated to a nearby bench, taking a seat. Fox Qingqing pursed her lips at me before hastily rushing over to offer her assistance to the esteemed Xian Envi, gently massaging her shoulders. I found myself engulfed in profound contemplation. Was it my demeanor that paled in comparison to Fox Qingqing's, or was it merely the consequence of my gender? What was it that allowed her to effortlessly sway the Xian Envi with a single utterance? At that moment, Qin Beijing cast a glance in my direction, then lowered his head and approached the table, retrieving various items from his bag. To my surprise, he began to quietly introduce them to me as he rummaged through his belongings. He mentioned talismans for subduing demons, peach with swords, sanqing bells, and spirit-binding ropes, allowing me to memorize the entire array of items displayed on the table, all of which are quintessential tools of a Taoist priest. I felt a surge of joy. There was another reason for his eagerness to converse with me. He was always willing to impart his knowledge. The mottled moonlight spilled into the courtyard, illuminating the open doorway of the living room with a warm, yellow glow. As Qin Beijing straightened his posture and fixed a serious gaze upon the table before him, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It grew tense and eerie. "Bring them out." Qin Beijing's voice rang out, resonant and commanding, sending a shiver down my spine. Moments later, as if summoned by the Xian Envi's prior instructions, Li Dongzi appeared, carrying his wife on his back. He gently placed her before Qin Beijing's altar. Li Dongzi's wife stood as rigid as a statue, her eyes tightly shut, with a ghastly fluid seeping from her face and trickling down to the ground. The air was saturated with a pungent odor of decay, intensified by the yellow talisman fluttering slightly in the breeze above her forehead, rendering the scene indescribably bizarre. Qin Beijing tied a red thread around his index finger, securing the other end to the ring finger of Li Dongzi's wife. He then lit an oil lamp, and the subsequent actions unfolded with astonishing swiftness, as if executed by a flash of lightning or a fierce tiger. Biting his finger, he drew a twisted rune upon yellow paper, ignited it, cast it aside, and grasped the three pure ones bell, shaking it vigorously. Next, he took a handful of rice and scattered it over the oil lamp, which erupted into a flame. The movements were resounding and powerful, exuding an imposing aura. Following this, he seized the ghost suppression token and slammed it onto the table with a resounding clap. Immediately, he pointed at Li Dongzi's wife and began to circle around her. Eyes closed, chanting fervently, "Human souls traverse thick paper, ghosts cross mountains. Now, Li Dongzi's wife, Wang Guifan, is summoned by our ancestors to reclaim her soul. The ancestors decree, and the land deity permits her return. Restore her spirit, sever the ghostly path. 1,000 evils cannot conjure, a myriad of demons cannot unlock. Swiftly as the law commands." Upon completing the incantation, Qin Beijing opened his eyes and swiftly grasped a rooster, puncturing its comb. He used the blood from the comb to anoint a feather, placing it upon his own forehead. With a fierce glare, he fixed his gaze upon Li Dongzi's wife and, wielding a peach with sword, deftly removed the yellow talisman affixed to her forehead. As the talisman was lifted, Li Dongzi's wife suddenly opened her malevolent eyes, fixing Qin Beijing with a sinister grin, and then lunged towards him with intent. At that moment, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. I observed Qin Beijing tugging at the red thread in his grasp, and instantly, Li Dongzi's wife became immobilized, her body convulsing violently. Simultaneously, Qin Beijing began to tremble, his eyes shut tight, his lips buzzing incessantly as he murmured something inaudible. The spectacle before me was utterly bizarre. The two of them, quaking as if electrocuted while clutching the red thread, trembled for an extended period, devoid of any extraneous movements or sounds. Despite the absence of conflict between them, I soon noticed Qin Beijing's complexion shifting to a purplish hue, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, more exaggerated than that of a person scorched under the blazing summer sun. This was, after all, a mountain village at night, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. My growing sense of dread compelled me to retreat a few steps, seeking solace beside the venerable Xian Envi before summoning the courage to continue observing. Chapter 52. To the provincial city it is uncertain how long they stood there trembling, but suddenly, Qin Beijing coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. appearing significantly weaker than before. Nevertheless, he remained with his eyes closed, tightly grasping the red thread while murmuring incantations, his voice resonating throughout the courtyard like a low hum. Xian Envi fixed her gaze upon Chen Beijian, her expression growing increasingly grave and anxious. On several occasions, I noticed a compelling urge within her to intervene. As the peculiar scene unfolded before us, we were all deeply concerned for Chen Beijian, beads of sweat forming on our brows. After what felt like an eternity of 5 minutes, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Dongzi's wife suddenly emitted a gasp and spewed blood onto the altar, collapsing to the ground shortly thereafter. Upon hearing the sound of blood being expelled, Chen Beijian abruptly opened his eyes. In one fluid motion, he removed the red thread, seized the peachwood sword, and scattered a handful of rice towards a specific direction in the courtyard. The rice, suspended in midair as if obstructed by an invisible barrier, displayed a curious phenomenon. Some grains hovered motionlessly, while others rolled slowly towards the ground, as if an unseen entity occupied that very space. In an instant, Chen Beijian, with a finger that he had bitten to draw blood, made a swift incision on the peachwood sword. With a determined step, he lunged forward, thrusting the sword towards the spot where the rice had been obstructed. While the area appeared empty, an eerie sound suddenly pierced the air, causing an involuntary shiver to race down my spine. Moments later, Chen Beijian exhaled deeply, his hands hanging limply at his sides as he slowly turned to face the Xian Envi. Tears streamed down his face, yet he wore a foolish grin. Master, I have won. I no longer need to leave. I can remain at Hongfu Temple. I can wander no more. I have triumphed, haha. I have won. With that, he fell to his knees, his face contorted as he held his chest upright for a fleeting 2 seconds before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Xian Envi gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, though she remained silent. For reasons unknown, witnessing Chen Beijian's pitiful state as he lay on the ground brought a sting to my nose, and my eyes grew misty, uncertain whether it was joy or sorrow that stirred within me. Meanwhile, Hu Qingqing had already begun to wipe away her tears. Before arriving here, I had never contemplated the existence of a profession as unique as that of a Maoshan Taoist. Nor could I have imagined that a battle against malevolent spirits could move those present to tears. Chen Beijin, a talentless Maoshan Taoist and an orphan bereft of parents, had just poured forth his anguished pleas and exerted every ounce of his strength, overwhelmed with emotion. This was my first encounter with a true battle against evil spirits before I became a genuine Maoshan Taoist, an experience that would forever remain etched in my memory. It served as a profound source of motivation and inspiration, guiding me along the path to ultimately attaining the esteemed title of Maoshan Heavenly Master and sparing me from numerous detours along the way. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Subsequently, the mystical figure known as Zoan Jinren displayed profound empathy towards Chen Beijian. She personally burned 2 yellow talismans, transforming them into 2 cups of water for Chen Beijian and Li Dongzi's wife to consume. She instructed me and Hu Qingqing to await her return while she ascended the mountain to seal the coffin. A woman, seemingly in her 20s and adorned with contemporary makeup, showed no trepidation in the face of the encroaching night, bravely venturing alone into the moonlit depths of the forest, a journey that required nearly 2 hours of travel. During our wait, Li Dongzi's wife regained consciousness, returning to a state of normalcy, albeit with considerable frailty. Simultaneously, Chen Beijin also awoke, his spirit notably diminished. Li Dongzi, in a display of gratitude, bowed deeply with his wife, weeping uncontrollably, and expressed a desire to write an IOU, promising to repay us once he had the means. However, Chen Beijian, still enveloped in sorrow, declined the offer, requesting merely 24 eggs instead. As practitioners of Maoshan Taoism, accepting payment is a matter of course. However, refusing payment is an act of goodwill. Yet, according to the traditions of our forebears, one must not return empty-handed. The request for 24 eggs was deemed a fortuitous compensation. Such a request mirrored what Chen Beijian referred to as an appearance fee. The nature of compensation varies depending on the gravity of the situation. In cases involving impoverished families, a modest offering of 12 eggs suffices, yet the peril associated with the dual coffins proved to be more formidable than anticipated, qualifying it as a significant matter. Chen Beijin further imparted that as Maoshan Taoists, it is our solemn duty to vanquish malevolent forces, and regardless of who seeks our assistance or their ability to offer remuneration, we must extend our aid. Soon, the Xian Nuzhan Ren returned. Upon entering the room, she promptly opened a white bag she had left at Li Dongzi's home, retrieving cosmetics to touch up her makeup while informing us, "Prepare yourselves." In honor of Wei Qing joining the ranks of Maoshan and contributing to this exceedingly challenging profession, I shall host tonight's gathering. Xiao Shiwei has been waiting for quite some time. I paused for a moment, glancing back at Chen Beijian. Who is Xiao Shiwei? Chen Beijian offered a weary smile and candidly replied, "Master's daughter." After the divorce, she went to live with her father. Both Hu Qingqing and I widened our eyes in astonishment. The Xian Nuzhan Ren had been divorced? and had a daughter? Unfazed by Chun Beijian's bluntness. She finished her makeup, smiled, and took Hu Qingqing's hand, heading outside. Those who wish to join, keep up. I have no time to wait for you loquacious souls. I hastily picked up the eggs and helped Chun Beijian to his feet, with Li Dongzi and his wife bowing respectfully. We followed the Xian Nu Jinren and Hu Qingqing, walking under the moonlight towards the outskirts of the village. Having never played in the city before, I felt a thrill of excitement and asked Chun Beijian, "Brother, where are we headed for this outing?" Originally, my intention was to inquire about his recreational activities. Yet he misinterpreted my question and weakly replied, "The area around the normal university, where his daughter resides, is also where she studies. Whenever I accompany her to the city, we always head that way, dining and perhaps indulging in a foot massage. However, I shall not extend an invitation to you tonight. Your wife is present. We shall have our time together once your wife is away." I thought to myself how wonderful it was. As if overnight I had transformed from a solitary spirit into a man with a wife. Now, I have a master and a senior brother, earning their acknowledgement. Thus taking my first steps into the realm of the Tao. It felt surreal, so surreal that as I walked along the path, I instinctively worried about the sounds outside during the night, fearing the slightest rustle, and recalled whether the lock on the dilapidated door of my childhood home was secured. However, upon regaining my focus, I suddenly realized that Chun Beijian's words did not quite add up, and I furrowed my brow to question him. That can't be right, senior brother. The master can be no more than 30, yet his daughter is already in university? Who told you she is in her 30s? Chun Beijian smiled enigmatically. If not, then how old is she? I lowered my voice. This is not a matter for you to inquire about. It is beyond questioning, he replied earnestly, seemingly fearful that I would persist in my curiosity, and then he turned his gaze away from me. I was profoundly astonished, scratching my head in bewilderment, unable to fathom the situation. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, I merely sighed and chose not to dwell further on it. The celestial maiden, Xian Nu, and the enchanting Hu Qingqing appeared to be as close as sisters, engaged in a lively conversation while holding hands. Meanwhile, Chun Beijin and I leisurely trailed behind, traversing the mountain path for nearly half an hour until we finally reached the road. We boarded the vehicle that Xian Nu had arranged in advance and set off towards the provincial capital. There was an undeniable sense of haste. Having just arrived at the Taoist temple, I was hurriedly thrust into the role of an attendant, spending the night in a graveyard. Without the chance to familiarize myself with the temple, and now I was to rush off to the city to broaden my horizons. During the journey, Xian Nu's fondness for Hu Qingqing was palpable, as she orchestrated a scene reminiscent of a dramatic love rivalry, ensuring I had no opportunity to engage with Hu Qingqing. I found myself helplessly gazing out the window, lost in thought, reflecting on the recent events. Suddenly, a memory flickered to life. Qin Beijian had mentioned that we would be visiting the vicinity of the normal university. Hadn't Tibai Shirhan also claimed to be studying there? Moreover, last night on the mountain, she had mentioned that her home was nearby as well. I glanced at Hu Qingqing, who was engrossed in her delightful conversation with Xian Nu, and a wave of anxiety washed over me as I nervously reached for my phone in my pocket. Could it be that during our visit to the provincial capital, I might unexpectedly encounter Bai Shirhan? Chapter 53. Qin Xiaoxue. This question stirred a tempest of anxiety within me, compelling my gaze to linger upon the enchanting figure of Hu Qingqing ahead. I hesitated, contemplating whether I should take the initiative to disclose my thoughts to her. The evening breeze wafted through the car window, gently lifting her silky black bangs, which danced playfully across her flawless, rosy forehead. Her delicate visage frequently broke into a gentle smile directed at the venerable Xian Nu, tilting her head ever so slightly, embodying an exquisite beauty that was beyond reproach. As pure as a pristine stream, with a tenderness that was utterly captivating. Yet, I was acutely aware that beneath this gentle, ethereal beauty lay a tempestuous and fiery temperament, which swiftly extinguished my earlier inclinations. Turning my gaze to the tranquil village bathed in moonlight beyond the car window, I pondered whether I was destined to tread further along this path of subservience to my wife. I recalled a jest made by my elementary school teacher, who remarked that men from our Sichuan-Chongqing region were merely henpecked, submissive figures. As we traveled, Chen Beijian, whose vigor seemed to have been sapped by the spirit duel, gradually regained his energy. As we approached the vibrant metropolis illuminated by a myriad of colorful lights, he began to point out the sights, explaining which building was the tallest in the provincial capital and which area struggled the most in terms of development. Before long, we had entered the provincial capital. Beneath the neon glow of the city, the cacophony of honking horns and the bustling crowds created a lively atmosphere. Gigantic screens atop towering skyscrapers flashed commercial advertisements. And in this unfamiliar environment, everything felt new to me, relying solely on Chen Beijian's enthusiastic elucidations. I am uncertain about my academic abilities compared to my peers, however. Whenever someone imparts knowledge to me or I perceive something clearly, I diligently commit it to memory, analyzing it through my own reasoning and deriving further insights. As we navigated through the dense stream of vehicles, we eventually arrived at the entrance of the provincial capital's normal university after approximately half an hour. The towering buildings within the campus filled me with a sense of longing and aspiration, and the prominent sign emblazoned with the words Normal University broadened my horizons. At that moment, I thought to myself that it was 1,000 times more impressive than the middle school in our town. At the university entrance, a diverse array of youths entered and exited, with boys and girls of similar age, dressed in fashionable attire, each clutching a smartphone. In that instant, as I glanced down at my own soiled, ill-fitting red robe, I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if I were out of place among them. Just then, Xian and Zhanren stood at the entrance, engaged in a phone call, while Hu Qingqing finally freed herself and joyfully approached me, linking her arm with mine. With a playful smile, she asked, "What do you think, MSG? Aren't you envious of them?" I lowered my head and stole a glance at the magnificent university entrance, asserting, "No, don't lie. How could you not feel that way?" She teased, her expression suddenly shifting as she pouted her small red lips in a mock display of sorrow. "It reminds me of how you were when you were younger, being chased away by the school security. I simply must ensure you come here to study. I cannot bear to see you in such a pitiful state again." How sentimental Hu Qingqing truly is. In the fleeting moment of laughter, should a sorrowful memory be evoked, her shimmering eyes would glisten with unshed tears. I cradled her face gently, using my thumb to wipe away the tears that had just begun to emerge, offering a feeble smile as I reassured her, "It's all right. What is destined to be will inevitably come to pass. Look at you. Soon, the master will accuse me of bullying you." Unfazed, I resolved to find a way to coax her into attending school. She must heed my words. With a huff, she nestled into my embrace, feeling aggrieved. This tender scene attracted the attention of several passers-by, and a few men, strolling by, mockingly remarked on how this beautiful woman seemed to have lost her senses, engaging with such an oddity. The derisive comments multiplied, prompting me to attempt to gently extricate her from my hold. Yet, her inherently clingy nature proved unyielding. She clung tightly, refusing to let go. Approximately 10 minutes later, we encountered the daughter of the revered Xian Nu, introduced by Chun Beijian as Chen Xiaoxue. She donned a pink and white athletic ensemble, bearing a striking resemblance to her mother, with a beauty mark nestled between her brows, sparkling earrings adorning her ears. Despite her undeniable beauty, her demeanor was excessively frosty, devoid of any hint of a smile. Her character exuded an air of superiority upon our introduction by Chen Beijian. Both Hu Qingqing and I offered her a polite smile, yet she merely cast a cold glance in our direction, not uttering a single word. Before linking arms with Xian Nu and proceeding down the street, Chen Beijin forced a smile. "You two needn't take it to heart. Xiaoxue has grown up in a divorced family, and aside from a slight closeness to her mother, she has always been this way." We too had not taken it to heart. Following the mother-daughter duo, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Two women who could easily be mistaken for sisters insisted on being identified as mother and daughter, which struck me as increasingly absurd. Eventually, we entered a private room in a restaurant. In the intimate setting, after a brief period of familiarity, it appeared that Chen Xiaoxue rather enjoyed Hu Qingqing's company, occasionally engaging in conversation and acknowledging Chen Beijian. However, whenever her gaze met mine, it was tinged with a peculiar intensity. This was likely due to my disheveled attire and the bag of rustic eggs I had brought in. A tumult of emotions swirled within me. As a child from the mountains in the city, I was constantly subjected to peculiar stares, a sensation of inferiority that no one could truly comprehend. My self-esteem plummeted, and I yearned to find a place to change into the clothes Hu Qingqing had purchased for me. Yet, glancing at the rows of rooms outside, I feared that stepping out would leave me lost, a country bumpkin with no parents, no money, and no exposure to the world. From that moment onward, I genuinely longed for the day when I could rise above my circumstances to earn the respect of those who looked at me with disdain. Soon, an array of dazzling dishes was served, and Master Xian Nu proposed a toast, claiming it was to celebrate the arrival of a celestial being at Hongfu Temple. Though I was not inclined to drink, Chen Beijin relentlessly pressured me, asserting that if I abstained, I would face my master's wrath in the future. Consequently, amidst a flurry of toasts, my senses began to wane, and the conversations and actions around me transformed into mere images and sounds, devoid of any coherent thought. As the evening progressed, Chen Beijian, overwhelmed by emotion, shed tears of a man, raising his glass to express gratitude towards Master Xian Nu for her kindness 9 years prior, for her sincere guidance over 6 years, and for her benevolence that very night. However, Master Xian Nu was unswayed, reprimanding Chen Beijian for his abysmal talent, lack of intellect, and improper lifestyle, frequently frequenting unsavory establishments. She harshly labeled him a failure, warning him that should he fail any future assignments, he would be dismissed without hesitation. Unable to bear the humiliation, Chen Beijian downed another drink and, with his head hung low, departed. It was only upon his exit that we noticed Master Xiannu discreetly wiping her eyes, revealing a tender heart beneath her sharp tongue, indicating that her words were merely intended to motivate Chen Beijian. Unbeknownst to us, we continued to indulge, growing increasingly inebriated. After approximately half an hour, Master Xiannu received a phone call, and to our surprise, Hu Qingtian entered the private room. After greeting the enigmatic Xiannu, she turned her attention to the slightly dazed and blushing Hu Qingqing, who was leaning against her. With an air of irritation, she cast me a glance and remarked, "Wei Qing, given that Qingqing is in such a drunken state, as her partner, are you truly unaware that she cannot indulge in excessive drinking? It is utterly beyond my comprehension." Chapter 54. Do not underrate the youth and poverty. I was utterly intoxicated, and even though she was shouting at me, I understood the essence of her words. However, my mind was in a fog, leaving me unable to respond. At that moment, the celestial being, Xiannu, interjected, "Second princess. Take her home to rest. I am aware that you both are prone to trouble when inebriated, but with me present, there is no need for concern." Hu Qingting smiled faintly at Xiannu, saying, "Xiannu, I merely wish for Wei Qing to grasp these fundamental matters. He is far too irresponsible, showing no consideration for our family as Qingqing. With such poor conditions and a lack of intellect, how can my dear Qingqing possibly fare well under his care?" At that moment, Hu Qingqing wriggled free from her grasp and nestled into my arms, drunkenly declaring, "Second sister, I forbid you from criticizing my Wei Jing. I love him dearly, truly, deeply." "Love? What nonsense is this? Are you out of your mind? Come, let us return home. You ought to see him less. If you wish to be together, at least achieve something first. This is simply infuriating." I witnessed Hu Qingting dragging Hu Qingqing away, her furious expression a blend of concern for her sister and disdain towards me. In my haste, I raised my glass and let out a self-deprecating laugh before downing its contents in one gulp. Xiannu and Qin Xiaoxue displayed not a shred of sympathy, the mother and daughter pair observing me with cold detachment. Shortly thereafter, Xiannu inquired, "Wei Qing, we are heading home to rest. Where do you intend to sleep?" Upon hearing this, my inebriation lifted slightly, prompting me to ponder, where indeed would I go? It is my first time in the city. How am I to know where to go? Could it be that even she looks down upon me, wishing to humiliate me thoroughly? Yet, she does not seem to be that kind of person, nor is there any need for it, is there? I shook my head drunkenly, at a loss for words. "Speak candidly to your master. Do you wish to make a name for yourself?" Her gaze turned serious as she inquired. I hazily nodded, "Master, I do. I truly do." She smiled with satisfaction before regarding me with a probing expression. "Very well, since you are new to the city, tonight I shall indulge you. Shall I arrange for a lovely lady to welcome you?" Upon hearing this, I felt a shiver run through me, even in my inebriated state. I feigned sobriety and waved my hands. "No, no, no, master. I cannot do this. I recall when Beijian first drank with me. He would have relished such an opportunity. What? Are you not pleased?" A glimmer of satisfaction seemed to flash in her eyes. I shook my head fervently. Qingqing has cared for me for 15 years, always prioritizing my needs. I would never betray her, not even in death at this. A trace of satisfaction flickered across the face of Xian Vision Ren, but after a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled mischievously, pointing to the side at Qin Xiaoxue, and asked, "Does my girl not possess beauty?" I nodded in agreement. "I shall grant you a chance. I permit you both to share a room tonight. Will you go?" She continued, "Rest assured, I shall never reveal this to your wife." Chen Xiaoxue cast a cold glance in my direction before resuming her meal, as if this scenario were an everyday occurrence for her. I found myself utterly astonished by the situation unfolding before me. My intoxication had nearly faded. Could it be that Master Zunf had brought me to the city not as a gesture of welcome, but rather as a precursor to an assessment prior to imparting her knowledge of the Tao? After all, why would she mention that Chen Beijian had been eager to find a beautiful companion upon his arrival? "Master, why do you say such things? Do you not perceive that this conduct is rather inappropriate?" I inquired, maintaining a composed expression as I gazed at her. She disregarded my words, and, looking at Qin Xiaoxue, gestured towards me with her lips, "Xiaoxue." Subsequently, Qin Xiaoxue set down her utensils and sauntered over to my side, gently placing her hand upon my shoulder, as if indicating her intent to lead me away. Master Zunf waved her hand and declared, "Go on, I am not jesting with you. The room has been prepared. Simply ascend the stairs. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to Qingqing." I swiftly shook off Qin Xiaoxue's hand, disappointment etched across my face as I questioned her. "Master, what do you truly mean by this? Refusing, are we? For your welcome, I have even involved my own daughter, yet you still hesitate. Is it that you look down upon my Xiaoxue, or perhaps you harbor disdain for me?" She slammed her hand upon the table, asserting, "Tonight, you will either honor this arrangement and retire with Xiaoxue, or you may leave, free to go wherever you please. Make your choice. I am indifferent. So why must you feign virtue?" Suddenly, Qin Xiaoxue spoke, yet her countenance remained as frigid as ever, indicating that her words were not entirely sincere. Master, there is no need for you to test me. I assure you, I shall never misuse the art of Maoshan for nefarious purposes. I am determined to become the most distinguished Maoshan priest and bring honor to your name. With clenched teeth, I gazed earnestly at the true woman of Xian. I noticed her exchanging a glance with Qin Xiaoxue, and their eyes unmistakably sparkled with a hint of delight. At that moment, I realized with certainty that this was unequivocally a trial. However, I did not anticipate that the true woman of Xian would suddenly erupt in anger. How dare you look down upon my Xiaoxue? Ha! Get out. Leave. Master. I looked at her sincerely. I am not lying. Leave. She turned her back on me. Go on. What right do you, a mere rustic bumpkin, have to disdain me? You are utterly ungrateful. Qin Xiaoxue uttered her words before returning to the side of the true woman of Xian. I stared at their cold expressions in silence for a long while, then glanced down at my tattered clothes, and finally let out a sigh of resignation. Clutching the garments that Hu Qingqing had purchased for me, I departed the private room, glancing back thrice as I left. Just as I stepped out, I heard the true woman of Xian and Qin Xiaoxue erupt into laughter, engaged in conversation I could not discern, with a mixture of clarity and inebriation. I trudged out of the restaurant, feeling dejected. The streets were sparsely populated at this late hour, yet the neon lights adorning the shop fronts illuminated the city, tirelessly keeping watch. I found myself entranced by the dazzling lights, my vision muddled. Where should I go? Where can I go? Why do they treat me this way? Is poverty truly my fault? Must one be trampled upon and mocked mercilessly simply for being poor? In this moment, the fleeting beauty that had just graced me seemed utterly shattered, as if the beloved bride I had finally married was mercilessly snatched away by Hu Qingqing. Xian envy and Qin Xiaoxue expelled me from the nascent joy I had just begun to savor, akin to awakening from a blissful dream. Suddenly, I found myself yearning to return home. Gazing at the vibrant neon lights that adorned the streets, I longed to retreat to that quaint mountain village, where, despite the hardships and toil, I would not feel so lost. Though my heart ached and my head spun, I managed to suppress my tears. For a man does not weep easily. I refused to allow my humble background to render me a coward, drifting along with the tides of fate. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Aspirations soar higher than the dragon's lair. One day, when I achieve my dreams, the sunset shall be stained crimson with my blood. This phrase, gifted to me by Shirhan on the night she bestowed her phone upon me, has lingered in my memory ever since. As I wandered aimlessly down the cold, unfamiliar streets, my fists clenched tightly. I held fast to every humiliation I had endured from childhood to this day. I vowed that as long as I, the ghostly child, remained alive, I would transform every insult into a tale of inspiration. A narrative that would make my deceased parents proud from their resting place beneath the earth. Thus, I stumbled onward, slightly inebriated and disoriented, when suddenly, I heard someone calling my name from behind. Wei Qing? What brings you here? Chapter 55, Sharing a Bed, Wei Qing? She called out uncertainly. It was the voice of Shirhan. I shook my foggy head and, in a daze, turned to look. At the entrance of a narrow alley stood a girl, her face alight with excitement as she smiled at me. Today, she wore a flowing black dress paired with a pristine white t-shirt. Unlike her usual style, she had styled her hair into a bun, with two soft strands cascading from her forehead to frame her porcelain-like cheeks. Cradled in her arms were several books. And as the gentle breeze stirred the hem of her dress, her smile radiated purity, tenderness, and an unmistakable thrill. Upon seeing my face, her joy surged, and she hurriedly tucked away the hair that the wind had tousled over her eyes, approaching me with palpable excitement. Wei Qing, it's me, Shirhan. What brings you here? As she drew nearer, I felt the effects of the alcohol surging within me, my vision blurring further. In an unfortunate lapse, I stumbled and began to fall. Wei Qing, what's wrong? In my haze, Shirhan rushed over to steady me. The subsequent events felt like a dream, everything around me appearing ephemeral and surreal. I struggled to awaken from this stupor, unaware that my first experience with alcohol would lead to such inebriation. Just as I regained my balance, a wave of nausea swept over me, and I turned to the ground, retching uncontrollably. A tempestuous turmoil surged within my stomach, rendering me in a state of utter confusion. I could feel Shirhan supporting me, gently patting my back, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "What on earth happened? How did you end up like this?" Beyond that moment, my recollections grew hazy. It seemed someone was assisting me. The journey felt prolonged and disorienting, with me swaying unsteadily, occasionally collapsing to the ground. I sensed a comforting presence aiding me, accompanied by a subtle fragrance in the air. Ultimately, my mind succumbed to complete unconsciousness. I know not how much time elapsed before I slowly opened my eyes. As I patted my foggy head, I realized I was nestled in a remarkably comfortable bed, draped with a pink, lace-trimmed quilt that exuded a delicate aroma. Before me lay a pristine and orderly bedroom. Aside from the inviting bed, there stood a clothes rack adorned with an array of dresses and a white desk graced with a petite, exquisite lamp. Beneath the lamp, books were neatly arranged, imparting an overall sense of refined comfort. Where am I? Why am I here? Turning my gaze, I squinted at the blinding sunlight streaming through the window, and suddenly, a shiver coursed through me. In a flash, I flung off the covers, only to discover that my clothes, trousers, and even my undergarments had vanished entirely, leaving me lying bare on the bed. What on earth is happening? I swallowed nervously, my mind racing back to the events of the previous night, realizing with a start that Bashir Han must have been the one to bring me here. Just as I stood there, utterly astonished, gazing vacantly at my own body, the door swung open. Turning around, I was greeted by the sight of Bashir Han at the threshold, adorned in a charming apron. Upon noticing my awakening, she shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, pursed her lips in a bashful smile, and remarked, "Oh, you're awake? Miss Bai." I stammered, still in a state of shock as I hurriedly pulled the covers over myself. What transpired last night? Upon hearing my inquiry, her cheeks flushed even deeper. "You drank too much last night and were quite sick. I have already washed your clothes." What? I was taken aback, quickly throwing aside the covers to confirm my reality. I was completely unclothed, with both visible and private areas fully exposed. My astonishment grew as I glanced at the pillow beside me and noticed the unmistakable signs that someone else had shared the bed. Panic surged within me as I turned to her, exclaiming, "Miss Bai, you slept here last night?" With her head bowed, she nervously fiddled with the hem of her dress, her face a portrait of embarrassment as she nodded. After a moment, she stammered, "This is the only bedroom in my home. What could it be?" I felt as though the sky had collapsed upon me. I slapped my forehead in disbelief, contemplating how I would explain this to Hu Qingqing. Would she ever forgive me? Observing my distressed expression, Bashir Han seemed to grow disheartened, timidly asserting, "We are married. It's not unusual for us to share a bed." I asked, feeling helpless. Nothing happened, right? Given my inebriated state from the previous night, I hoped that indeed nothing had transpired. She looked up at me, shaking her head with sincerity, and said, "Rest assured, nothing has happened." Upon hearing her words, I let out a sigh of relief, thinking to myself that it was indeed fortunate. However, given the circumstances, I had no choice but to plead with her. "Miss Bai, please, you must not let this matter slip out. I implore you." I was aware, though, that Wei Qing was in the know. She clutched the hem of her dress, a look of despondence crossing her face as she murmured, "Wei Qing, your clothes are over there. Come, let us have our meal." After uttering this, she turned and exited, leaving me alone on the bed, engulfed in trepidation. I found myself pondering whether Hu Qingqing would be heartbroken to learn that I had spent the night here, that my clothes had been stripped off by Bashir Han, and that I had shared a bed with her. Would she, in a fit of rage, take drastic measures against me? It was dire, utterly dire. Hastily, I glanced beside me. The garments Hu Qingqing had purchased were neatly placed on the bedside table. I grabbed them, rifling through the contents, which included 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. In a daze, I hastily selected a pair of gray shorts and a white t-shirt, hurriedly donned my shoes, and rushed towards the door, my mind a whirl of chaos. Exiting the bedroom, I found myself in a modest yet cozy living room, complete with a sofa and a television, the floor impeccably clean. A table was adorned with an array of steaming dishes, enticingly laid out before me. At that moment, Bashir Han emerged from the living room, holding a plate of food. Upon seeing me standing there, she suddenly lowered her head, unable to meet my gaze. With a hint of nervousness, she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, after placing the plate down, said, "Wei Qing, come and eat." "No. Thank you, Miss Bai. I have to leave." I stammered. I appreciate your care last night, and farewell." After speaking, I glanced around, locating the door, and prepared to depart. "Wei Qing, please eat before you go. After everything you went through last night, it's already midday. You must be starving." Her voice carried a note of disappointment as she softly continued, "I am your wife. You need not be so formal with me." I turned back to her, staring blankly for a few seconds, before hurriedly moving to sit beside the sofa, offering her an earnest smile. Miss Bai, could you keep last night's events a secret for me?" She glanced at me with a radiant smile before shyly lowering her head and pursing her lips, saying, "Then don't rush to leave. Have something to eat first." All right. I swiftly took the bowl and devoured a few mouthfuls. With my mouth still full, I eagerly said, "As long as nothing happened, that is fine. I will fulfill my promise to you soon. Have you asked how we can annul our marriage contract?" Chapter 56. The Story of Bashir Han. She offered a gentle smile, casually pushing the dishes on the table towards me, and remarked, "I haven't asked yet. I will only return home during the holidays." "Oh," I mumbled, burying my head in the food. The dishes she prepared were truly delectable, yet I found myself lacking the inclination to savor each bite. After hastily consuming a couple of mouthfuls, I looked up at her and inquired, "So, when do you have your holidays?" Noticing my anxious demeanor, she covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of delicate resignation gracing her fair visage. Before playfully stifling her laughter, she responded, "It has only been a few days since the semester began." "Oh, well, that is good." My heart felt heavy, nearly on the verge of tears. I was restless, unable to find any joy in the meal, my mind consumed with images of Hu Qingqing's fierce demeanor. It wasn't that I feared my partner. Rather, Hu Qingqing, when riled, could genuinely pose a threat to my well-being. Lost in my chaotic thoughts, I noticed that Bai Shihan was not eating. Instead, she sat there, cupping her face with her hands and gazing at me with an enchanting smile, seemingly captivated by the sight. This made me blush fiercely, compelling me to hasten my pace to finish the rice in my bowl. "Slow down, you might choke," she said with an amused smile, extending her hand to take my bowl. "Shall I get you some more rice, Wei Qing?" "No, it's all right." I placed the bowl back on the table. I really must be going now. If my wife finds out, she might truly harm me. "It's a secret, Miss Bai. Thank you for your warm hospitality." With that, I stood up, ready to leave. At that moment, the smile on Bai Shihan's face suddenly vanished, her delicate features etched with disappointment. Bowing her head, she asked, "Are you planning to return to Tianmin Mountain? I fear you may not find your way. Perhaps I should escort you back?" I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. How would I navigate to Tianmin Mountain? Where would I catch a ride? I was utterly oblivious. Just as I was about to respond, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the door. The rapid rhythm sent my heart racing. It could very well be Hu Qingqing come to confront me. Hastily glancing around, I darted into the kitchen, peeking out with half my head to spy on the entrance, my heart pounding incessantly. Bai Shihan offered me a reassuring smile before opening the door. Moments later, the door swung wide to reveal an elderly gentleman clad in a suit. Upon seeing him, I exhaled a sigh of relief. "Miss, this is your living allowance from the young master," the elder said, handing Bai Shihan a gray paper bag. She slowly accepted the bag, her hands clasping it as she gazed down, her expression tinged with melancholy. "The young master hopes you will not return to the Bai family. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. You have received ample funds for your studies here. I trust you will learn to be content." The elder's tone was particularly harsh. I pondered the implications. What could be the matter? It appeared that Bai Shihan harbored a story of her own. "What has become of my mother?" Bai Shihan inquired, her head still bowed. "The arrangements for the funeral have been taken care of. You need not worry," he replied. The elderly man, casting a glance into the room, coldly remarked, "Ah, miss, the young master has asked me to convey a message. The master will return in 2 years. I hope you will keep your word and leave the provincial capital soon. Is your brother truly so fearful of a dispute over inheritance?" At this juncture, Bai Shihan felt 2 tears cascade down her cheeks, her voice trembling as she asserted, "I have told you I would not. What fear do you have regarding inheritance disputes? You are already married. The young master has allowed you to remain at home for over a decade while supporting your education, which is quite generous. This money should have sufficed for your studies over the past 2 years, but you have matured now and must learn to fend for yourself. In 2 years, should you dare to return and meet him upon the master's arrival, the young master will not spare familial ties." After delivering his message, the old man let out a cold laugh and departed with his hands clasped behind his back. I observed Bai Shihan, her hands covering her mouth as she broke down in tears, her sorrow palpable and her countenance utterly pitiable. Her tear-streaked visage darkened my expression, and an overwhelming sense of compassion surged within me. Hastily, I exited the kitchen and addressed her, "Miss Bai, what is the matter?" Upon noticing my presence, she hurriedly wiped her tears, burying her head and feigning indifference as she replied, "I am fine, Wei Qing. I shall escort you back to Tianmin Mountain now." Although she quickly regained her composure, 2 tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. My heart ached for her, as if I had come to understand something profound. Could it be that her expulsion from her family was a consequence of our engagement? At this moment, my heart was a tumult of emotions, an unsettling sensation enveloping me. Particularly upon seeing her delicate visage striving to maintain a smile, I felt as though I truly grasped something profound. A wave of guilt swiftly inundated my heart. Initially, I wished to assure her that I would find a way to resolve our predicament, and that once I acquired the necessary skills, I would adequately make amends. However, as the words lingered on the tip of my tongue, a fear of future inadequacy silenced me, and I swallowed my promise. Bai Shihan lowered her head and passed by me, heading to the restroom. Shortly thereafter, she emerged, radiant and beaming, a smile illuminating her face. She approached the television cabinet and retrieved a phone and charger, presenting them to me. "Let us go. Wei Qing, I've charged your phone." Witnessing her return to her former innocent smile, my emotions grew even more intricate. To be candid, from that moment onward, my perception of this obedient and understanding young woman irrevocably transformed. I was overwhelmed with guilt, yet felt unworthy of grand declarations. In a daze, I accepted the phone, murmuring, "Thank you. No need to thank me, Wei Qing. As long as our engagement remains unbroken, I am still your wife. This is merely my duty." She replied with a smile, quickly averting her gaze. I stared at her for a few seconds, lost in thought, before finally lowering my head and exiting. Meanwhile, my mind began to devise a strategy for addressing the issue of my parents' arranged engagement. I firmly believed in my capacity to handle it, and held on to the hope that everything would ultimately be all right. After Bai Shirhan locked the door, she smiled gently and mentioned that she had taken the day off, inquiring whether I wished to linger a bit longer in the provincial capital or return to Tianjin immediately. Throughout her words, a tender smile graced her face, as if the person who had just been crying was a stranger to her. I shook my head, opting for Tianjin, thinking I had little time left. Even if Zoan refused to accept me, I would kneel at the entrance of the temple until she was willing to impart her knowledge unto me. Upon hearing my resolve, Bai Shirhan pursed her lips, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. She led me out of the building, and as we exited the alley, we arrived at the entrance of the Normal University. She instructed me to wait for a vehicle there, assuring me that it was quite convenient to reach our destination. The sun's fervent rays enveloped us, illuminating both myself in my newly donned attire and Bai Shirhan in her black skirt and white blouse, each of us radiating the essence of youth. Her occasional laughter seemed to portray a scene of happiness in the eyes of passers-by, or so one would assume. Yet, who could fathom that at this tender age, we bore burdens far beyond our years? While we waited for the bus, students from the university frequently walked by. I noticed an intriguing phenomenon. It seemed that every student within the campus recognized Bai Shirhan, their gazes fixed upon her, accompanied by hushed whispers. Just as the murmurs reached a crescendo, two men's voices suddenly cut through the air, exclaiming, "Isn't that the campus beauty, Bai? Wait oh my look. It seems she is in a relationship." Chapter 57, The Encounter of Hu Qingqing and Bai Shirhan. How is that even possible? The esteemed Bai, a paragon of academic excellence, is notoriously indifferent to the male gaze, her focus solely on her studies. Who among the men could possibly capture her attention? Certainly not that lad before her. Yet, one must admit, he does possess a certain charm. Oh look, the illustrious Bai is blushing. Goodness, could it be that we are on the brink of heartbreak? This chatter emanated from a small convenience store by the school gate, where two gentlemen spoke rather loudly, pointing at me and Bai Shirhan, seemingly intent on drawing her attention. Bai Shirhan, already bashful in my presence, became even more flustered upon hearing their remarks, burying her head and stifling a smile, occasionally stealing glances at me. Soon, a car approached, and Bai Shirhan waved to signal it to stop. Instinctively, she took my hand and led me towards the vehicle. In that moment, I felt a surge of warmth and smoothness in our clasped hands. It wasn't until I sat in the car that I regained my senses, trembling as I hurriedly released her hand. My mind was in disarray, utterly unsettled. The simple act of her holding my hand rendered me distracted and lost in thought, not out of burgeoning feelings, but rather a profound sense of guilt. This guilt was not solely directed towards Bai Shirhan. It was predominantly intertwined with thoughts of Hu Qingqing, the girl who had cared for me for 15 years. Her eyes always filled with affection for me. Before long, the car left the provincial city and drove along the winding roads of a rural village. Under the bright sun, lush green trees whizzed by outside the window. Yet despite the splendid weather, my mood remained bleak. Bai Shirhan appeared to be an inherently shy girl, one who could scarcely muster the courage to glance at others, let alone initiate a conversation with me. The journey was silent, and soon we arrived at the village near Tianmin Mountain. The foot of Tianmin Mountain was quite underdeveloped, lacking a proper road. Thus, after disembarking, we would have to trek at least half an hour through the mountain paths to reach our destination. After I stepped out of the car, Bai Shirhan slowly followed suit, seemingly intent on escorting me back to the Taoist temple. I quickly waved my hand to dismiss her, saying, "Miss Bai, while the car is still here, it would be best for you to return. I can manage the rest of the journey on my own." She pursed her lips and lowered her head, murmuring, "It's fine. Wei Qing, there are vehicles on this road both day and night. Since I've taken a leave, I might as well accompany you for a while. I'll just escort you to the foot of the mountain. I won't go up." Upon hearing Bai Shirhan's words, the driver, seemingly impatient, silently revved the engine and drove away. Watching the car vanish into the distance, I cursed under my breath, then turned to see Bai Shirhan standing before me, her hands clasped demurely in front of her, her expression one of earnest entreaty. Her bashful and delicate demeanor made it difficult for me to refuse, so I nodded and replied, "That's fine. Just to the foot of the mountain. The ascent is too arduous, it would tire you out." After speaking, I proceeded along the path leading to Tianjin Mountain. She followed behind me, softly saying, "I understand. You're worried about being seen by Princess Husan, but don't worry. I will keep my distance from her." I scratched my head, remaining silent. Truth be told, it wasn't entirely about that. A young girl accompanying me for such a distance would surely evoke concern in anyone who saw us. Moreover, if Hu Qingqing were to discover us, I feared her tempestuous nature might lead to an affront. As we traversed the half-hour path, it seemed Bai Shirhan was continuously striving to draw closer to me or perhaps engage me in conversation. Yet, each time she opened her mouth, regardless of the topic, I merely nodded or responded with a non-committal sound, creating an atmosphere that felt rather stiff. It was not my intention to ignore her. She was exceedingly gentle and strikingly beautiful. Not to mention, her soft voice stirred many thoughts within me, and I was apprehensive, afraid that if I conversed with her too much, I would succumb to the baser instincts of human nature and tread a path that would betray Hu Qingqing. After a relentless journey, I finally arrived at the foot of Tianmen Mountain, a sigh of relief escaping my lips. Turning to her, I said, "Miss Bai, this is where you shall bid farewell. Thank you for your care and assistance. Furthermore, I am aware of your current plight, but rest assured, I shall cultivate my skills within the next few months, earning enough to compensate for the harm my family has caused you." This statement had been weighing on my mind throughout the journey before I resolved to express it. She clutched her skirt, her gaze steadfastly avoiding mine. "There is no need for that, Wei Qing. Even if you were to forsake me in the future, I would harbor no resentment. However, until our engagement is dissolved, I remain your wife, and it is only natural for me to look after you." That is simply the truth. I was momentarily taken aback, ultimately nodding in resignation. With a heavy heart, I turned to admire the scenery by the mountainside, saying, "You should return now. I have decided to seclude myself within this mountain to diligently hone my skills. Please do not seek me out when I have achieved success. I shall come to find you." "Very well, Wei Qing. I shall await your return." She looked up at me with a grateful smile, then paused for a moment, before hastily burying her head in her small handbag. From within, she produced several hundred yuan, saying, "Wei Qing, let me give you a little more money. That way I won't have to come and see you again." I quickly waved my hands, insisting, No, you don't owe me anything. Besides, I still have the money you lent me last time. Please, don't." Upon hearing my words, she suddenly appeared a bit dejected, lowering her head. "Well, you really don't need to be so polite. I am your wife. If you need anything, just tell me. It's only natural." Her mindset was utterly traditional. I glanced at her helplessly and said, "All right, then you should head back. You go first, and I'll watch you until you reach the top of the mountain." She smiled at me cheerfully, her hands behind her back. Just as I opened my mouth to say something else, I closed it again, initially intending to decline her offer, but suddenly terrified that if I spoke further, I might unavoidably grow fond of her. I truly feared it. So, I waved goodbye, my heart heavy with conflicting emotions, and turned to ascend the mountain. However, as I reached the small path leading upward, I couldn't resist glancing back at Bai Shihan. To my surprise, I spotted two figures approaching from below. Upon closer inspection, I realized Chen Beijian was chasing from behind, while Hu Qingqing sprinted ahead. Hu Qingqing dashed towards Bai Shihan, who was watching me leave, her once bright and adorable eyes gradually igniting with a crimson glow. "Princess Qingqing, let us talk this out calmly. Please, do not resort to violence." Chen Beijian was in hot pursuit, sweat streaming down his forehead, unable to match the speed of Hu Qingqing. At this moment, my heart trembled, and I hurriedly ran towards Bai Shihan. "Miss Bai, you must leave at once." Bai Shihan also turned to glance in the direction from which Hu Qingqing was advancing. I noticed a faint glimmer of white light emerging in her eyes, but upon hearing my voice, that radiance suddenly dissipated. She then turned back to me with a gentle smile. "Wei Qing, I will have a proper conversation with her. Enough of niceties. She is nothing but a ferocious tigress. You should flee quickly." I gave her a push and positioned myself in her path. At that moment, the crimson glow in Hu Qingqing's eyes was intensely vivid. The previously adorable and innocent aura completely vanished. She came to a halt a little over 10 meters away, slowing down and advancing towards us with an air of unrestrained menace, as if enveloped in an endless aura of bloodlust. Chapter 58. Divorce Princess Qingqing. "Oh dear. My esteemed lady, let us discuss matters amicably. Please, do not resort to violence." Chen Beijian called out helplessly from behind, as if he had pursued for quite some distance, breathlessly leaning on his knees. In a moment, Hu Qingqing approached me silently, exuding an aura of palpable fury. Today, she adorned herself with exquisite makeup and donned a striking red dress, her hair accentuated by a charming pink bow, seemingly prepared for an important meeting. Were it not for the fiery rage flickering in her eyes, she would undoubtedly be regarded as the most beautiful girl in the world. However, her breath came in hasty gasps, her fair complexion glistening with perspiration. Upon reaching me, her eyes, glowing with indignation, fixated on Bai Shihan, as if she were poised to charge at any moment. I quickly interposed my hands, feigning a cheerful demeanor, and implored, "Qingqing, let us converse calmly. Please do not be angry, all right?" To my astonishment, rather than lunging at Bai Shihan, she clenched her teeth and glared at me with a fierce intensity. Then, with a furrowed brow, she raised her hand and aimed a slap directly at my forehead. Startled, I trembled and hastily closed my eyes. I could feel the immense force of her palm. The gust from her strike even tousled the hair on my forehead. However, mere moments passed, and I felt no pain. Slowly, I opened my eyes to discover her palm resting gently against my forehead, yet it did not strike me. In that instant, the warm sunlight seemed to cradle Hu Qingqing, while the mountain breeze appeared to understand our unspoken feelings, swirling around us with a refreshing coolness. Yet, Hu Qingqing was already in tears. With a face full of disappointment, she gazed at me, her voice choked with emotion. Since the day you turned a month old, I had devoted myself to your care from dawn till dusk. I would venture into the mountains at the crack of dawn to catch wild chickens and rabbits, fearing you might go hungry. When there was no food, I would run for miles, terrified that my tardiness might allow our enemies to ensnare you. I ran there and back, my feet nearly worn to the bone. 15 years. Wei Qing, do you comprehend the hardships I have endured for 15 long years? My every thought was consumed by you, to the extent that I disregarded my own life, solely focused on your well-being. After enduring such hardship for your sake, do I not deserve your genuine heart in return? At that moment, it felt as if time had come to a standstill. I stared blankly into her eyes, watching the fading glow of red, replaced by tears, and the expression of profound grievance on her face. A wave of emotion washed over me, and I reached out to embrace her tightly. Qingqing, I have not betrayed you. You have misunderstood. She struggled fiercely against me, striking and clawing at my chest, her heartbroken cries piercing through the air. Let me go. Release me. You heartless wretch, you faithless man. Regardless of her desperate struggles, I held her tightly, trembling as I implored, do not be angry. Strike me until you find your calm. She thrashed wildly in my embrace, her hands clawing and beating against my chest, yet her blows bore no pain, as if even in her fury, she could not bring herself to hurt me. My eyes glistened with unshed tears as I tightened my grip around her, causing her to yield, her chin resting on my shoulder, her soft sobs whispering in my ear. At that moment, she ceased her struggles, granting me a glimmer of hope. I smiled eagerly and said, Qingqing, please do not be angry. I truly have not betrayed you. However, to my astonishment, she wept softly into my ear. It is futile. You despicable man. I wish to divorce you, and I shall report you to the king. With that, she forcefully pushed me away, wiped her tears, and fled down the path from whence she came. Qingqing, I cried, chasing after her. Spotting Qinbei Jian resting nearby, I urgently called out, brother, please stop her. Qinbei Jian, taken aback, scrambled to his feet, arms outstretched. Princess Qingqing, you. Suddenly, without a word, Hu Qingqing delivered a resounding slap to Qinbei Jian, the sound echoing loudly. In that instant, his mouth hung agape, eyes wide and unblinking, as he stood frozen like a statue. Hu Qingqing pushed him away and sprinted down the mountain with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. I chased after her with fervent desperation, feeling as though the world itself was collapsing around me. Tears streamed down my face unbidden, yet I pursued her relentlessly, far and wide, but her figure never reappeared. Eventually, I came to a breathless halt, leaning against my knees, gasping for air. I understood that as long as she wished to evade me, I would never find her again. All I could do was shout into the mountains, my beloved, Qingqing, I swear I have not betrayed you. Please return and allow me to explain. But after a long silence, I received no reply. The desolate mountain path and the dense forest only deepened my heartache, reminding me of the time I had hurt her in childhood, a feeling strikingly similar to this moment. It was as if, from this point onward, she would vanish from my life once more. In an instant, my face contorted in anguish, and warm tears flowed uncontrollably down my cheeks. I recalled the 3 arduous years I had spent searching for the little fox, and, overwhelmed, a grown man succumbed to tears. I could not tell how much time had passed when Qinbei Jian's voice echoed from behind, she will not leave you. After some time has passed, she will come to find you. Alas, your marital disputes have even caused me to suffer. I did not weep, so why do you cry? Truly, where's the justice in this? I slowly stood upright, my mind consumed by the words spoken by Hu Qingqing just moments ago. She declared her intention to divorce me. Wiping away my tears, I turned to see Qinbei Jian, who was covering his face in distress, and forced a bitter smile. Brother, I apologize on her behalf. Qingqing has a fierce temperament, but it is not entirely her fault. The blame lies with me. What blame do you carry? He retorted. A real man can withstand a slap. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone to examine his reflection. However, upon noticing the red handprints adorning his face, he immediately collapsed in despair, exclaiming, I have been disfigured. Oh heavens, why must my life be so wretched? I hurriedly approached, patting his shoulder, deeply remorseful. It's all right. Brother, in a couple of days, it will heal. Please do not take it to heart. He froze momentarily, then, with a solemn expression, tucked his phone away. Do not speak to me. I shall go home and weep for a while. With that, he turned to leave. Come, we must return. I will surely face reprimand. If we linger too long, they will drive me away. With a sigh, I trailed behind him in a daze. Yet, upon returning to our previous location, we discovered that Bai Shirhan had vanished. Brother, where is she? I inquired. She left, driven away from the woods. He replied, then glared at me. And you? What business did you have bringing her here? Do you not know to keep such affairs discreet? Use your brain. Chapter 59. Shun Beijian's advice. I cast a glare at him, surveying the endless expanse of trees before us, and finally, with a heavy sigh, I slapped my forehead, lamenting. What on earth am I to do now? Stop overthinking it. Focus on honing your skills. I understand that girl is your rightful wife. Yet the reality is that Princess Qingqing has cared for you for 15 years, and that counts as a legitimate union. Without Princess Qingqing, would you have survived until now? My dear apprentice, I do not oppose your dalliances. After all, men will be men. However, heed my counsel this once. Next time, exercise greater wisdom. You must placate both parties while ensuring they remain oblivious to one another. Do you understand? Take some time to peruse the quotes of scoundrels and learn from them. I never thought of it that way. I replied dejectedly. What do you mean you never thought of it? Shin Beijin shot me a disbelieving glance. One is your lawful spouse, destined for you, while the other is your benefactor. Do not dare tell me you must choose between them. For whichever path you take will be flawed. You must secure both, as I just suggested. Familiarize yourself with the machinations of the unfaithful. Learn how to court two women simultaneously while keeping them blissfully unaware of each other's existence. Do you grasp this? To have both while ensuring they are oblivious to one another's existence? His convoluted reasoning nearly obliterated my earlier melancholy. I stared at him, astonished, and said, Brother, how can your thoughts be so? Believe it or not, it is not my fortune to possess such luck. Were I to be so fortunate. After mastering my skills, I would dine in the main house by day and retire to the second house by night. A veritable ideal of existence, truly exquisite. He shook his head as he spoke, walking up the mountain with his hands behind his back. I sighed and glanced back at the empty mountain path behind me. Then followed Shin Beijin up the slope. He made a valid point. I meant that on the day I acquire the ability, I shall naturally be able to compensate for by sheer Han and love Hu Qingqing. However, at this moment, my efforts are futile and I feel utterly powerless. The afternoon sun was particularly harsh, making the climb exceedingly laborious. Consequently, I had little time for contemplation and soon found myself dazedly returning to the temple. Upon entering, Shin Beijin seemed to have committed some grave error, tiptoeing as if to sneak down the corridor. At that moment, a voice from the closed study suddenly called out, Halt! Shin Beijin froze, then cast a pitiful glance back at me. With a resigned sigh, he pushed open the door and bowed his head. Addressing the interior, infinite heaven and earth, I pay my respects to Master. Which foot spa were you gallivanting at last night? Came the ethereal voice of Xian Enginren from the study. In response to Master, Beijin was merely feeling a bit down and took a stroll through the streets all night, accumulating a modest merit along the way. Shin Beijin replied, his head bowed. Oh, what merit did you accumulate? Xian Enginren inquired, somewhat surprised. In response to Master, your disciple aided a homeless vagabond. Shin Beijin stated with utmost seriousness. Quite commendable. Even in a melancholic state, you still find the capacity to assist others. Truly worthy of being my second disciple. Second disciple? I paused for a moment, realizing that the revered Master Zuin indeed had a senior disciple who had already departed from the temple. Such was the prowess of the Master in guiding her students. Regardless, her disciple, having spent a sleepless night, decided to retreat for some rest. After Chen Beijin spoke, he turned to flee. Stay right there, Master Zuin called out, causing Chen Beijin to freeze in place, petrified. Almost immediately, he beheld Master Zuin emerging from her study, hands clasped behind her back. She was adorned in a form-fitting white nightgown, with delicate straps that seemed precariously thin, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin. Her hair cascaded down in soft waves, giving her the appearance of a young woman just roused from slumber, yet there was an unmistakable aura of authority enveloping her. As she stepped forward, she scrutinized Chen Beijin for a moment before breaking into a mischievous smile and inquiring, Your charitable endeavors, I presume, involve those young women who linger at the corners of alleys, unable to find rest at night? And no, Master, how could I dare? Chen Beijin stammered in a flustered attempt at clarification, though the panic etched across his face betrayed him. Go to the Three Pure Ones Hall and bow in repentance to our esteemed ancestor. You shall not rise until I grant you permission. And should I discern any insincerity in your demeanor, well, you may as well pack your belongings and take your leave, Master Zuin stated, her tone eerily calm. Yes, Master, Chen Beijin replied with a grimace, rubbing his face, bruised from a previous encounter with Hu Qingqing, before he trudged towards the Three Pure Ones Hall. I mused to myself that he had quite the audacity. Even after Master Zuin had pointed out his shortcomings the previous night, he was resolute in his decision to go. Clearly a habitual offender. However, the enigmatic Master Xin knew full well that he was a repeat offender. Yet she allowed him to remain at the temple for so many years. Surely, there must be some underlying reason for this. After Chen Beijin departed, Master Xian turned to me, hands clasped behind her back. She appeared to be preparing her makeup, her complexion smooth yet tinged with an air of haughtiness. I anticipated she would dismiss me, and as I lowered my head, About to speak, she said nothing but cast a glance in my direction before entering her study. As the door closed, I heard her voice from within. First, pay your respects to the ancestor by bowing 3 times, then clean the temple thoroughly, inside and out. Come to my room later this evening. Was I not to be dismissed? At that moment, I was bewildered, unable to articulate the excitement swelling within me. Feeling a renewed sense of hope for the future, I exclaimed, I understand, master. With that, I hurried to the Sanqing hall to bow 3 times before the ancestor. It was only then that I noticed Chen Beijian was not kneeling in the hall. Instead, he had ventured to the entrance to enjoy the mountain scenery and relish the breeze. I quickly approached him. Senior brother, master just called for you to kneel. Aren't you worried about being discovered later? Worry? She spends all her time in the study. Rest assured, unless summoned, she will not emerge, he replied listlessly. I nodded and was about to seek out a broom to clean, but he turned back, glaring at me with an authoritative demeanor. Go to the kitchen and whip up a bowl of noodles for me. I haven't eaten yet, and am starving. Why should I be the one to do that? Master instructed me to clean. I thought to myself, is it that I have only just arrived, yet I am already being subjected to such pressures? He squinted his eyes and asked, will you go or not? Just a moment ago, I had earnestly imparted wisdom to you for an extended period without demanding any payment. Did I? Under normal circumstances, a single lecture I deliver outside would earn me 80 yuan. Moreover, your wife struck me, leaving a mark that not only caused me pain but also severely affected my mood. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, counting on his fingers. So, you choose not to go? Let me calculate for you. 80 yuan for the lecture, your wife's slap, which encompasses compensation for emotional distress and medical expenses. The disfigurement might cost me my chances at romance, hence the heartbreak fee. Additionally, I may carry the shadows of this incident for life. So let us also include a fee for psychological trauma, and I stared at him in utter disbelief, feeling that his calculations were increasingly absurd. My expression darkened, and I called out into the room, Master, brother is out here enjoying the scenery. Chapter 60, Inspection You absolute scoundrel. He trembled in fear, quickly glancing towards the living room, then with a face full of resentment, pointed at me before dashing into the Sanqing hall to kneel upright. I maintained a stoic expression as I searched the premises, only to discover that there was not a single suitable broom in the temple. Reflecting on the length of my stay here, I thought, could this be considered my future home? I took a knife and wandered into the adjacent bamboo grove, squatting down in the cool shade to craft a broom. Deep down, I felt quite despondent. I pondered how long it would take for Hu Qingqing to come looking for me, while simultaneously feeling pity for Bai Shihan. Was it my naive kindness or my indecisiveness that led to this predicament? I found myself ensnared in a vicious cycle of moral ambiguity, ultimately concluding that it seemed futile to do anything right. Perhaps it would be wiser to devote myself to learning the way. Once I had acquired the necessary skills, I could seek them out, making amends where needed and offering apologies where due. As the night fell, the Xian new master had yet to emerge and instruct Chen Beijian to rise. Seeing his pitiful state, I approached him from behind and said, Senior brother, you must be weary from kneeling for so long, right? By the way, I'm a bit hungry. Could you please prepare me a bowl of noodles? Hey, you little rascal, who are you talking to? He nearly leaped up in exasperation. I quickly ducked aside, preparing to shout towards the living room, which startled him into a proper kneel, his lips moving furiously. Not going to, huh? Then I might have to inform master that someone was just napping on the ground, I declared, starting to head towards the living room. Wait. He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. Do you like it spicy? I scratched my head and chuckled, sure. Just don't tell master, or I won't get any sleep tonight. He rubbed his knee, seemingly pleading with me. But then his lips moved subtly as he hurried off to the kitchen. Truth be told, I had no culinary skills. If I had, I would have gone to the kitchen myself. It was rather his fault for insisting on making things more complicated. Returning to the living room, I plopped down on the sofa and took out my phone, contemplating sending a message to Bai Shihan to check on her. After all, I was concerned they might cross paths on their way out. What if a confrontation ensued? In the end, I typed countless messages but hesitated to send any. Yet, I knew that Hu Qingqing would not resort to violence against her. She was a girl overflowing with compassion. Her restraint today, despite her anger, was evidence enough of that. Perhaps it was best to wait until I emerged from this predicament to address the matter, as its origins were far too convoluted. And no one could be deemed right or wrong. The more one tried to untangle it, the more chaotic it became. Before long, Chen Beijin returned with 2 bowls of noodles, placing one in front of me with a rather dismissive attitude while he sat down beside me, his expression stern as he devoured his meal. I took a bite of the noodles and then looked up to ask, Senior brother, isn't master eating? What can a deeder eat? Just a single meal of vegetarian fare each day. Don't concern yourself with her, he replied. However, after saying that, he shot me a glare, adding, Don't think that just because I'm speaking to you, I've forgiven you. You little rascal, you've got nothing good brewing in that mind of yours. Just wait and see. I couldn't help but chuckle, Surprisingly, his noodles had a hint of flavor. After finishing my noodles, I glanced at my phone and realized it was already 8 in the evening. It was then that I inquired about Master Chen Beijian's room. At that moment, Chen Beijian looked at me, momentarily taken aback, and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" "It was the master who summoned me," I replied. His jaw nearly dropped as he blinked rapidly, astonished. "Are you serious? At this hour, she wants you in her room? What do you mean by that?" My expression immediately darkened. It seems that being handsome truly makes a difference. After all, the master has always had a penchant for youthful charm. He resignedly leaned back on the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the television. "Go ahead. It's the first room on the second floor. Heh, after tonight. I dare you to not silence me every day? What do you mean by that?" I asked, looking at him sternly. "Oh, nothing much. From tomorrow onwards, I may have to communicate more with that girl named by Princess Qingqing. Some matters, require a bit of financial persuasion." He smirked, his expression rather peculiar. "Are you out of your mind?" I shot him a glare before heading upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, I discovered a pleasant environment, a corridor flanked by 5 rooms. Out of curiosity, I opened one door to take a look, revealing a soft, inviting bed. After a moment of observation, I approached the entrance of the first room. Noticing the light was on inside, I knocked gently on the door, saying, "Master, I have arrived. Come in," her voice called from within. As I gently pushed open the door, I was momentarily taken aback by the scene before me. The esteemed Zuan, clad in a particularly form-fitting attire, was sprawled on a yoga mat reminiscent of what Hu Qingqing had previously described. Her posture was rather peculiar, and certain areas seemed on the verge of bursting. With her hair styled in a bun, she appeared increasingly unlike herself. I even momentarily mistook her for Chen Xiaoxue. However, this was not the primary reason for my astonishment. To my surprise, her room exuded an even cozier ambience than by Shirhan's, suffused with a heavy pink hue, and a particularly adorable teddy bear lay upon the bed. Glancing at the woman on the yoga mat, I pondered whether this truly belonged to a Maoshan practitioner. "Make yourself comfortable," she suddenly remarked. "All right." I surveyed the room, noting the absence of chairs. Scratching my head, I made my way toward the bed. "Close the door," she added, her tone notably flat. "Fine." After shutting the door, my heart began to race. Her attire was so snug, and her current position was undeniably indecorous. What on earth was I summoned here for? I intended to discreetly sidestep her and sit on the edge of the bed, but she interjected, "Lock the door." "What?" I exclaimed, recalling Chen Beijian's earlier words, and quickly furrowed my brow. "Master, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it?" "If I ask you to lock it, then do so," she replied curtly. I paused for a moment, reluctantly locking the door with utmost caution. Anxiously, I approached the bedside and sat rigidly, unable to meet her gaze. I thought to myself, in the dead of night, she summoned me to her room, and now she insists on locking the door. Could it be? Just as this thought crossed my mind, she nimbly turned over, and I saw her hand resting on the zipper of her fitted attire, as if she were about to undress. I hastily averted my eyes towards the window, my heart racing uncontrollably. No, it couldn't be. As my mentor, and with a daughter of considerable age, it was simply unthinkable. I drew the curtains shut. Suddenly, she spoke again, and at that moment, I heard the unmistakable sound of the zipper being pulled down. The unmistakable sound of clothing being removed. I gulped nervously and exclaimed, "Master, I need to use the restroom," holding back my anxiety. She spoke with unwavering certainty. "I need to ask you something, and you must answer truthfully." Surprised, I nodded anxiously. "Yes, master, please, ask away." "Did you sleep with that girl from the Bai family last night?" Her tone was grave, so serious it sent my heart into a tumult. "And no, I didn't," I stammered. "Are you certain?" She seemed skeptical. I wondered why she posed such a question. Was it related to my celestial destiny? Or perhaps she intended to assist me in navigating the complexities between Hu Qingqing and Bai Shihan. Considering this possibility, I earnestly replied, "I assure you, I am not lying." To my astonishment, she then uttered a statement that completely caught me off guard. With an air of utmost seriousness, she declared, "I do not believe you. Remove your trousers, for I must verify your identity." Chapter 61. Invoking the divine. Upon hearing these words, I felt a sudden jolt in my heart, sitting up straight and exclaiming, "Master, this truly is not ideal. Well, I am urgently in need of a restroom, so if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Without awaiting her consent, I shielded half my face with my hand and rose to exit, thinking to myself, what manner of person is this? Since my arrival, I have sensed a certain provocative air about her. Initially, I attributed it to my own lack of discernment regarding personal taste. But now it seems she even harbors intentions towards her own disciple. Is this a reflection of humanity's corruption or a decline in moral integrity? She did not impede my departure. As I reached the doorway, she suddenly spoke. "The celestial young bone is a rare fate in this world, requiring purification and divine invocation. One must sincerely beseech the celestial master to illuminate the young bone, dispelling all impure thoughts and testing one's resolve. Do you know what the celestial young bone signifies? At this moment, I completely forgot her previous disrobing and instinctively turned to glance back. To my astonishment, she had not undressed, but rather donned a remarkably dignified Taoist robe, complete with a neatly arranged Taoist crown. Sitting upon the bed with her eyes closed, she exuded an ethereal, transcendent aura. Seeing this, I felt an immense wave of relief wash over me, wishing I could chastise myself for my unwholesome thoughts. I realized I had wrongfully judged the esteemed Master Zuin. With a face full of contrition, I remarked, "Master, I am but a novice, lacking the understanding of the profound truth you speak of. I humbly request your guidance. In this world, there exist two innate fates particularly suited for the pursuit of the Tao. The first is the naturally endowed Taoist body. Individuals with this fate possess blood that can ward off evil and expel malevolent spirits. Without such a fate, one cannot ascend to the esteemed position held by the masters of the Maoshan sect. The second category pertains to the Yang Bone of the Heavenly Way. The so-called Yang Bone of the Way signifies a descendant chosen by the heavens, who, upon divine enlightenment, can swiftly attain mastery." I scratched my head and listened intently. The initial part was comprehensible, leading me to conclude that she was indeed a natural embodiment of the way. However, I remained perplexed by the latter part. Just as I was about to inquire, she suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at me, stating, "Individuals like Beijian, though they may memorize the entirety of the Maoshan techniques, might not truly grasp their essence. Yet, with your fate, you are a prodigy of the Tao. As long as you are willing to diligently memorize the Maoshan arts, you will intuitively understand their profound meanings without the need for external enlightenment. In other words, even I lack the qualifications to instruct you." Upon noticing my bewildered expression, she seemed slightly exasperated. She then rose, clasped her hands behind her back, and paced beside her bed, finally articulating in simpler terms, "Tonight, I will help you verify your young body before beseeching the divine for enlightenment regarding your fate. If we are not meticulous, it is easy to invite the divine, but difficult to send them away, which could potentially lead to your demise. Once your fate is clarified, I shall impart to you a Maoshan secret tome. Thereafter, you need only to read and memorize diligently." I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. And with a hint of shame, I asked, "Master, does having engaged in intimacy still qualify as possessing a young body?" Upon hearing my words, she furrowed her brow in exasperation and shot me an incredulous glance, replying tersely, "It does. Then there is no need for verification. I still possess a young body. You may directly beseech the divine," I said earnestly, reflecting on her earlier words, and a sense of joy filled my heart. Acquiring knowledge and skills is currently my sole passion. Sometimes, one may not even realize the extent of their own vulnerability. For instance, Princess Qingqing has been by my side for 15 years. She gazes at me with a serious expression. Undoubtedly, throughout those 15 years, she has always taken the form of a little fox beside me. Moreover, as I grew older, she refrained from sharing the same bed with me, which I found rather peculiar at the time. Little did I know she was a young lady. This I can assure you. What if you dreamt while you were asleep? Have you ever experienced such dreams? She inquired. What kind of dreams? I scratched my head, feigning ignorance, my face flushed with embarrassment. Upon noticing her change in expression, I could only manage a wry smile and admit, "I have undressed." She shot me a stern glance and replied, "I am several years your senior. How could I ever entertain inappropriate thoughts towards a mere child? That is utterly absurd." I paused for a moment, conceding that, in the pursuit of knowledge, I must take risks. With a grimace, I quickly turned my head, hastily pulling down my trousers. The reluctance to proceed stemmed from the vivid imagery that had greeted me upon entering the room. In the midst of my shyness, it seemed that the celestial being, Xin Nu, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the room fell into an utter silence. I was acutely aware of my own embarrassment. This is often the case. Certain aspects of oneself can indeed be quite frustrating. For instance, on the night Shirhan visited my home, I harbored no improper intentions towards her. Yet my body did not heed my commands. While this topic may seem rather vulgar, it is, regrettably, the truth. It is uncertain whether the esteemed Master Xian Nu has observed this. In any case, she remained silent for an extended period. "Put it on, put it on." At that moment, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I, with my head bowed in embarrassment, donned my trousers, and only then did I lift my gaze to her, discovering that her cheeks were flushed. Coming to my senses, I scratched my head, feeling a similar heat on my own face, and offered a gentle smile in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness. "Master, is there an issue? The youth of today truly possess an abundance of vigor," she sighed, shaking her head in resignation. "This evening, I shall assist you in unlocking your fate. So you may descend the mountain and seek your wife without lingering in my temple any longer." "Master, what do you mean by that?" I stammered, taken aback. Does she believe I am being improper and wish to send me away? Yet, I harbored no such intentions. What was I to do about my physiological predicament? Unlike the innate Taoist body, once you unlock this, you need not remain bound to your corporeal form. Having spoken, she bowed her head and began to open a cloth pouch on the bedside table. Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and clear your mind of distractions. Should you feel a chill at your back, you must approach with reverence, silently reciting 3 bows to the 3 Mao Jun. Connect with my yang bone 3 times, followed by 3 prostrations before reopening your eyes. Seeing that matters were taking shape, I quickly nodded and replied earnestly, "Understood. Thank you, master." With that, I promptly followed her instructions, removing my shoes and settling cross-legged on the yoga mat. The reason for shutting the doors and windows carries significance. There are countless chaotic spirits in folklore. A misplaced thought may ignite trouble, for this world is rife with deities. If you leave your doors ajar and inadvertently utter an incorrect incantation, it could lead to complications. She spoke again. Understood. I exhaled deeply, reflecting on my own folly for hastily jumping to conclusions without grasping the situation. Fortunately, I had not offended Master Xian Nu. Otherwise, given her temperament, her willingness to assist me would have become uncertain. She then retrieved a pin, dipped in an unknown substance, and touched it to my forehead. The viscous material emitted a foul stench that rapidly permeated the room, nearly causing me to retch. I hurriedly inquired, "Master, what is this repugnant substance?" "Corpse oil," she replied sternly, then barked at me to sit upright and remain still. I promptly straightened my posture, refraining from any movement, closing my eyes to clear my mind. I felt a chill run down my spine and knew I needed to recite the incantation she had just taught me with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead my soul to be ensnared in the underworld, from which even the head of the Maoshan sect could not rescue me. At that moment, Master Xian Nu seemed to ignite an incense stick, her voice grave and foreboding, sending a shiver through me, causing my hairs to stand on end. "Are you prepared?" she asked once more. "Ready, master," I responded, firmly shutting my eyes to banish all other thoughts. She then pulled aside my clothing, and I immediately felt a searing pain along my spine. She was using the lit incense to brand my back. Despite the agony, I dared not utter a sound or move, gritting my teeth to endure. After that single moment, the room fell silent. My heart raced with anxiety, constantly anticipating that at any second, the deity Master Xian Nu had mentioned might manifest. In hindsight, the thought was quite terrifying. However, a considerable amount of time had passed without any response, and I heard the enigmatic Master Xian's voice, filled with confusion. "What is happening? Are you certain you have dispelled your distractions?" I nodded affirmatively. "I have." To my surprise, she swiftly delivered a sharp slap to my forehead, chiding me. "Shouldn't you examine your own state before speaking?" Startled, I opened my eyes and cast my gaze downward, only to discover that the fit of my trousers was indeed rather amiss. My face flushed crimson, and I buried my head in shame. Truth be told, her earlier words echoed in my mind. As long as I could connect with my destiny tonight, I would be able to descend the mountain and seek out Hu Qingqing, without the need to preserve my virginity. Honestly, I harbored no inappropriate thoughts. My sole desire was for her to reconcile with me swiftly, restoring our relationship to its former harmony. Such a resolution would suffice to satiate my heart's longing, leaving no room for frivolous musings. Yet, inexplicably, that phrase triggered an uncontrollable cascade of thoughts within my mind. Could this be the tumult of adolescence? I couldn't help but sigh softly, diligently striving to purge the distractions from my consciousness. Chapter 62. Inheritance in the realm of summoning deities. One is afforded only 3 opportunities within a single night. Each attempt demands a considerable expenditure of my master's vitality. Do you truly wish to entertain such unsavory thoughts? Do you believe I would cast you aside? If you must ponder, then descend the mountain and reflect in solitude. After all, do your 2 wives not possess remarkable beauty? Perhaps you should abandon the pursuit of the Tao altogether and choose a life of dependence, for it seems you find contentment in such a fate. The Master Xian Nu expressed her exasperation. I remained silent, my expression solemn as I gradually entered a state of focus. By directing my attention to my eyelids, the tumultuous thoughts in my mind began to fade away. I then stated earnestly, "Master, please proceed. I believe this time we shall succeed." I held my breath, striving to maintain a state of mental clarity devoid of distractions. After a considerable interval, an excruciating pain shot through my spine, causing me to furrow my brow. Why was she prodding at the recently burned spot? I nearly leapt from the pain, yet thankfully, I managed to endure. As time passed, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. A chilling breeze swept through the window, lifting the curtains with a rustling sound. Shortly thereafter, I heard Master Xian Nu intone, "I am the 79th disciple of the Maoshan lineage, bearing the Dao title of Xian Nu due to my improper conduct. I was expelled from my sect several years ago and no longer belong to the Maoshan school. However, with earnest intent, I have painstakingly gathered a disciple of the heavenly Tao, beseeching the 3 Maoshan true lords to assist in illuminating his fate. I vow to promote the secret arts of Maoshan, vanquish demons, and uphold the righteous path in the future. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan. I humbly request the 3 Maoshan true lords to grant this wish." Upon the completion of her utterance, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Despite my eyes being shut and my body paralyzed with trepidation, I could distinctly sense the presence of another entity standing rigidly behind me. An inexplicable sensation that was unnervingly vivid. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a sudden chill swept across my back, followed by a bone-deep cold. As if icy blocks were pressed against my spine. In a flurry of urgency, I began to mutter fervently, "3 bows to the true lord of the 3 Maos. Grant passage to my young spirit." Abruptly, a wave of frigid air surged from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head, causing every hair on my body to stand on end, goosebumps rising inexplicably. Soon thereafter, a burning sensation ignited at the center of my forehead, as if it were ablaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I hastily knelt and bowed 3 times, finally daring to open my eyes. As I did so, a chilling wind swept in once more from behind me. I instinctively turned to look, but the celestial maiden urgently admonished, "Do not turn around. Something outside is watching you." My entire being trembled at her words, and I remained motionless, feeling as though the crown of my head were being seared, a pain that was almost unbearable. Afterward, I heard Master Zun silently reciting a lengthy incantation behind me. It lasted nearly 3 minutes before she suddenly uttered, "It's done now, turn around and kneel before your master." When I turned back, I found Master Zun seated on the bed, her hand pressed to her forehead, eyes closed, appearing utterly drained. At that moment, I recalled a line from her earlier chant, which mentioned a sacrifice of 10 years of life. My heart trembled, and I hastily inquired, "Master, you however?" She immediately raised a hand to signal me to remain silent, then slowly rose to retrieve 2 items from the wardrobe beside her. One was a seemingly pristine purple robe, and the other was an ancient, yellowed tome. This purple robe symbolizes the highest honor within the Taoist tradition, a testament to one's identity and power, as the sole individual in this era recognized as possessing the heavenly Daoyang bone. It is customary for such an honor to be bestowed only upon mastering the Maoshan arts. Nevertheless, my master has discerned my kind-heartedness, integrity, and sense of responsibility, and thus chooses to pass it on to me now. I must cherish and safeguard it with utmost care. I must remember, until I attain a level of confidence sufficient to don it, I must never wear it outside the temple, for it would invite calamity. With urgency, I accepted the pristine purple robe with both hands. Upon inspecting it, my hands began to tremble, and tears welled in my eyes. This supreme honor, could it be that I was not dreaming? Had Master Zun exchanged 10 years of her own life for this gift to me? This book, a treasured legacy passed down from my esteemed master, encompasses all the arcane arts of Maoshan. It also contains numerous forbidden techniques, long sealed and lost to time for centuries. Despite my years of diligent study, I have yet to fully comprehend more than half of its contents. This is precisely why I am resolute in taking you as my disciple. I hope you will cherish and safeguard this knowledge, ensuring its continuation. As I received the ancient tome, my body trembled and tears welled in my eyes. Ignoring the searing pain on my forehead, I bowed deeply to the floor, my voice quivering as I addressed her. "Master, I am profoundly grateful for your generosity. Depart now. The contents of the book are profound. However, since you have now awakened your destiny, no guidance is necessary. Your only hindrance is your limited literacy. The original text is entirely in traditional characters. And knowing you have not received formal education, I have taken the liberty to rewrite it, encased in its original cover. Nonetheless, there are still some complex and obscure characters you will need to decipher on your own. I believe that the young lady possesses a remarkable intellect and may assist you well." As the celestial master spoke, she reclined upon the bed, propping her cheek as if succumbing to drowsiness. "Master, Hu Qingxing has expressed her desire for me to pursue my studies in the provincial capital. I shall consider this matter carefully. You need not worry about me." With that, I hastened to the side, draping a blanket over her. "Greetings. May you act with prudence. Should there truly exist a means to enter the campus, consider the temple as your sanctuary, returning to your studies at your leisure. Venture forth, allowing your senior brother to assist you in securing accommodations. Remember to safeguard the belongings bestowed upon you by your master. Even the northern sword must not be flaunted before him, nor should your kindness compel you to present the book for his perusal. The knowledge contained therein is beyond his capacity to grasp. Although the true woman of the mysterious is frail, her demeanor is profoundly serious at this moment. Indeed. I shall heed your counsel, master. Please rest well, and I take my leave." Upon concluding my words, I set my garments and the book aside, bowing 3 times in reverence. Only after performing this act of respect did I grasp my possessions and gently close the door behind me. Standing in the corridor, my eyes brimmed with tears as I held a remarkably smooth and cool Taoist robe along with a tattered tome titled The Forbidden Scriptures of Maoshan. Upon opening it, I was greeted by pristine pages of exceptional quality, inscribed in exquisite penmanship, the letters strikingly clear. It was evident that the true woman of the mysterious had pinned each stroke meticulously, even incorporating vivid illustrations that were remarkably lifelike. The book, nearly half an inch thick, made me ponder the time it must have taken to transcribe. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I glanced back at her door, quietly bowing once more upon the floor before excitedly descending the stairs with my treasures. Upon entering the living room, I discovered Qin Beijing standing before the coffee table, seemingly having awaited my arrival for some time. On the table lay a pen alongside several pristine sheets of A4 paper. At that moment, Qin Beijing's demeanor was notably serious. He gestured towards the tea table and said to me, "Sign this contract, and from this day forth, you shall officially become a priest of the Hongfu Temple on Tianmention. There is no other content within. Your tasks will earn you a share of 50%. The funds within the temple are primarily allocated for basic living expenses and maintenance of the temple, with the remainder dedicated entirely to charitable donations, assisting those suffering in the mortal realm. Do you understand, junior brother?" I was momentarily taken aback. Qin Beijing surely knew the true purpose behind the invitation from the celestial maiden. That rascal, he had intentionally tried to intimidate me, aiming to make me anxious and embarrass myself before the celestial maiden. You truly are cunning, causing me to overthink and nearly offend her. Silently cursing him, I set aside my thoughts, took up the pen, and inscribed my name where he indicated, subsequently pressing my thumbprint onto the document. Once these formalities were completed, Qin Beijing gazed enviously at my purple priestly robe and the book I held, his eyes glistening with tears. With a sincere smile, he expressed, "Congratulations, junior brother. You have reached the pinnacle right at the outset. Your fortune is truly remarkable. In the future, I hope you can bring fame to our Hongfu Temple and honor our master's diligent efforts. Thank you, senior brother, for your blessings. I look forward to your guidance as we strive together," I replied, my eyes brimming with tears as we shared an embrace. After parting, I eagerly clutched the priestly robe and the book, consumed by curiosity. I inquired, "Senior brother, where is my room?" "What room?" Despite his seemingly good spirits, he looked at me in confusion. "The room for sleeping and resting," I said, furrowing my brow. "You overthink it. The master has a rule that only the head of the Hongfu Temple is entitled to a room for rest. You shall sleep in the mortuary, while I shall occupy the sealed ghost chamber. The blankets are retrieved daily from the room on the second floor, which is somewhat tolerable." He spoke with utmost seriousness, his appearance already somewhat pitiable, and at that moment, he seemed even more so. Chapter 63. The Forbidden Scriptures of Maoshan. I paused for a moment, then with a calm smile remarked, "That should not be interpreted as my master being harsh, but rather as a well-intentioned effort to strengthen our resolve." After a searing pain emanated from my forehead, I sensed that I had undergone a profound transformation. The mere mention of the morgue and the ghost sealing chamber stirred not the slightest ripple in my heart. Instead, I found it intriguing. While many matters require earnest consideration, this was not one of them, for the bedroom was entirely situated on the second floor. As a woman, my master would undoubtedly refrain from allowing us male disciples to share the same quarters, which seemed perfectly reasonable. Qin Beijing cast an envious glance at the Taoist robe and ancient texts in my hands. After a brief moment, he chuckled and made his way upstairs, saying, "You go ahead, I will fetch a blanket." "All right." I glanced at the items I held, my excitement palpable as I entered the Sanqing Hall. Beyond another door lay the ghost sealing chamber he had mentioned, a room filled with numerous altars adorned with yellow talismans, a name I had only discovered today while cleaning. The door bore inscriptions. Uncertain of the light switch, I stepped into the ghost sealing chamber, immediately enveloped by a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Surprisingly, fear eluded me. Instead, I felt compelled to navigate in the darkness, intending to wait for Qin Beijing and the morgue situated in the basement. It was then that I recalled the existence of my mobile phone. I retrieved it to illuminate my path as I descended the pitch-black staircase. Before me lay a large room, approximately 30 square meters, steeped in an air of antiquity. To my left, I noticed a multitude of figures, perhaps dozens, standing rigidly. Their postures straight and unnatural, their faces ashen and devoid of color, each adorned with yellow talismans affixed to their foreheads. Behind them emanated a soft white glow. At that moment, I approached with an untroubled heart, and as I drew nearer, a chill enveloped me. Reaching out to touch the white light, I realized it resembled a freezing apparatus intended to preserve the body from decay. Lifting my gaze to behold the corpse before me, I was taken aback to discover it was a strikingly beautiful woman clad in red, seemingly in her early 20s. A pronounced ligature mark adorned her neck. However, it appeared she had been made up post-mortem, her lips adorned with lipstick. Only upon closer inspection did I notice a faint purplish hue to her complexion. Just as I became engrossed in this sight, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the mortuary, and Qin Beijing descended the stairs with a rhythmic clatter, carrying a bedding and a straw mat. Observing my scrutiny of the female corpse, he laid the mat on the ground and remarked, "She was a victim of humiliation. Having hanged herself, dressed in red, she inadvertently transformed into a vengeful spirit. Master has sealed her soul here to dispel the malevolence. My apprentice, do not entertain any improper thoughts tonight, no matter how beautiful she may be. Are you implying that you have entertained such thoughts? I retorted with a mischievous grin before diverting my gaze elsewhere. Opposite me was a wooden board affixed to the wall, upon which several skeletons were displayed, their hollow eye sockets seemingly gazing directly at me. Additionally, nameplates were affixed to the wall above their heads. In the presence of the Chin family S. Elder, the Zhou family S. Elder, and others, there were detailed inscriptions indicating the names and affiliations of the remains, which piqued my curiosity. As I turned to survey the row of corpses behind me, I realized they all bore names and descriptions. For instance, the female corpse clad in red was named Li Hongyun, who had passed away at the tender age of 21. Brother, what would happen if I were to remove the yellow talisman? I inquired, glancing back at Chen Beijian. You would soon witness the sight of your own brain matter. He replied nonchalantly. Now, you may rest here. There is nothing to fear from the corpses. They are all protected by the talismans. The reason for housing the morgue in the basement is to prevent the wind from displacing the protective charms. As long as you refrain from meddling, you could comfortably sleep here for 3 to 5 years without incident. While I profess not to fear ghosts, the mention of brain matter sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to retreat closer to him. I glanced at the neatly arranged bedding on the floor and hastily expressed my gratitude. Thank you, brother. Oh, no need for thanks. I am relieved to have someone to take my place here. I owe you my gratitude, he chuckled, making his way upstairs. Finally, I can indulge in my phone. Make sure to turn off the lights and sleep early, as there is no signal down here. Don't even think about playing. I was taken aback. Did he imply I was to sleep upstairs? Not quite. I am your senior. Don't assume that just because you possess a celestial bone, you can bypass hierarchy. Sleep early, he mischievously concluded before dashing up the stairs. I took out my phone to check, and indeed, there was no signal whatsoever. That fellow was truly unfortunate. However, it mattered little, for I now had a book to occupy my time. The phone seemed rather useless in this moment. After surveying the corpse by the wall once more, I nestled into my bedding and eagerly opened the forbidden scriptures of Mao Shan, immersing myself in its contents with utmost seriousness. Initially, I presumed the material would be profoundly intricate and difficult to grasp. Yet, after reading for a while, I discovered it to be quite straightforward. The only drawback was my inability to recognize certain characters. Nonetheless, I managed to decipher about half of the text through my rudimentary understanding of the written word and the accompanying illustrations. The preface stated, "This book is a compilation penned by the esteemed Master Fenghua of Mao Shan, containing detailed records of myriad folk deities and supernatural occurrences, as well as the comprehensive teachings of Mao Shan and some long-lost esoteric techniques. It serves as an encyclopedia of the Taoist tradition." It further cautioned, "Those who practice the Tao may fall victim to the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings. Scholars must meticulously assess their own fate before delving into this work. Otherwise, if one's fate is misaligned, the consequences could be dire, leading to their untimely demise or, at the very least, jeopardizing the fortunes of their descendants for 10 generations. This book encompasses the most complete secret methods of the current era, applicable solely to those possessing a natural Taoist physique and celestial yang bones. Individuals outside of these fates are strictly advised against perusing its pages." The first page captivated me profoundly. Even with my limited reading ability, I found myself thoroughly engrossed. For instance, the first page described a phenomenon known as the night wailing ghost. In the early years of the Republic, there lived a family in the South who rejoiced in the birth of a son. However, the child's incessant wailing through the night, only ceasing at the break of dawn, cast a pall of anxiety over the household. In desperation, they sought the counsel of a celestial master from Mao Shan. The master, upon inspection, unearthed a grave 3 inches to the left of the family's dwelling, within which lay the remains of a deceased infant. The shattered eye sockets bespoke a profound resentment, identifying it as a vengeful spirit of the night. The master placed 3 eggs beneath the child's pillow and marked the foreheads of the family with the blood of a rooster to dispel their misfortune. Immediately, tranquility enveloped the child. Subsequently, the remains were exorcised of malevolence and interred in sacred ground, with the family instructed to burn incense during the festivals of the Central Plains for 2 consecutive years, after which the child thrived peacefully. Adjacent to this tale was a chilling illustration depicting a diminutive skeleton, its eye sockets grotesquely incomplete, evoking sheer terror. The caption read, "The Night Wailing Ghost, a transformation of a child who perished whilst crying." Notable features include the abnormally shattered eye sockets and the spectral eyes swollen and red. It was noted that heaven possesses a benevolent regard for life, and this spirit, one among the infant souls, was lamentably unfortunate, having entered the world only to depart prematurely. Thus, it must not be harmed. As I perused the text with great alacrity, I became utterly absorbed, unable to extricate myself from its grasp. By the late hours of the night, I found myself nearing the 10th page, which elucidated the method of inscribing simple talismans. At this juncture, I reluctantly closed the book, resolving to continue my exploration the following day. Yet, as I extinguished the light and reclined, my gaze fell upon the image of the female corpse clad in red. And suddenly, the exquisite smile of Hu Qingqing danced in my mind, rendering sleep elusive. I ascended to retrieve my luggage, and as I passed the sealed chamber of spirits, I chanced upon Chen Beijian, engrossed in watching videos of bare arms and legs. He inquired if I wished for him to share 2 of those clips with me. Subsequently, this matter became my leverage over him, for my master proudly regarded the Hongfu Temple as a sacred site of the Taoist tradition, and his actions were undoubtedly in violation of its principles. This has also become the primary reason I would not be exploited by him within the temple in the future. As I retrieved the delicate locks of Hu Qingqing's hair and her letter from my belongings, I lay beneath the covers, inhaling their fragrant aroma. My gaze dimmed as I pondered when she would calm her anger and seek me out again. Our separation was but temporary, yet I missed her profoundly, so much so that the very thought of her clinging to me brought tears to my eyes. Beside me lay Bai Shihan's hair. Upon seeing her strands and letter, a deeper sense of guilt and remorse welled up within my heart. Chapter 64. The Fox Demon. Perhaps this is destiny, I sighed, carefully stowing away my belongings before turning off the light and drifting into slumber. In the days that followed, I embarked on my journey of learning the Tao within the temple. To describe it as tedious would be an understatement. Yet, under the vigilant supervision of my master and senior brothers, my studies progressed rather smoothly. I had anticipated that Hu Qingqing would return to seek me out within 3 to 5 days, but contrary to my expectations, 3 months slipped by since our parting. I waited for her, witnessing the pear blossoms in the mountains wilt and the fruit fall from their branches, all the while my disposition grew increasingly reclusive. Yet, Hu Qingqing never re-entered my life. I found myself consumed by thoughts of her, particularly on nights when the moon hung full, standing alone at the temple's entrance, gazing into the darkness beyond. My mind replayed the image of her waving goodbye, clutching her skirt, alongside the memory of her childlike tantrum as she pounded against my chest. And her final words, "I will tell father about you." Countless times, I felt an overwhelming urge to descend the mountain in search of her, but my master forbade it. She insisted that I remain in seclusion within the temple, requiring me to complete at least half of the Mao Mountain forbidden scripture before I could venture out. During this period, she even sacrificed her own personal time to monitor me closely, promptly informing me of any unfamiliar characters I encountered. Amidst this, Bai Shihan visited the temple once, bringing me refreshing clothes for the changing seasons and a pot of her homemade pork rib soup. However, my master did not receive her and cautioned her against disturbing my studies. Since that day, Bai Shihan has not made another appearance. Yet, my phone bill is invariably settled each month, a gesture I know is courtesy of Bai Shihan. Despite this, she has neither sent a single message nor made a phone call to disturb me, although I possess a mobile phone. My master is unwilling to provide me with Hu Qingqing's phone number. Chen Beijian has strictly monitored my interactions with her, insisting that I am the sole hope of Hongfu Temple and must not jeopardize my future with matters of the heart. Consequently, I have been unable to reach out to Hu Qingqing. Under my master's stringent guidance, I have mastered half of the Taoist arts from the Maoshan forbidden scriptures in a mere 3 months, donning the purple robe bestowed upon me by my master. Whenever there are tasks at the foot of the mountain, I am summoned to wear the robe, while Chen Beijian undertakes the more distant assignments. I had initially believed that donning this attire would bring me joy. However, I have come to realize that my true happiness lies not in acquiring skills, but in Hu Qingqing, the girl who once gazed at me with adoration. The texts not only impart secret methods of the Tao, but also convey profound life philosophies, guiding scholars to uphold strong ethical values and a sense of justice and maintaining harmony between yin and yang. Coupled with the pain of being unable to see Hu Qingqing, I have transformed into a taciturn individual. Aside from my master and senior brother, I have become a cold and distant figure. Whether this can be deemed maturity is uncertain. Yet I am aware that the metamorphosis of these 3 months has rendered me unrecognizable compared to my former self. The 14th day of the 7th lunar month marks the Ghost Festival. In the dead of night, with malevolent winds swirling, I traversed a secluded bamboo grove. Clad in a Taoist robe, I had just laid to rest a soul in the mountain village of Lidongzi, a victim of a bitter dispute who had succumbed to the depths of despair through self-poisoning. The lingering resentment was palpable, and I toiled until the clock struck midnight before embarking on the journey back to the Taoist temple, clutching a meager sum of 30 yuan as my fee. My master had established a standard fee of 800 for significant matters and 400 for trivial ones. Yet witnessing the family's dire poverty compelled me to accept only 30. Within the shadowy bamboo thicket, the nocturnal cries of owls echoed, reminiscent of sorrowful spirits lamenting in the night. Just as I was on the verge of exiting the grove, an unsettling sensation crept upon me. I sensed a potent malevolence advancing from the depths of the bamboo. Maintaining my composure, I continued walking, slipping my hand into the voluminous sleeve of my robe. As the sinister force surged closer, my brow furrowed in apprehension. Who, I pondered, possessed the audacity to wreak havoc at the foot of Tianmin Mountain? From my sleeve, I withdrew a law cord, approximately 10 centimeters in length, also known as a oar, crafted from cotton and hemp. Its ends were adorned with intricately carved dragon heads of peachwood. When wielded alongside the incantations of Mao Shan, it could strike against malevolent spirits and phantoms alike. With resolute determination, I chanted the incantation to vanquish demons and dispel evil, my words flowing rapidly within 2 seconds. Suddenly, the law cord emitted a flash of crimson light. And with a swift motion, I lashed it in the direction of the encroaching malevolence. With a sharp crack, the cord, glowing red, struck a shadowy figure leaping toward me. A spark illuminated the air, followed by a piercing scream. In an instant, the entity was sent hurtling away, crashing against the bamboo stalks before tumbling to the ground. I drew out my flashlight and was taken aback by the sight of a woman clad in a white dress. She was extraordinarily enchanting. Her fox-like eyes accentuated by thick eyeliner, as she lay on the ground, breathless, gazing up at me. Who dares to cause a commotion at the foot of my Tianmin Mountain? I gripped the talisman tightly, fixing her with a cold stare. Initially, she glared at me with an intimidating expression, but moments later, she flashed a beguiling smile, delicately lifting her skirt to reveal a fair, elongated leg, and teasingly said, Taoist. I merely happened to pass by and noticed you, a handsome figure traversing the night alone, a distinguished figure in purple robes. On a whim. I thought to seek your company to indulge in some physical pursuits. Why so irritable? It's rather unpleasant. Her voice carried a hint of a northeastern accent, indicating she was not a local. Without needing to activate my yin-yang vision, I discerned her as a fox spirit and, with a cold smile, inquired, Are you sent by the Fox clan to hunt me down? What Fox clan? I have been cultivating beneath Tianmin Mountain for many years, watching you, the dashing Taoist. Daydream at the entrance of the temple. I have long admired you, she replied with a laugh. Come now, I am quite eager, willing to offer myself suddenly. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the bamboo grove, piercing the night sky. Moments later, I emerged from the thicket, dragging a red fox and casually tossing it over the edge of a nearby cliff. The appearance of the Fox clan from the northeast was an ominous sign. It seemed they had been desperately searching for me over the past 3 months and had successfully tracked my movements to this very place. Frowning, I stowed away the talisman and quickened my pace, returning to the temple in a matter of minutes. At that moment, Chen Beijin reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the television, cradling a bowl of sunflower seeds as he munched away. Upon noticing my entrance, he quickly rose and shot me a glare, exclaiming, Do you really need to take such an eternity to bury someone? I've been waiting here forever. I settled into a chair, my brow furrowed as I replied, Senior brother, I encountered a fox demon at the foot of the mountain, hailing from the northeast. What? He exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. And then he gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, How could a fox from the northeast possibly appear at Tianmin Mountain? I said, Junior brother, could it be that someone from the Fox clan has found you? It is highly likely, I responded. He began to pace with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, he turned to me and inquired, Where is it? What was the situation? I killed it, I replied, meeting his gaze. What? You killed her? Chen Beijin was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth? You could have just driven her away. Why did you have to kill her? What if she was a direct descendant of the Fox clan? You've now embroiled yourself in a vendetta with them. No. This matter must be reported to Master immediately. Brace yourself for a scolding. With that, Chen Beijin hurriedly ascended to the second floor, muttering, Finally, I can leave the mountain. And you've truly brought this upon yourself. I remained in the living room, my heart heavy with worry. Before long, Chen Beijin and Master descended together. I promptly stood and performed a respectful gesture toward Master, saying, Infinite celestial respect. Master, your disciple has returned. You still remember to come back, don't you? My master, frustrated by my stubbornness, lightly tapped my forehead and then, with a furrowed brow, settled onto the sofa. After a moment of silence, he remarked, The Fox family is the most formidable among the celestial clans. Even the current leader of the Maoshan sect must show them respect. Do you think that by merely donning a purple robe, you have become invincible? I lowered my head, responding, They are also my sworn enemies, having harmed my parents. Why should I show them mercy? While my reasoning held merit, the Fox family was no ordinary den of demons. Junior brother, you are growing increasingly arrogant. If you seek revenge, at least wait until your father-in-law is about to emerge from his seclusion. In this world, only the king of Qingqiu can contend with the Fox family, Chen Beijin said, his expression clouded with concern. Enough, it has come to this point. Do not be too hard on yourself. Tomorrow, I will visit Maoshan and speak with the sect leader to mediate the situation, my master declared. Removing her hairpin and fanning her face, Chen Beijin hurried over to massage her shoulders. The room fell into a heavy silence, everyone's faces marred with sorrow, as if words had escaped them. After a prolonged pause, I finally spoke. Master, I wish to leave the mountain. The fox family is coming for us, and Qing may be in danger. It is time for Wei Qing to protect her. I hope you will support my decision. Chapter 65, Emerging from Seclusion. Master, I believe we must deliberate cautiously. Currently, the members of the Fox clan have gone missing, and they will undoubtedly seek to retaliate. I recommend my junior brother remain in seclusion for a while longer, until the storm passes, before re-emerging. Chen Beijian lamented with a furrowed brow. Fear not. The Fox demons are accustomed to sending scouts for vengeance. Those who seek to probe my whereabouts shall meet their demise, thus eliminating future threats. They shall never uncover my trail. The day I complete the Maoshan forbidden scriptures will be the day they pay for their blood debts. I replied coldly, my gaze fixed intently on my master, awaiting her response. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, my master lowered her head and remarked, with your current abilities, should you confront them directly, the Fox clan would indeed struggle to contend with you. However, your naive renders you unaware of the treacheries of the world. The Fox clan is a den of cunning creatures, inherently vengeful. Even with your exceptional intelligence, they possess countless methods to ensnare you. Upon your return to the world, remember to maintain an air of mystery, remain composed in crises, and refrain from ostentation. Master, how can you? My junior brother possesses an exceptionally rare celestial bone. With further cultivation, he is bound to achieve great success. When that time comes, our Hongfu temple will undoubtedly gain renown throughout the realm. Not even the Fox clan, nor his formidable father-in-law, the Nine Heavens Tribulation, would dare to disregard him. Should misfortune befall him upon his exit, all of your efforts would be in vain. Qin Beijin exclaimed, distressed. Enough of this ominous talk. Though your junior brother may be inexperienced, his talents are extraordinary. Do you believe he is as foolish as you? The master cast a sharp glance at Qin Beijin, handing him his belongings. A cultivator who merely practices without real experience is of little worth. It would be prudent for him to venture out for a period of training. Our temple is currently in dire straits. He might as well earn a bit of money to sustain himself. Very well, forget I mentioned it, Qin Beijin replied, extracting a crimson booklet from his pocket and presenting it to me. Princess Qingqing has sought you out on 2 occasions, both of which we, your master and I, have declined on your behalf. True cultivation requires undivided focus. Do not hold it against us for keeping this from you. I furrowed my brow and accepted the crimson booklet, which bore the inscription, Gillen Normal University, Admission Notice. Upon opening it, I found my name and identification number clearly printed within. My identification card had been procured by Chan Beijian the day after we signed the contract with the temple, though I was not privy to the specific procedures involved. Did Princess Qingqing arrange this for me? A wave of melancholy surged within me, causing my palms to tremble ever so slightly. Indeed. When she first came to inquire about you, she requested your identification from me. Despite her family's considerable influence, acquiring such a document still demands considerable effort. Moreover, Princess Qingqing managed to obtain this notice for you under the pressure of her elder sister. When you venture forth, do not disappoint her goodwill. Chen Beijin remarked with a hint of resignation. I took a deep breath, my hand quivering as I tucked the notice into the pocket of my robe, feeling a faint sting in my nose. At this moment, my master rose and approached me, gently adjusting the collar of my robe. Wei Qing, he began, truth be told, I am reluctant to let you venture into the world. Your elder brother's concerns are quite valid. However, you owe a great deal to Princess Qingqing. I cannot, in selfishness, confine you within the confines of the Taoist temple for the sake of Hongfu Temple's future, disregarding the feelings of others. She is determined to seek you out, and her second sister does not treat her well. Furthermore, the strict family traditions of the Jiotian family weigh heavily upon her. Her life is not an easy one. Once you step out, take care of yourself. Master, Wei Qing understands, I replied, suppressing my sorrow. Alas, and then there is that lady Bai, who is perhaps even more pitiable than Princess Qingqing. As a former adept of Maoshan, I find myself unable to make decisions on your behalf. For both situations are rooted in their own truths. It is likely that no one in this world could handle this matter perfectly. So, I shall refrain from offering you advice, trusting that you will manage it well. I gazed slightly upward at the ceiling and took a shallow breath. Master, I already have a sense of what to do. Very well, I look forward to seeing how you resolve this issue. Once you leave the mountain, do not hastily reveal your abilities unless absolutely necessary. This is my counsel as someone who has walked this path before. Subtlety breeds greatness, while arrogance invites trouble. Additionally, I have arranged a business opportunity for you in the provincial capital. It is with a wealthy family residing in Building 2 of the Zhang Villas on East Street. Go and finalize the deal tomorrow. Earn some living expenses before reporting to school. As he spoke, my master produced a document from his pocket and handed it to me. As I held the document, I noticed it read, the daughter of the Zhang family has been afflicted by a peculiar illness, bedridden for 3 years, and has remained unhealed despite numerous treatments. She earnestly seeks the talents of skilled practitioners from all corners of the realm. Those who can cure her will be handsomely rewarded. My master had long devised a plan for you, intending for you to venture forth tomorrow, were it not for your slaying of that fox demon tonight. Do you think I would have attempted to dissuade you? Shinbei Jian remarked with exasperation from the side. I lowered my head, acknowledging my actions. I had slain the demon. And should the need arise again, I would do so once more. The forbidden texts of Maoshan state that one draped in purple robes must maintain a composed demeanor, either advancing cautiously with each step or erring repeatedly, perceiving the world as their dominion. In essence, a Taoist of the purple robe must act with decisive vigor and resolve. I pondered why Shinbei Jian awaited my return. In the past, he would be sound asleep when I returned late, often requiring my master to open the door for me. At that moment, my master adjusted my collar, a hint of concern gracing his features. I surmised that Miss Zhang is entangled in a significant predicament. There are many charlatans among the Taoist temples and practitioners here. Even those with some skill cannot compare to you. However, human nature is unpredictable, and those who stand out often attract jealousy. Proceed swiftly, and after your task is complete, return to school at your earliest convenience. You are unfamiliar with the city, and there are many things you do not know. I will send you Xiao Xue's number. Contact her upon your arrival. But where is Qingqing, and how shall I find her? I inquired, looking at my master. I will also send you her sister's number. You may inquire further, he replied. Upon her words, a sudden pang of reluctance appeared upon her face, accompanied by a touch of sorrow. Turning back, she ascended to the second floor, saying that there was no need to bid us farewell tomorrow. She urged us to remember to pay respects to the ancestral master, praying for our safety. If you find yourself well, do not return to the temple, lest the Fox clan cast their gaze upon you. From this parting, the uncertainties of life loom large. I only hope you do not perish far from home. That would suffice for me. As she reached the end of her statement, her voice trembled, and wiping away her tears, she made her way upstairs. In that moment, she resembled an elder sister, deeply touched. Her usual sternness softened. I have come to understand the true essence of the heavenly principle. Prior to enlightenment, I was but an ordinary person, yet, after attaining it, the duality of benefits and detriments became apparent. Heaven has bestowed upon me this rare destiny, yet it also granted me calamities beyond the grasp of ordinary folk, destined to navigate a life fraught with trials along the boundary of life and death. This, I surmise, is the reason my master has always refrained from taking me on her trips to the provincial city. A wave of emotion overcame me, and I knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing 3 times in the direction of my departing master. Thank you for your painstaking cultivation and teachings, master. I, Wei Qing, shall surely rise to prominence and repay your kindness in the future. Master, your disciple bows to you. In this month of March, I have also discerned why my master, despite her advanced years, possesses an ageless visage. She once sustained her youthful appearance through the borrowing of vitality. The notion of being expelled from Maoshan for misconduct was merely a guise to downplay the truth. As for the concept of borrowing vitality, it is not for me to disclose, and I would advise others to refrain from curiosity regarding this matter. Junior brother, tomorrow you shall depart, and I have little to offer you. As for the 100 yuan you owe me, along with the compensation from your wife, consider it waived, Shinbei Jian said. His head bowed, a hint of sorrow in his voice. I wiped away the tears at the corners of my eyes and turned to him. I thank you. No need for gratitude. The world is fraught with peril. Once you venture out, do not indulge in the hedonistic lifestyle as I did. Sigh. Enough of this. I shall rest now. If I find myself in the provincial capital, I will give you a call. With that, he strode toward the ghostly chamber. I bowed my head, gazing at the ground, my heart heavy yet brimming with excitement. Tomorrow, I would finally leave the mountains and meet those I longed to see. Chapter 66. The strange affairs of the Zhang family. After a moment of silence, I began to pack my belongings. Once I had changed my attire, a sense of restlessness enveloped me, prompting me to sit in meditation before the ancestral deity in the Sanqing Hall. I spent the night awake, and when the crowing of roosters announced the dawn, I opened my eyes, bowed thrice before the ancestral spirit, and offered a stick of incense before finally stepping out of the temple with my luggage in hand. At the entrance of the temple, I reflected upon the scene from over 3 months ago when I bid farewell to an old friend, my heart heavy with sorrow. I vividly recalled the blooming peach blossoms at that time, as someone had awaited anxiously each day, yet the beloved had not appeared, their absence haunting my thoughts for 3 long months. Had it not been for my master and senior brother's words last night, I would still be ensnared in regret. After a brief moment, I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply the fresh air of the mountains. I surveyed every corner of the temple, a place that had provided me warmth akin to that of home. With this farewell, we would be worlds apart, and I pondered when I might navigate through the tempest of life to return in peace. I was reluctant to burden my master and senior brother further before settling the debts of enmity. Tears glistened in my eyes as I bowed and prostrated myself on the ground, trembling as I spoke. Master, senior brother, ancestral spirit, Wei Qing is leaving. To avoid causing you any trouble, I cannot foretell my return, but it shall certainly be after the blood has stained the Fox family. Thank you for your care. Farewell. The mountain breeze in the early morning was wild and unrelenting, while the surrounding trees danced as if bidding me farewell. For a long while, my solitary figure, hurrying along the picturesque mountain path, appeared particularly small and lonely as I made my way down toward the road below. Due to the scarcity of vehicles in the mountain village, I waited for an extended period, and it was not until shortly after noon that the vehicle I was in gradually rolled into the provincial capital. The bustling and cacophonous streets jolted me awake from my slumber. As I gazed upon the towering edifices before me, I found myself lost in contemplation, a cold expression on my face. The vibrant nightlife that the tome advised those on a path of cultivation to shun had, after all, infiltrated my existence. At that moment, the driver turned back and inquired, "Young man, where are you headed?" "East Street Villa District, Building 2, Zhang family," I replied, enunciating each word with precision. The driver's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing my response. A flicker of realization glimmered in his eyes as he glanced back at me. However, after a brief moment of scrutiny, he turned away nonchalantly, muttering, "That place is best avoided." "Why?" I asked, intrigued. "Surely, you must know what everyone in the provincial capital is aware of?" His expression was one of sheer terror. "It is said that Miss Zhang has entangled herself with something unclean. For 3 years now, it is rumored that this malevolent entity visits her nightly, entwining itself with her. And her life force is surely dwindling. She has fallen gravely ill, and the local Taoists and semi-immortals have been keeping vigil there daily. Yet none have been able to withstand its presence. Just a few days ago, 2 apprentices perished." As he recounted this, goosebumps rose on his arms, and he hastily pulled the vehicle to the side of the road. "I cannot take you there, young man. The fare is 20 yuan. I will charge you only 15. But truly, that place is not to be approached. The entire villa district was vacated 2 years ago, leaving only the Zhang family to dwell there. And it is eerily silent. That is of no concern." I reached into my pocket, retrieved 20 yuan, and handed it to him before opening the door and alighting from the vehicle. Carrying a black crossbody bag, I stood on a bustling yet unfamiliar street, uncertain of which path to take. I could only inquire incessantly, yet the passers-by seemed reluctant to even utter the name of my destination. Upon hearing my question, their faces turned pale with fear as they distanced themselves from me. Ultimately, it was a beggar on the street who, after I relinquished my last 10 yuan to him, finally provided me with directions, albeit with a few well-meaning words of caution akin to those of a concerned driver. The money previously given to me by Shirhan had been used to assist impoverished families at the foot of the mountain, for which I had received a scolding from Qin Beijing. Now, as I wandered through this unfamiliar city, I realized the paramount importance of money. Glancing at the Baozi shop on the street corner and feeling the emptiness of my pockets, I could only swallow my hunger and move on. The most distressing part was that even the fare for a bus ride was beyond my means. Following the beggar's instructions, I meandered beneath towering skyscrapers. Guiyang truly lives up to its reputation as a city among mountains, resembling a journey through several cities at once. As a newcomer, navigating the streets proved exceedingly challenging. By the time I had circled around, it was around 6 in the evening. My empty stomach protested, and my shoes had begun to come apart. At last, I arrived at the Dongjie Villa area, clutching my worn-out shoes. Although it bore the name Dongjie, it was far removed from the bustling streets, nestled within a verdant hillside, adorned with picturesque scenery. Scattered across the slopes were numerous charming villas. Yet from afar, it was evident that this place was devoid of life. Many houses were covered in moss, and the roads were strewn with fallen leaves, suggesting years of neglect. Standing before the villa district, I observed a grand mansion at its heart that seemed rather peculiar. Beneath the setting sun, it emanated an unsettling chill, with a few crows taking flight from its roof. A faint smile graced my lips. After such a long journey, I had finally arrived. Soon, I found myself at the entrance of the colossal villa. While the surrounding houses appeared to have been abandoned for ages, only at this threshold stood 2 men dressed in suits, their sunglasses shielding their eyes. After surveying the scene to confirm my location, I raised my foot to enter. However, to my surprise, both men simultaneously extended their hands to block my path. One of them, with an air of seriousness, stated, "Young man, lunch has already been distributed. Return tomorrow." I furrowed my brow slightly, pondering whether the Zhang family engaged in daily acts of charity. It seemed there were indeed knowledgeable individuals guiding the matter, contributing to the vitality of this place. Yet, why had no one been able to rectify the issues plaguing their daughter for 3 years? With this thought in mind, I offered a faint smile and replied, "I am a Taoist priest from the Hongfu Temple on Tianmen Mountain, sent by my master to attend to the Zhang family's medical concerns." The 2 imposing figures continued to regard me through their sunglasses, an air of pressure enveloping me. After a few moments, one of them coldly inquired, "Do you possess an invitation?" Without uttering a word, I slowly retrieved the document given to me by my master and presented it to him. After examining the paper with expressions of skepticism, the man on the left, looking rather menacing, instructed, Put your bag down. We must search you. I, a man of the mountains, felt insulted by such a demand. If you wish to inspect my belongings, I can open my bag for you. But my possessions are off limits to your hands. I smiled indifferently, then prepared to open my bag. Spare me the pedantry. It has been over 3 years. And there are plenty of deceitful individuals like you, who feign poverty. If you are to cooperate, then do so. If not, be gone. The man on my left waved his hand dismissively, impatiently shouting at me, and carelessly tossed the documents onto the ground before me. I remained unfazed. It seemed that over the years, many had resorted to trickery for sustenance, rendering them irritable and distrustful of strangers, which was quite understandable. However, their insolence did not faze me. I detest when others carelessly toss things in my direction. After approximately a minute, I blew on my fist and slowly walked into the room. It was a grand living area, where several individuals were gathered around a bed, engaged in discussion. I surveyed the surroundings. The living room was opulently adorned, with magnificent lighting fixtures, floors resembling jade, and furniture and appliances of a type I had never encountered before. Yet, this originally resplendent hall was marred by certain elements. In the center, a spiral staircase led to the second floor. But its entrance was obstructed by a reclining aid immortals table, upon which were densely affixed talismans meant to ward off spirits. This was known as sealing the ghost path. In a haunted house, unless it is a matter of feng shui, spirits generally descend through the chimney or similar openings. Any passage from above is referred to as a ghost path. To effectively address the issue, one employs corresponding talismans or artifacts to seal the staircase leading upstairs, thus creating a sealed ghost path. The greater the number of floors, the easier it is to obstruct malevolent entities from descending. However, sealing the ghost path is merely a last resort, employed only when one is at a loss against particularly fierce malevolent forces. Upon closer inspection, although the yellow talisman is genuine, the drawn runes appear somewhat rigid, resembling those crafted by a novice. A true master would render such symbols with fluidity and grace, effortlessly capturing their essence. While their strokes may seem more haphazard, the placement of the runes is impeccable, significantly enhancing their potency. At the bedside, 3 individuals are present. One is a stout man in a gray shirt, likely in his 40s, with a closely cropped hairstyle. The others consist of an elderly man, approximately 60, clad in a gray long robe, sporting an oiled hairstyle and an exaggerated goatee, alongside a youthful figure, no more than 18 or 19. Dressed in a tang suit that starkly contrasts with his demeanor, exuding an air of defiance. Seated upon the bed is a frail girl, not much younger than I, adorned in a red dress, her disheveled hair framing a pallid face, accentuated by pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes. Yet, despite her condition, she retains a semblance of beauty. Beside her sits another girl of similar age, dressed in a black dress, her hair styled in a high ponytail, adorned with glimmering earrings. Though her features are unremarkable, her presence is striking. The 2 girls clasp hands tightly. One is gravely ill, her gaze vacant, while the other appears anxious, her expression grave. The 3 individuals by the bedside wear expressions of concern, speaking in hushed tones, as if fearful of being overheard by some unseen entity. It is only as I draw closer that I can discern their conversation. Mr. Zhang, one of them whispers, "The entity that has been pursuing your daughter may be a wandering spirit. It would be prudent for you to arrange for an in-depth investigation into all those who have come into contact with her. Should anyone be found wearing a raincoat on a clear day or possessing a sinister gaze, please inform me immediately." Such individuals typically reside in disorderly locales or the mountainous regions near the provincial capital. The elderly man in the long gown spoke. Chapter 67. The enchanted girl Zhou Daolong's words were erroneous. They were indeed misguided. The act of traversing the shadow realm is meant for the living. And if one were to summon a few souls within a year, it would surely lead to an early demise. How could one possibly entangle Zhang Minyu for 3 years? The young man, with hands clasped behind him, feigned profundity as he spoke, his gaze fixated on the 2 young women. The elder in the long robe cast a sidelong glance at the young man, snorting lightly before replying coolly, "Young man, I advise you to cease your ostentation and deceit. If your purpose here is merely to ensnare hearts through foolish antics, it would be wise to depart swiftly. The art of traversing shadows is not as you might have gleaned from idle gossip among the common folk. What nonsense. I began my studies at the age of 8, donned the yellow robe at 9, and by 15, I had ascended to the head of a Taoist temple. You, an old charlatan, ought to be mindful of your tone when addressing me, understood?" The young man retorted with evident disdain. The elder's gaze was sharp, his countenance icy, suggesting a man of considerable depth and genuine skill. Such individuals would hardly stoop to argue with a mere youth. He maintained his silence, his expression unyielding. Meanwhile, the portly man with a shaved head appeared haggard, caught in a quandary and at a loss for words. At that moment, the young man turned to look in this direction and immediately spotted me. His expression faltered as he assessed me from head to toe, then remarked with a smirk, "Zhang Shu, Another fraud has arrived, and this time, he is so impoverished he cannot even afford shoes. At the young man's words, everyone turned to gaze upon me. I remained unfazed, walking toward them with an air of nonchalance, hands behind my back, and presented the document to the portly man. Tianmin Mountain, Hongfu Temple. Disciple of Xian Nu Zhenruan, Taoist title Qing Xiao. The title bestowed upon me by my master is significant. Qin Beijian is known as Qingyi. For us, a title functions as a name, often revealed only during missions. It is customary for disciples of esteemed sects such as Maoshan and Longhushan to be addressed by their titles consistently. In fact, if one does not have a close relationship, one might remain oblivious to their true names. Even my master's name remains a mystery to me. Before me stood a man with a shaved head. His brow furrowed in distress and dark circles heavy beneath his eyes, a clear indication of sleepless nights wrought by tireless labor. He scrutinized the documents, then sized me up with a glance, his expression darkening considerably. His disdain became particularly evident upon noticing my bare feet, yet he ultimately managed a resigned smile, exuding a certain refinement as he remarked, "Since you hail from the Hongfu Temple on Tianminshan, young Taoist, please step outside and request 200 coins from my subordinate for your departure. I already have Taoist Zhou and Taoist Li in attendance." He gestured towards the elderly gentleman in a long robe and the young man beside him. I retorted, "You charlatans, when will you cease this farce? To claim the title of Taoist and possess a title is utterly absurd." The young man, hands clasped behind his back, merely shook his head in response. Casting a helpless glance at the two girls, almost every pair of eyes upon me sparkled with peculiarity, save for the elderly man in the long robe, who remained silent. His gaze piercing and unyielding, fixed on me for what felt like an eternity. "Uncle Zhang, please send them away. The last two deceivers, who came under the guise of healing to bully Mingyu, have already instilled enough fear in her. They even risked lives and caused you financial loss. Such individuals are truly malevolent to the core. Despite Mingyu's condition, they show no regard for her feelings, continually haunting her. Are people nowadays truly unable to sustain themselves?" The girl in the black dress cast a disdainful glance in my direction, filled with contempt. I merely smiled faintly, clasped my hands behind my back, and turned to leave. However, after taking just a couple of steps, the elderly man in the long robe suddenly called out, "Young brother, please wait." I halted, slowly turning back to face him. The elderly man addressed the bald man with a serious tone. "I have heard of the Hongfu Temple on Tianmin Mountain. The temple master, known by the Taoist name Xian Nu, is a true practitioner from Maoshan who has established his own sect. He should not be underestimated. Let this young man stay here to assist me." The bald man sighed and reluctantly said to me, "Let the young Taoist remain. If he can assist Taoist Zhou and Li tonight in driving away the plague spirit that troubles my daughter, you shall receive equal compensation. However, I must caution you. The entities tormenting my daughter are quite vicious. Just days ago, several inadequately skilled Taoists met untimely ends here. This is my final warning. Those who deceive and exploit others are devoid of conscience, and I truly have no desire to squander any more time." I languidly cast my gaze towards the floor, smiling softly as I replied, "My fee for assistance is 880, not a penny more, not a penny less, and no need for any help." "What? 880? Good heavens, this is truly remarkable. Are deceivers' appetites so modest these days, settling for merely 880? The young man immediately laughed, saying, "Brother, even con artists have their standards. Please be more professional and do not come to such places merely to fill your belly, all right?" Uncle Zhang remarked, 880? Is that a joke? It has been 3 years. When have we encountered such a cheap Taoist? I fear this person is truly unable to afford a meal and has come here out of desperation. Just give him some money and send him on his way. Mingyu is already too exhausted to deal with this." The girl in the black dress said with a frown. I smiled softly, noting that only two types of individuals demand exorbitant fees: those lacking moral constraints, who have taken up the path of the occult midway, and swindlers. A practitioner of the Tao should rightfully take it upon themselves to exorcise evil and uphold righteousness. To put it plainly, upon discovering malevolent spirits, even if no remuneration is offered, one bears the responsibility to eliminate them if they pose a threat to others. "Cousin, let it go. Look at him. He can't even afford shoes. He is rather pitiable, so let him leave without any harsh words," the girl on the bed suddenly said weakly. "Mingyu, have you forgotten what happened a few days ago with those two scoundrels taking advantage of you? Had it not been for that filthy creature, your innocence would have remained intact for a lifetime. We cannot trust strangers so easily, especially those who appear destitute. Besides, even if he is genuine, how much capability can someone so young possess?" The girl in black glanced at my feet as she spoke. Miss E spoke the truth. It has been 3 years. Apart from those elusive celebrity Taoists, various individuals have sought to intervene, yet none have succeeded in resolving the matter. Were it not for my concern that Meng Yu was on the verge of giving up, I would not have so readily revealed my identity as a practitioner. Those engaged in this line of work have their lives beset by the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. One must never act impulsively unless absolutely necessary. Alas, Mingyu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This evening, I shall eliminate that malevolent entity, and by tomorrow, I will restore your normal life. The young man said, his face etched with remorse. Li Gufeng, if you are merely pretending, you should leave quickly. That thing is truly terrifying and not to be trifled with. At that moment, the frail girl weakly interjected. How could that be? We are classmates from the first year, surely. You cannot discern my capabilities after just 1 year. Alas, I now find myself admitted to university, while you, class leader, have been bedridden for 3 years. How can you hope to enter university? This is all my fault. I have been too concerned with my own 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. Cursed be my carelessness. The young man lamented, striking himself lightly. Indeed, the people in this city are restless and impatient. I felt a profound sense of helplessness as I gazed coldly at the man with the crew cut. If he consents, I shall vanquish the malevolence today and earn my living expenses of 880. If he declines, I shall turn and seek another path. After a moment, the elderly man in the long robe spoke again. Stay, it is far better than some who, in pursuit of affection, waste a year or 2 learning superficial skills only to masquerade as masters. This young brother could serve as my assistant. You, are you making veiled accusations? The young man instantly bristled with displeasure. The elderly Dao, I am merely engaging in soliloquy and have not mentioned your name, so do not take offense. The man in the long robe spoke with a stern demeanor. Enough of this mutual suspicion between you two. Let us leave matters as they are for now. Alas, if it were not for the unyielding hearts of those esteemed sects, how could I endure such tribulations? The remuneration stands at 100,000. And now an additional 50,000 is offered. Money is not the issue here. If this does not suit you, feel free to depart at once. And I shall seek others. If you possess the skill to heal, the payment shall be yours. It is as simple as that. The man with the cropped hair expressed wearily. Chapter 68. Can you bear the purple robe? Generally, those from reputable and established sects do not extend their assistance to individuals with a tarnished reputation, suggesting that the Zhang family's daughter may indeed be entangled in matters concerning her father. The man, possessing a square face with a broad forehead and prominent nose, exuded an aura indicative of someone who has weathered many storms. Clearly, he was a man of commerce with considerable refinement. Albeit seemingly drained of much of his vitality due to his daughter's predicament, his patience wearing thin. My young brother, I beseech you to lend me your aid. This old man intends to perform a rite outside this evening to summon that entity and deal with it. Do you comprehend the process of conducting such a rite? The elderly gentleman in a long robe asked with a somber expression. If you are unfamiliar, fret not. There is still time for me to instruct you. I remained silent, casting a cold glance at the ailing girl upon the bed. Most striking was the redness encircling her neck, which faintly emitted a chilling aura. From this alone, the rumors appeared credible. She was indeed ensnared by some malevolent force, frequently compelled to engage in matters of an otherworldly nature. As the adage goes, both spirits and deities deserve our reverence. Without clear signs or having witnessed any malevolent entities, one should refrain from hasty conclusions. I chose not to comment on the old man's earlier speculations regarding the shadowy presence, nor would I elaborate on what that presence might entail. All would be revealed come nightfall. My silence enveloped the room in a palpable stillness, with pairs of unusual eyes fixated upon me. Unperturbed, I approached the bedside, casting a fleeting glance at the girl before softly declaring, there is no need to conduct a rite. Are you certain you are speaking in human terms? A young man gazed at me with astonishment. Why not inquire about the Zhang family's status? Are you aware of the consequences of coming here to deceive? With my hands clasped behind my back, I turned to the window and spoke softly. My dear, is it not peculiar that as night falls, one might inexplicably witness a crimson shadow lurking beneath their bed? Upon sighting it, one is instantly entranced, followed by a sensation of throbbing pain in some part of the body, only to awaken the next day feeling utterly weak and sore. The girl on the bed, seemingly unwell, flinched momentarily and then responded with an embarrassed murmur. You too have discerned that it is a malevolent presence? The elderly gentleman in the long robe inquired, somewhat taken aback. I have matters to attend to. I shall step out for a while and return as midnight approaches. Should that malevolent entity dare to intrude, I can eradicate it within a matter of minutes, restoring Miss Zhang's peace. I stated calmly before turning to leave. Initially, the room was enveloped in silence, but soon I could hear them engaging in hushed discussions. Humph, Uncle Zhang, do not be swayed by the wild conjectures of an unknown individual. I am a classmate of Mingyu, as if I could deceive you. Indeed, you make a valid point. Over the past 3 years, all manner of people have come, promising various remedies, yet Mingyu shows no signs of improvement. This young man, sigh. Naturally, if he can cure her, that would be most splendid. I would even offer him 200,000. I must say, this young lad exudes an extraordinary aura, at least on par with a Taoist of the highest order. Yet, He appears rather inexperienced, likely a newcomer to the mountain sect, unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Having him as my aide would undoubtedly be a splendid addition. As I returned to the entrance, I stepped over the two unconscious men in suits, retrieving my phone while making my way outside. I dialed the number given by my master to contact Hu Chi-ting. The call connected swiftly, and it seemed quite lively on the other end. After a brief moment, I heard Hu Chi-ting's voice. "Hello, who is this?" Just as I was about to respond, a drunken man's voice interrupted. "Princess Qingqing is truly stunning. I admire you greatly. Here's to you with another drink." "I can't drink anymore. I want to go home." "Oh, don't be so polite. Come on. Just one more drink." "Ah, pretending to be drunk? If you keep this up, I'll personally make you drink." Throughout this exchange, Hu Chi-ting continued to inquire about my identity, but I remained silent. Then, I heard her alluring voice say, "Mr. Bai, you should know your limits. I asked Samay to join you for drinks, not to force her to drink excessively. Look at how intoxicated my sister is." "Never mind, Your Highness. I will arrange a room for her to rest." Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. I raised an eyebrow and dialed again. As soon as she answered the call, I spoke calmly. "If Qingqing strays from the right path, I shall not spare you. Should anything unfortunate befall her, you, Hu Chi-ting, must prepare for the consequences." With that, I ended the call. Standing in the wind, I squinted slightly, lost in thought for a moment, before ultimately deciding to return to the villa. At that moment, the elder and the young man were donning their robes, and I overheard the young man chuckling. "So, Master Zhou also wears a yellow robe. I admire you. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. You have only practiced for a few months and can merely draw talismans. You should be wearing a white robe. Do not force yourself into a yellow robe merely to appear as a celestial master. Learning to draw talismans signifies that you have acquired the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings in your fate. You are not yet worthy of the yellow robe. Think carefully." The elder began to admonish the young man in an educational tone. At that moment, the young man, with half of the yellow robe on, seemed to make a sudden decision. With a sheepish smile, he took it off and replaced it with a white robe, saying, "I thought you were a charlatan, but it turns out you are indeed a master in the yellow robe. Haha, master, I will assist you. One who is insincere is ill-suited for the path of cultivation. Your heart lacks sincerity, and your vanity is excessive. You are not cut out for this. Heed my advice and turn back while you still can. Perhaps you may be spared from the suffering of the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings." The elder continued to lecture the young man. Upon entering the room, the elder noticed me again without inquiring about my return, and with a grim expression, he remarked, "Young brother, you arrived just in time. As a disciple of the Xian Nu Zhenren, I presume you are required to wear a robe for your mission? The events of this evening are exceedingly ominous. Adorned in protective robes, stand by my right side. We shall first collaborate to establish a ritual, arranging the 6 Ding and 6 Jia to ensnare the malevolent spirit upon its arrival. There is no need for elaborate formations." I spoke calmly, expressing my concern for an urgent matter, emphasizing that a swift resolution would suffice. Initially, I perceived some potential in the elder and intended to allow him to demonstrate his prowess while I observed, as a longer duration would not pose an issue. However, circumstances have changed. A prompt resolution is now imperative, for I wish to receive my due and attend to pressing affairs. That vixen, Qingting, has audaciously permitted her own sister to accompany other men for revelry, and her words reeked of impropriety. This night, should I find her, she shall face the consequences of her actions. I addressed my companion. "Have you not noticed that Taoist Zhou is a genuine practitioner? The fact that he seeks your cooperation is a mark of respect. If you truly were a Taoist, you would surely understand the complexities of establishing formations." The young man furrowed his brow and replied, then turned to flatter the elder, "Indeed, Taoist Zhou, I am eager to assist you. I aspire to be your disciple. To be honest, my limited skills are merely inherited from my grandfather. They are of little worth." I refrained from responding, instead retrieving a purple robe from my backpack and draping it over my shoulders, feeling the ritual cord within my sleeve. I then turned to exit, cautioning, "Excessive anger may alert that entity. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly to avoid delaying the timing. My abundant yang energy means that if I remain indoors, the malevolent force will not dare to approach tonight." The young man and Director Zhang are of little concern, as their outward bravado belies their inner weakness. They are undoubtedly individuals long ensnared by indulgences. Thus, my warning was directed primarily at the elder. Certainly, if that entity is sufficiently formidable, the question of fear becomes irrelevant. If I were absent, the elderly man would likely not escape tonight. He has transgressed the taboo of the Taoist path. Unbeknownst to him, he foolishly attempted to arrange a formation to bolster himself without understanding the nature of his adversary. In fact, Taoist formations are fraught with intricacies. They must be tailored to the specific situation. Should the formation fail to counteract malevolence, it would not only prove futile but could also intensify the malign spirit's resentment, potentially leading to innocent harm. Purple robe? The startled exclamation of the young man pierced the air. Goodness, is this a charlatan from the rivers and lakes? There are no individuals without flaws. One can don whatever robes they please. Yet, it is peculiar. This young fellow does not seem entirely devoid of knowledge. How could he bear the weight of a purple robe? As the elder pondered this, he called out to me, "Young brother, if you are not a Taoist, it would be wise for you to depart swiftly. If you are one, then I implore you to hasten and remove the purple robe, lest you succumb to a fate of decayed flesh and drained blood due to a moment of reckless fervor." Chapter 69. The yin-yang eyes I chose to disregard them and stepped outside in silence. To my surprise, as soon as I crossed the threshold, the two burly men in suits began to stir, groggily awakening from their stupor. They were rubbing their heads, looking quite disheveled. What on earth happened? Damn it. My head is throbbing. With my hands clasped behind my back, I sauntered past them, reflecting on the repercussions of carelessly tossing items before me. In my youth, when others threw buns at me, I had no means to retaliate and could only endure. Now, however, I could take on whoever dared to challenge me. As I walked by, the initial tranquility was soon shattered when they recognized me. One of them lunged forward, yelling, "Give me." Before he could finish, I swiftly delivered a chop to his neck, and he promptly collapsed, his eyes rolling back. The other, having barely uttered a single syllable, hastily covered his mouth and shook his head in a gesture of surrender, clearly not relishing the experience of unconsciousness. I retracted my hand, flicked the long sleeves of my robe, and ambled towards a secluded spot, clutching my worn-out shoes. My martial skills were far from exceptional. In fact, they scarcely measured up to half of Chen Beijin's prowess. My master had primarily instructed me to study the 5 Taoist arts outlined in this text: mountain, medicine, destiny, divination, and physiognomy. Typically, practitioners of folk yin-yang focus solely on one of these disciplines, while major sects, like the orthodox disciples of Mao Shan, not only engage in these 5 arts but also supplement their training with martial techniques, particularly the Taoist priests of Wudong, who prioritize martial prowess. In the month of March, time is neither excessively long nor unduly short. Approximately 90 days can pass in a blink. Imagine being secluded in one place for such a duration. One could easily read not just one book, but even 20. However, due to my struggles with literacy and the necessity of practicing alongside my reading, such as drawing symbols and arranging formations, I found little time to train with Chen Beijin in martial arts. Yet, in order to ensure that I would not be at a disadvantage when I eventually engaged in combat, my master imparted to me a technique focused on acupressure points. In essence, this technique reveals the most vulnerable hidden points on the human body and teaches one how to deftly incapacitate an opponent, especially when there is a disparity in physical size. It emphasizes ruthlessness and decisiveness, testing the precision and force of one's strikes. As nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings, the trees on the lifeless hills swayed restlessly in the wind. The neon lights of distant skyscrapers illuminated the vacant villas, rendering them more eerie than a haunted house. Despite the vibrant nightlife across the river, with its dazzling lights and revelry, the darkness of the woods remained impenetrable. Standing with my hands clasped behind my back, I gazed toward the towering buildings before finally settling cross-legged before the villa's window, closing my eyes to cultivate my spirit and patiently await the arrival of the malevolent presence. Before long, I overheard a conversation between Mr. Zhang and a stocky man in a suit, who appeared flustered. "What? He took you down?" Mr. Zhang exclaimed. "That kid's strikes are incredibly vicious, targeting lethal areas. We were caught off guard. Are you sure it was that young man who wasn't he wearing shoes just now?" Indeed, just moments ago, that individual clad in a purple robe ventured into the woods. And I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. Perhaps I should call for more assistance. Alas, how can you pride yourselves as elite bodyguards when you are no match for a mere young man? It seems that this youth is indeed no ordinary figure. Nevertheless, he is a Taoist from Tianmen Mountain. You may descend the mountain now, and let this matter rest. After a considerable time, I overheard the elderly gentleman in the long robe discussing matters with Mr. Zhang, suggesting that as night fell, Mr. Zhang and the girl in the black dress should find a place to conceal themselves. I opened my eyes and glanced around, discovering that the villa across the way also belonged to him. Mr. Zhang and the girl soon settled into that villa, positioning themselves on the second-floor balcony, gazing intently in our direction. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman began instructing the young man. They disregarded my counsel and resolutely commenced their ritual at the entrance. Approximately an hour later, they completed the arrangement of their formation, a 6-6 jia array, executed with considerable finesse, enveloping the entire living room. After finalizing the layout, they affixed mugwort leaves to their foreheads, subsequently extinguished the lights, closed the doors, and took refuge beneath the stairs in the living room. This array, considered a superior spell among the populace, necessitated the use of a compass to determine the bagua orientation of the living room, followed by the strategic placement of magical instruments or talismans. However, a vacancy must be maintained, The one arranging the formation must occupy this void, waiting for malevolent entities to enter the array before filling the gap, thereby activating the formation. The ritual was conducted to summon deities, specifically invoking the 16 spirits of the 6 Ding and the 6 Yang spirits of the 6 Jia. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia formation possesses formidable power, yet it is rather intricate. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating on its detailed origins. The arrangement of the formation is quite conventional, indicating that the elder must be a renowned practitioner of yin and yang from some locale, possessing commendable capabilities. As the lights extinguished, darkness enveloped the surroundings, plunging everything into an eerie silence. As my eyes gradually adjusted to the moonlight, I sensed some commotion from within the room, accompanied by an unusual sound. A frown creased my brow. Could it be that the entity had already arrived? Consequently, I retrieved a mugwort leaf from my robe and affixed it to my forehead, as it serves to obscure the vital yang energy, significantly diminishing the likelihood of being detected by malevolent spirits. Approaching the window, I cast a cold gaze upon the girl inside. She was curled up on the bed, clutching a blanket, trembling uncontrollably, seemingly gripped by an overwhelming terror of the entity. In a hushed tone, she repeatedly murmured, "Don't come for me. Please, don't come." I stood outside the window, hands behind my back, observing her for an extended period. The yang energy emanating from her had diminished to an alarming extent, so feeble that, should any malevolent presence manifest, she would undoubtedly perceive it. At this rate, she could only endure for a little over 10 days before her yang energy would be entirely depleted, leading to her demise. After a moment's observation, reassured that the entity had not yet arrived, I turned and retreated into the pitch-black woods. I secured my tattered shoes with rudimentary palm leaves, made do with them, and then crossed my arms within the ample sleeves of my robe, standing in the shadows, fixated upon the villa's windows, my eyes unwavering. As time gradually passes, the silvery moonlight intensifies, casting its glow upon the silent mountaintop, resembling a colossal tomb succumbing to slumber. A chilling breeze sweeps through, rendering the atmosphere eerily desolate. Moreover, it is the first day following the ghost festival, and from afar, peculiar bird calls resonate across the peaks, creating an ambience steeped in strangeness. I had presumed that the malevolent spirits would not manifest until the witching hour, and thus I began to close my eyes in meditation. After all, it is during the hours between midnight and the early morning that the yin energy is at its zenith, often coinciding with the prowling of specters. Midnight is approximately 11 o'clock, while the early morning refers to 3 o'clock, though occasionally, due to the transition of day and night, this period may extend towards 4 o'clock. However, to my astonishment, shortly after I had closed my eyes, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through the forest, followed by an indistinct yet palpable presence of yin energy stealthily approaching the villa. My eyes flew open, and I turned my gaze towards the villa. I faintly discerned a wisp of yin energy atop the villa's roof, accompanied by a strange bird that stood motionless in the moonlight. That peculiar creature resembled an owl, emanating the very essence of yin energy. My brow furrowed slightly, and I hastily retrieved a copper coin from my robe, forming a hand gesture to clasp the coin between my fingers, while silently reciting, "Heaven is clear, the earth is bright, the yin is murky, the yang is pure. 5 or 6 yin lords emerge from the shadows and enter the underworld. Recognize the specters with the heavenly eye. Open, open, open." This is known as the yin eye spell, which can be regarded as a profound method of opening one's eyes. Typically, practitioners of yin yang in folk traditions must apply cow's tears to extinguish the yang lamps within themselves, enabling them to perceive malevolent spirits. However, this practice significantly weakens one's yang energy and may even lead to mental fatigue and a shortened lifespan. In contrast, the opening spell I learned from the Maoshan scriptures does not carry such detrimental side effects. The human body possesses 3 yang lamps, one on each shoulder and one atop the head. The extinguishing of all 3 lamps signifies death, while the extinguishing of just one allows for a predominance of yin over yang, granting the ability to perceive spirits. Individuals suffering from illness often find themselves witnessing what ordinary people cannot see, which is a manifestation of diminished yang energy, an occurrence rooted in the same principle. After reciting the incantation, I lightly traced my copper coin with my right hand across my closed eyes, feeling a warmth in my eyelids. I then hurriedly turned my gaze back to the rooftop. Chapter 70. The enigmatic woman in red. To my astonishment, as I cast my gaze upward, I noticed a crimson figure leaping onto the balcony of the 2nd floor, vanishing from sight. Instantly, a stifling aura enveloped the somber villa, and a chilling wind began to swirl around me. The fallen leaves on the ground rustled ominously, creating an eerie atmosphere. With a steely gaze, I fixated on the windows of the villa, pinpointing the location of the sealed ghost path at the staircase. Just moments later, I was startled to see flames erupting at the staircase, ignited by the ghost-repelling talisman resting on the 8 immortals table. Such malevolent spirits were powerful enough to provoke the talisman into spontaneous combustion. I deftly retrieved a piece of paper resembling the yellow talisman from my robe, though this one was a vivid purple. After biting my fingertip to draw blood, I meticulously began inscribing the talisman upon the paper. Moments later, a purple ghost-repelling talisman was completed. The choice of purple paper was deliberate, for it possesses greater potency than the yellow. Talismans are categorized into 5 colors, ranked as gold, silver, purple, blue, and yellow. The yellow talisman is the most common and also the least powerful. My current cultivation allows me to draw only the purple talisman. Attempting to create gold or silver talismans would deplete my energy immensely, and without sufficient cultivation, my spirit would falter before the talisman was completed. In contemporary society, those capable of inscribing purple talismans are likely fewer than 5, marking them as the pinnacle of skill. Gold and silver talismans have not been produced in centuries. It is not that the malevolent spirit can be subdued by the yellow talismans. Firstly, the talismans were inadequately inscribed, and secondly, the ghost-restraining talisman lacks formidable power and is quite commonplace. When the potency of a talisman fails to suppress a spirit, one encounters the disconcerting phenomenon of spontaneous combustion. Tucking the prepared purple talisman into the sleeve of my robe, I cast my gaze back into the parlor, where a vague crimson silhouette was slowly approaching from the staircase, moving with a languid, ethereal grace. In the shadows, the outline of the figure was indistinct, yet 2 dimly glowing red eyes, with exceptionally large sockets, were discernible, revealing the blood vessels within. It disregarded the 8 immortals table blocking the staircase, gradually descending towards the girl's bedside. In the oppressive atmosphere of the villa, the sense of dread reached a zenith. Upon reaching the bedside, the red figure stood rigidly in the darkness, perfectly positioned out of the moonlight, allowing only the sight of those bovine-sized crimson orbs fixated upon the girl on the bed, sending chills down my spine. My goodness, is this truly a case of shadow walking? Just as I furrowed my brow in contemplation, a resonant incantation boomed through the room, uttered by the elderly man. 6 Ding. Long life, perilous souls, calamity, 6 Jia, corporeal forms, life spirits, true essence. I summoned the shadow spirits of 6 Ding and the sunlight spirits of 6 Jia. Hasten to aid me in vanquishing this specter, as commanded. Upon the completion of his incantation, the yellow talismans he had arranged in the corners of the parlor suddenly ignited. With the villa's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowing the moonlight to flood in, I caught a glimpse of the elderly man and a young man, each wielding a peachwood sword, leaping from the staircase to confront the crimson shadow. As the 2 individuals lunged towards the crimson figure, a chilling, spine-tingling shriek escaped its lips. In an instant, both the elder and the young man let out anguished cries as if their throats were being constricted. Their peachwood swords, embedded in the crimson figure, flickered with faint red light, yet, astonishingly, the figure seemed impervious to pain. What a formidable entity it was, effortlessly withstanding the powerful 6 Ding and 6 Jia formation. Even the peachwood swords proved futile against it, truly a specter of considerable might. Sensing the dire situation, I swiftly emerged from the thicket, and with a forceful kick, I burst through the door, racing towards them without hesitation. In the dim light before me, the elder and young man emitted desperate, choking sounds. Suspended in midair by the crimson figure, they had relinquished their peachwood swords, desperately clawing at the figure's grip with their hands, their feet flailing in a futile struggle against gravity. However, just as I approached, the crimson figure seemed startled, hurling the elder and young man towards me before making a hasty retreat to the 2nd floor. It must have been my purple robe that frightened it. I deftly sidestepped the elder's flight towards me, catching the young man instead. A glance at the trembling girl on the bed revealed her terror, prompting me to retrieve a copper coin and hurl it at the crimson figure. The coin struck true, emitting a dark glow upon impact. With a muffled grunt, the crimson shadow was knocked down onto the staircase. Seizing the opportunity, I placed my foot on the abdomen of the young man before me, eliciting a pained gasp from him. Ignoring his reaction, I propelled myself forward with a determined stride, leaping over the 8 immortals table. In one swift motion, I drew forth the ritual rope and ensnared the neck of the crimson shadow. With a forceful tug, I sent it tumbling down the stairs, crashing heavily against the 8 immortals table. I pondered what kind of creature would dare to act so brazenly before me. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I inadvertently struck my back against the leg of the table, causing a sharp pain that made me grimace and momentarily loosen my grip on the ritual rope. In an instant, the crimson shadow broke free, yet it dared not retaliate and instead sought to flee to the 2nd floor. Suppressing the pain, I swiftly rolled over and lashed out with my ritual whip towards its back, simultaneously chanting in my mind at lightning speed, 8 trigrams, release the divine light. Malevolent spirits kneel before my altar, grant me mercy. This was the Een Law incantation. Earlier, I had sensed that the entity's Een energy was relatively weak, yet it could withstand the elder's 6 Ding 6 Jia, undoubtedly a being of the Een realm. To combat such entities, conventional Taoist spells would prove ineffective. One must employ spells inclined towards Een. The Yin Law incantation could transform Yang into Yin, essentially allowing Yin to triumph over Yin. The ritual rope struck the crimson shadows back with a sharp crack. As it was a Yin incantation, no crimson light appeared, however. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout the mountain, reverberating through the air and sending chills down my spine. After this agonizing cry, it stumbled and collapsed to the ground. I deftly straightened the talisman rope, leaping up to ensnare its neck once more. With a firm tug, I dragged it swiftly toward the moonlit direction, eager to discern its true form. However, at that moment, the wretched creature began to thrash violently, displaying an astonishing strength. It clawed at me, and as I evaded its grasp, it attempted to flee. Reluctantly, I retrieved a purple talisman and pressed it firmly against its back. The talisman possessed considerable power. No incantation was necessary for such a foe. The instant it adhered, a flash of purple light enveloped my vision, and the creature trembled violently before desperately ascending the stairs. Yet, just past the octagonal table, it intensified its shivering, and in a heartbeat, it was as if acid had splashed upon its face, disintegrating into a wisp of azure smoke, its spirit utterly shattered. I inhaled sharply, cursing silently. Had I known, I would have first sought the light switch upon entering, to illuminate the room and discern what manner of being I was confronting. For this was indeed my inaugural encounter with a wayward spirit. However, given the circumstances, regret proved to be of little consequence. Under the astonished gazes of the elderly man, the young man, and the girl upon the bed, I turned to locate the light switch. Yet, as I pivoted, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. My brow furrowed. Was there another? Without a moment's hesitation, I grasped the talisman rope and hurriedly ascended the stairs in pursuit. In this world, the malevolent spirits lack the legendary ability to walk on walls or glide through the air. At most, they can disguise themselves to deceive those who have not opened their spiritual eyes. Even the most sinister of beings must approach their victims under the cover of night. Much like any ordinary human, this holds true even for wandering souls, though they often exhibit remarkable agility, capable of leaping over 5 or 6 meter high walls. The tales of ghosts floating freely pertain solely to the realms of the underworld. The second floor lay eerily vacant, with a chilling corridor leading to small gardens at either end of the residence. Along the corridor, numerous doors stood tightly shut, adorned with an array of yellow talismans. A cold breeze stirred, causing the talismans to flutter ominously, filling the air with an unsettling aroma. Through my spiritual sight, I discerned lingering malevolent energy in the left corridor and hastened my pursuit. In the blink of an eye, I arrived at the small garden, only to witness a crimson figure leap down from the balcony. Approaching the railing, I was taken aback. The villa's height was astonishing, at least 7 or 8 meters. It was a miracle that one could jump down without sustaining serious injury. Furrowing my brow, I swiftly retrieved a bamboo tube, roughly the size of my thumb, wrapped in a talisman meant to subdue spirits. As I peeled away the talisman, a red figure emerged from within, and soon after, a woman clad in a red dress materialized before me. "Master, how may I serve you?" The ghost inquired with utmost reverence. "Ro Yun, follow the trail of this malevolent energy and ascertain where it ultimately leads. Ensure that you return to my side before dawn and refrain from engaging. Go," I instructed the ghost. "Understood, master," she replied, inhaling deeply before expertly leaping down to follow the trace of the lingering malevolence, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 71. Walking in shadows, I took a shallow breath, my hands clasped behind my back, gazing silently in the direction where it had vanished. It was the specter of the woman in red, named Li Hongyun, who had previously occupied the morgue. Originally a malevolent spirit, she had been transformed through my persistent efforts over the past 3 months. Her resentments finally dissipated, leading her to submit to my will. After a moment of contemplation, I turned and descended the stairs to the second floor. Upon reaching the living room, I found the lights illuminating the space. Mr. Zhang and the girl in the black dress had arrived, one attending to the girl named Zhang Mingyu on the bed, while the other assisted an elderly gentleman surnamed Zhou and a young man named Li Gufang to their feet. As I descended with my hands clasped behind me, all activity ceased, and they turned in unison to regard me. In an instant, Mr. Zhang was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before me, exclaiming, "Taoist, you are truly a remarkable figure. For 3 years, no one has been able to contend with that entity. Who would have thought that with just a slight exertion tonight, you would vanquish that vile plague spirit? If I, Zhang Yuanfeng, have shown any disrespect towards you in the past, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Should you require anything in this provincial capital, please do not hesitate to command me." Before he could finish his sentence, I raised my hand, interrupting him. "Enough of the pleasantries, it's 808. Mr. Zhang, flustered, glanced at his attire, his anxiety palpable. Then, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, he called out to the girl in black, "Yi, quickly bring the money to settle the Taoist's remuneration." "Oh, very well." The girl in the black dress hurriedly picked up a bag and rushed towards me, opening it to reveal a stack of red bills. She smiled at me with admiration, slightly bashful, and said, Taoist, here is 200,000. I reached in and took out a portion, extracting 800, and tossed the rest back. Then, with utmost seriousness, stated, there is still 80. Ah? Zhang Yuanfeng was taken aback. Then, trembling, smiled at me and said, Taoist, the entire 200,000 is for you. If it is insufficient, I can immediately call my subordinates to bring more. 80, I reiterated. Instantly, everyone in the room stared at me as though I were an extraterrestrial. Particularly Li Gufang and the man surnamed Shou, who exchanged fearful glances, incredulously turning back to look at me. 80. All right. 80. Zhang Yuanfeng awkwardly patted his body and asked the others, who has 80? Quickly, find some for the Taoist. Uncle, these days, we hardly have any change on us, the girl in the black dress said, feeling embarrassed, casting a shy glance my way before continuing, Taoist. May I add you on WeChat and transfer it to you? No need, I thought to myself, letting her keep the 80. I swiftly retrieved my bag from beside me, slipped off my purple robe and packed it away, then glanced at the 800 with a faint smile, pocketed it, and headed out the door with my bag slung over my shoulder. Upon reaching the doorway, I casually remarked, there is another malevolent spirit. Though its intentions remain unclear for the time being, I suspect it is a consequence of some offense committed by your family. However, it is unlikely to trouble you again in the near future. You may relocate. But do ensure your daughter receives ample sunlight and consider incorporating dog meat into her diet to restore her vital energy. Some may wonder why. Despite the haunting within this villa, they choose to reside here, even going so far as to move their beds into the living room to seal off the spirit's path. Is it due to a lack of alternative accommodations? Clearly not. In the initial stages of the girl's affliction, this family must have traversed numerous locales with her, perhaps tainting their esteemed residence and incurring losses, which led them back to this place. The phenomenon known as walking the shadow is relentless once it fixates on an individual, pursuing them until their demise. No matter how far one flees, it is futile if not confronted. Yet, walking the shadow is not as described by Li Gufang, referring to a living person's shadowy envoy. Rather, it is a peculiar affliction. Folklore suggests that those who walk the shadow live by day but are souls by night. Linked to the underworld, they may have committed some transgression, drawing the attention of the nether realm, where they are tasked annually to bring down a certain number of souls to sustain their own existence. Failure to comply results in their own death. This notion has haunted the childhoods of many in the southwestern regions for generations. When a walker of the shadow emerges, it is immediately recognizable. Its demeanor is cold and unsmiling, with eyes as fierce as a bull's, exuding malevolence. During the day, it prefers to don a raincoat, inquiring names from passers-by. Upon acquiring a name, it transforms into a crimson apparition by night to ensnare its victim, typically targeting children. Consequently, adults often instruct their children that if a spirit were to inquire about their name, they should respond with whimsical monikers such as Dog Egg or Iron Bull, thereby evading the peril of being suffocated by the spirit at night. Should that spirit unexpectedly perish, it would be rumored that it had failed in its duties or had been dealt with by a superior being. However, this is merely a tale from the underworld. The true nature of the spirit is simply a peculiar affliction, devoid of any connection to the realm of the deceased. Those afflicted experience a rapid decline in their vital energy, ultimately becoming a blend of yin and yang. When their balance of energies falters, death ensues, necessitating the constant absorption of others' vitality to compensate. This phenomenon is exceedingly challenging to manage, primarily due to the half-yin, half-yang condition, which significantly diminishes the efficacy of Taoist talismans. Hence, the elders surnamed Zhou and the gentleman Li suffered earlier. Had I not intervened, they might have faced their own demise this very night. As I took several steps amidst the astonished crowd, just as they were about to resume their discussions, I retreated to the entrance and, with a stern expression, declared, tomorrow, disseminate the news that a purple-robed celestial master has arrived in the provincial city to resolve the troubling issue that has plagued your family for 3 years. No further details should be divulged. Zhang Yuanfeng, a prominent businessman, was so overwhelmed that he struggled to articulate his thoughts, stammering in reverence, understood. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed master. If I may, please do not depart just yet. I have made a promise that when my daughter recovers, I shall host a grand banquet at the Fengyue Tavern in celebration. No need for that, I interjected. After I spoke, I glanced down at the sandals strapped around my ankles. Damn, these are the inferior goods that Chun Beijin bought for me after pocketing some of Master's money. Had I known, I would have worn the sneakers purchased by Hu Qingqing for my journey. I adjusted the sandals and slowly left the villa, pulling out my phone as I walked. I directly called Hu Qingting, and once the call connected, I coldly inquired, still drinking? On the other end, Hu Qingting's voice, laced with inebriation, replied, yes, is this Wei Qing? Can I enjoy a drink with Qingqing? You just hung up on me, what else with that attitude? It's been a while since we last met, and now you're speaking to your second sister like this? Don't rush me. Qingqing and I are drinking with some young gentlemen from our hometown in Qingqiu. They're doing quite well in the provincial city. And my second sister thought it prudent to foster some connections. In Qingqing? I pressed further. She is asleep. I'll take her to a bar once she wakes up. Where are you? Still at the temple? Before Hu Qi-ting could finish her sentence, a drunken male voice chimed in beside her. Who is that? I mean, Qi-ting, are you still drinking? Or is it your boyfriend? It's my brother-in-law. Don't mind him. Come on, let us continue. I let out a slight huff and said, where are you? Tell me the name. Upon hearing my words, Hu Qi-ting seemed a bit irritated and shouted, what is the matter? You're being quite nosy. Are you planning to confront your second sister? Come on, it's at Fengwei Restaurant, room 308. Honestly, I didn't argue with you earlier, and now you want to let it go, will you? No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Nevertheless, I shall let this slide this time, dear second sister. Goodbye. Chapter 72. Pear and wheat. Upon hearing the hurried sound of a phone being hung up, I stood beneath the night breeze, my expression instantly turning somber. Last time, Fox Qi-ting had embarrassed me in front of Master and Chen Xiaoxue under the pretense of allowing Fox Qingqing to drink. Now, she had the audacity to let Qingqing accompany some so-called young master, who appeared to be intoxicated beyond comprehension. To my dismay, she was even flirting with that young master, utterly disregarding Qingqing's well-being. Such a woman is truly deserving of a reckoning. I tucked away my phone and, with my hands behind my back, slowly made my way down the mountain. The villa area had become desolate, with not a single vehicle in sight. At this late hour, the surroundings were eerily deserted, and it seemed I would have to walk quite a distance to find a ride. However, I had not ventured far when I heard the voices of the old man Shou and Li Gafeng behind me. If it weren't for that young Taoist's intervention tonight, we might have faced calamity. Let us hasten to express our gratitude. In this world, there are few who can witness a purple-robed celestial master. It is a rare honor for an old man like me. I understand. There is no need for you to instruct me with your lofty words. It is merely a yellow robe, and your words are absurdly excessive. Look at your pitiful state. How can you still have the audacity to ask my master to assist you? I feel embarrassed for you. Humph. To be so disrespectful to your seniors at such a young age is truly outrageous. Such a lack of upbringing will hinder your future greatness. Enough. Stop your incessant chatter. In this entire provincial capital, aside from the Zhang family, my Li family is the wealthiest. Even if I were to spend my days indulging in pleasures, I could live comfortably for 8 lifetimes. What more could one possibly desire? Oh wait. Is that not my master? He hasn't gone far at all. Immediately following that, Li Gafeng came running towards me, exclaiming, Master, wait for me. In the blink of an eye, he approached me with a playful grin, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect while half kneeling, saying, Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. I furrowed my brow slightly, cast a glance at him, and continued on my way. Master, he trailed after me, walking alongside. The moon is lovely tonight, I assented. Master, where are we headed? Aren't we going to Uncle Zhang's celebration banquet? I thought to myself, this fellow is utterly bewildering. How did he become my disciple so swiftly? With a cold smirk, I chose to ignore him. Yet, astonishingly, he remained undeterred, doggedly following behind. After taking a few steps, he suddenly tossed something onto the ground ahead, then scampered forward to retrieve it, exclaiming, oh dear. Whose Ferrari key is this? TSK, which wealthy young master is so careless as to misplace such an extravagant car key? Oh, it turns out to be mine. How curious. I distinctly recall driving a Lamborghini Urus today. Oh, now I remember. I rushed out and took my father's car. Alas, I'm getting old. My memory is failing me. As he finished speaking, I had already walked far ahead with my hands clasped behind my back. Nevertheless, he promptly caught up again, saying, Master, you must have just come down from the mountains, right? In that case, let us forego Uncle Zhang's banquet. I shall treat you to a meal at the Fengwei Restaurant. Order some exquisite dishes along with a couple of dancers to properly welcome you. With a frosty gaze, I cast a glance at him before resuming my forward march, pondering whether such shameless individuals truly exist in this world. It would be of no consequence if my master chose not to visit the Fengwei Tavern, which is owned by Uncle Zhang and ranks first in the provincial city. However, my family's establishment is not to be underestimated, as my father owns the 2nd and 3rd places. Once you visit, I assure you, your heart will brim with satisfaction. Hey, Master. Oh, do not walk so swiftly. I implore you to wait for me. Silence. My ears craved tranquility, prompting me to retort with irritation. Indeed, your teachings are astute, Master. The command to be silent is truly profound. I shall reflect upon it diligently, for I believe your words will benefit me throughout my life. Remarkable indeed. I thought to myself, how much longer must you prattle on? I turned back to glare at him, and only then did he straighten his posture and close his mouth. At that moment, an elderly man approached briskly, bowing in greeting from a distance. The Taoist arts of the celestial master are exceptional. This old man has truly gained insight tonight. I am Zhou Zhixiu. Before he could finish his sentence, I continued walking with my hands clasped behind my back, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. A pleasure. What eloquence! Suddenly, Li Gufang exclaimed, applauding loudly, behold. My master is a master of words, simply. That foul language, oh no, what is it called? What kind of speech was it? Sweat. In any case, it possesses great depth. No wonder he is my esteemed teacher. You wretch. Zhou Zhixiu was left speechless. The two individuals closely trailed behind me, swiftly arriving at the roadside at the foot of the mountain. I glanced around. The road stretched infinitely. With the bustling urban area across a river, the bridge situated a kilometer to the left. To reach a taxi on foot would require a laborious trek. Reminiscent of my earlier journey that left my feet weary. Just as a sense of unease began to settle in, a nearby vehicle suddenly illuminated its headlights, startling me into taking a step back. Peering inside, I found it empty, with no lingering malevolence in the vicinity. Could it possibly be haunted? Master, get in. Li Gufang exclaimed with a playful grin, approaching with keys in hand. He gave a few hearty taps on the hood, declaring the vehicle to be his. No need to worry, master. The car boasted a vibrant hue and an eye-catching design, exuding an air of luxury. It appeared that Li Gufang was indeed a person of some status from the provincial capital, yet here he was, resorting to trickery. What could he possibly gain? Perhaps the heart of Dream Rain? Wind and Moon Hotel, room 308. I casually remarked, preparing to open the door, only to discover that this vehicle was unlike the last van I had ridden in. It lacked a door handle. All right. His excitement palpable, he rushed over, crouching to lift the door from below, revealing that it swung upwards like wings, a sight I had never encountered before. Master, please enter. He held the door with one hand. His feet slightly crossed, and with a gentlemanly demeanor, gestured towards the interior with a subtle squint. This fellow was indeed intriguing. I couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all. Settling into the car, I curiously surveyed my surroundings. The vehicle was satisfactory, albeit rather compact, proving less accommodating than the van for transporting passengers or cargo. Young man, is there room for an additional passenger in your Ferrari? I am too frail in my old age to travel alone. Would you be so kind as to offer me a lift? The elder's words were met with a dismissive wave from Li Gufang, who playfully retorted, off you go, walk on. Do you not see my master seated in the car? With a grin, he opened the door and hopped in. He then flashed a toothy smile at me and continued, Master, look at that old fool. Blind to the world, even in daylight. I have the utmost disdain for such individuals. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized your profound wisdom. Hurry up, I am pressed for time, I said, weary of his incessant chatter. Of course. Your command is my wish. Please take a seat, master. He scratched the back of his head, started the engine, and the car roared to life, its growl akin to that of a ferocious beast, shattering the surrounding silence. As he turned the car around, he rolled down the window and spat towards the despondent Zhou Zhixiu, exclaiming, Bah, you blind fool. If it weren't for my master's strict teachings, I would have slapped you twice this evening. This matter has nothing to do with you. Uncle Zhang will certainly ignore you. So you might as well limp away, huh? Zhou Zhixiu, infuriated, began to approach us, muttering, Hey, you little. Before he could finish, Li Gufang quickly rolled up the window and sped off like an arrow, turning back to me with a grin. Master, let us not concern ourselves with him. Ha! That old fool is nothing but a swindler. I earnestly tried to persuade him to heed your advice tonight, but he refused to listen. I turned my gaze towards the outside, uninterested in his ramblings. The night sky of the city is adorned with brilliant lights, and this extraordinary vehicle roars down the road like a fierce beast. It swiftly navigates out of the eastern villa district and into the bustling streets, drawing the attention of passers-by who turn to gaze, while other vehicles hastily maneuver to avoid it. As I watch the unfamiliar city streets flash by outside the window, a sense of melancholy envelopes my heart, leaving me uncertain of how I will adapt to this luminous metropolis, of which I know so little. Chapter 73. The Fengwei restaurant. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt beneath a resplendent edifice, where the entrance of the Fengwei restaurant was adorned with 4 dazzling golden characters, illuminated by radiant lights. A throng of elegantly dressed men and women, exuding charm and affluence, flitted in and out of the establishment. As the car came to a stop, 2 security personnel approached with beaming smiles, ready to open the door for us. However, Li Gufang swiftly raised his hand to halt them, exclaiming, No, what are you doing? Without delay, he opened the door and alighted. As I fumbled with the mechanism, he circled around to my side, grinning broadly as he personally swung the door open. Hee, master, you've worked hard. Please, step out. Upon my exit, the 2 security guards exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue, particularly when they caught sight of the sandals fashioned from palm fronds adorning my feet, which left them visibly perplexed. After disembarking, I clasped my hands behind my back and strode purposefully inside. Li Gafang handed the keys to the guards, instructing them to safeguard the vehicle, and then hurriedly scampered after me. Master, where were we just now? Room 308? That's simply one T2. Given your esteemed status, it would be rather unbecoming for those wishing to meet you to reserve a private room there. Allow me to secure a deluxe suite, perhaps 888 or 999. To properly welcome you. I paid him no mind and continued toward the main hall. As I entered, 2 rows of elegantly attired women bowed in greeting, chanting a warm welcome. However, upon noticing me, they froze in place, their gazes fixated on my feet, before their expressions morphed into subtle mockery and bewilderment. However, it was not long before someone recognized Li Gafang, who was trailing behind. Oh, isn't that young Master Li? What brings you here? A group of superficial individuals, oblivious to the presence of my master, failed to even greet him. What a bunch of pretentious fools, squinting at the sun. Li Gafang scolded, then, like a devoted follower, rushed ahead to lead the way. Master, please follow me. Slow down. Yes, just walk this way, mind the slippery floor. Under Li Gafang's enthusiastic guidance, we swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the landing, we immediately sensed a strong aura of malevolence in the corridor. Without waiting for Li Gafang to speak, I strode directly towards the source of the ominous energy. Li Gafang was momentarily taken aback. Wow, Master. You are quite familiar with this place. I suppose many affluent individuals must often seek your services? Arriving at the door of room 308, the sinister energy was indeed palpable. Li Gafang attempted to assist in opening the door, but I raised my hand to halt him, gently stating, "You may leave now." He paused, bewildered. "Master, I wish to accompany you and broaden my horizons. And perhaps I could settle the bill for this room, to uphold your reputation." What sort of person books room 308 and dares to solicit your assistance? How utterly disrespectful. Leave, I reiterated calmly. All right, I understand, Master. It is imperative for you to meet significant individuals, and thus, I shall reserve a private room to ensure our anonymity. I will proceed to secure a splendid suite for our gathering. Once you conclude your business discussions, I shall come to escort you. Tonight, let us ensure that neither of us succumbs to inebriation. His incessant chatter was unbearable, and I could not help but mutter a profanity under my breath. A slip that drew me one step closer to losing my hard-earned spiritual merit from March. After Li Gafang departed, casting glances over his shoulder, I cautiously opened the door a crack to peek inside. Within the room sat 2 men and 2 women. The ladies were none other than Hu Qingqing and Hu Qingting. Hu Qingqing lay languidly on the table, appearing quite distressed. As I observed, she seemed to have only just awakened from a daze. Her face a portrait of grievance as she pleaded with Hu Qingting, "Sister, when can we go home? I wish to return." Return home? Today. Young Master Zhang and young Master Bai have finally found some leisure. Let us indulge a little longer. Hu Qingting, at that moment, nestled comfortably in the embrace of a gentleman clad in a sleek black suit, exuding an air of captivating allure. The man clad in a black suit, appearing to be around 25 or 26, was no prodigy. With slick back hair and a shiny complexion from excessive drinking, he groped at Hu Qingqing's shoulder while leering at her with a lascivious gaze. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave, little Qingqing? Once we finish our drinks, I'll treat you all to my bar for some fun. It's not every day we gather like this. Let us not squander this delightful evening, ha." Hu Qingqing weakly shook her head and slumped onto the table, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. "Sister, I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. You said to maintain face, but others have already helped you with several glasses. I just want to go home. I really want to go home. Princess Qingqing is far too shy, ha. Perhaps she has had too much to drink. Allow me to reintroduce him. This is young Master Zhang, the heir of the prestigious Zhang family in the provincial capital, Chairman Zhang Yuanfeng's son. I've gone to great lengths to bring him here, so do indulge a bit longer. Your sister's business can be well cared for by young Master Zhang in the future." The speaker, seated beside Hu Qingqing, wore a white suit, was around 30, and had refined features, as if chiseled by a sculptor, exuding a faint aura of allure. "Indeed, let us enjoy ourselves tonight. Tomorrow, I will discuss with my father the possibility of allocating a large beauty store to both your establishments. My family will simply take a modest share of the profits. This should pose no issue. Just look at it. Your sister runs such a small establishment. What potential does that hold? It would be better off not opening at all. Wouldn't it?" The man holding Hu Qitian chuckled. "This is much better. Young Master Zhang must speak with integrity. It would be unfortunate if he were to renege on his promise," Hu Qitian said alluringly. The man wore a lewd grin, his hand reaching toward Hu Qingtian's bosom. "No problem, but Qitian, regarding the matter you promised, tonight." Hu Qitian swiftly grasped his hand, offering a seductive smile. "Young Master Zhang, there's no need to rush. Once the contract for our collaboration is signed tomorrow, I assure you, you shall not be at a loss, young Master Zhang. Your eagerness is quite vexing." But who could blame you for being so captivated by my beauty? Hee hee. And your sister, she is undoubtedly the most exquisite girl I, Zhang Hao, have ever encountered, thanks to Brother Bai's introduction, despite being caught by Hu Qitian. The man's words were sweet, yet his intentions showed no sign of retreat. At that moment, Hu Qingtian turned her gaze to the man in white, smiling. Of course, we are fellow townspeople with young Master Bai. I certainly would not let him down for facilitating our introduction. The man in white smiled slightly, casting a look of admiration towards Hu Qingtian, and said, Princess Qingtian, I seek no other reward from Bai Hua. But if you could manage to secure an opportunity with your fiancé, I would be utterly content. Rest assured, they are betrothed since childhood. It will be easy to persuade them. Hu Qiting flashed a charming smile and remarked, that young man is truly beneath my notice, utterly destitute. Although my father does not hold your family in high regard, he is away on a journey. By the time he returns, I shall ensure that you and Qingqing are wed. Rest assured, when that time comes, you should promptly bless Qingqing with a robust son. My father will not hold you accountable. Suddenly, the inebriated Hu Qingqing's demeanor shifted, and she struggled to rise, but the effects of the alcohol rendered her unable to stand. At that moment, a man in white hurriedly reached out to support her, forcibly guiding her back into her seat. I let out a cold laugh. Had it not been for my timely emergence today, would Hu Qingting truly consider sacrificing her own sister for financial gain? Those of their kind, bound by the tenets of Buddhism and Taoism, must adhere to the principles of yin and yang even as they navigate the complexities of urban life. To engage in commerce and integrate into the society of the living, they must refrain from employing supernatural means to usurp the livelihoods of mortals. Should the practitioners of the righteous paths, such as Mao Shan or Shaolin, become aware of such transgressions, they would undoubtedly condemn them as malevolent creatures, uniting to eradicate them in severe instances. This is the delicate balance of the yin-yang order. Moreover, Hu Qingqing had previously mentioned that their royal father upheld strict moral teachings, likely forbidding the three sisters from immersing themselves in the treacherous urban existence. Thus, the three sisters of the Hu family do not possess the prestigious halo granted by the Nine Heavens trials. Consequently, it is entirely reasonable for a woman like Hu Qiting, beguiled by the allure of the city, to resort to seduction for the sake of wealth. While I may not interfere with her personal endeavors, I shall not spare her if she dares to involve my wife, Hu Qingqing. At that moment, Hu Qitian exclaimed sulkily, You ungrateful girl, you were living off me, consuming my resources, and now my second sister asks you to keep her company while drinking, and you refuse? It truly vexes me. Moreover, if you leave this matter unresolved, my second sister shall no longer concern herself with you. Have you forgotten who assisted you just days ago? Was it not young Master Bai? After being scolded, Hu Qingtan leaned on the table and began to weep, though her sobs soon faded as she appeared to succumb entirely to inebriation. Just as I was about to enter, the man in white removed his suit jacket and draped it over Hu Qitian, saying, Dear Princess Qitian, that is quite enough. There is no need to raise your voice at your dear sister. She has already been reduced to tears by your shouting on several occasions today. My heart aches for her. Indeed, she married a useless man, relying solely on me, yet shows no appreciation whatsoever. If I hadn't dragged her here today, she would have stubbornly refused to join you and young Master Zhang for a drink. What an ungrateful wretch. Hu Qitian retorted, her expression one of disbelief. I perceived that Hu Qingtian was utilizing her innate cunning, putting on a facade to manipulate the two men. As for whether her intentions were genuinely business-related, I could not discern, nor did I wish to know. Observing this, I pushed open the door, walking into the private room with my hands behind my back. As the door swung open, all three turned to face me, the two men looking utterly bewildered, while Hu Qingtian widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at me. Under their bewildered gazes, I maintained a stoic expression as I took my seat beside Hu Qingqing. Casually, I retrieved the suit draped over her and returned it to the man in white, then furrowed my brow at the delicate, striking face that had changed in our 3-month separation, yet bore a pitiful air. Coldly, I remarked, Second sister, Qingqing is still naive and cannot hold her liquor. How much must you drink before it suffices? Allow me to accompany you. Upon finishing my statement, I lifted the unfinished glass of liquor from Hu Qingqing's hand and continued. Are you not aware that Qingqing cannot tolerate excessive alcohol? You once told me this. Come now, let us toast. To my surprise, she rolled her eyes and replied, What are we to drink? I cannot manage another drop. By the way, why did you actually come? With a resounding thud, I placed the glass on the table. Noticing that the man did not reclaim his garment, I casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin, coldly stating, If I had not come, I fear some individuals might be tempted to sell their own sister for the sake of their extravagant dreams. The man in white's eyes flared with murderous intent upon witnessing my act, glaring at me fiercely. However, he remained silent. Similarly, the young master, his hand already reaching for a glass, angrily questioned Hu Qingqing, Who is this? Damn it, who dares to ruin Zhang Hao's enjoyment? Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Young Master Zhang, please calm down first. Allow me to speak with him. Hu Qiting hastily attempted to mediate the situation, then staggered over, frowning as she pulled me aside. Let us discuss this outside. The stench of alcohol emanating from her was quite repulsive. I remained motionless, my expression icy as I fixed my gaze on Hu Qiting. There is no need to move. We can speak here. She appeared exasperated and leaned closer to whisper in my ear. Wei Qing, are you ever going to be reasonable? Can't you see that I am trying to placate them? That individual in white is our fellow townsman, doing quite well in the provincial capital and maintaining a strong relationship with the Zhang family. The person across from us is indeed young Master Zhang, whom he invited. If we manage to win them over tonight, we could lead a more prosperous life. You must understand, without a family or background, it is burdensome for Qiting to be with you. Sister is also considering your and Qingting's future. You know that our father forbids us from living in this city. His mindset is far too antiquated. Chapter 74. The intoxicated Fox Qingqing in a state of inebriation. Fox Qingqing was utterly disheveled, her lips nearly brushing against my ear as she spoke, deliberately attempting to win my favor in this manner, hoping to entice me to leave with her, regardless of the veracity of her words. The teachings of the Maoshan scriptures cautioned against striking those who wear a smile, which I deemed an act of virtue. Thus, I gently pushed her away and replied coolly, "Let us return home." What? She furrowed her brow, her voice slurred with intoxication. Why go home? As she spoke, she pulled at me once more. I chose not to stoop to her level. Aside from the guiding principles of the scriptures and the lessons imparted by my master upon my departure from the mountain, I believed her type was unworthy of my ire. However, her tugging at me was intolerable, and I turned back, coldly fixing my gaze upon her. I shall repeat myself. Return home. Do you comprehend, second sister? You. Her drunkenness seemed to wane significantly, and she was instantly filled with indignation. Wei Qing, are you being excessively unreasonable? These are my guests. How can you dictate that we simply return home? I warn you, do not meddle in my affairs with Qingqing. For her to marry a man like you would be an utter misfortune. We are striving for a better life, and you seek to obstruct us, do you? Just look at how you are dressed, like a rustic peasant. How utterly unrefined. Wei Qing. Oh, he is the one who recently assisted Princess Qingqing with her enrollment. Is he not? Your brother-in-law, Princess Qingqing? The man in white suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a coincidence. I too have a brother-in-law by that name. Though it is said he is a true country bumpkin. It seems there is little difference. I have a strong suspicion that the man in white is most likely Bai Shihan's elder brother. It seems that neither Bai Shihan nor Hu Qingqing are aware of the matters concerning us, as they were both quite young at that time. The only one privy to the situation was probably Jiu Tianjie, who was present at the scene. Reflecting on the importance of leaving a sliver of goodwill, I internally recited a calming incantation to suppress my rising fury. Just as I was about to extend one final chance to Hu Qingqing, the door was abruptly flung open, and that rascal Li Gafeng burst in, his temper flaring without hesitation. What kind of wretched creature dares to speak to my master in such a manner? Are you seeking death? He raged. His insults continued, and before Hu Qingqing could comprehend the situation, he seized her by the hair, forcing her head to the side and delivering a resounding slap, followed by more derogatory remarks. Which princess from a respectable family lacks such decorum? Furrowing my brow, I noticed a sinister aura beginning to emanate from Hu Qingqing's eyes. In haste, I chanted a dispelling incantation and grabbed hold of her. She struggled momentarily, then looked back at me in sheer terror, likely realizing that her demonic powers had been rendered ineffective. The dispelling incantation is highly effective in quelling the anger of malevolent spirits, thus preventing them from employing their powers. It works well against ordinary malevolent entities, but its efficacy diminishes against formidable demons and vengeful spirits unless employed repeatedly. I had to exert my efforts for nearly a month on Li Honyun before I could eradicate her lingering resentment. Go away, go away. I frowned at Li Gafeng. This young man is truly troublesome. However, that slap was rather satisfying, leaving a mark on Hu Qingtian's face. Li Gafeng smiled at me and then turned serious, fixing his gaze on Hu Qingtian. All right, master, let me tell you, this Fengwei Tavern is owned by my uncle Zhang. I have no idea when he invited these ladies to serve drinks, but I must admit, they are quite attractive. Listen here, you wretched woman. Tonight you better attend to my master well, or I will have Uncle Zhang fire you. Do you understand? Oh, you're glaring at me, are you? Try it again. At that moment, Zhang Hao shouted angrily, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up and hurried to Hu Qingtian's side, gently cupping her face with concern. Are you all right, Qitian? Huh? I thought to myself that if I hadn't held her hand, that scoundrel Li Gafeng would have been in trouble by now. At this moment, Hu Qitian was still trying to pull away, but under my calming spell, she couldn't even part her lips, let alone retaliate. Oh, Zhang Hao. Upon entering, Li Gafeng clearly hadn't noticed the people present. Seeing Zhang Hao, he scratched his head in surprise. What the hell? Is this woman someone you know? You absolute fool. Zhang Hao pointed indignantly at Li Gafeng. yet seemed too timid to strike him. He quickly turned back to gently hold Hu Qingting's face, apologizing. I'm sorry, Qingting. This friend of mine has a volatile temperament and lacks common sense. I shall speak to my father tomorrow, urging him to direct more beauty business your way in the provincial capital. Please don't be upset. Li Gafang, with an awkward expression, leaned closer to me and whispered to Hu Qingting, Master, what is going on here? I perceive that this woman shows you disrespect. I thought she was merely a courtesan. I thought to myself, he was doing well, and I encouraged him to continue. I remained silent. The time had come. Even if I released Hu Qingting now, she would be unable to wield her magical powers for at least 2 minutes. Once I let her go, I slowly lifted Hu Qingting into my arms and said, Sister, let us return home. At that moment, Hu Qingting finally reacted, tears streaming from her eyes like a waterfall. Her face contorted in grievance as she lamented to Zhang Hao, Young Master Zhang, look at this. How can someone like this still be your friend? My face is ruined. Without 3 beauty salons, I shall never acknowledge you again. I furrowed my brow, shaking my head in resignation. Hu Qingting was truly beyond redemption, sacrificing her dignity for mere money. She had completely tarnished the reputation of the 9 Heavens calamity. How utterly absurd. Alas, this lad is several years my junior. And yet his behavior is so deplorable. He clearly does not recognize you as my friend. Please do not take offense. Zhang Hao comforted Hu Qingting by taking her hand, then swiftly turned to scold Li Gafang. Li Gafang, for heaven's sake, you must have your family's beauty salon apologize to my friend tomorrow. Damn it. I'm truly exasperated with you. He paused. My apologies. I didn't mean to unleash my frustration like that. It seems like a flood has struck the Dragon King's temple. One cannot help but vent. However, I doubt my father will agree to this. How much does it cost to open a salon? Let me see if my savings are sufficient for compensation. Li Gafang scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Forget it. Just hurry up and leave. I'll cover the expenses, Zhang Hao muttered, visibly annoyed. He then turned back to gently caress Hu Qingting's face. Darling, are you all right? Please don't cry. Whatever you desire, just let me know tomorrow. I'll do my utmost to fulfill your wishes at that moment. Hu Qingting appeared pitiful, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and cuddled into Zhang Hao's embrace, pouting adorably. Having an older sister like Qingting makes me feel embarrassed. All right then. How go? Thank you. Li Gafang chuckled, glancing in my direction. Upon witnessing me cradling Hu Qingting, he exclaimed, looked at the unconscious Hu Qingting, then at Hu Qingting again, and was immediately startled, kneeling down in shock. Oh my goodness, oh dear master, you both of them? Goodness. I truly had no idea what was happening. You before he could finish, I frowned and gave him a look, signaling him to leave quickly. While I carried Hu Qingting outside, I casually remarked, Second sister, are you coming or not? If not, I shall take Qingting with me. Who do you think you are? In a fit of rage, Zhang Hao exclaimed, Oh, so you are her brother-in-law? No wonder you dress so shabbily. If you wish to leave, be my guest. I have yet to enjoy my time with Qingting. And you, Gafang, what do you mean by speaking on his behalf? Hey, listen, Brother Hao. You should show some respect to my master. What kind of attitude is that? Be careful, or Uncle Zhang might come over and give you a couple of slaps. Don't say I didn't warn you. Li Gafang hurriedly tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve, winking at him while smiling at me. Master, please take it easy. My brother doesn't understand the rules. If he has offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart. Li Gafang, what do you mean by master? Zhang Hao abruptly released Hu Qingting and turned to me. Wait a moment. You better not leave until I have clarified this situation. At that moment, Bai Hua approached with an air of intimidation, glaring at me before striding over to shut the door. What is this? Are you threatening me? Zhang Hao looked displeased as he noticed the door blocked by Bai Hua. He then turned his gaze back to Li Gafang. Gafang, it seems you are becoming rather audacious tonight. I have treated you well, and when you struck my girl, I didn't hold it against you. Why are you now assisting this brat and threatening me? Calm down, Brother Hao, please calm down. Li Gafang quickly pulled out his phone, pressing buttons while grinning at Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, it's not my intention to offend you. Don't worry. I'll call Uncle Zhang right away to give you a couple of slaps to sober you up. Li Gafang dialed the phone, and the call connected. Zhang Yuanfeng's voice came through. What is it, Daoistly? The familiarity in the address made me furrow my brow. Their relationship seemed quite intricate. Logically, Li Gafang should be well acquainted with the Zhang family. But his constant use of Daoist suggested that he might be manipulating Zhang Yuanfeng into mistaking him for a so-called hidden Daoist due to Zhang Mingyu's long-standing ailment. Considering the rationale he presented in the villa regarding the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings, coupled with his quick wit and silver tongue, this seemed plausible. Uncle Zhang, your son is about to strike me. He is in room 308. Please come quickly. Li Gafang lamented. Do you really think your bluster will convince my father? It's merely a desperate gamble, Zhang Hao retorted, rolling up his sleeves once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanfeng responded, Oh, we've known each other since childhood. It's normal for brothers to squabble a bit. No need to worry. I'll hang up now. No, Uncle Zhang. He is going to hit my master. He is helping us tonight. Li Gafang exclaimed, catching Zhang Hao's fist while continuing to plead. What? Zhang Yuanfeng's astonished voice echoed through the phone before the line went dead with a series of beeps. Li Gafang, with a mournful expression, released his grip on the phone, clutching Zhang Hao's fist with both hands as he stepped back, begging, Haogu, please, don't hit my face. If possible, let us call a truce for 2 minutes, and we can resume later. Let us sever our ties from this moment forth. Stand still. I may strike you a couple of times, and perhaps my anger will subside. Should you attempt to evade me, beware, for I might leave you battered and bruised by nightfall. I dare you to speak out. Zhang Hao, inebriated, cornered Li Gafang. None among them was sober, and the scene was utterly chaotic. Let us depart, I suggested. Casting a glance at Hu Qi-ting, who appeared equally intoxicated, it was prudent to maintain decorum for her sake. However, to my astonishment, she failed to appreciate my gesture. Glaring at me, Wei Qing, do you wish to leave? Fine, you may either abandon Qingqing and take your leave or return the slap I just received. Upon hearing her words, I let out a resigned sneer, cradling Hu Qi-ting as I made my way toward the exit, unappreciative. Just as I reached the doorway, a man in white extended his hand to block my path, his expression frosty. You may leave, but set Qingqing down. Do you believe yourself worthy of Princess Qingqing? Are you aware of her family standing? I have no desire to hold you accountable for today's events, but place her down. My brow furrowed slightly. Out of respect for Bai Shirhan, I had intended to spare this wretched creature, yet he dared to vie for Hu Qingting? At that moment, all my patience, cultivated over 3 months of cultivation, crumbled. After all, a man's wife is his ultimate boundary, and he had crossed mine. We locked eyes in silence. And as I shifted my grip on Hu Qi-ting to my left arm, my right hand slowly inched toward the whip concealed within my pocket. Chapter 75. The unrepentant face, however, as my hand reached for the whip, a fleeting thought of the pitiful Bai Shirhan crossed my mind. If I am not mistaken, her mother has passed away, and her father is away on business. She likely has only her brother left. The ancient texts of Maoshan state that blood ties run deeper than water. Even when familial bonds are frayed, the innate affection of kinship remains unbreakable. Between siblings, even to the extent of wishing each other harm, one cannot bear to see one's brother or sister trampled upon by another. Considering Bai Shirhan's feelings, and in accordance with the decorum instilled by my cultivation, I ultimately suppressed my fury, slowly withdrew my hand, and coldly stated, I will grant you one opportunity. Step aside. Wake up. Who would desire your pitiful chance? You impoverished fool. I will reiterate. Put down Princess Qingqing and keep your distance from her from this night forth, or you shall meet a most dreadful end. Bai Hua declared with a venomous glare, his eyes glinting with concealed malice, his disdain for me growing bolder with each sip of wine. I frowned slightly, such audacity. Under the mocking gazes exchanged between Hu Qi-ting and Bai Hua, I cradled Hu Qingqing and brought her to a chair, ensuring she was seated comfortably before relocating her to a safer corner of the private room. This is more like it. There is an old saying that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. As a man, one must possess the self-awareness to provide a woman with a beautiful life. Bai Hua remarked coolly from behind, leave now. I shall consider tonight's events as though they never transpired. At this moment, I had positioned Hu Qingqing in the corner. Upon hearing him speak, a chill coursed through my eyes. I swiftly drew my magical whip, turning to advance towards him with determination, chanting the incantation to slay demons and dispel evil. The whip radiated a flash of crimson light. Before he could react, I struck him sharply on the shoulder, releasing a plume of azure smoke. I then straightened the whip, directing it towards his neck. With a scream of agony from Bai Hua, the commotion drew the attention of Li Gafang and Zhang Hao, who were grappling nearby. While Hu Qingqing stood rigid, her face etched with alarm. Meanwhile, Bai Hua's neck was ensnared by my whip, emitting hissing sounds as it enveloped him in white smoke. He struggled to reach for me, but I countered with a knee to his midsection, forcing his hands back to his abdomen. A resounding crack echoed as bones fractured, and he grimaced in pain, unable to emit a sound, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead at a visible pace. The yang energy from my whip steadily depleted his demonic essence, and within moments he began to tremble uncontrollably. I coldly remarked, typically, I grant only one opportunity to those who fail to recognize their place. With that, I tightened my grip on the whip and executed a powerful shoulder throw, simultaneously releasing the binding cord. With a thundering crash, Bai Hua landed heavily upon the dining table, shattering the glass turntable and the dishes atop it. In an instant, he was engulfed in a cacophony of pain, his voice silenced, covered in a chaotic array of food, utterly disheveled. Wow. Master is incredible. Master is truly formidable. Li Gafang suddenly exclaimed with fervor. I coldly fixed my gaze upon the white flower, which was writhing on the dining table, then shot a glance of disbelief at Hu Qingtian, asking icily, what about you? Are you going home or not? Hu Qingtian stared at me as if I were an extraterrestrial, startled by my words. trembling all over, and hastily lowered her head, muttering, "All right. What on earth is happening?" At this moment, Zhang Hao, seemingly intoxicated, approached, oblivious to the earlier events, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Qi Tian, are you leaving? What are you afraid of? This is the Zhang family's territory. Who dares to threaten you? I'll make sure he pays for it tonight." After uttering this, Zhang Hao pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. However, just as he drunkenly unlocked his phone, the door swung open, and several men, led by Zhang Yuanfeng, strode in. "Father, someone is causing a ruckus in our establishment and has even assaulted my friend." Upon seeing Zhang Yuanfeng, Zhang Hao excitedly pocketed his phone, a smug expression replacing his earlier demeanor. Zhang Yuanfeng glanced at me, and upon recognizing my face, his expression shifted to one of profound shock. He even hesitated, swallowing hard as he prepared to greet me. Yet, I quickly shot him a warning look, signaling him to refrain from unnecessary chatter. True to his status as a business mogul, he instantly understood and refrained from addressing me further. Zhang Hao, inebriated, shouted, "Father, it's this rascal who knows not." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yuanfeng seized him by the collar, exclaiming, "You little brat, your sister is in such dire straits. And your mother and I have not slept a peaceful night in 3 years. You, a man in your 20s, show no concern for your sister. And yet you frolic here daily, indulging in debauchery. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." As he spoke, Zhang Yuanfeng pushed the bewildered Zhang Hao against the wall, raising his hand to strike him. Just then, Li Gufang interjected, "Uncle Zhang, please, do not strike him. Refrain from striking." As he hurried over, everyone prepared to exhale in relief. Even the still-shocked Zhang Hao's eyes reflected a glimmer of gratitude towards Li Gufang. However, Li Gufang, tilting his head and scanning the area, picked up a bottle of red wine from the ground and handed it to Zhang Yuanfeng. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yuanfeng retorted, "What, do you wish to assist him? You had best mind your own business. It is my rightful duty to discipline my son." Li Gufang hastily replied, "Oh, how could I dare to interfere, Uncle Zhang? Here, since a hand will not suffice, given your weakened state over these 3 years. Take this to strike him." Li Gufang chuckled softly and shoved the bottle of red wine into Zhang Yuanfeng's hands. He then turned to Zhang Hao with a grin and remarked, "Hey, Hao Gu, look, it's not that I don't want to mediate tonight. Uncle Zhang is aging and his health is deteriorating. You have nothing better to do than drink wine, right? It's all right, Hao Gu. Just endure a little pain, and tomorrow I'll come to the hospital to see you. You chatter too much, you little fool." Zhang Yuanfeng could no longer tolerate Li Gufang's incessant babble. He seized the wine bottle and smashed it over Zhang Hao's head. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, and blood immediately streamed from Zhang Hao's forehead. He couldn't withstand the blow and collapsed, his head drooping as he lost consciousness. "Damn it, what a useless fellow. You infuriate me." Zhang Yuanfeng clapped his hands and shouted to the suited men behind him, "Take him to the hospital. If he recovers, good. If not, let him die." What a disgrace. The men in suits trembled in fear and hurriedly dragged Zhang Hao away. Meanwhile, I had approached by Hua, who had regained his composure. Upon seeing me approach, he instinctively stepped back, causing the shattered dishes on the table to rattle, a vivid display of a demon fearing a priest. "Be kinder to your family, especially your younger sister," I said to him softly, before cradling the soft and gentle Hu Qingqing and making my way outside. Chapter 76. The powerful pill by Hua appeared rather intoxicated, and having just been thoroughly bested by me, he sat dazedly at the table, utterly bewildered. I paid him little mind as I approached the door and shot a glare at Hu Qingqing. "Sister, let us depart." Startled, she trembled slightly. Coming. That Taoist." Zhang Yuanfeng quickly flashed me a smile, saying, "Taoist, please hold on. Since you're already here, I have arranged a celebratory banquet for my daughter upstairs. You, no need. Until we meet again." Upon finishing my words, I embraced Hu Qingqing and exited the private room. Observing her rosy cheeks, I felt a pang of sympathy, yet a hint of joy as well. After 3 months apart, her enchanting aura reminiscent of a mountain maiden remained unchanged, signifying that she had not been led astray by Hu Qingqing. The only unfortunate detail was the slight calluses on her hands. I wondered what she had been occupied with during these past 3 months. It certainly could not have been easy for her. Just as we reached the doorway, the persistent Li Gufang trailed out behind us, his presence as unwelcome as ever. Master, wait a moment." I frowned and turned to glare at him, only to see him grinning sheepishly. He knelt down to wipe the floor in front of me with his sleeve, then stood up and bowed elegantly, saying, "Master, please beware of the slippery ground. After you." I furrowed my brows in exasperation and silently embraced Hu Qingqing as we made our way to the elevator. Li Gufang trailed beside us, exuding an air of unwarranted familiarity, his strides ostentatiously grandiose, causing his garments to flutter about him. In stark contrast, Hu Qingqing followed me closely, her demeanor timid and speechless. Zhang Yuanfeng and the remaining men in black escorted us from behind. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of Fengwei restaurant. Once Li Gafeng had dismissed Zhang Yuanfeng, who had come to see me off, I turned to glance at Hu Qingqing and inquired, "Sister, where do you reside?" Hu Qingqing furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat defiant yet ultimately restrained, and quietly replied, "Building 1, West Ring Community." Just as I processed her words, Li Gafeng addressed the security personnel at the entrance. "What are you dawdling for? Fetch my Ferrari. Can't you see I'm taking my master home? Right away." "Young Masterly, please hold on." With a roar of engines, a striking red car was soon brought forth by the security guard. As the guard stepped out and handed the keys to Li Gafeng after polishing them, Hu Qingqing's previously despondent expression transformed into one of delight. She gazed at the car and exclaimed, "Wow, is that a Ferrari LaFerrari? Indeed. My father spent over 4,000 to acquire it. It's the only one in the entire provincial city." "Hiki." Li Gafeng chuckled, then turned to Hu Qingqing. "My apologies. Beautiful. I truly had no idea you were the masteress. By the way, Master, are you two lovers? Was there a breakup just now? Wow, Master. You truly are remarkable to have a pair of twins by your side. Both of your wives are utterly enchanting. My eyes have been opened. Had it been my former temperament, I might have scolded him a few times. The teachings of the Maoshan scriptures instruct one to possess a certain level of discretion. As a Taoist clad in purple, one ought to exhibit decorum, maintain a dignified demeanor, and embody approachability and amiability. The more juvenile aspects of oneself should be reserved solely for close kin or trusted individuals. Therefore, I chose not to lower myself to his level and replied calmly, "Your vehicle accommodates only two. You may return on your own." As I spoke, I glanced at the roadside, noting that it would be quite easy to hail a taxi here. "Oh, indeed." Li Gafeng promptly retrieved his phone, seemingly making a call to someone. Moments later, I heard him chuckle, "Hello, is that Director Zhang?" "Yes, it's me. Please send my father's Maybach to the Fengwei restaurant, and do hurry. And remember, do not mention to my father that I am here for leisure. I swear, I am not indulging in debauchery. Honestly, a person who can conjure so many words just to summon a vehicle is undoubtedly a rare gem." After hanging up, he turned to me with a grin. "Master, it's quite late, and hailing a cab is inconvenient. I have arranged for a special car for you. It should arrive in no more than 10 minutes. I kindly ask for your patience, Hihi." I exhaled, shaking my head in resignation. This individual felt less like a person of substance and more like a smooth talker, adept at pleasing others. Noticing my lack of response did not seem to faze him in the least. He adjusted his posture and, with a playful grin, turned to the nearby Hu Qingting, then glanced at Hu Qingqing in my arms, awkwardly attempting to strike up a conversation. "I presume Master has a busy evening ahead, right?" He hesitated for a moment, casting a furtive glance to the side before approaching me. From his pocket, he discreetly produced an object and placed it into my hand. Tilting his head towards me, "Master, this item will aid you tonight. It's a man's elixir. Please, do not hesitate. If it proves effective, feel free to ask, as my family possesses quite a few." I cast a sidelong glance and noticed it was an unnamed pill, exuding an air of mystical charm. "What is this?" My curiosity got the better of me, prompting the question. "Ahem, it's a strength-enhancing pill. You should try it. Even just one should suffice. And certainly, it would surpass any challenge you might face. Also, if you happen to meet my parents in the future, please keep this matter to yourself. I may have acquired it without their knowledge," he said, shrouded in secrecy. "A strength-enhancing pill? Do you mean 3? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Well, you could interpret it that way." He chuckled. I accepted the pill, examining it. Could such affluent items truly bolster one's strength, regardless of its authenticity? I found this young man's performance tonight quite commendable, so I tucked it away in my pocket. Upon seeing me accept his offering, he instantly appeared invigorated, standing tall and proud before me, as if basking in the honor of being by my side. Subsequently, whenever someone passed by, he would nervously exclaim, "Hey, this is my master, and this is my mistress, and that is also my mistress." The passers-by appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at me. Hu Qingqing and Hu Qitian, their faces adorned with an oddly peculiar smile. Although they seemed somewhat perplexed, they ultimately responded with a chuckle. Got it. Young Masterly. Out of 10 people who walked by, at least 5 recognized him and held him in high regard, suggesting that this fellow was indeed not boasting and had significant connections. After merely 10 minutes of waiting, my ears felt as though they were about to develop calluses. This chap was undeniably akin to a foolish son of a wealthy landlord, exhibiting an array of eccentric behaviors. It was difficult to label him as genuinely foolish. As I found myself enveloped in curiosity, amidst the bustling streets alive with ordinary folk, various affluent men and women entering and exiting the brothels of the city, there I stood, humorlessly detached, alongside an unconscious Hu Qingqing, a proudly beaming Li Gafeng, and a Hu Qingtan who gazed at Li Gafeng with flirtatious eyes. This tableau presented a somewhat comical image, yet vividly encapsulated the essence of urban life. Before long, a vehicle arrived, Another luxury car that made Hu Qingtian's eyes sparkle with delight. Once inside, Li Gafeng instructed the driver to return his red car home while he took it upon himself to drive us to the West Ring community. Throughout the journey, this fellow incessantly chattered away. I was preoccupied with tending to the fox, Qingqing, and had no time to engage with him. However, Qingqing, the other fox, seemed to hit it off with him. Li Gafeng recounted that during his childhood, he had once had his head caught in a door, a near-fatal incident. Fortunately, his grandfather possessed some knowledge of geomancy, which enabled him to rescue him from the brink of death. Nevertheless, this ordeal left him with a penchant for excessive talkativeness, which he urged us not to mind. Such utter nonsense, yet it was enough to send Qingqing into fits of laughter. Ever since the moment his red car made its appearance, it seemed as though Qingqing had entirely forgotten the slap he had given her, and even began to admire him somewhat. Chapter 77. The transformation of Hu Qitian. The women of the Fox clan possess several common characteristics. Hu Qitian, in particular, embodies the essence of spiritedness, characterized by a blend of willfulness and mischief, often displaying a propensity for tears. Within her lies a cunning allure, and to put it more bluntly, a certain rawness. From the ancient Taoist discourse on fox spirits, it is evident that Hu Qingtian's disposition is entirely innate and perfectly normal, which is why I extend a measure of tolerance towards her. As the vehicle crept through the nocturnal cityscape, Li Gafeng inquired, "Master, when do you intend to depart?" With a chuckle, I replied, "Tonight, my apprentice will pack his belongings, and tomorrow we shall embark on an adventure, vanquishing demons and upholding justice, a spontaneous journey for the two of us." Before I could utter another word, Hu Qingtian flashed a charming smile and interjected, "Your master is scheduled to attend classes at the normal university tomorrow. There will be no time for leisurely excursions." Upon hearing her words, Li Gafeng visibly recoiled, exclaiming, "Is that true? Is there such an obligation? How intriguing. Tomorrow, I shall ask my father to greet the principal of the normal university. Hee. I must transfer there to accompany my master. Thus, this delightful decision has been made." I remained silent, not understanding at the time why these affluent individuals could transfer schools at will. It was only later that I overheard Li Gafeng mentioning that maintaining one's student status while attending classes is quite feasible. It is akin to investing a bit of money to pursue one's studies. As long as one does not disrupt others, expulsion from the institution is unlikely. Much like livestock in a free-range setting, provided they do not consume another's grain, they shall not face the butcher's blade. After nearly an hour, we arrived at the entrance of the Shihuan community, a relatively secluded area, with the mountains bordering just beyond. It felt quite desolate, in stark contrast to the bustling streets we had passed earlier. With Li Gafeng's assistance, I disembarked while cradling Hu Qingqing and said to him, "I appreciate your help. You may return to rest." "Very well, master. I shall deliver that item to you. Hee, if the results are satisfactory tonight, I must ensure to ask my disciple for it tomorrow. No need for formality. I will drive to fetch you, wishing you a night as enduring as the South Mountain. And that a moment spent in the spring night is worth 1,000. He said with utmost seriousness. "Young Master Li is indeed amusing. Will you not come in for a moment?" Hu Qingqing chuckled, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, how could I dare? Mistress, please take good care of my master." At this point, he suddenly adopted a sorrowful expression, pouting as if on the verge of tears. "Look at my master. Who knows how far he has wandered? His shoes worn to tatters. He has worked so hard. I implore you, mistress, to look after him well." "My master." As he spoke, I found myself silently walking into the community, cradling Fox Qingqing in my arms. His incessant chatter was overwhelming, were it not for my current need to maintain decorum. I might have lost my temper and slapped him soundly. Fox Qingqing seemed to engage him in a brief conversation, during which they exchanged phone numbers. Afterward, she approached me with a radiant smile, brandishing a set of keys. "Wei Qing, you've made quite the debut, haven't you? Impressive, really. To have garnered young Master Li as your disciple so swiftly." "Sort of," I replied nonchalantly, contemplating the fact that I was unfamiliar with that individual. "I thought as much. From the very beginning, it was evident you possessed remarkable talent. I just didn't expect your progress to be so rapid," she remarked with a beaming smile, leading the way. "Come along, dear sister. Our father has never been generous with money and has even threatened to annihilate anyone who dares to aid us financially until he emerges from his retreat. Alas, we are left to rent a modest 2-bedroom apartment. However, our eldest sister has managed to save a bit from her years of herbal gathering and sales, which has helped us. Qingqing and I have opened a small nail salon in the bustling district. Once we start earning, we can upgrade to a larger residence. You must encourage young Master Li to invest in us." I remained silent, trailing behind her quietly. On the 5th floor of the first building in the community, there lies a rather decent small apartment. The living room is flanked by a bedroom on either side, with a bathroom on the left and a kitchen on the right, complemented by a small balcony. Upon entering, I inquired about Hu Qingqing's room and subsequently carried her inside, removing her shoes to ensure her comfort as she settled down. Looking rather pitiable, I truly could not fathom how Hu Qiting could allow her to consume so much alcohol. Though the apartment was modest in size, it was impeccably tidy. Exuding a sense of comfort, Hu Qiting sat on the sofa, occasionally beckoning me over to inquire about a few matters, which I chose to ignore. After offering Hu Qingqing a bit of water, I made my way to the bathroom to wash my face, intending to share a room with her. At that moment, Hu Qiting remarked, "Wei Qing, why don't you sleep in the room across the hall for now? Just make do with it. If the elder sister happens to come by one day, you might find yourself on the sofa." Although her words seemed somewhat dismissive, she wore a smile, bearing an expression that hinted at deeper meanings, leaving me feeling rather perplexed. I could only acquiesce, saying, "Well, given how intoxicated Qingqing is, I suppose the second sister will have to take good care of her." With that, I entered the adjacent room, which was indeed untidy but contained a bed and bedding, albeit not arranged properly. Just as I was about to set things right, Hu Qiting cheerfully entered, without hesitation, and began to spread the blankets for me. Meanwhile, she queried, "Wei Qing, to what extent have you progressed in your studies? Is your appearance fee several tens of thousands now?" Taken aback, I furrowed my brow and replied, 880. It is undoubtedly a rigid rule set by your master to retain you. Nowadays, a minor task performed by a half-spirit outside can yield several thousand. Given your capabilities, I believe that with a significant undertaking, you could potentially earn a sum ranging from 100 to 200,000. At that point, my second sister will certainly keep an eye out for you and introduce you to any business opportunities that arise. There is no need for extravagance. Earning 30 to 50,000 per engagement would suffice, and our family would be blessed thereafter. She spoke with a smile. I remained silent, aware of her relentless pursuit of wealth, and deemed it unnecessary to be swayed by her enticements. How could a practitioner of the Tao ever barter their skills for monetary gain? If our ancestral master were to witness such a situation today, I fear it would shatter his spirit. Moreover, the asking price of 880 is already exceedingly high. One should not be misled by the ostentatious displays of wealth from families like the Zhongs and Lis. They belong to the elite class. Throughout history, the upper echelons have consistently looked down upon the world from their lofty perches, yet how many families of such stature truly exist? Before long, Hu Qingting had prepared the bed for me, yet she showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she seated herself on the bed, propping herself up with her arms, her posture exuding a captivating charm. With a sultry smile cast in my direction, she inquired, "Wei Qing, you must be tired after a long day. Would you like me to whip up a couple of dishes? We could share a drink and discuss the rules of life in the city. After all, you are new here and may find yourself at a disadvantage if you remain uninformed." I recognized Hu Qingting's cunning nature and her playful demeanor. With a cold smile, I thought to myself that these matters would naturally be conveyed to me by cheating in due time. There was no need for her intervention. I replied, "No, thank you. Second sister, you should rest early." Upon seeing my cold smile, she revealed a hint of embarrassment on her face. Suddenly, in a tipsy state, she leaned against her forehead and softly murmured, "I apologize, the alcohol has taken its toll. Let me gather myself for a moment." However, in less than 2 seconds, she gazed at me with a flirtatious smile and asked, "Wei Qing, by the way, have you shared a room with Qingqing? When do you plan to have children?" "I am not contemplating that just yet," I replied with a stern expression. "Sister, if you are intoxicated, you should return to rest. I have to report to school tomorrow." Yet, she disregarded my words and, with a playful smile, said, "Oh, not wanting children. That is perfectly fine. There are means to ensure safety. Nothing can go awry. Many men in this city engage in such affairs behind their wives' backs, and with these measures in place, no one would ever know, hee. Chapter 78. The arrival of the master. Let us postpone this conversation for another day. My dear sister has had her fill of wine and must take her leave. With my hands clasped behind my back, I opened the door to let her out. "Ah, indeed, another time. Heh." Suddenly, she covered her mouth and let out a soft, enigmatic laugh, her eyes reflecting a profound meaning as they gazed upon me. Her nature was already so unrestrained, and with the influence of alcohol, the allure she exuded was beyond description. It is said that a fox spirit can ensnare the heart. When it comes to matters beyond the Tao and Buddhism, none can resist such enchantment. Thankfully, having cultivated my spiritual energy for 3 months, I remained undisturbed. Noticing my serious demeanor, she fell silent, then suddenly placed a hand on her forehead and sighed, appearing quite feeble. "Tonight's red wine is exceptionally potent. Look at me. My thoughts are disordered. I feel a heaviness in my chest and a warmth spreading through my body. If I speak out of turn, please do not take it to heart." "Go rest," I replied calmly, fixing my gaze upon her. "Oh, very well. You must be weary after your recent endeavors. I shall not impose further. Regarding your matters with Qingqing, once you have rested well tomorrow evening, I shall return to discuss them." She flashed me a beguiling smile, but suddenly her form softened, and she lay back upon the bed. "This wine is too potent. I feel utterly enervated and lack the strength to rise. Wei Qing, I must trouble you to carry me back to my room for some rest. Thank you. No need for that. Since you are unable to walk, rest here. I will go accompany Qing, I replied coolly, turning to leave. Wait, please. She suddenly extended her hand and slowly descended from the bed, swaying unsteadily as she pressed her forehead, making her way towards the door. Ah, yes, my second sister still needed to take a hot bath and change her clothes, which were in that room. Perhaps it would be best for you to rest here. Her steps were erratic, and as she approached me, she suddenly leaned into my embrace. I swiftly dodged aside. In an instant, there was a loud thud as she fell to the ground, her head striking the door frame. With a cry, a swollen bump immediately appeared on her forehead, and I found it difficult to look on. I hurriedly feigned concern, asking, "Second sister, are you all right?" She let out a huff, stood up, and, while frowning and glaring at me in anger for a moment, ultimately forced a smile and said, "Hee hee, I'm fine. I shall never drink so much again. Now, I will go take a bath. Good night." With that, she waved her hand at me and made her way towards the bathroom. Unexpectedly, as she walked, she began to unbutton her clothes, and upon reaching the bathroom door, she abruptly let her garments fall to the ground. My eyes widened in shock, and I quickly shut the door, thinking to myself that she must truly be intoxicated. How utterly incomprehensible. After a moment of helplessness, I returned to bed and closed my eyes to meditate. However, before long, a noise suddenly emanated from the window. I opened my eyes to see a pale visage pressed against the glass, with a pair of dark eyes fixated on me, alongside a flowing red garment dancing in the wind. It was Li Hongyun returning. I quickly said, "Come in." Then, the ghostly figure in red transformed into a shadow and slipped through the window's crack, arriving before me to announce, "Celestial Master, the malevolent entity has gone to an old mansion near the cemetery, where someone is providing assistance." "Understood," I replied. I retrieved the bamboo tube and lifted the talisman designed to ward off malevolent spirits, casting an exasperated glance at her. "Hongyun, go inside and rest. Furthermore, refrain from leaning against the window in the future." "As you command, Master," she replied softly, before transforming into a crimson light and vanishing into the bamboo tube. Furrowing my brow, I inhaled deeply, pondering the implications of that entity's presence at the cemetery. Was there someone awaiting her arrival? It appeared that the provincial capital harbored practitioners of spirit cultivation, or perhaps these shadowy figures were summoned by others to wreak havoc upon the Zhang family. Otherwise, the sudden emergence of two such entities would be unfathomable. The affliction known as walking the shadow is exceedingly rare, with the success rate of artificially cultivating it being 1 in a million. To produce two practitioners of this peculiar condition simultaneously would undoubtedly elevate them to the ranks of the highest echelons within the realm of spirit cultivation. This realization struck me. Could this be the reason why, for 3 years, none have been able to unravel the Zhang family's supernatural mysteries? Contemplating this, I stowed the bamboo tube back into my pocket and resumed my meditation. It is pertinent to mention that the elusive nature of these spirits makes them particularly troublesome. I had adeptly utilized this trait by providing my birth date to Hongyun, thereby ensuring that she could locate me wherever I might wander. Moreover, her initial knock on the window was not a matter of courtesy, but rather a prerequisite for my permission to enter my abode. As I meditated until the early hours of the morning, just before I was about to retire for the night, my phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, I discovered a message from my master inquiring about my whereabouts. I truthfully relayed my location, but after that, I received no further communication. When the sun rose the following day and the clock struck 8, she abruptly called me, her tone exceedingly stern. "Wayward disciple, gather all your belongings and hasten to the entrance of the community to meet your master." Without waiting for me to speak, she abruptly hung up the phone. I furrowed my brow slightly, lying on the bed in deep contemplation before hastily gathering my belongings and heading out, a premonition of trouble brewing in my mind. Upon reaching the doorstep of Hu Qitian and her companions, I gently pushed the door open to take a glance, intending to see if Qitian had awakened. However, to my astonishment, I discovered Hu Qitian was without attire, and the two were soundly asleep. I quickly shut my eyes and closed the door, letting out a sigh as I made my way downstairs with urgency. A few minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of the community. Even in the early morning, the area was eerily quiet, with only the occasional sight of elderly folks carrying vegetable baskets. Observing the dilapidated buildings, I wondered if this place was on the verge of demolition. Just as I was lost in thought, someone suddenly struck the back of my head, causing me to grimace in pain. Yet, I respectfully acknowledged, "Master, I am aware of your presence behind me. Get down on your knees." She suddenly barked. "Why?" I turned to look at her. Today, my master had donned an exquisitely crafted makeup, wearing that striking red dress, high heels, and earrings, presenting herself as an enchanting beauty. However, her face was marred with fury, a deep scowl etched across her features. To kneel or not to kneel? She fumed, turning to search for something. From a patch of greenery behind her, She retrieved a slender wooden stick. Noticing the absence of others around, I promptly knelt down. Master, where have I erred? With a face flushed with rage, she scolded. When you descended from the mountain, what did I instruct you? To remain discreet, to remain discreet. You ungrateful disciple. How could you let the Zhang family disseminate such news? Today, the entire provincial city is aware that a purple-robed Taoist has arrived. You are driving me to the brink of madness. With an expression of helplessness, I replied, Master, I only mentioned a purple-robed Taoist without divulging any details. I have my own plans. A plan, you say? What a splendid plan you have, you wretched disciple. Her brows furrowed, and she readied her staff for a strike. I recognized her genuine anger and dared not retort further. Very well, consider it your plan. But recall what I instructed you. You must maintain an air of mystery upon your return. Yet here you are, residing in your wife's family home. Who is that Uchinting? Living with them, how do you expect to remain enigmatic? And practice Taoism? You could be inadvertently harmed without even realizing it. Her fury was palpable, and as she spoke, it seemed she could no longer contain her wrath, raising her staff to strike. Just then, a man's astonished voice abruptly interrupted from behind. What the? Master! Hey, that woman, do not strike my master. Stop this at once. Chapter 79. An unfavorable departure, is that not the voice of Li Gafeng? Helplessly, I turn my face away. When my master is truly enraged, she resembles a fierce tigress. Unrestrained and fearsome, both Qin Beijing and I are terrified of her. My master cast a furious glance over my shoulder, disregarding it entirely. Her gaze fixed upon me with unyielding severity. She began to slowly remove the debris from her stick, and upon seeing my silence, she raised the stick, poised to strike. Yet, before the stick could descend, Li Gafeng's voice rang out from behind. Hey, I'm talking to you. Hey, old sister, can't you hear me? My master's brow furrowed, and her eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent as she glared at the source of the voice. Then, Li Gafeng continued. Yes, I'm referring to you. Why are you attacking my master? For heaven's sake, in broad daylight, what is this? Has my master wronged you in some way? Or have you unearthed your ancestral graves? As he spoke, Li Gafeng approached from behind and placed a hand on my shoulder. Master, what is happening? Did you perhaps misuse the strength pill? What strength pill? And who is he? My master pointed her stick at me, her expression fierce as she glared at Li Gafeng. Don't ask me who I am. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the master's wife, correct? Even so, there is no need to have my master kneel. In such a public setting, Li Gafeng, while speaking, tenderly rubbed my arm. Master, truly, a man's knees should not bend so easily. Why endure this indignity? Go away. Furrowing my brow, I exclaimed, damn it. Given master's temperament, if I merely kept silent and allowed her to perceive my sincere attitude of contrition, she would not resort to violence. However, this time the situation escalated. At most, it would take merely a count of 1, 2, 3 before the stick would descend upon me. Before I could even reach 3 in my thoughts, master, infuriated, raised her staff and unleashed a flurry of blows upon me, declaring, So you've taken on disciples, have you? It seems you've grown bold in my absence, you ungrateful wretch. Unruly disciple. Unruly disciple. Stop it. Hey, you fierce woman, can you calm down a bit? Stop hitting me. Li Gafeng hurriedly rushed over to intervene, witnessing master's relentless assault. To my astonishment, he appeared somewhat incensed and dared to shield me from her blows. But, predictably, in the next moment, master delivered a swift kick to his groin, causing his mouth to form a perfect ta shape as he stared at her in shock for several seconds before bending over in agony, groaning. At that moment, master turned her glare back at me. Initially intent on continuing her assault, she raised her hand only to discover that her staff had shattered, discarding the broken piece. She placed her hands on her hips and pointed at me, stating, At your young age, you are at a perilous crossroads, easily led astray. If I do not discipline you today, you will never amount to anything. Listen carefully. After school, call Xiaoxue. I will arrange for your residence in a suitable place for cultivation. During the day, no matter how intimately you wish to be with your little wife, it is of no concern to me. But at night, you shall devote yourself entirely to your practice. I will inform Qingqing of this arrangement. Furthermore, if I hear even a whisper of your name in the provincial capital, abandon your university studies and retreat to the temple for seclusion. I shall teach you daily if need be. What a wretched disciple, it infuriates me. After her vehement reprimand, she turned on her heel and departed. The direction of her exit unknown to me as I was preoccupied with the bruises on my body, feeling an unbearable heat coursing through me amidst the harrowing scene. Generally speaking, my master would never unleash such cruelty upon me in Qin Beijing unless it pertained to a matter of life and death concerning our futures. There had been an incident 3 months prior when I was punished for attempting to sneak into the provincial city to visit Hu Qingqing with Qin Beijing. We were caught at the entrance of the temple, and her methods were exceedingly brutal. That time, Qin Beijing knelt for an entire day, his face swollen to the size of a pig's head. After a moment's pause, I gradually rose, my wrist a bloody mess and my back aflame with pain. A sight too ghastly to behold. I glanced helplessly at Li Gufang, still recovering on the ground, and bent down to press his philtrum, watching as he slowly regained his composure. Oh, master, I have come to understand. Just how many master's wives do I have? It would be unfortunate if a disciple were to offend one. This suffering is unbearable, he lamented, his face a mask of dread. I gritted my teeth, massaging my wrist, and felt a twinge of sympathy at his pitiful state, hastily diverting my gaze. Did you come by car? Yes. Ugh. I fear it may be ruined. This master's wife is rather ruthless, he groaned, as if attempting to rise from the ground. I remarked, Master, what transpired? Could it be that your romantic escapades last night were discovered by the rightful master's wife? Silence, I replied with a hint of exasperation, gritting my teeth as I shook my bruised wrist. Let us go, we are heading to school. Oh, very well. He hurriedly approached, listlessly pressing the area where he had been injured, gesturing towards a dilapidated vehicle across the street. Master, I too have suffered, he lamented. Last night, that scoundrel Zhang went to my home to lodge a complaint. As if it weren't enough that he accused me of deceiving him, he also claimed that I indulged in debauchery at his restaurant. Damn it, I haven't even woken up properly today. My father dragged me out of bed at the crack of dawn and gave me a good thrashing, in a fit of rage. He took all the money from me. I remained silent, instinctively placing my hands behind my back as I walked towards the car. However, the moment I did, a sharp pain shot through me, forcing me to adopt a more proper posture. I thought to myself, what terrible luck. Had I known this would happen, I would have been better off fabricating an excuse about my whereabouts. If the master couldn't find me, perhaps she would calm down and seek me out later. Why must I endure such suffering? Seeing my silence, Li Gufang mistakenly believed I was in disbelief. He turned to face me, pulling down his trousers to reveal a bruised backside, mottled with shades of blue and purple. Master, look at this. Sighing, I couldn't help but lift my leg and give his rear a swift kick, eliciting a comical squeal from him. Regaining his composure, Li Gufang shamelessly flashed a grin as he opened the car door for me. Just how dilapidated was this vehicle? The door was dinted, rust covered its surface, and the filth was indescribable. It appeared to be an ancient relic from many years past. Once inside, I discovered that the seat cushions were in a state of disrepair, far worse than any garments I had previously worn. Li Gu jumped into the car and hurried to explain, Master, please bear with me. This vehicle was a gift from my grandfather, who compassionately allowed me to trade one of my father's precious vitality pills for it. That old fellow is quite inconsiderate. He has a classic car that he refuses to drive. I thought to myself, your grandfather truly possesses a unique character. This chatterbox was incessant, and I found myself wishing to silence him with a couple of slaps. How did I end up encountering such a character after leaving the mountains to pursue my path? Yet, I feared the prospect of arriving at school utterly clueless, facing obstacles at every turn. Hence, I found myself in his vehicle. Once the engine roared to life, a cacophony of creaks and groans filled the air, reminiscent of a precarious state, the sound echoing like the throaty rumble of a tractor from my childhood days. A sight I had not witnessed in years. The attention we garnered was even greater than that of the red car he had driven the previous night. Throughout the journey, I was subjected to his incessant rambling, whether or not I engaged him. His audacity led him to believe I was enthralled by his tales. It was only upon reaching the entrance of the normal university that I finally felt a semblance of relief. However, what I perceived as liberation was merely the beginning of a different form of torment. A dilapidated vehicle approached the school, driven by Li Gufang, who was determined to enter. However, he was halted at the entrance by a security guard. After a futile attempt at negotiation, he stubbornly persisted, drawing the attention of a throng of onlookers who gathered around the car, including myself, trapped within. I yearned to exit the vehicle, yet it appeared that the doors could not be opened from the inside once the engine was turned off. Dear security officer, it is my first day here. Could you kindly grant me entry? I assure you, in a few days, once I am familiar with the surroundings, I will not forget your kindness. For I come from a wealthy family. Truly, I speak without exaggeration, and I am not one to engage in idle banter, I implored. You cannot enter. You must first complete the parking procedures. There is a parking lot nearby. Please proceed there, the guard replied impatiently, repeating this phrase more than 3 times if my memory serves me correctly. Very well, consider me at your mercy, Li Gufang retorted defiantly. Ignoring the curious gazes of the young men and women nearby, he cursed under his breath as he returned to the vehicle, just as he seemed to have forgotten something. He leaned out of the car and shouted boisterously towards the university entrance, Sisters from the university, I have arrived. Was he out of his mind? What a peculiar individual. Immediately, a chorus of insults was directed at us, yet Li Gufang remained unfazed, nonchalantly waving at those who berated him. At that moment, I finally believed the rumors that he had suffered a head injury as a child were not mere fabrications. Observing him shamelessly waving and greeting others, I felt as if I were sitting on pins and needles inside the car. I quickly urged him to open the door. The young man hesitated for a moment before pressing some button, allowing me to exit the vehicle. I feigned ignorance and casually tossed 100 yuan into the car, ensuring that bystanders would perceive me merely as a passenger paying for a ride. As long as the money went unclaimed, I had no qualms. After discarding the money, I proceeded towards the school, and this ruse proved effective. All eyes promptly shifted from me to Li Gafeng, who became the subject of their whispered speculations about his sanity. "Master, I'm waiting for you over there. I'll come once I've parked the car." Suddenly, his voice echoed from behind. I buried my head, striving to maintain an air of unfamiliarity, feeling a wave of goosebumps rise. Yet, barely had I taken a few steps when he rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, master, wait. Your money is left in my car." A grimace crossed my face as I berated myself for my earlier decision to ride with him. I should have asked around more. It would have spared me this mortification. In broad daylight, he approached me, handing back the money, inadvertently drawing everyone's attention back to me. The myriad curious gazes felt akin to those of spectators observing a circus act, and I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Glancing down at my feet, I suddenly recalled my shoes. Sighing, I mustered the audacity to return the money to him, saying, "Go buy me a pair of shoes, size 40. "Ah, understood. Please wait a moment, master. I'll park the car and make arrangements for you." He turned around with a cheerful smile and ran off, shouting to those beside him about his foolishness. "Hey, how are you all? I'm new here." "Oh, that's my master, also new, haha." Were these two escaped from a mental institution? Perhaps it would be prudent to contact the asylum? It certainly seems necessary. 3 months of cultivating my spiritual merit have been utterly squandered. I find it impossible to maintain my composure. I hurriedly sought refuge behind a tree along the school wall. During the time that Li Gafeng vanished from the crowd's sight, I felt akin to a monkey in a zoo, surrounded by a throng of onlookers pointing and gesturing at me. The tree was scarcely thicker than my wrist, and adhering to the principle that if I could not see them, I would not feel embarrassed, I clung to the tree and focused on its trunk, deliberately avoiding the gazes of the crowd. Damn it, the once great master had just entered the campus, and his reputation lay in ruins, his dignity shattered. Just as I prepared to recite a few calming incantations, reminding myself to adhere to the guidance of the Maoshan scriptures and my master's teachings, maintaining my composure, grace, and prioritizing the greater good, suddenly, the crowd diverted their attention from me, collectively gazing towards the school gate, their eyes filled with astonishment, admiration, and envy. Then someone exclaimed, "Isn't she stunning? Ah, the beautiful campus flower. Good morning." Chapter 80. Discovered. Thank you. You are quite early as well. A familiar and gentle voice resonated, followed by the sight of by Shirhan entering with a few books in her arms. It had been 3 months since we last met. She had changed her hairstyle, tying her hair into a high and elegant ponytail. Delicate white hairpins adorned her hair, revealing a hint of her pristine scalp, which made her appear remarkably fresh and neat. Her attire mirrored that of other girls, a checkered shirt with a bow at the collar and a knee-length skirt. The previous air of maturity had diminished, giving way to a more vibrant youthful spirit. I intended to approach her and extend my greetings. I had long harbored plans during these 3 months. Once I emerged from my seclusion, I would certainly seek justice for her and resolve the issues concerning her brother. Now, her brother was aware of my capabilities, and retrieving the family assets from the Bai household would be a trivial matter. This would be my most fitting way to make amends. However, as I glanced down at my worn-out shoes, I turned away and leaned against a tree. I had not brought any mugwort today. If her attention was sufficiently focused, she might notice me immediately. Yet, with a distance of over 10 meters and her busy smiling exchanges with others, I deemed it unlikely that she would. In a daze, I heard a group of people seemingly chatting with Bai Shirhan as they walked towards the school, allowing me to exhale in relief. In my current disheveled state, it mattered little to me, but to let her classmates know she had a friend like me would surely bring her embarrassment. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a sudden shout erupted from behind. "Master! Master? Where are you, master? Master! Oh, master, I see you." I despondently tapped my forehead, thinking to myself, "Are you a monkey?" Your voice even overpowered the loudspeakers blaring music throughout the school. At that moment, I caught a sidelong glance and noticed the throng of sycophants trailing behind Bai Shirhan all turned to look our way. Before I could react, Li Gafeng approached, carrying a pair of shoes. "Hey, master, I'm a bit short on cash today. Once my father cools down in a couple of days, I'll have some money to buy you a fine pair of branded shoes as a token of respect. No need to stand on ceremony between master and disciple. Such formalities are unnecessary." I discreetly kept an eye on Bai Shirhan, who was now walking towards me. If anyone truly had a disciple like Li Gafeng, it would be better not to practice any arts at all. He was a genuine nuisance. Hastily, I bent down to change my shoes, tossing the old ones to Li Gafeng. "Take these and throw them away. Don't linger here." He took my worn shoes in hand, but did not leave. Instead, he suddenly reached out and scratched my shoulder, exclaiming, "Master, look, what a beautiful junior. She is looking at you. Quick, look. Oh my gosh, she is coming." Cursing under my breath, I took a deep breath to quell the fury rising within me, returning to a composed and serious demeanor as I faced her without moving. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bai Shirhan, clutching her books, staring at us in disbelief as she approached. Behind her, the swarm of sycophants followed closely. As if they had never encountered a woman before, creating an overwhelming sense of foreboding as they converged towards us. The scene sent a shudder through Li Gafang, who exclaimed in dismay, "Oh no! Master, is it my fate to attract trouble once again?" With a silent prayer for forgiveness, I inhaled deeply. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Bai Shirhan halt 3 meters away, her book tumbling to the ground, followed by her astonished voice. "Wei Qing?" I offered a gentle smile, turning to meet her gaze, and replied nonchalantly, "It is I. Is it truly you? I thought I must have been mistaken." She beamed, her face lighting up with joy. With a familiar gesture, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, retrieved her fallen book, and approached me with a radiant smile. "Wei Qing, you." Before Bai Shirhan could finish her sentence, Li Gafang interjected with astonishment, "Good heavens, Master, you were simply two." His words startled me, prompting a sharp glance in his direction as I commanded, "Silence, just go away." "Oh, I understand now. Master, in my eyes, you are truly deserving of such admiration." He gazed at me with idolization, his thumbs slowly rising in approval. Meanwhile, the group trailing behind Bai Shirhan stood dumbfounded, their expressions bewildered as they whispered amongst themselves. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. I hastily clasped my hands behind my back and made my way toward the grassy expanse across from us, pondering that with Li Gafang, the rascal, at my side, even 3 decades of cultivation would not suffice to endure his antics. Alas, Taoist divination cannot predict one's own fate. Otherwise, I would have foreseen this encounter in the East City Villa area and deemed the $800 spent as a mere folly. Wei Qing, Bai Shirhan, in her innocent charm, slowly approached me from behind. Considering the harsh reprimand I had received from my master earlier today, I chose to remain silent. The surrounding chatter enveloped us as they murmured about the campus belle who was trailing behind a seemingly impoverished lad, myself. Despite my indifference, her face radiated with an excited smile. Finally, upon reaching the lawn and distancing ourselves from the crowd, I turned to face Bai Shirhan. Upon noticing my gaze, she instantly straightened her posture, pressed her lips together in a shy smile, and lowered her head, clutching her books and pen. "Wei Qing, has your brother been troubling you lately?" I asked, my hands clasped behind my back as I regarded her with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing my inquiry, a flicker of fear crossed her delicate features as she quickly replied, "No, I plan to study here for 2 years and then leave." "There is no need to leave. If you wish to focus on your studies, simply wait for your father to return in the provincial capital," I said with a gentle smile, surveying our surroundings before adding, "Perhaps you should resume your activities. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." The gathering crowd continued to swell, their astonished gazes fixed upon us. At that moment, Bai Shirhan resembled a bashful bride, her head bowed before me, while I stood with an air of maturity and composure. I feared that someone might capture this moment on their phone and disseminate it. For if my master were to discover it, my aspirations of attending this university would be shattered. Bai Shirhan cast a timid glance in my direction, only then noticing the onlookers, most of whom had misinterpreted my intentions. Ultimately, she shyly pressed her lips together in a smile and said, "It's all right, Wei Qing. I am your wife. It doesn't matter if they know." I reached up to cover my forehead and rubbed it, realizing that even after 3 months, she still. "Never mind." I hurriedly replied, "I did not come here to seek you out. I am here for my studies. You may go now, and we shall meet again when you have the time." Chapter 81. A chance encounter at noon. At this moment, I noticed someone taking out their phone to capture the scene, prompting me to hastily shield my face with my hand. "Is this a casual reading?" she inquired, her lips curling into a smile as she held a pen. "Wei Qing, why not join our class? This way, I could impart knowledge to you." "Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Bai, but it is rather inconvenient for me," I replied while concealing my face. Upon hearing my response, she blinked playfully and then lowered her head, appearing somewhat flustered. "Oh, Wei Qing, what major are you planning to pursue?" "My mentor mentioned something about Chinese language and literature education," I explained. "He indicated that this field aligns well with my studies in the Mozhang forbidden texts, allowing me to swiftly grasp the intricate sentences and vocabulary within the latter part." Suddenly, she looked up at me, her eyes sparkling, before smiling and lowering her head once more. "I am also majoring in Chinese language and literature. I am in Class 1. If it truly is inconvenient for you, perhaps you could join Class 3 or Class 4 instead. Our professional courses are all held in the same classroom, so we could sit together, and I could explain anything you don't understand." What a remarkable coincidence. My brow furrowed slightly, and I intended to say something, but I realized that not only was the playground crowded, but also the upper floors of the teaching buildings were filled with onlookers. Thus, I could only reply, "Miss Bai, you should go ahead. There are too many people here, and I fear it may cause a disturbance." She turned her head to survey her surroundings, her hand gripping the hem of her skirt as she nervously pressed her lips together and finally said, "All right, I will come find you later. You must not mention my name to anyone, nor utter a word about my identity. In summary, not a single word about me should be spoken, dearby. You must help me keep this a secret." I stated earnestly. "Yes, rest assured." She replied obediently, nodding her head before waving goodbye and departing. Wei Qing, see you soon. After I expressed my concerns about attracting unwanted attention, she seemed to care particularly, hastening toward the academic building. At the last moment, she turned back to cast a lingering glance in my direction. I promptly turned to look at Li Gafeng, who, at that moment, was utterly astonished. His jaw dropped. Shaking his head vigorously and giving me a thumbs up, his expression one of disbelief. Just as I was about to call him over to assist with the enrollment process, an ominous cloud began to loom as a group of men approached me with unfriendly expressions. Within a minute, the area was completely encircled, separating Li Gafeng and me. The tension palpable. Before me stood a strikingly handsome man with slicked back hair, slightly yellowed, with a fair complexion. He pinched his own cheek and regarded me with a menacing smile. "Brother, where are you from? What's the matter?" I stood with my hands behind my back, responding nonchalantly. "Do you know who I am?" he asked with an air of arrogance. "I'm afraid I don't," I replied with a slight smile. The man fixed his gaze on me and patted a tall figure beside him. The tall man, with a square face that bore an intimidating expression, scoffed lightly and declared, "Huang Xiaofeng, the foremost young master of South District, the most popular student at the Normal University, husband to the illustrious Bai Shirhan, universally acknowledged as the campus belle. Now, young man, do you comprehend who he is?" At that moment, Li Gafeng squeezed his way through the crowd, exclaiming loudly, "South District. How impressive, my brother. Why not mention the entire provincial capital? What is this? Are you attempting to threaten my master?" He was abruptly dismissed by the square-faced man, who gestured dismissively to his companions. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Li Gafeng's words faltered as he was forcibly escorted away, his voice drowned out by the murmurs of the crowd. It was the first time anyone had seen a man venture so close to the illustrious Bai Shirhan. It seemed that today, Huang Xiao was about to indulge himself. Damn it, that fellow is destitute. I truly wonder how Bai Shirhan could engage in conversation with him. Laughter erupted. A spectacle is about to unfold. In South District, who would dare to offend Huang Xiao? The last one who did hastily withdrew from the university overnight. He was merely the son of a small company owner. This fellow, dressed as he is, will likely be next. Quiet down. Let Huang speak. At that moment, the entire lawn was surrounded by a throng of men. Were it anyone else? They might have been paralyzed by fear, but to me, they appeared as nothing more than a group of childish fools, standing with their hands behind their backs, coldly gazing at Huang Xiaofeng without uttering a word. "Brother, when do you plan to withdraw from the university?" he suddenly inquired of me. "Why would I withdraw?" I responded icily. "Oh, so you're a thorn in the side, are you?" He shook his head, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Leaning closer to me, he said, "I know my wife, Bai Shirhan, has a kind heart. She patiently assists anyone who seeks her help with their studies. But your intentions are misplaced. She is my woman, so keep your distance, do you understand? And what if I choose not to listen?" A smile crept onto my face. Is this how things work in university? To unilaterally declare the girl one fancies as one's own? How utterly absurd. Do you truly not comprehend the gravity of your audacity? Daring to speak to Huang Xiao in such a manner? The square-faced man glared at me with venomous intensity. Huang Xiao had already been quite restrained, yet here you are. A person of such lowly character, daring to engage with my sister Bai. What gives you the confidence to be so unashamed? His words were laced with insolence and lacked any semblance of decorum. Instinctively, I considered striking him to teach him a lesson. But the throngs of people surrounding us and the recent beating from my master reminded me that a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. Perhaps later, I could send Li Hong in to pay him a visit at his home. As this thought crossed my mind, a cold smile formed on my lips, ready to retort, when suddenly my phone emitted a sound. I had to swallow my words and check my phone. It was a message from Hu Qiting. "Wei Qing. You left without even saying goodbye." Qing Qing is very upset. It took my second sister considerable effort to calm her down. "Later, she will bring you lunch at school, so be sure to make amends." I replied with a simple acknowledgement and tucked my phone away. "Oh, is someone sending messages to summon others?" The square-faced man gazed at my phone and sneered. "Are you genuinely unfamiliar with Huang Xiao, or merely pretending? Very well, let us adhere to the rules today. I shall grant you an opportunity. Shall we meet at noon?" Before I could utter a word, Li Gafeng's voice resonated from the crowd. "Damn it. Do you wish to perish? Do you know who I am?" I merely smiled faintly and chose not to respond, turning away and pushing my way through the throng. I had anticipated that university would be filled with cultured intellectuals, yet on my very first day, I was met with an overwhelming atmosphere of hostility that shattered my expectations. "You impoverished fool, I shall see how many people you can summon at noon," the square-faced man taunted, followed by his voice, "Brothers, let us go." Subsequently, a group of individuals deliberately jostled against me as they followed their leader. After some time, the entire lawn was left with just Li Gafeng and myself. It appeared he had been assaulted, as he rummaged through his phone, covering his face and seething with rage, declaring, "He's merely a thug from the South District. How dare he act arrogantly before me?" In a minute, I could summon dozens of powerful cars to encircle the school. Chapter 82. Anticipation. I initially intended to intervene, for what would it mean to begin my first day with a blemish from a brawl? How long could I possibly remain in this institution under such circumstances? However, by the time I reached out, the call had connected and was already on speakerphone. Resigned. I stood by with my hands clasped behind my back, listening in silence. "Hello, Dad. I've just arrived and someone else already hit me. Can you help?" Li Gafeng's bravado was laced with an impressively mournful tone. "A fight, is it? My precious son, and on your very first day at university? Why must you attract such disdain?" Came the jovial voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. It was clear the humor was inherited. "Speak up, my boy. How can your father assist you?" Upon hearing his father's response, Li Gafeng's confidence surged. "I don't need much. Just have 40 powerful vehicles come to encircle the school. I demand an apology from that boy's father. He claims to be the foremost heir of the South District. He must be affiliated with the Huang Group, which collaborates with our company in real estate. Father, I intend to teach him a lesson. 40 vehicles, my son? Very well. If it's vehicles you desire. 40 is rather insufficient to uphold your esteemed reputation. Let us aim for 100. I shall arrange for 100 to be dispatched to you by noon. Yes, that is splendid, father. And when you grow old, I shall ensure I honor you properly. Come earlier, Dad. Just now, they slapped your son. Sob. All right, my dear son, just wait a moment." After the call ended, Li Gafeng swiftly transformed his demeanor, straightened his posture, tucked his phone into his pocket, and said to me, "Master, let us not proceed with the enrollment just yet. We must first seek out that scoundrel and deliver him a couple of slaps. Let us finish him off by noon." I squinted up at the vast, clear sky and replied, "Let us not resort to violence. Fighting only breeds discord. If I were to support such actions, it would reflect poorly on my cultivation and align me with immature individuals. Moreover, having gained admission through a rare opportunity, being caught even once would diminish my chances. It would be more prudent for Li Hongyun to lean out the window tonight instead. There is no conflict that a single window lean from Li Hongyun cannot resolve. If there is, then perhaps 2 leans will suffice. Master, please do not hinder your disciple this time. You are well aware of my capabilities. Just consider that surnamed Huang. Even Zhang Hao, the most formidable figure in the entire provincial city, would surely grant me some respect, wouldn't he? Of course, you are the true hidden powerhouse. And I know this well." He chuckled. "Are we truly going to confront him?" I asked with a serious demeanor, arms crossed. "If we must fight, then we shall. If he dares to retaliate, he will face dire consequences by noon. There is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed." With an air of confidence, he declared, clenching his fist and striding vigorously towards the teaching building where Huang Xiaofeng and his entourage had just entered, his gait exuding an unmistakable arrogance as his hands swung above his head. I thought to myself, "Master, revered ancestor, I hope you were listening. This act of fighting is not something I advocate, though I have attempted to dissuade him. Yet, alas, my efforts were in vain. Perhaps it would be wise to intervene and prevent myself from having to take action, which would only serve to undermine my own stature." Under the warm sun, within the expansive campus, Li Gafeng moved about with swagger, searching for Huang Xiaofeng's figure. He inspected classroom after classroom, and after at least 10 minutes had elapsed, he finally spotted Huang Xiaofeng in a class dedicated to the education of Chinese language and literature. This was the very classroom where Bai Shihan was present. Peering through the window, he observed Huang Xiaofeng seated beside Bai Shihan, elegantly holding a book, seemingly inquiring about something, his face betraying a hint of affection. Meanwhile, Bai Shihan earnestly pointed at the text, her gentle face adorned with a serious expression. The scene was quite unsettling. His questions merely served as a pretext, while Bai Shihan diligently explained. Yet Huang Xiaofeng's gaze remained fixated on her face, unwilling to divert his attention even for a moment. "Goodness, master. That fellow is trying to woo the 4th master's wife," Li Gafeng exclaimed in frustration, turning to me. I furrowed my brow and asked, "What 4th master's wife?" He began counting on his fingers. "It's the 4th master's wife, you see. Last night, the twin master's wives, and this morning, that fierce master's wife. And this one." "Be quiet. That is not the case," I interjected hurriedly. "Oh, is that not so? Do I only have 3? He blinked, his mischievous eyes reflecting a certain seriousness. I was reluctant to explain to this fellow, for our master appeared youthful, and the more I elaborated, the more I risked revealing the secrets that cloaked her, which was a taboo best left unspoken. Noticing my lack of response, the lad awkwardly scratched his head and ceased his inquiries, declaring, "Well then, master, You watch closely. Damn it, in this provincial city, no one dares to lay a hand on the Lee family. This fellow is going to fall into my hands today. As he spoke, he strode into the classroom. And by the time I realized it, I had lost the opportunity to dissuade him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Come over here, Li Gafeng shouted, pointing at Huang Xiaofeng, who was seated beside Bai Shihan. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. All eyes turned towards him, yet Huang Xiaofeng remained entranced by Bai Shihan's visage, seemingly lost in admiration. Damn it, Huang, I'm addressing you, Li Gafeng shouted again. Me? Huang Xiaofeng snapped back to reality, pointing at himself. And a grin spread across his face as he flashed a gentlemanly smile at Bai Shihan. Shihan, did I hear that correctly? Is that fellow calling for me? Stop wasting time and come here, Li Gafeng retorted, advancing toward him. Oh, what is this all about? You're coming alone to seek a fight, huh? A square-faced man also began to approach Li Gafeng from the side. Unexpectedly, Li Gafeng deviated from the anticipated script, which typically would have involved him uttering a few harsh words. Instead, he disregarded the square-faced man and strode directly to Huang Xiaofeng. At that moment, Huang Xiaofeng was still bewildered by the unfolding situation, only to be abruptly seized by his hair and struck across the face with 2 resounding slaps. In that instant, everyone, including Huang Xiaofeng, was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that anyone in this school would dare to lay hands on him. This was undoubtedly a first for them. Go ahead and retaliate. Do you know who I am? Li Gafeng declared, following up with another slap to the still-dazed Huang Xiaofeng. His face immediately swelled and reddened, prompting a twinge of sympathy within me. After a considerable pause, Huang Xiaofeng finally regained his composure and, sensing the need to respond, glanced at Bai Shihan. Instantly, his face transformed into a facade of cordiality. Just a little rascal. How could I, Huang Xiaofeng, the esteemed vice president of the student council, stoop to your level? Indeed, Huang Xiaofeng could not afford to lower himself to such triviality, but I was not bound by such constraints. I was determined to deal with you. The square-faced man, fueled by indignation, prepared to charge at Li Gafeng. However, Huang Xiaofeng abruptly intervened. What are you doing? Can't you see that I am studying with Shihan? If you wish to fight, take it to the school gate after class. Do not tarnish our classroom environment. As he spoke, Huang Xiaofeng winked at the square-faced man, who clearly winced in pain, revealing a slight twitch in his expression. It appeared that in his quest to impress the girl he fancied, this individual exhibited remarkable resilience. In that very moment, I was on the verge of addressing you. At noon, ensure you depart punctually. Do not find yourself cowering in the classroom, hesitant to leave. Furthermore, maintain your distance from my masteress wife, or I shall not hesitate to deal with you accordingly. Li Gafeng pointed an accusatory finger at Huang Xiaofeng, delivering his admonition with a disdainful huff before striding out of the classroom, much to the astonishment of those present. It was precisely at this juncture that Bai Shihan caught sight of me. Upon noticing her sudden smile and her intention to step forward, I swiftly turned away, hastening my departure while discreetly whispering to Li Gafeng, "Let us go. We have paperwork to attend to." "Absolutely, master. How exhilarating this is," Li Gafeng boasted along our way, regaling me with tales of how, by noon, the streets would be awash with Lamborghinis, proclaiming that he would single-handedly elevate the entire university. He promised that I should anticipate the moment when Huang Xiaofeng would kneel before everyone, confessing his wrongs.